Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 3 of the series. Chapter 105, 3 Chikuin Star Lord _2. Chapter 105, Chapter 3 Chikuin Star Lord _2. As the Jiuli liquid continued to be absorbed, Lin Yuan's physique was constantly improving. Streaks of black impurities began to appear on the surface of his skin. Previously, the transformation technique for the flesh Lin Yuan cultivated, from Lolan He, had already metamorphosed his entire body once. However, now the effects of the Jiuli liquid were penetrating deeper, cleansing his flesh once more. Half a day later, Lin Yuan opened his eyes. My body. Lin Yuan felt an astonishing strength within him, is at least 30 to 50% stronger than before I used the Jiuli liquid. The flesh is the foundation of everything, a strong body fosters a strong soul. Unfortunately, the Jiuli liquid is only useful the first time it's used. After a moment of reflection, Lin Yuan opened his eyes, a tinge of regret on his face. In fact, it wasn't just Jiuli liquid. The vast majority of treasures that could greatly strengthen the body or soul came with many restrictions, effective only upon the first use. It couldn't be more normal. Virtual world. Sparring zone. This area was specifically designed for evolvers to spar with one another. I can't take any more. I can't. Fang Qing's voice trembled, and his body was sent flying backward, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. If this were not in the virtual world, such an event in reality would have left Fang Qing severely injured, requiring months of rest to recover. Brother Lin, you're too powerful. Even when suppressing your strength to a 3rd rank level, I still can't beat you. Fang Qing's injuries rapidly healed as he looked at Lin Yuan and said with a bitter expression. It's okay, try a few more times. Lin Yuan smiled slightly. The reason he was sparring with Fang Qing was entirely because Fang Qing took the initiative to seek him out. Not long after moving to the Central Continent Manor, Fang Qing, who had also relocated there, took the initiative to approach Lin Yuan. Fang Qing's manor was located several dozen miles away from Lin Yuan's manor, essentially making them neighbors. As they went back and forth, they became acquainted and often sparred in the virtual world. Lin Yuan was indeed very willing. The ancient god's evolution path that Fang Qing cultivated was an evolution path surpassing the 6th rank. During the previous scoring competition, Lin Yuan had a moment of insight, but due to the time constraints of the competition, he had to end it hastily. Now that Fang Qing was presenting himself, Lin Yuan saw no reason to refuse. Every time he fought with Fang Qing, Lin Yuan gained something from him. Of course, Fang Qing was completely unaware of this. Not only Fang Qing but even his intelligent life mentor, the white-bearded old man, would never imagine that Lin Yuan's insight was so terrifying. After only a few exchanges, Lin Yuan could almost completely learn his opponent's strengths. They thought Lin Yuan was just a very enthusiastic evolver, actively helping Fang Qing to practice. Okay. Fang Qing seemed to think of something, immediately regained his motivation, and charged at Lin Yuan once again. As he charged, an ancient god of phantom faintly appeared, mimicking the same movements behind Fang Qing. Ancient god. Lin Yuan looked at the phantom behind Fang Qing with a slightly solemn expression. Through so many exchanges, Lin Yuan had realized that these so-called ancient gods were also a form of powerful life. This life was so strong that it merged its life marks into the rules of the world. As a result, any creature that cultivated according to the laws it left behind could invoke the power pervading the universe. Of course, to summon an ancient god of phantom, there must be a certain degree of similarity with the corresponding ancient god. This threshold doesn't seem high, but it's very difficult to achieve. What kind of existence were the ancient gods? To reach a certain degree of similarity with an ancient god, out of the billions of creatures, there might not even be one. Boom. The ancient god of phantom behind Fang Qing raised its right fist, preparing to smash it down. But Lin Yuan grabbed it with his hand and gently crumbled it to dust. What? Fang Qing spit out blood once again and flew backward. No more, I can't fight anymore. Fang Qing was almost in tears. The white-bearded old man once told him that only through constant combat with an opponent could one ultimately overcome them. With that in mind, Fang Qing actively sought out Lin Yuan to try his luck. The result was clear, he simply couldn't win. Not at all. Even when Lin Yuan, seeing Fang Qing's pitiful state, voluntarily offered to reduce his strength and fight at a third-rank realm, he still couldn't win. The two were simply not on the same level. Go and rest well for a while. Come back tomorrow. Lin Yuan's mind was enlightened. Through constant contact with the ancient god Phantom, Lin Yuan had already vaguely understood what the essence of the evolution skill that transcended 6th rank was and how it differed from other evolution paths. This was important. FreeWebNovel.com. Even though Lin Yuan was currently only 4th rank, as the founder who blazed a new evolution path, he needed a broader vision to judge the direction to take next. Other evolvers simply needed to practice according to a complete evolution path and did not need to do so. But Lin Yuan was different, he needed to ascertain the next direction. Rules. Still rules. My direction is not wrong. As for why the potential limit of the evolution path still has no hope of reaching 7th rank, it's because my understanding of the rules is too superficial. Lin Yuan thought silently to himself. The rules of the main world were vast, and the bit of rule essence Lin Yuan had perceived in the Divine Arms world was insignificant compared to the main world, not even amounting to dust. Elsewhere, Fang Qing also returned to her personal space, her mood heavy. Teacher, do you think I have any chance of surpassing Big Brother Lin, even if we include the very distant future? Fang Qing couldn't help but ask. Whoosh. An old man with white beard appeared, sitting on Fang Qing's shoulder. The white-bearded old man was only the size of a palm, but his face showed an expression of disbelief. A genius, I never thought I'd see the day when I was wrong. The white-bearded old man muttered to himself in wonder. Ah. Fang Qing's face slightly reddened. Idiot, I'm not talking about you. The white-bearded old man glanced at Fang Qing, that Lin Yuan, he's actually touched upon the origin rules. Without guidance from an evolution path beyond 6th rank, to be able to touch the origin rules, such a genius, even an entire star domain might not see many. The white-bearded old man spoke with a tone of amazement. During the ranking match of the competition, Lin Yuan suppressed Fang Qing with the Taiji domain. So the white-bearded old man didn't realize, only feeling that Lin Yuan was rolling over her with the force of 4th rank, bullying the weak. But after those dozens of sparring matches, especially when Lin Yuan suppressed his strength to 3rd rank, the white-bearded old man immediately realized that Lin Yuan had begun to contact the origin rules. With such comprehension, the possibility of stepping into 6th rank in the future was at least 50%, even greater than Fang Qing, who possessed the ancient god evolution skill. Ah. Fang Qing looked utterly confounded. Don't even think about defeating Lin Yuan, it's unrealistic, unless you have some great fortune in the future. With normal development, you have no such hope. The white-bearded old man fell into contemplation, he looked at Fang Qing, then thought of Lin Yuan from just before, and suddenly felt frustrated. All right. Fang Qing shrank his head slightly, somewhat unable to look the white-bearded old man in the eye. He had the feeling that if it were possible to change the inheritor, the white-bearded old man would probably be thinking about how to replace him and choose Lin Yuan right now. In the depths of space, a colossal creature was wandering. It was entirely red and its size was dozens of times that of Kanglin's star. Woo, where am I? I was just taking a nap. Just then, the colossal creature opened its eyes, and just the irises alone were comparable to half a planet. Whoosh. The colossal creature's form shifted, suddenly beginning to shrink. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into an old man over 2 meters tall. He was dressed in a red robe, standing in the cosmos, with energy fluctuations nearly as powerful as those of a star. Chikuin Star Lord, it's time for you to return. Just then, a solemn and serene voice sounded. Goddess of Wisdom. The man in the red robe, the Chikuin Star Lord, stretched lazily at this point. Right. The competition should be almost over by now. Chikuin Star Lord thought, connecting to the virtual world. Last time, I picked the Nolan star system, this time, let's go with the Dawn star system. I'll see which geniuses have emerged from this competition. As Chikuin Star Lord grumbled, he began to watch. With each passing moment, nearly 100 million matches flashed by. Suddenly, the competition footage froze. Chikuin Star Lord raised his eyebrows. Eh. Chapter 106, For 7-Star Cave, Red Kuan Lineage. Chapter 106, Chapter 4 7-Star Cave, Red Kuan Lineage. The cold starry sky shimmered with surprise in the eyes of the Chikuan Star Lord. As a Star Lord, a being surpassing the 6th rank, it was rare for him to display such an emotion. This competition has indeed brought forth quite a number of geniuses, he mused. The match footage in front of the Chikuan Star Lord suddenly froze before splitting into over 100 different screens, each playing a different match video. These 100-some screens corresponded to the over 100 Evolver contestants. These individuals were precisely the geniuses the Chikuan Star Lord referred to. The Dawn Star System, one of the 8 major star systems within the Chikuan Star domain, boasts 120,000 life planets. Competitions were held on each of these 120,000 life planets, with ranks being assigned. Out of such a vast base of Evolvers, the Chikuan Star Lord selected just over 100, meticulously chosen as one among hundreds of billions. The Chikuan Star Lord's gaze lingered significantly on the first 3 screens. The Evolvers on these 3 screens were a silver-haired woman, a man with a third eye on his forehead, and a burly man wielding a giant hammer. Spatial talent, indeed a promising seed, observed the Chikuan Star Lord as he watched the battle footage of the silver-haired woman and slightly nodded. I didn't expect a member of the Tri-Eye clan. The Chikuan Star Lord glanced at the 3-eyed men. The Tri-Eye clan, a branch of the human race, although a part of the human race, also has different branches, such as being classified into yellow, white, and black people based on skin color. The Tri-Eye clan is an incredibly rare and unusual variant within the human race. So rare that they cannot form a specific family line, because their heritage is not inherited from father to son but awakens randomly. And the odds are frighteningly low. Currently, within the entire Cosmic Human Alliance, the Tri-Eye clan's numbers do not exceed 100,000, scattered across various human territories. Of course, their scarce numbers endow the Tri-Eye clan with extraordinarily strong talents. It is said that the third eye on the forehead of the Tri-Eye clan can see the cosmic rules of operation and unleash a strike far surpassing their own strength. He grasps the basics of the rule of power. Stepping into the 6th rank in the future won't be an issue, the Chikuan Star Lord considered while looking at the burly men with the hammer. According to comparisons with previous competitions, the appearance of one such individual was considered fortunate. This time, the emergence of 3 such individuals was indeed surprising and unexpected for the Chikuan Star Lord. After observing the first 3 Evolvers, the Chikuan Star Lord's gaze continued downwards. When he reached the 68th position, the Chikuan Star Lord saw Lin Yuan. 2 extreme attribute rules, that's a difficult path ahead. The Chikuan Star Lord commented before paying no further attention. A difficult path, yes, but only for those below the 6th rank. In his mighty view as the Chikuan Star Lord, it was just so. Since this competition has released so many geniuses, it's time to open the 7-Star Cave trial, he decided. The Chikuan Star Lord thought for a moment, waved his hand, and decreed, these 118 Evolvers, the top 3 will be granted Chi patterns, the next 115 will receive gold patterns, additionally, the top 10 from each planet's competition will all receive silver patterns. All will enter the 7-Star Cave. Central Continent Manor. Lin Yuan had just finished training and was connecting to the virtual world, intending to seek out Feng Qing for a spar to explore the ancient god evolution path. Suddenly, a prompt appeared before him. You will soon enter the 7-Star Cave world. Please prepare yourself. 5, 4, 3. The countdown began. Lin Yuan looked astonished. This was the first time he encountered, within the virtual world, being forcefully pulled over without his consent. There wasn't even an option to refuse. The next moment, the countdown ended. Lin Yuan's surroundings shifted, bringing him to a massive white jade plaza. At this moment, Lin Yuan could only see the scenery a few meters around him, with the farther surroundings shrouded in layers of hazy fog. Please adjust your appearance, body shape. A mechanical-like voice echoed in his ears. Is it to hide my identity? Lin Yuan thought to himself, making slight modifications to his appearance and physique, rendering his overall demeanor a bit colder. Once Lin Yuan finished adjusting, the fog around him suddenly dispersed. Lin Yuan looked up and saw that the plaza was scattered with 1,000,000 Evolvers. The aura of these Evolvers varied, with the least being at the 3rd rank, and many even being at the 4th rank. The patterns on their faces, frubnov.com. Lin Yuan distinctly noticed that each evolver had a silver pattern on the side of their faces. Why is mine gold? Lin Yuan touched his own face. Though he couldn't see it with his eyes, at his level of perception, he could intuit every detail about himself. And this 7-star cave world. Lin Yuan looked around the plaza, harboring some guesses in his mind. They must know something. Lin Yuan looked towards a nearby spot where 3 evolvers were gathered, whispering among themselves. Lin Yuan walked over. These 3 evolvers clearly noticed Lin Yuan. Especially when they saw the gold pattern on the side of Lin Yuan's face, their expressions immediately showed fear. Respected Lord. Gold pattern. Before Lin Yuan could approach, the leading evolver among the 3 bowed slightly to Lin Yuan. Lord Gold Pattern. Lin Yuan's expression remained unchanged, guessing gold pattern referred to the gold pattern on his own face. Which meant that gold was more prestigious than silver. At least from the expressions of these 3 evolvers, Lin Yuan could draw such a conclusion. Yes. Lin Yuan replied casually. We 3 are from the IC star. May I ask which star you hail from, Lord Gold Pattern? Moon Spirit Star, Lin Yuan replied offhandedly. Chapter 107, for 7-star cave, Red Kuan lineage _2. Chapter 107, Chapter 4 7-star cave, Red Kuan lineage _2. Moon Spirit Star, a higher life planet in the Dawn star system, was also the birthplace of the origin force evolution path that Lin Yuan had purchased. Moon Spirit Star, I have heard of it, a very powerful planet. I never expected that in this year's arena competition on Moon Spirit Star, a Lord Gold Pattern would emerge. In this trial of the 7-star cave, Lord Gold Pattern will certainly pass. Through the active flattery of these 3 evolvers, Lin Yuan immediately understood the purpose of the 7-star cave world. A trial by the Chikuan Star Lord. Lin Yuan thought to himself. As the arena competition moved toward its latter stages, Lin Yuan had realized that the top 10 competitors might eventually catch the attention of the Chikuan Star Lord. Even the Goddess of Wisdom had been subtly hinting to Lin Yuan to seize this opportunity. In the global top 10 contest, Lin Yuan erupted with 4th rank power, also displaying his talent. Initially, Lin Yuan had thought that at most he would receive some kind of reward from the Chikuan Star Lord. The 7-star cave world is a virtual world specially created by the Chikuan Star Lord to test geniuses. As long as one conquers the 7-star caves, they are eligible to enter the Red Kuan lineage. Of course, before entering the 7-star cave world, the Chikuan Star Lord will grant Red Pattern, Gold Pattern, and Silver Pattern marks based on each evolver's performance in the arena competition. The highest status is the Red Pattern. Evolvers who receive the Red Pattern are generally limitless in potential, the future seeds of 6th rank. Although the Gold Pattern is not as prestigious as the Red Pattern, its bearers are also unparalleled geniuses. A star domain can produce only a few, and they are very likely to advance to 6th rank in the future. As for the Silver Pattern, these are given to the top 10 of each planet's arena competition. Although these Silver Pattern evolvers are the stars watched by everyone on their respective planets. Here, they seem quite ordinary. Who here isn't such an entity? The Red Kuan lineage. Lin Yuan's eyes heated slightly. Undoubtedly, the Red Kuan lineage was the strongest force in the entire Chikuan star domain, and the Chikuan Star Lord was a being that surpassed the fallen star level. If Lin Yuan could join such a force, it would greatly benefit his own growth. Not to mention other advantages, just the safety aspect would allow Lin Yuan to not worry for a long time into the future. Moreover, if he could come into close contact with an existence like the Chikuan Star Lord and receive guidance. For Lin Yuan, the effect would be far greater than solitary contemplation. Against Heaven's understanding was especially adept at this. Just how to get through the 7-star caves, Lin Yuan fell into thought. To know how to get through the 7-star caves, he needed to know the specifics. For instance, through what method should one advance? Knowing the content of the challenge in advance would naturally amplify his advantage. Although Lin Yuan currently possessed 4th rank strength and had begun to perceive many rules, he did not underestimate the other evolvers at all. Not to mention those evolvers of the same Gold Pattern. Above Gold Pattern, there was still Red Pattern. An existence like the Chikuan Star Lord, having designated him a Gold Pattern, surely did not think he met the standard of the red pattern yet. That is to say, red pattern evolvers were stronger than Lin Yuan as he was now. While Lin Yuan was pondering, upon the vast white jade plaza, a majestic virtual shadow suddenly emerged. In 24 hours, the 7-star cave trial will officially begin. Friendly reminder, the 7-star cave trial consists of 7 stages, and passing through the 7-star caves indicates success. Finally, the trial process must not be disclosed, or there will be penalties from the Cosmic Human Alliance and the Star Lord. Having said this, the majestic virtual shadow disappeared. Not allowed to disclose the trial process. Lin Yuan frowned slightly. They were required to do so, and past evolvers who came to the 7-star cave world would certainly have been bound by this restriction. This meant that obtaining information about the trials would be significantly more difficult. Because the barrier to information was higher, there would be fewer who knew, and consequently, obtaining relevant information would become harder. Perhaps those evolvers from large forces with strong backing knew the content of the trial, but they certainly wouldn't just tell Lin Yuan for no reason. "Hello, I come from the Morning Star." A short-haired man approached. The pattern on his cheek, just like Lin Yuan's, was golden. Morning Star. Lin Yuan took another look at the man. Morning Star, the main planet of the Dawn star system, was the most prosperous area of the entire star system. And it was also the place with the most high-rank evolvers, even including 6th-rank fallen star warriors. Moon Spirit Star. Lin Yuan nodded. "Shall we exchange information?" The short-haired man suddenly lowered his voice. Being acknowledged as a gold pattern evolver by the Chikuan Star Lord meant almost certainly beginning to contact the Origin Rule as a supreme genius. Such a genius likely had the backing of a powerful force behind him. Although the trial of the 7-star cave world was strictly not to be disclosed, for large forces, there were many ways to circumvent the rules, simply at a cost. "You go first." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan immediately thought of a plan to benefit from the situation. After all, even if he could not produce any information, the other party couldn't really do anything to him. Which of the 7-star caves is the toughest? The short-haired man wasn't foolish and decided to probe with a question first. Which one? Lin Yuan's expression remained unchanged. He didn't know, so how could he determine which one? "The 7th cave," Lin Yuan said confidently. Based on Lin Yuan's past experiences, it was highly probable that the last challenge was the toughest. "You're lying to me." The short-haired man turned and walked away. Lin Yuan was not without gains. At the very least, he now knew that the toughest of the 7-star caves wasn't the 7th. Chapter 108, For 7-star Cave, Red Kuan Lineage _3. Chapter 108, Chapter 4 7-star Cave, Red Kuan Lineage _3. Is the first challenge the hardest? Lin Yuan pondered. This did not align with the typical logic of passing stages. What if the first challenge eliminated everyone? Soon, another gold pattern evolver approached. "The first challenge is the hardest," Lin Yuan replied. "You lack sincerity." The gold pattern evolver shook his head, giving Lin Yuan a strange look, then turned and walked away. Next, several more gold pattern evolvers tried to exchange information with Lin Yuan. Evolver capable of appearing in the 7-star cave world were at least 3rd rank. There was definitely no problem with their intelligence, and they would not let Lin Yuan freeload the challenge details. Honorable Lord Gold Pattern. A silver pattern evolver with a side profile walked in. "I know the information about the 7-star cave challenges and am willing to divulge it without any compensation," the silver pattern evolver said directly. Having observed Lin Yuan for a long time at his side, he confirmed that Lin Yuan knew very little about the 7-star cave. "What are the conditions?" Lin Yuan asked calmly. "I hope Lord Gold Pattern will do 3 things for me when entering the trial ground," the silver pattern evolver stated. "What 3 things?" Lin Yuan looked at the other, inquiring. "I don't know that," the silver pattern evolver shook his head. "The 7-star cave trials are ever-changing, and no one knows before the trials begin." "Then forget it." Lin Yuan shook his head in refusal. This request was too broad. What if the other party asked Lin Yuan to kill a red pattern evolver or to give up his chance to pass? To give it or not to give it? Really not interested. The 7-star cave challenge information is invaluable. If you know it beforehand and prepare accordingly, your chance of passing will greatly increase. The silver pattern evolver saw Lin Yuan refuse, slightly disappointed, but did not give up. Unless you first specify what those tasks are. Lin Yuan said again. I will only know once I go in. The silver pattern evolver, seeing Lin Yuan was uncompromising, could only leave regretfully. After being approached by several evolvers wanting to bargain with sky-high demands for the challenge information, Lin Yuan simply disconnected from the virtual world and returned to reality. Central Continent Manor, main building's underground training field. Lin Yuan rubbed his temples, lost in brief thought. Information is crucial, Lin Yuan was well aware. This is much like an exam. One person gets the answers beforehand while another has to rely solely on their wits. The situations they face are naturally different. Even the matter of the 7-star cave could present an even greater disparity than not having the answers. If it were just the answers, with Lin Yuan's against heaven's understanding, even without the answers, he could still score full marks. But in the trials of the 7-star cave, if other evolvers took advantage of the information to deliberately trap or set up Lin Yuan, a slight mistake could mean direct elimination. Ask the Goddess of Wisdom. Lin Yuan began connecting to the Goddess of Wisdom. Given the Goddess of Wisdom's status in the Cosmic Human Alliance, she definitely knew the contents of the 7-star cave trial. But it was a matter of whether she was willing to divulge it. Citizen Lin Yuan, your authority is insufficient. The Goddess of Wisdom's solemn, cool voice came. This was not unexpected for Lin Yuan. The rules of the 7-star cave trial prohibited the passing of the trial process, otherwise, it would result in punishment by the Human Alliance and the Star Lord. The punishment from the Human Alliance here was crucial, implying that divulging such information would violate Alliance law. In such cases, the Goddess of Wisdom would definitely not inform. After all, one of the foundational operations of the 3 great goddesses was based on Alliance law. Never mind. Even without the information, I can still get through the 7 caves, Fiwen.com. Lin Yuan sighed, already planning to give up. A few evolvers were aware of the 7-star cave challenge information, something the Chiquin Star Lord was definitely aware of, yet it was not prevented. Clearly, it was believed that even without prior information, there was still a possibility to get through the 7 caves. Strength is the foundation of everything. Lin Yuan closed his eyes and continued his cultivation. Meanwhile, outside the manor number 66 where Lin Yuan was located, a guest had arrived. The guest was none other than Fang Qing. At the moment, Fang Qing looked numb. The continuous roaring of the old man with the white beard echoed in his ears. You fool, you're not as strong as Lin Yuan, not to mention far behind in aptitude. At this time, if you're not thinking about making friends with him, what are you waiting for? The 7-star cave challenge information was specially prepared by the master when he was alive. Aren't you going to deliver it to Lin Yuan right now? Delay any longer and, by the time Lin Yuan gets the information, won't your delivery be too late? The relentless urging of the old man with the white beard persisted. Chapter 109, 5, Starry Sky Wanderer Kuan, Subscription Request. Chapter 109, Chapter 5, Starry Sky Wanderer Kuan, Subscription Request. Central Continent Manor. Main building, 3rd floor. Lin Yuan and Fang Qing sat facing each other. Brother Lin, I learned some information about the 7-star cave trial ahead of time and thought to share it with you, Fang Qing said without any delay. The roar of the bearded old man still echoed in his ears. Fang Qing was not willing to endure that torment again. Oh. Lin Yuan was slightly moved. The 7-star cave trial by the Chiquin Star Lord, and its related information, was blocked by the Cosmic Human Alliance and the Chiquin Star Lord himself. Under such conditions, an evolver who could still know such information. None was without an extraordinary background, and behind them stood at least a towering figure from a high-level life planet, firmly in control of a region. Or it was a major force stationed by a 6th-rank fallen star. As a middle-grade life planet, Kanglan Star fundamentally lacked the conditions to birth such a force. It seems the speculation is true. Lin Yuan looked serious as he faced Fang Qing. During the arena competition, someone had collected information on the top 50 evolvers. The conjecture about Fang Qing was that he had likely received a great opportunity and inherited something from a powerful evolver. Later, when Fang Qing revealed the techniques of the ancient god evolution path, it further proved this conjecture. The ancient god evolution path involves cultivating with reference to a powerful ancient god from the depths of the starry skies. Without extremely detailed guidance, cultivators could easily neglect and become contaminated by the ancient god, thus becoming a servant or even a puppet incarnation of this ancient god. For those powerful beings, a glance or a thought was enough to destroy countless lower-level lives. The Cosmic Human Alliance does not include the ancient god evolution path among the publicized paths because the risks of cultivation are too great. With other evolution paths, at worst you die if you fail in cultivation. But with the ancient god evolution path, any mishap directly makes you an incarnation for the ancient god. Of course, the human civilization of the universe merely prohibits the widespread dissemination of the ancient god evolution path, it doesn't completely eradicate it. The reason being, many ancient gods in the depths of the starry skies have either perished or disappeared over the long course of history. Cultivating the ancient god evolution path carries certain risks but also potentially allows one to inherit the authority and everything of that ancient god. In short, since Feng Qing dares to cultivate the ancient god evolution path, he must possess detailed guidance for this path, and perhaps even a dedicated intelligent life form constantly correcting any issues during his cultivation. But I know nothing about the test in the 7-star cave. Feng Qing came to share information, and logically, Lin Yuan should share information with him, so he had to make excuses. No worries. We are both from Kanglin Star, and we should help each other. Feng Qing waved his hand, stating that information could be considered priceless or worthless since it doesn't require any follow-up costs. However, before we talk, Brother Lin, please let the Goddess of Wisdom stop monitoring, as information about the 7-star cave is explicitly forbidden by the Alliance. Feng Qing seemed reminded of something and hurriedly spoke. This manor was Lin Yuan's territory, so only he had the privacy rights to dismiss the Goddess of Wisdom. All right. Lin Yuan nodded, then connected with the Goddess of Wisdom to make her temporarily ignore what was happening here. Having done all this, Feng Qing started to talk about the information concerning the 7-star cave trial. Actually, the 7-star cave trial rarely occurs, it generally opens only when the Qikuan Star Lord is in a good mood, said Feng Qing wistfully. The Qikuan Star domain has 8 major star systems. After each arena competition, the Qikuan Star Lord selects one star system and tests the top 10 from each life planet within it. The majority of the trials are standard affairs, just to fulfill the requirements of the Cosmic Human Alliance. Only when a true genius appears do they consider opening the 7-star cave. But this is also our opportunity. Once the 7-star cave trial begins, the 12 disciples of the Qikuan Star Lord will start paying attention. Just by passing through the 7 caves, you have a chance to be accepted as a disciple of one of these 12. Feng Qing paused briefly before continuing. Don't underestimate these 12 disciples, the weakest among them are at the 6th rank fallen star level, and the strongest 2 or 3 have even surpassed the 6th rank. Surpassed the 6th rank, Lin Yuan was slightly shaken. Freewebnovel.cm, let alone surpassing the 6th rank, even a 6th rank was still quite far away for him. According to Lin Yuan's estimate, he would need 2 to 3 more shifts, around a few hundred years, to break through to the 6th rank. Of course, these few hundred years referred to time spent traveling to other worlds. The passing of time in the main world should not be very long. Even so, to the current Lin Yuan, the 6th rank fallen star level was still something to look up to. So, during the trial, you must try your hardest to show your best, because every action of everyone is being watched by those 12 disciples. Even if you fail the 7-star cave trial, as long as you impress those 12, you can still join the Red Kuan lineage. Feng Qing spoke in a lowered voice. This information was so confidential that many fallen star level forces were not aware of it. It was a closely guarded secret, even his teacher had spent a lot of effort to find it out during his lifetime. I see. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. And firmly memorized it. But so far, we haven't talked about the content of the trial. Realizing something, Feng Qing grinned and said, actually, the trial of the 7-star cave is not complicated, it consists of 7 caves. Chapter 110, 5 Starry Sky Wanderer Kuan, subscribe please, _2. Chapter 110, Chapter 5 Starry Sky Wanderer Kuan, subscribe please, _2. Every star cave is a test. As for the specific content of the test, it constantly changes, but in summary, it is a test of the physical body, speed, willpower, soul, and wisdom. Feng Qing spoke. I see. Lin Yuan suddenly understood. No wonder the other evolvers who took the test asked him which star cave was the most difficult. Whether Lin Yuan answered that the first star cave was the hardest, or the seventh star cave was the hardest, both answers were wrong. In reality, which star cave is the most difficult and which is the simplest is entirely subjective. For example, if an evolver excels in speed, then the star cave that tests speed would be the simplest for him. If an evolver's soul is the weakest, then the star cave that tests the soul would be the hardest for him. So the specific answer to this question is, there is no hardest or weakest. However, in my view, what the Chikuan Star Lord values the most in evolvers is their wisdom. As for the other aspects, talent, bloodline, and so on, these can only determine one's lower limit. To truly reach the peak, to step into the 6th rank, to surpass the 6th rank, wisdom is the most important, Fang Qing said earnestly. This statement wasn't actually his own, it came from his teacher who had already perished long ago. That's because the Chikuan Star Lord himself possesses one of the most peak bloodlines in the cosmic starry sky, Lin Yuan said with a smile. There were many rumors related to the Chikuan Star Lord, the main one being that when he was at the 5th rank, he explored unknown star domains in a battleship and randomly discovered a planet. The creatures on this planet had already gone extinct, and even the planet itself was about to be devoured. The reason was that this planet had become a breeding ground for a special life form, the Starry Sky Wanderer Kuan. The Starry Sky Wanderer Kuan is one of the most powerful special life forms in the universe, extremely rare, with adults being at the 6th rank and as large as a normal planet. Generally speaking, when an adult Starry Sky Wanderer Kuan is about to have offspring, it will choose a planet and inject the offspring, still in their eggs, into the core of the planet. It uses the geothermal heat for incubation. During this period, the larva of the Starry Sky Wanderer Kuan begins to slowly devour all the energy of the planet. By the time the Starry Sky Wanderer Kuan is close to adulthood, the planet would have been essentially devoured. At that time, the Chikuan Star Lord who was at the 5th rank discovered a planet being slowly devoured by the larva of a Starry Sky Wanderer Kuan. However, it must have been the early stage of the devouring process, as the Starry Sky Wanderer Kuan larva only had a vague consciousness and acted on instinct. Realizing this, the Chikuan Star Lord immediately knew an opportunity had come. In the vast universe, with countless planets, encountering a planet incubating a Starry Sky Wanderer Kuan larva was a probability less than 1 in a trillion. Once he confirmed his suspicion, the Chikuan Star Lord immediately used the seizure secret technique of the Cosmic Human Alliance to take over the body of that Starry Sky Wanderer Kuan larva. This special life form can be called the favorite of the cosmic starry skies, reaching the 6th rank upon maturity, and moreover, it is at the peak within the 6th rank, with its size evident. Comparable to the size of a regular planet, how much energy does it contain? It would probably be enough to make a regular 6th rank fallen star warrior despair. The Chikuan Star Lord became known as Chikuan because his true form was a Starry Sky Wanderer Kuan. Of course, after seizing the Starry Sky Wanderer Kuan, the Chikuan Star Lord secretly cultivated for thousands of years, successfully broke through the 6th rank, stepped into the 7th rank, and then returned to the Cosmic Human Alliance. It was then confirmed by the powerhouses of the Cosmic Human Alliance that the soul of the Chikuan Star Lord was from the human race, not a different species in disguise, which allowed him to firmly establish himself among the human race. All in all, the experience of the Chikuan Star Lord was like he had cheated his way through life. That's the Starry Sky Wanderer Kuan. The peak bloodline of the universe, and the lower limit is the goal that countless members of the human race look up to for their whole lives. There's some truth to that. Fang Qing was stunned, then nodded in agreement. Compared to the Chikuan Star Lord, his own adventures were nothing at all. By the way, when you first entered the 7-star cave world, did you change your appearance or body shape? Fang Qing looked at Lin Yuan, his tone showing concern. I changed it, Lin Yuan nodded. When he heard this prompt, Lin Yuan took the initiative to change. After all, it wasn't a waste of anything, so there was no need not to listen. That's good. Fang Qing breathed a sigh of relief. For the 7-star cave test, although we are not competing against each other, it's still best not to expose our real identities, Fang Qing explained. After all, the video of the arena match will be broadcasted far and wide. If by any chance we encounter some lunatic with hostility towards us who is also participating in the test, it could be troublesome. This kind of trouble comes without cause. So it's best to change one's appearance and stature, keeping everyone unrecognizable. And if no one interferes with each other's interests, they are unlikely to take action easily. After informing Lin Yuan about all the information on the 7-star cave test, Fang Qing didn't ask further, nor did he probe into what Lin Yuan looked like in the 7-star cave world. He then got up and left. After all, if Lin Yuan knew what Fang Qing looked like, would he help or not if Fang Qing encountered any trouble during the test period? Fang Qing proactively informed Lin Yuan of this information, which was entirely a kind of investment. If she inquired about Lin Yuan's appearance after the fact, it would seem like she was using a favor to gain something in return. Returning to his estate, Fang Qing connected to the virtual world, appearing within his personal space. Whoosh! A palm-sized, white-bearded old man appeared on Fang Qing's shoulder. Not bad. The white-bearded old man nodded and praised. That Lin Yuan, there's a high possibility he'll be a 6th-rank fallen star warrior in the future. By taking the initiative to provide information when he needed it, you should have made a connection with him. The white-bearded old man said with satisfaction. The strong are lonely, but they also flock together. In the vast and boundless cosmos, the strongest are never individuals, but the human race, the insect race, and many other peak clans. It is these clans that occupy the most fertile territories of the universe, continuously nurturing countless strong beings. The white-bearded old man's former master, the one who passed down the ancient god evolution path, heritage, was a naturally reclusive person, which resulted in not having a single friend come forward when he was being hunted by enemies. That was why the white-bearded old man strongly encouraged Fang Qing to make every effort to form ties with Lin Yuan. I wonder how many star caves big brother Lin will be able to get through. Fang Qing said with a tone of curiosity. If my guess is correct, with your big brother Lin's talent and identity in the 7-star cave world, he should be marked with a gold stripe. The white-bearded old man glanced at Fang Qing. Gold stripe. Fang Qing took a deep breath, understanding that a gold stripe was not only a matter of identity but also recognition from the Qikuan Star Lord. Getting through the 7-star cave shouldn't be a problem. For your big brother Lin, what's important is choosing which disciple of Qikuan Star Lord to follow. The white-bearded old man spoke up. Even among the 12 disciples of Qikuan Star Lord, there is a hierarchy of strength, with the top 3 naturally being the best. They were entities that transcended the 6th rank. ewebnovel.com. The remaining 9 were also not bad, all being of 6th rank fallen star level. If one really had to pick, the top 3 would definitely be better. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 24 hours had gone by. Lin Yuan's mind stirred, and he connected to the virtual world, appearing on White Jade Plaza in the 7-star cave world. At that moment, the plaza was scattered with a large number of evolvers. These evolvers were either standing alone or gathering in pairs and small groups. Most of the evolvers, unaware of the content of the test, would subconsciously stick together. Just then, a towering figure appeared. He looked down at the many evolvers and declared in a booming voice, "Time is up, I assume everyone is almost ready. Next, I will repeat the rules of the 7-star cave test. The 7-star cave test is divided into 7-star caves. Your goal is to pass through these 7-star caves. Each person can spend up to a month in each star cave. If you still haven't passed after a month, you will be considered a failure. If you die during the attempt, that too will be deemed a failure." After the towering figure finished speaking, he waved his hand, and over 1 million evolvers on the White Jade Plaza quickly disappeared. At the same time, in a mysterious space in the 7-star cave world, 12 figures appeared. These 12 figures were seated in 2 places. The 3 figures were higher up, while the 9 figures were seated further down. Based on the aura and pressure, it was evident that the 3 figures above were superior to the 9 figures below. These 12 figures were naturally the 12 disciples of the Qikuan Star Lord. At the start of every 7-star cave test, they would each send a sliver of their consciousness to choose their disciples. Chapter 111, 6, The First Star Cave, subscribe please. Chapter 111, Chapter 6, The First Star Cave, subscribe please. The teacher has finally opened up the 7-star cave world. When was the last time the teacher opened up the 7-star cave world? I remember it was 300 years ago. The 12 silhouettes were chatting with each other, all appearing quite leisurely. Normally, These fellow disciples each had their own business to attend to, and it was rare for them to gather together like this. This time's test has produced quite a few promising candidates, or else the teacher wouldn't have opened the 7-star cave world. They say there's a member of the Tri-Human clan. If the eldest senior and the second and third seniors aren't interested, then I'll reserve that Tri-Human in advance. The Tri clan holds a special status within the Human Alliance. To take a disciple from the Tri clan is equivalent to forming a connection with other higher-rank members of their race. I want to compete for it, too. The 12 silhouettes all began to speak. There were few Tri clan members, but their talents were extremely powerful. At present, the number of the Tri clan within human civilization didn't exceed 100,000. And they were scattered across various territories. Therefore, even without direct bloodline connections, there was a peculiar sense of closeness between members of the Tri clan. It was like meeting fellow countrymen in a foreign land. With the aptitude of the Tri clan, it was easy for them to produce high-rank evolvers. Taking in a disciple from the Tri clan was akin to establishing relations with these high-rank evolvers. It would make anything in the future negotiable. Of course, even without this relationship, the 12 silhouettes would still be very keen to take them in as disciples. After all, their qualification was evident. A member of the Tri clan, with careful cultivation, could easily step into the 6th rank. I'm not interested in the Tri clan, but that Ling is mine. At this moment, the foremost figure among them slowly spoke up. Ling was the woman with silver hair. The Chikuan Star Lord had commented that her space talent was not bad, one of the 3 red patterns, the number 1 existence among the hundreds of thousands of evolvers this time. Since the eldest senior has spoken, then she's yours. Ling has considerable space talent. Only our eldest senior is capable of cultivating her. Indeed. Having said that, the remaining 11 silhouettes began to discuss other evolvers. Among the hundreds of thousands of evolvers, only the 3 with red patterns and a few with gold patterns were worth their active competition. As for the rest of the evolvers, they would wait until they made it to the 7th star cave. So this is the 1st star cave. Lin Yuan began to observe his surroundings. According to the information provided by Fong Qing, the 1st star cave's test likely pertained to the physical body. Of course, it wasn't absolute, but if not the physical body, then it would be the soul, or perhaps mental consciousness, insight, and so on. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Just as Lin Yuan was observing, one evolver after another was transported over from the White Jade Plaza. Many evolvers looked around nervously. The nearby scenery wasn't complicated, resembling a wilderness, with a black racetrack tens of miles wide in the middle. Once all the evolvers had arrived, that towering figure appeared once again. The trial of the 1st star cave is very simple, just walk to the end of this black racetrack. The towering figure raised his hand, pointing to the black racetrack. Within 1 month, as long as you reach the end, you can enter the 2nd star cave. After speaking, the towering figure vanished. Instantly, the venue erupted into a huge commotion. The problem wasn't that the test was too difficult. It was too simple. The black racetrack was tens of miles wide and at most 100 miles long. Therefore, within a month, to walk 100 miles. Even an ordinary citizen could cover 100 miles in just a day or 2 at most. Let alone the lowest among those present were 3rd-rank evolvers. Reach the end point. Lin Yuan didn't rush into action but stood still and observed. He believed the test wouldn't be so simple, as the elimination rate in the first trial of past 7-star cave challenges was terrifyingly high. Let others go ahead and try first. Lin Yuan was in no hurry, one could stay in each star cave for a month. Even if he lingered here for a month, there would be no impact as long as he entered the 2nd star cave at the last moment. Someone is bound to be too impatient. Lin Yuan's gaze swept over the surroundings. After just a short while, a few of the silver pattern evolvers seemed to get restless. Among the hundreds of thousands of evolvers, the silver pattern evolvers were the most numerous, with the red pattern and gold pattern evolvers combined numbering a little over 100. It was precisely for this reason that the 7-star cave challenge was particularly stimulating for the silver pattern evolvers. Imagine that every silver pattern evolver was among the top 10 existences on their respective planets, esteemed and sought after by many forces. But upon arriving in the 7-star cave world they found that there were more than 1,000,000 others just like them. This gap between their former and current perception made a minority of the silver pattern evolvers undergo a change in mentality. Someone here wants to see just what's so extraordinary about this 7-star cave challenge. A burly man with a wild appearance strode forward. As this burly man, who exuded a third-rank vibe, stepped out, over 1,000,000 evolvers turned their gaze on him. Damn, this pressure is pretty intense. The burly man began to sweat coldly on his forehead. Knowing that these millions of gazes came from 3rd and 4th rank evolvers was no small matter. Boom. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the burly man stepped onto the black racetrack. Huh. There was a slight change in the burly man's expression. He then took another step. 2 steps. 5 steps. After covering about 100 meters, the burly man finally stopped. It's gravity. As soon as you enter into the area of the black racetrack, you're placed in a gravitational field. The further you go, the stronger the gravity becomes. At this distance, the gravity I'm facing is approximately 5 to 7 times that of a normal planet. The burly man announced openly. He wasn't lying, because the other evolvers would quickly realize the same truth with just a little testing. Chapter 112:6, The First Star Cave, Request for Subscription, _2. Chapter 112, Chapter 6, The First Star Cave, Request for Subscription, _2. A gravity area. This test is for the physical body. Hey, what a coincidence, my specialty is the physical body. Countless evolvers murmured softly, their eyes on the 100-mile black racetrack, each with a different expression. Merely 100 meters in, and the gravity has reached 5 to 7 times. Near the finish line, won't the gravity reach thousands of times? A gold pattern evolver said thoughtfully. The closer to the finish line of the 100-mile black racetrack, the stronger the gravity. The gravity in the finishing area is at least 3,000 times. Just this fact alone can eliminate 70 to 80% of the evolvers. Another gold pattern evolver glanced at the eager silver pattern evolvers around him and thought silently. For a 3rd-rank evolver, tens or hundreds of times the gravity poses no challenge. But once the number exceeds 1,000, it changes things. The range of gravity's effect extends to the organs and even to the cellular level. If one's physical body is only superficially strong or if their skin is just tough, facing such gravity is practically useless. So it's a test of gravity. Lin Yuan looked contemplative. This indeed is an excellent way to test the physical body. Compared to merely testing for strength or endurance, the challenge of gravity works from the outside in, eliminating many evolvers who rely solely on extreme physical strength. However, the furthest anyone has gone so far is less than a kilometer. I'm not in a hurry yet, let's see how the gravity intensifies further along. While Lin Yuan was pondering, over 1,000 evolvers had already voluntarily entered the black racetrack. Dozens of them had reached positions between 7 and 800 meters. And through communication, it was learned that in the 7 to 800 meter area, the gravity had already reached dozens of times. Half an hour later, 90% of the evolvers had stepped onto the black racetrack. Seeing this, Lin Yuan, finding nothing unexpected and confirming that the black racetrack was only influenced by gravity, also stepped onto it. 10 meters. 100 meters. 1,000 meters. 10,000 meters. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yuan had walked 10,000 meters. This was approximately 1/5 the length of the 100-mile racetrack. Or in other words, 20-mile area. I'm finally starting to feel it. Lin Yuan thought to himself. The cultivation system of the Divine Arms world, though peculiar, did a fine job in tempering the physical body, from skin refinement to blood refining, organ refinement to bone refinement. One could say it had forged every part of the physical body. Thus, the gravity zone in the black racetrack did not exert much pressure on Lin Yuan. It was only after the first 10,000 meters that Lin Yuan grew slightly more solemn. And the gravity in that first 10,000 meter area had already exceeded 1,000 times. 1,000 times gravity, enough to instantly crush an ordinary citizen into dust. Ordinary first and second layer evolvers would not last a few seconds under such gravity. To Lin Yuan, however, this was nothing. Up to this moment, he had relied entirely on his corporal body, without resorting to any techniques. Like deploying the Taiji domain. or secret techniques to temporarily enhance the strength of his physical body, etc. At the 20,000-meter mark of the black racetrack, I was one of the first evolvers to step onto the racetrack, having covered nearly half the length of the black path in several hours. This pace should rank me among the top few dozen, right? Chui Sita took a deep breath, stopped, and decided to rest for a bit. As a fourth-rank evolver under 100 years old, Chui Sita's strength was unquestionably the strongest on his planet. In both this and all past competitive bouts, there had been very few fourth-rank evolvers. On a middle-grade life planet like Kanglan Star, no fourth rank had appeared in tens of thousands of years. Initially, Chui Sita was quite confident. He came from a prominent family, familiar with the tests of the Chikuan Star Lord and the 7-star cave tests. But in the end, when he was drawn into the 7-star cave world, Chui Sita was unexpectedly given a silver pattern. The same silver pattern as those third-rank evolvers. This was unacceptable to Chui Sita. He did not dare to hope for the highest crimson pattern, but at least a gold pattern should have been within reach. From what Chui Sita knew, this time in the 7-star cave tests, all evolvers were within the third and fourth rank. That is to say, those gold and crimson patterns, like him, Chui Sita, were fourth-rank evolvers. Being of the same rank, why should they be gold or crimson patterns while he, Chui Sita, had only a silver pattern? The starting point does not account for everything. I, Chui Sita, will surely pass the 7 caves and join the Red Kuan lineage. Chui Sita steadied himself and struggled to move his right foot, intending to continue forward. Just then, Chui Sita heard faint footsteps. Is someone coming after us? Chui Sita turned around to look. He saw a young man approaching with light and steady steps, as if he were walking toward this side with no hurry at all. If it weren't for Chui Sita's certainty about the surrounding gravity having exceeded 2,000 times, he almost thought the young man was strolling in his own garden. How can he do it so effortlessly? Chui Sita couldn't believe it. To be fair, Chui Sita himself was already finding it tough. Although 2,000 times gravity wasn't his limit, he was far from being able to do it with ease. It's a gold pattern. Chui Sita observed a touch of gold on the side of the young man. Is this the golden pattern challenger designated by the Star Lord? Chui Sita quickly thought to himself. Not to mention other aspects, just this young man's performance meant he could completely crush Chui Sita in terms of physical prowess. It's terrifying, his speed has not changed from beginning to end. Chui Sita took a deep breath. Just as Chui Sita was observing Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan also turned his head and glanced at Chui Sita. I've seen Lord Gold Pattern. Chui Sita immediately turned around, disregarding the terrifying pressure around him, and bowed respectfully to Lin Yuan. There was no choice. The challenge of the first 7-star cave was to reach the black racetrack. That is to say, evolvers just needed to walk over the black racetrack. There was no rule saying they couldn't attack each other. Now, Chui Sita used most of his strength to resist gravity. With Lin Yuan maintaining an easy posture, his strength probably wasn't affected much. Under such circumstances, if Chui Sita dared to show disrespect, causing Lin Yuan to feel displeased, he could easily knock him out of the competition. This is the power of a golden pattern challenger. Chui Sita sighed, and much of his dissatisfaction dissipated. Quite polite. Lin Yuan just glanced at Chui Sita and continued moving towards the front. Along the way, Lin Yuan kept overtaking evolvers, who mostly showed surprise and fear upon seeing him, fearing that Lin Yuan might suddenly attack them. Time passed. Soon, Lin Yuan entered the 40,000 meters zone. The entire black racetrack, 5/4 of it had already been walked. The gravity in this area had reached 4,000 times. Still bearable. Lin Yuan's speed remained unchanged, and up to now, he had not used the Taiji field, relying solely on his body to resist gravity. Because Fang Qin once said everything in the 7-star cave challenge would be noticed by the 12 disciples of the Chikuan Star Lord. Since the first 7-star cave challenge was a test of physical body, Lin Yuan would use his body to resist. This way, not only could it potentially enhance his evaluations, but at least it wouldn't decrease them. In the 40,000 meters zone, hardly anyone could be seen. There's someone ahead. Lin Yuan walked a bit further and vaguely saw through the mist ahead, a figure walking, stopping with each step, seemingly adapting. Lin Yuan walked up and glanced at the other person. This was a woman with green hair, radiating some kind of ethereal aura. Moreover, she was also a golden pattern challenger. Hello. Seeing Lin Yuan looking at her, the green-haired woman visibly tensed. The gravity exceeding 4,000 times hadn't forced her to reveal all her cards, but Lin Yuan's condition was clearly better than hers, and it would be troublesome if he suddenly attacked. In other places, you could still run if you couldn't beat them. But on the black racetrack, under the pressure of thousands of times of gravity, one's speed was reduced to the limit. Hello. Lin Yuan nodded. He continued maintaining his pace towards the finish line. Seeing this, the green-haired woman obviously sighed in relief. Several hours later, Lin Yuan smoothly finished the 100-mile racetrack and arrived at the second 7-star cave. Lin Yuan looked around. Chapter 113, 7 Breakthrough, Subscription Request. Chapter 113, Chapter 7 Breakthrough, Subscription Request. The second star cave had a style entirely different from that of the first star cave. This seemed to be the interior of a cosmic battleship, with walls formed from silver-white alloy in every direction. Not far away, there was a huge transparent passage. What does this star cave test? Lin Yuan looked to the side, where a giant metal screen stood, displaying the test content. Objective: pass through the transparent passage. Hint 1, every 10 seconds, the transparent passage will be covered by lasers. Hint 2, the total length of the transparent passage is 40,000 meters. Is the test for speed, or defense? Lin Yuan stared at the metal screen, deep in thought. According to the rules of the test, there were 2 ways to pass. One was to traverse the transparent passage before the lasers activated. The lasers activated every 10 seconds, and the transparent passage was 40,000 meters long. That means, as long as your speed exceeded 4,000 meters per second, you could smoothly pass through. 4,000 meters per second, which is roughly several times the speed of sound. This tested one's speed. Alternatively, if you were not fast, but your body's defense could withstand the laser coverage every 10 seconds. Passing through this star cave would also be simple. This tested one's defense. Let's see how others manage it. Lin Yuan was unsure if there would be other obstacles in the middle of the passage, so he decided to wait a bit. Thinking this, Lin Yuan glanced at other evolvers nearby. Although Lin Yuan had waited for half an hour before entering the first star cave, his speed in completing the 100-mile black racetrack was not slow. He almost had no breaks throughout, so not many evolvers were ahead of Lin Yuan entering the second star cave. Upon a glance, there were only about 50 or 60 of them. These 50 or 60 evolvers were all golden pattern evolvers. Among them, 3 were red pattern. Red pattern. Lin Yuan withdrew his gaze. In the world of the 7-star cave, evolvers were divided into 3 levels. Red pattern, golden pattern, silver pattern. This classification was based on some standards set by the Chikuan Star Lord. In the first star cave, with an evolver count exceeding 1,000,000, Lin Yuan only noticed a few golden patterns. As for red patterns, he saw none at all. Now in the second star cave, the number of evolvers had sharply reduced, and even fewer were ahead of Lin Yuan. With the vastness of the universe and the incalculable number of the human race, the emergence of geniuses and freaks is definitely not few. Lin Yuan mused internally. In this competition, although he didn't reveal all his cards, Lin Yuan had displayed most of his strength. Even so, in the eyes of the Chikuan Star Lord, he was only a golden pattern. It could be inferred that those above the golden pattern, the red patterns, definitely had greater potential and aptitude than Lin Yuan. However, Lin Yuan did not belittle himself, whether it was the door to the myriad realms or against heaven's understanding, both belonged to late-stage talent. They would become more formidable as time passed. Although Lin Yuan was not equal to those 3 red patterns now, given a few more opportunities to traverse, it was uncertain who would be stronger. The 3 red pattern evolvers were a silver-haired woman, a man with a vertical bloodline on his forehead, and a burly man nearly 3 meters tall, carrying a giant axe on his back. These 3 red patterns, each standing in a corner, had no other evolvers approaching them. Mysterious space within the 7-star cave world. 12 figures were leisurely watching the star cave area below. Since no one had arrived at the 3rd star cave yet, everyone's attention was focused on the second star cave. Another golden pattern challenger has arrived. This golden pattern challenger, called Lin Yuan, right? Has he grasped the laws of yin and yang? The gazes of the figures fell on Lin Yuan. As disciples of the great Star Lord, these 12 were not too concerned about ordinary silver pattern challengers. Because the likelihood of silver pattern challengers passing through the 7-star caves was slim, and clearly, being categorized as silver pattern, their potential and aptitude seemed weaker. Of course, in the vast universe, there were those who were mediocre initially but soared later. But the probability was too small, most were slow at every step. If you're already behind others, how can you dream of surpassing them later? But for golden pattern challengers, they deserved a closer look, as every challenger at this level was considered exceptional. Out of the 120,000 life planets in the Dawn star system, there were just over 100 golden pattern challengers, almost 1 out of every 1,000 life planets. Ka Wu, you have comprehended the role of light, somewhat similar to this Lin Yuan. Why not recruit him in advance? A deeply voiced figure inquired. I'll watch a bit longer. Ka Wu, being the 10th disciple of the Star Lord and having just stepped into the 6th rank, naturally did not dare to partake when the other figures chose their disciples. However, selecting a disciple was quite significant. It wasn't just about recruiting a disciple and then ignoring them. You also needed to personally guide them and even plan their future training routes based on their evolution path. So, Ka Wu was quite cautious, preferring to abstain rather than just choosing anyone. Let's wait until the 4th star cave and the 7th star cave. After observing for a while, Ka Wu spoke. In the 7-star cave challenges, the 4th star cave and the 7th star cave were the most special. They were difficult yet easy at the same time. Because these 2 caves tested one's intuitive understanding. Ka Wu decided to watch for Lin Yuan's intuitive power before making a decision. 2nd star cave. Lin Yuan's thought was shared by other golden pattern challengers. Even those 3 red pattern evolvers chose not to immediately challenge the transparent passage. Chapter 114, 7, Breakthrough, Request for Subscription, _2. Chapter 114, Chapter 7, Breakthrough, Request for Subscription, _2. Instead, he patiently waited for other evolvers to go first. Time passed. More and more evolvers passed through the 1st star cave and arrived at the 2nd star cave. Among them were Cui Sita, who Lin Yuan had encountered on the racetrack, as well as the silver-haired woman with the golden pattern. If you're not going, then I'll go first. A thin man stepped forward and walked into the transparent passageway. Since he dared to be the first to break through, the thin man must have had confidence in himself. All one could see was a faint blood-red glow in his eyes, as his whole person shot like a meteor into the transparent passageway. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying sound of air tearing apart echoed in all directions. At least 14 times the speed of sound, Lin Yuan observed carefully. He was also watching for any other changes inside the transparent passageway. With Lin Yuan's speed, and with a burst of effort, he would be faster than the thin man. It was just that he was not sure if there would be any variables inside the transparent passageway, which is why he did not move. Most of the evolvers on the field had the same idea. As Lin Yuan watched closely. Your against heaven's understanding allows you to watch the full power burst of a living being and comprehend the blood-burning art. A wealth of details about the blood-burning art flooded into Lin Yuan's mind. This secret technique was a way to significantly increase one's own speed by burning one's own blood essence through some special method. That thin man who first stepped into the transparent passageway must have employed this secret technique to boost his speed and improve his chances of getting through. Not bad, Lin Yuan nodded. Although in the dragon-tiger world, Lin Yuan had roamed the lands and also comprehended a demonic Tao method similar to the blood-burning art. The efficiency in using blood essence and the dangers of using it afterward were far inferior to the blood-burning art he had just comprehended. Whoosh! Under the watchful eyes of many evolvers, the thin man passed through the transparent passageway and disappeared into the 2nd star cave at the 9th second. There are no other variables, the evolvers on the field suddenly realized. After that, a large number of evolvers began to break through the transparent passageway. A muscular evolver, unable to move fast enough, tried to resist the lasers head-on. After all, even without comprehending the space rules, just with a strong body alone, a fourth-rank evolver could ward off most laser weapons. But it was just for an instant. This muscular evolver was reduced to nothingness under the cover of the lasers. This scene made all the remaining evolvers realize. The trial of the second star cave was a test of speed. If the speed did not meet the standard, no matter how strong the defense was, it would not be able to withstand the covering fire of lasers. Too many. One by one, the evolvers used their methods, striving with all their might to race through the transparent passageway, which made things difficult for Lin Yuan. Under his against heaven's understanding, numerous comprehensions surged into his mind, and many rare secret techniques and evolution skills were quickly absorbed by Lin Yuan. The evolvers in the seven-star cave world might not have the same talent and understanding as Lin Yuan, but the evolution paths they practiced were certainly the most essential ones on their respective planets. Sizzle. It was at this moment. The silver-haired woman appeared before the transparent passageway. This scene slightly startled all the evolvers present. Many who were just about to enter the transparent passageway stopped in their tracks, not daring to enter with the silver-haired woman. Because this silver-haired woman was one of the 3 red pattern evolvers. Red pattern, recognized by the Chikuan Star Lord as a qualifier. Even if most evolvers did not know how formidable the red pattern was, they would not dare to offend or interfere. With the qualifications of a red pattern, even if they did not pass the trial of the 7-star cave, they would join the red Kuan lineage afterward. It was as if they were guaranteed a spot. It's her. Lin Yuan looked towards the silver-haired woman, his face showing a look of expectation. He wanted to know which method this red pattern examiner used to get through the transparent passageway. Unlike other evolvers who held a reverent fear in their hearts, Lin Yuan was going to truly benefit from this silver-haired woman's abilities. All that was seen was the silver-haired woman taking just one step. Her figure disappeared from where she stood, reappearing 100 meters away. The next instant, the silver-haired woman disappeared again. Another 100 meters. Merely 5 seconds. The silver-haired woman had traversed the transparent passage that was 40,000 meters long. All the evolvers were stunned, then burst into an uproar. It was indeed an inconceivable scene, crossing 40,000 meters in 4 seconds, which had reached dozens of times the speed of sound. Even more astonishingly, from beginning to end, the silver-haired woman had not emitted any sonic booms, which simply defied the natural laws of physics. It's space. Lin Yuan closed his eyes. Your against heaven's understanding allows you to observe space traversal, deepening your insight into the space. Compared to witnessing the erratic power of space in the cracks while in the Divine Arms world, Lin Yuan found that the orderly space traversal performed by the silver-haired woman was much easier to comprehend. Space. Lin Yuan directly disconnected from the virtual world and returned to the real world. During the 7-star cave examination period, withdrawing midway was allowed. Of course, the time elapsed in the real world was in sync with the 7-star cave world. If 1 month was spent in the real world, a month would also pass by in the 7-star cave world. If you do not pass through to the next cave within the allowed stay, you would naturally be eliminated. Space. Lin Yuan's eyes faintly glowed silver. Following that, a massive Taiji phantom, tinged with silver, emerged. The Tao of Taiji, with Yin and Yang as its foundation, goes on to encompass all things under heaven and earth. In the Divine Arms world, Lin Yuan comprehended many divine weapons and grasped plenty of laws, yet this did not conflict with the Yin-Yang Taiji Tao. That was because of the Taiji Tao's characteristic to accommodate everything. Now, having observed the space traversal displayed by the silver-haired woman, Lin Yuan's comprehension of space reached a certain level, which triggered the transformation of the Taiji Tao, naturally. As it should be. 4th rank, 10th segment. A moment later, Lin Yuan stood up, his aura experiencing a slight leap. From the 4th rank 9th segment to the 10th segment, although it wasn't a breakthrough of a great realm, it was still a significant bottleneck. Lin Yuan had originally estimated that it would take him at least a few years to cross this barrier, but it arrived much earlier than expected. It must be known that Lin Yuan's breakthrough was different from other evolvers. Other evolvers follow a predefined evolution path, moving on to the next stage. Lin Yuan, however, had no next stage. Every step he took was created from nothingness, carving out a path by sheer force. It seems that the space rules are quite useful for further perfecting the Taiji Dao. Lin Yuan appeared contemplative. Upon reaching the third or fourth rank, one could faintly sense the immense rules between heaven and earth. But sensing them is one thing, comprehending them is another matter. With Lin Yuan's against heaven's understanding, even after forcibly sensing for so long, his progress had been extremely slow. If it were not for observing the silver-haired woman just now, he might still be stuck at the fourth rank ninth segment for a while. The best way to comprehend certain rules is to study the evolution paths of those rules. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Evolution paths are akin to parsing complex and arcane rules in a way you can understand. Only, evolution paths related to space are extremely rare to come by and prohibitively expensive for Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan aimed to pass the 7-star cave test and join the Red Kuan lineage precisely because he desired access to various evolution paths. The Red Kuan lineage, being the strongest force in the Qikuan star domain, certainly possessed a cultivation system for talents independent of the external world. Joining it, Lin Yuan's growth rate would undoubtedly experience a qualitative change. Granted, with Lin Yuan's against heaven's understanding, even without joining a force, he could reach an incredibly high level. But how much time would that take? Especially as his strength increased, Lin Yuan would need even more resources. Without the support of a major force, was Lin Yuan expected to earn them himself? Whoosh! A moment later. Lin Yuan reconnected to the virtual world. His figure appeared once more in the 2nd-star cave. Having broken through from the 4th rank 9th segment to the 10th. Not much time had passed. Upon Lin Yuan's return, the other evolvers were still discussing the silver-haired woman. Seeing this scene, Lin Yuan glanced at the 2 other red pattern evolvers. That is, the man with a bloodline standing on his forehead. And the nearly 3-meter-tall strongman. The silver-haired woman had helped him enhance his comprehension of space. Perhaps, these 2 red pattern evolvers could offer him some assistance as well. Chapter 115, 8, The 5th Star Cave, subscribe please. Chapter 115, Chapter 8, The 5th Star Cave, subscribe please. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Many evolvers entered the transparent passage in succession. Lin Yuan, however, didn't enter but planned to watch a bit longer. After all, opportunities were rare, and it was unusual to witness so many evolvers unleashing their full power at once. Just then, the nearly 3 meters tall, burly man walked up to the transparent passage. His limbs were incredibly thick, and he carried a huge axe on his back, making him resemble a humanoid beast. Boom, boom, boom. With a stomp, the burly man unleashed a terrifying burst of power and charged towards the transparent passage. Terrifying. Such immense strength, is he really of the human race? Is he not one of those space beasts? The other evolvers were startled and backed away. Even the residual waves of power from the burly man could potentially injure an average 3rd rank evolver. Power. Lin Yuan's gaze intensified. He felt an endless amount of power emanating from the nearly 3-meter-tall burly man. Your extraordinary insight has deepened your understanding of the rule of power. Rule of power. Lin Yuan pondered. Compared to the ubiquitous space rules, the rule of power seemed quite ordinary, but the burly man's deep understanding of it might be why he was listed as one of the 3 red pattern evolvers. I really want to get in close contact with these evolvers. Lin Yuan longed, for to others, red pattern evolvers were untouchable, to be looked up to. But in Lin Yuan's view, every red pattern evolver was a treasure trove waiting to be discovered. There will be more opportunities in the future. As long as I can successfully enter the Red Kuan lineage, why worry about the chance to meet them? Lin Yuan gathered his thoughts. Soon, the man with a red line on his forehead also passed through the transparent passage. Wind. Lin Yuan looked thoughtful. He sensed the fluctuations of wind from the man with the red line on his forehead. His speed through the passage was second only to the silver-haired woman, much faster than the nearly 3-meter-tall burly man. Several hours later, Lin Yuan had watched enough, although other evolvers continued to arrive from the 1st star cave. But these evolvers didn't offer much help to Lin Yuan. It was better than nothing. Therefore, Lin Yuan didn't want to waste time. Just as Lin Yuan was about to get up, another evolver appeared. This evolver was a young man. And he gave Lin Yuan an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Fong Qing. Lin Yuan immediately recognized the other party. The reason was that Lin Yuan often sparred with him. To better understand the ancient god evolution path, Lin Yuan had more than once deeply sensed the bodily changes in Fong Qing. So even if Fong Qing changed his appearance or transformed his body shape, Lin Yuan recognized him at a glance. Finally got through. Fong Qing arrived at the second star cave and let out a slight sigh of relief. The gravity challenge of the first star cave was quite difficult for him, and he only barely finished the last part of the track by resorting to an ancient god's secret technique. This star cave tests speed. Fong Qing also saw other evolvers pass through the transparent passage and understood the nature of the test. Speed. 10 seconds to reach the end of a 40,000-meter passage. Fong Qing's expression changed slightly. This was more than 10 times the speed of sound, which might not be difficult for a 4th-rank evolver, but Fong Qing was currently only a 3rd-rank evolver. No way. I have to ask teacher. Fong Qing disconnected from the virtual world directly. In the 7-star cave world, only the challengers could enter. Others were barred from entry. The white-bearded elder, being an artificial intelligence, belonged to an independent entity and naturally couldn't enter. If Fong Qing wanted to contact the white-bearded elder, he would have to exit the 7-star cave world first. Seeing Fong Qing disappear, Lin Yuan immediately knew that he likely went to call for help. There shouldn't be a big problem, Freebnol.com. Lin Yuan thought for a while. He felt that Fong Qing should be able to pass through the 2nd-star cave. Compared to the 1st-star cave, the test of the 2nd-star cave might even be said to be simpler. After all, to pass through the 1st-star cave, one must persist through 100 miles of track. There might be tricks to tackle it, like using other methods or secret techniques to reduce the pressure of gravity. But one still had to complete the 100-mile track. However, the challenge of the 2nd-star cave was merely to reach the end 40,000 meters away within 10 seconds. This provided a lot of flexibility, and it gave room for many forbidden techniques to be deployed. After all, with just 10 seconds needed, even the most hazardous of forbidden techniques could be sustained without a problem. Currently, everyone was in the virtual world, and their bodies were simulations, so even if they paid a great price, they could recover very quickly. Fong Qing just needed to choose a secret technique that exploited his potential. Even as a 3rd-rank evolver, he had a chance to pass through the 2nd-star cave. After a moment of reflection, Lin Yuan took a step forward. It's Lord Gold Pattern. We've seen Lord Gold Pattern. Please, Lord Gold Pattern, you first. The other evolvers waiting at the gate immediately said respectfully. For an average silver pattern evolver, there wasn't much difference between red patterns and gold patterns. In any case, both were out of their league, and one needed to pay respects upon their sight. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, took a step, and entered the transparent passage. Boom. Almost instantly, Lin Yuan crossed thousands of meters. In the 40,000-meter-long transparent passage, it took Lin Yuan less than 7 seconds to reach the end. Only after Lin Yuan reached the endpoint did the fearsome sound of the sonic boom arrive. In front of the passage, dozens of evolvers swallowed hard. This Lord Gold Pattern, his speed is too fast. Not bad, he seems faster than the other Gold Pattern lords. Chapter 116, 8 5th Star Cave, please subscribe, _2. Chapter 116, Chapter 8 5th Star Cave, please subscribe, _2. It's terrifying, just how strong this Lord Gold Pattern is. Why has he only now come to challenge the 2nd-star cave? Keep your voice down, Lord Gold Pattern is not someone you can discuss. Dozens of evolvers lowered their voices. Until now, none of them were confident in passing through the 2nd-star cave, yet Lin Yuan did so with an effortlessly casual manner. Such a contrast made the dozens of evolvers have complex thoughts, a mix of awe and loss emerging simultaneously. There was a time when they too were peerless geniuses on their respective planets. The 3rd star cave. This was a background of outer space. As soon as Lin Yuan appeared, he felt gravity disappear. He almost floated up. With a slight thought, Lin Yuan naturally descended. Outer space. Lin Yuan surveyed his surroundings. It was merely an environment simulating outer space. As for various types of radiation, there was none. So the challenge of this star cave is reaction time. Lin Yuan looked at the nearby stele, which listed the challenges of this star cave. Safely traverse the asteroid belt that stretches for thousands of miles ahead. There were countless asteroids drifting within the asteroid belt. Being touched by any asteroid meant elimination. Lin Yuan looked up toward the distant vast belt of asteroids, which resembled a dragon. This challenge was actually not difficult. The main thing was adapting to the environment of outer space. In other words, adapting to a zero-gravity environment. For third rank and fourth rank evolvers, most of their time was spent on planets. Suddenly coming to a zero-gravity environment, their strength was definitely impacted. In such a state, entering the asteroid belt with its myriad of asteroids, just a slightly slower reaction meant elimination. Please note, the elimination rule of this star cave isn't death by asteroid, but merely being touched by one. But, for me, it's oversimplified. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. This level, for Lin Yuan who possessed the Taiji domain, was simply a walkover. Weightless environment. Within his domain, Lin Yuan was a god, and recreating gravity was just a matter of thought. Furthermore, with the mastery of the Taiji domain, Lin Yuan could foresee the countless asteroids within the belt and make preemptive decisions about whether to evade or choose another route. In fact, the challenge of the third star cave was easy to pass as long as one controlled a domain. There was virtually no difficulty. However, not all evolvers could master a domain. Fourth rank and fifth rank evolvers only potentially could attain a domain, but most evolvers of this level still lacked one. Half a day later, Lin Yuan smoothly passed through the third star cave. He then arrived at the fourth star cave. That last wave of asteroids, Tisk. The scene just now flashed through Lin Yuan's mind. An endless number of asteroids came rolling in. Had it not been for Lin Yuan's mastery of the domain, even a gold pattern evolver would have had a substantial chance of being eliminated. However, Lin Yuan also understood that the wave of asteroids was completely random and even a rare occurrence. Encountering it was just bad luck. The fourth star cave. Lin Yuan exhaled lightly. The challenges of the seven-star cave had mostly passed. This place. Lin Yuan looked around and found himself inside a palace. Statues several meters high stood in neat rows, with evolvers seated below them, frowning in deep thought. Among these evolvers were notably the three red pattern evolvers. All evolvers who walked ahead of Lin Yuan were stuck in this star cave. The challenge of this star cave is. Lin Yuan looked at the nearby stone tablet. This star cave's challenge tests comprehension. Challengers may choose a statue. By fully understanding the secret technique contained in the statue, they can pass the challenge. Testing comprehension. Lin Yuan's gaze momentarily swept over each statue. He noticed that the statues were identical, the secret techniques they contained must also be the same. Seems like the difficulty is quite high. Lin Yuan glanced again at the three red pattern evolvers. The silver-haired woman. The man with a bloodline on his forehead. A nearly 3-meter-tall burly man. At this moment, these three people were sitting in front of the statue, deep in thought. Especially the burly man with the giant axe, his fist tightening and loosening intermittently. Lin Yuan had the feeling that, if not for caution, this burly man might have smashed the statue. 7-star cave world, mysterious space. 12 figures focused their gaze on the 4th star cave. The 7 tests of the 7-star cave differed in difficulty from person to person, but the tests of the 4th and 7th caves were the same. Perception. I wonder who was the first to pass the 4th star cave. It should be Yin Ling. She was the first to enter the 4th star cave, and her contemplation time was also the longest. Her own perception is not bad. Correct. Yin Ling should be the first among the 3 gold pattern talents to pass the test. I can't be sure who was the first, but the last one will definitely be brute force. The 12 figures chatted intermittently. Brute force, that was the nearly 3-meter-tall burly man. He followed the rule of power path, excelling in overpowering all laws with sheer force. However, matters that required a great deal of time for contemplation proved to be a headache for him. Therefore, all 12 figures unanimously believed that brute force should be the last among the 3 gold pattern talents to pass the test of the 4th star cave. Ha ha ha, indeed. Actually, I think the Tri-Eye clan member has a good chance of being the first to pass the test. After all, their third eye allows them to see things ordinary beings cannot. The 12 figures conversed with each other. All their gaze was fixed on the 3 gold pattern talents. As for the others, even if they were gold pattern geniuses, taking 10 days or half a month to pass the test of this cave would be their limit. How could they possibly compare with the gold pattern talents? It must be this statue then. Lin Yuan walked to a secluded corner and chose a statue. To ensure fairness, every statue in the palace was indistinguishable, each containing the same secret technique. It's you. Beneath a nearby statue, a figure was sitting cross-legged. With green hair, radiating a certain ethereal aura. It was the green-haired gold pattern evolver Lin Yuan had encountered at the 100-mile race field in the first star cave. Just sit beneath the statue and gaze at it to begin the contemplation. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, the green-haired woman blinked and reminded him. Her impression of Lin Yuan was favorable. Back at the race field, Lin Yuan had not attacked her, indicating he was not too difficult to get along with. Okay. Lin Yuan nodded. Sat beneath the statue he had chosen. Then he looked up and fixed his gaze on the statue in front of him. Moments later, Lin Yuan faintly felt the statue before him had changed. No longer just meters tall, but transformed into a towering mountain peak, reaching from earth to sky. Your perception is exceptional. Gazing at the unknown statue, you have comprehended the mountain secret technique. Boom. Lin Yuan's thoughts returned, myriad flashes of spiritual light flooding into his mind, forming a special secret technique. This technique could stabilize his essence, spirit, and vitality, standing firm and unshaken in the world like a mountain. Could this technique take the form of some kind of foundation solidifying secret technique? Lin Yuan quickly pondered in his mind. Within the Cosmic Human Alliance, there existed a vast sea of evolution paths. Each evolution path had its own unique cultivation requirements, but without exception, the more solid one's foundation, the easier it was to cultivate an evolution path. The mountain secret technique circulated within Lin Yuan's body. Faintly, Lin Yuan's blood settled, and his spirit concentrated, almost as if he were a small mountain sitting there. It seemed to sense the change in Lin Yuan. The statue in front of him suddenly began to glow. A beam of light descended from the sky, and then Lin Yuan disappeared. Lin Yuan's departure was not quiet. The other evolvers studying the statues immediately opened their eyes, staring in astonishment at the place where Lin Yuan had been sitting. Even the silver-haired woman, who was deeply engaged in contemplation from afar, now looked up. 7-star cave world, a certain level in mysterious space. The 12 conversing figures, whether the top 3 or the bottom 9. All stopped talking at the same time, shifting their eyes from the 4th star cave, all now looking towards Lin Yuan, who had already entered the 5th star cave. Chapter 117, 9, Reap the Benefits First, please subscribe. Chapter 117, Chapter 9, Reap the Benefits First, please subscribe. So fast. The 12 silhouettes were somewhat surprised. Although the mountain mystic skill is the introductory secret technique of the Red Kuan lineage, grasping it is not an easy task. Especially for 3rd rank and 4th rank evolvers. But how long did Lin Yuan take? Half an hour. To be precise, it was 23 minutes. All of the 12 silhouettes were at least 6th rank fallen star warriors, with powerful awareness. With a mere recollection, they confirmed the time Lin Yuan took from sitting down to being teleported to the 5th star cave. Didn't expect this golden pattern challenger to possess such strong comprehension. Indeed, he performed ordinarily in the first 3-star caves, then burst forth in the 4th star cave, leaving the 3 red pattern examiners behind. Kawu, how do you feel now? Are you regretting it a bit? One of the 9 silhouettes below teased. Kawu frowned. In the 2nd star cave, he had already taken notice of Lin Yuan. The yin-yang attribute rules that Lin Yuan was pondering had areas of overlap with his own rules of light. A senior brother had suggested he take Lin Yuan as a disciple. But at that time, Kawu felt that taking a disciple wasn't a matter to be taken lightly, and planned to continue observing him to see his subsequent performance. Now, he had certainly seen Lin Yuan's performance. But what a pity. Kawu sighed internally. 23 minutes to grasp the mountain mystic skill, without speaking of anything else. Just in terms of comprehension alone, he was definitely the strongest among all the challengers in the 7-star cave this time. He even surpassed the 3 red pattern examiners. But he knew this, and the other senior brothers knew as well. If it had been during the time in the 2nd-star cave, and Kawu had spoken up to take Lin Yuan, the other senior brothers wouldn't have contended with him, since at that time, Lin Yuan's performance was standard, in line with a typical golden pattern challenger. There were over 100 golden pattern challengers available for the 12 of them to choose from, so if Kawu wanted an ordinary golden pattern challenger, none of his senior brothers would have objected. But now, Kawu glanced at the 3 figures above. He could feel that these 3 superiors beyond the 6th rank had taken an interest as well. With this, his hopes were completely dashed. The 3 figures above were also observing Lin Yuan. Compared to the 9 figures below, these 3 were much calmer. As beings who had transcended the 6th rank, the 3 figures were well aware that, compared to other aspects such as lineage, physique, strength etc., comprehension was much harder to measure precisely. The simplest example being, some evolvers had a strong comprehension of wind system rules. Yet in other rules, their comprehension was quite ordinary. Golden pattern challenger Lin Yuan, from Kanglan Star, a middle-grade life planet in the Dawn Star system, born to a normal family, 20 years old. The 3 figures began to browse through the information on Lin Yuan. What they could access was mostly public information, and as for more in-depth data, their permissions were insufficient. Permission insufficient. Is he a citizen under the covert attention of the 3 goddesses? Looks like his background checks out. With the goddesses' attention, he definitely can't be an alien in disguise. It was no surprise to the 3 figures. At their level, they naturally knew that within the Cosmic Alliance, the 3 goddesses also evaluated every citizen. If a citizen exhibited something special, he would catch the eyes of the 3 goddesses. Though they wouldn't directly help, they would take measures to block his information. Of course, blocking information could attract the attention of those with intentions. For instance, if everyone else's information isn't blocked, only yours is, wouldn't it be a giveaway? But one must know, the standards that the 3 goddesses use to judge special talent are not limited to the realm of evolution but also include the arts, science, gastronomy, and more. Additionally, the information blocking isn't permanent. For instance, if after a while the goddesses no longer consider you a special talent, they would also lift the block. Probabilistically, there will be 1 or 2 citizens on every planet whose information is blocked by the 3 goddesses. This prevents the chance of alien strong ones specifically targeting citizens with blocked information for assassination. After all, you don't know exactly what kind of person you're targeting. What if, after the aliens have spent untold resources and sacrificed many important pieces, they ultimately kill an expert in the culinary arts? Even looking at only the public information. This golden pattern challenger Lin Yuan must have had some adventure. After all, a normal family can't afford to support a 3rd-4th rank evolver's cultivation. Regardless of whether or not he has had any adventures, just the fact that he comprehended the mountain mystic skill in 23 minutes indicates an exceptionally high level of comprehension. Now let's see his performance in the 7th-star cave. The 3 figures conversed with one another. So-called adventures were nothing out of the ordinary for them, as every challenger who entered the 7-star cave world, even the lowest ranked with a silver pattern, had experienced adventures. Indeed, the 4th-star cave tested comprehension, which is a preliminary direction, but it is the 7th-star cave's trials that will truly determine suitability for our Red Kuan lineage. The 3 figures looked at Lin Yuan with satisfaction. They had even decided that even if Lin Yuan's comprehension was unsuitable for pondering the many secret techniques of the Red Kuan lineage, they would personally intervene to take him on. After all, Lin Yuan's feat of grasping the mountain mystic skill in 23 minutes was too terrifying. If not fit for the Red Kuan lineage, then they would procure the cultivation secret techniques from other forces, one by one, to test him. Such a talent must not be let go. The 4th-star cave. All the evolvers who were pondering the statue suddenly exploded with chatter. When Lin Yuan left, the statue illuminated, and a beam of light appeared. This was clearly not the usual log-off process. Chapter 118:9, Reap the Benefits First, Subscribe Please, _2. Chapter 118, Chapter 9, Reap the Benefits First, Subscribe Please, _2. And the characteristics of those who passed the test. Less than half an hour had passed, and the test had been accomplished. Many examiners only felt that they had lived in vain. Teacher once said that my aptitude is the strongest he has ever seen, but it is precisely because of this that I need to join a more powerful force. In the distance, the silver-haired girl was thinking silently to herself. Joining a powerful force is not only to gain a higher platform, but also to meet other geniuses. Only then can you avoid becoming arrogant due to talent, and continue to move forward. The silver-haired girl took a deep breath. At this moment, she profoundly realized that her teacher was right. Seeing Lin Yuan pass the 4th star cave test in much less time than she had, the silver-haired girl immediately felt motivated. I am close too. Just a bit more. The silver-haired girl once again looked at the statue in front of her, immersing herself in deep contemplation. Really want to smash this statue with an axe. A nearly 3-meter-tall brute was somewhat anxious. Originally he was contemplating somewhat restlessly, but seeing someone pass the test made him even more so. Especially since the person who passed wasn't one of the other 2 red pattern examiners, but a gold pattern he hadn't taken seriously. My 3-eyed clan is naturally adept at comprehension, yet I didn't expect to be overtaken. The man with a blood-colored fine line on his forehead thought to himself. But I'm also close. The bloodline man looked up at the statue, the bloodline on his forehead faintly spreading open. The 5th star cave. Lin Yuan's figure appeared here. I was actually teleported directly to the 5th star cave. Lin Yuan felt a bit regretful in his heart. Originally, after comprehending the mountain mystic skill, he didn't plan to rush off, but instead wanted to stay in the 4th star cave and see what else he could comprehend from the other statues. Although all statues were identical, and in the interest of fairness, supposedly contained the same secret techniques, what if they didn't? The mountain mystic skill is truly extraordinary. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Yuan began to keenly sense the changes within his body. When operating the mountain mystic skill, his blood and qi solidified, and his entire being seemed like an immovable mountain. Lin Yuan could feel his physique and flesh body slowly improving. Although the extent was almost imperceptible, it was indeed advancing. After a while, Lin Yuan began to look around. The 5th star cave. According to the information provided by Fong Qing, the first 3 star caves tested the physical body. Whether it was the gravity of the 1st star cave, the speed of the 2nd star cave, or the reaction time of the 3rd star cave and so on. All were aimed at the physical body. Whereas the 4th star cave tested comprehension. Following the 4th star cave, the 5th and 6th star caves tested the soul. Cave test: ascend to the mountaintop along the mountain path to pass. Hint: there is no danger to life in this cave test. Reach the mountaintop. Lin Yuan looked up and saw a mountain standing not far away. The mountain was roughly 100 meters tall, and at its base was a narrow mountain path entrance. Lin Yuan's expression became slightly solemn. Even without thinking, he knew the ascent would not be so simple. No danger to life. Lin Yuan took another glance at the hint on the stone tablet. The rules of the 7-star cave test had 2 premises for elimination. One was spending over a month in the world of a particular star cave. The second was death. First, try climbing the mountain. Lin Yuan approached the base of the mountain, paused for a moment, and stepped his right foot onto the path. Hum. An invisible force suddenly descended. Inside the Naiwan Palace at his forehead, the black and white Tai Chi force in the form of a star system suddenly began to vibrate. This suddenly descending force, ignoring Lin Yuan's many defenses, directly attacked the soul. Boom, boom, boom. The black and white Tai Chi grinding disc slowly began to spin. Soon it ground the intangible force to nothing. Is this a soul attack? Lin Yuan suddenly understood the content of the test of this star cave. It was soul defense. Each step would bring about a soul attack. If one withstood it, they could step onto the next stair. If they could not withstand it, they would fall into a brief unconsciousness and tumble down from the stairs. Lin Yuan finally understood why this star cave was said to hold no risk to life. Given the strength of a 3rd or 4th rank evolver's physical body, even tumbling down from the mountain top, a 100-meter fall wouldn't cause any injury. Of course, during the climb, all soul defense weapons are unusable. Lin Yuan's soul-suppressing bell is also included in this list. Just as Lin Yuan was deep in thought, another wave of soul attacks descended. Hum, hum, hum. Inside the Naiwan Palace at the center of his brows, the black and white Tai Chi grinding disc slowly turned. Before long, it crushed the soul attack to smithereens. Suddenly, your innate understanding is defying the heavens. Enduring soul attacks, you are perfecting your own soul defense. In a trance, Lin Yuan sensed that inside the Naiwan Palace at the center of his brows, the black and white Tai Chi star system seemed to become a bit more stable. Is there also this benefit? A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. An innate understanding that defied the heavens not only allowed Lin Yuan to comprehend martial techniques, evolution paths, various secret techniques, and even rules far beyond other evolvers, but it also improved Lin Yuan's adaptability. This adaptability had a wide range. For example, in the dragon-tiger world, when Lin Yuan's consciousness descended upon an infant on the brink of death from freezing and starvation, he comprehended a method to resist the cold and hunger. Now, as Lin Yuan endured soul attacks, the black and white Tai Chi star system in the Naiwan Palace of his brows was shaken. Thus, he comprehended a method to stabilize the soul. Of course, this kind of adaptability has its limits. At the end in the Divine Arms world, when Lin Yuan entered the spatial rift, he was instantly turned to dust, with no time to grasp any understanding. But the soul attack at the first step clearly couldn't crush Lin Yuan's soul defense rapidly. Good, good, good. Joy filled Lin Yuan's heart. He naturally knew the importance of the soul. The stronger the soul's defense, the safer he was. Boom. Yet another soul attack descended. And this time, inside the Naiwan Palace at the center of his brows, the black and white Tai Chi star system was much more stable, merely accelerating its spin to erase the soul attack. Your innate understanding is defying the heavens. Enduring soul attacks, you are perfecting your own soul defense. Instantly, the black and white Tai Chi star system became even more stable. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yuan simply decided to stay on the first step and not move. Allowing wave after wave of soul attacks to fall, then stimulating the black and white Tai Chi star system inside the Naiwan Palace of his brows to slowly transform. 10 minutes later, the soul attack from the first step had already lost the ability to shake the black and white Tai Chi star system inside the Naiwan Palace of his brows. The descending force of the invisible, unable to even approach the outermost edge, dissipated on its own. Only then did Lin Yuan somewhat reluctantly step onto the second step. The soul attack from the second step was somewhat stronger than the first. But to Lin Yuan, it wasn't much of a challenge. Unless it could crush him rapidly, any damage he suffered could only serve to make him stronger. By the time Lin Yuan reached the sixth step, whoosh! A figure once again appeared inside the fifth star cave. It was that red pattern examiner, the silver-haired woman, Ling. The fifth star cave. The silver-haired woman caught sight of Lin Yuan climbing the steps at first glance. At the same time, she also understood the content of the trial. So much time has passed, and he's only climbed that many steps. The test must be very difficult. Ling now regarded Lin Yuan as an opponent from the red pattern challenge. Although in the 7-star cave trial, everyone was not in competition, and as long as one passed through the 7 caves, they could join the Red Kuan lineage. There was no limit on the number. But seeing Lin Yuan's performance in the 4th-star cave, Ling subconsciously compared herself to him. I'll try as well. Ling walked to the foot of the mountain and without any hesitation, stepped onto the first step. Not difficult. The descending soul attack merely shook Ling's outer soul a bit before being blocked. The second step. The third step. The fourth step. The fifth step. Ling continued her ascent towards the summit. Before she knew it, Ling had already climbed the 40th layer of steps. The mountain was 100 meters high, with roughly 300 steps. At this point, the soul attack that descended was serious enough for Ling to treat with caution. Her gaze instinctively glanced below, seeing Lin Yuan still dawdling on the 7th step. This guy. A strange expression crossed Ling's face. Chapter 119, 10, Pagoda of the Mind, please subscribe. Chapter 119, Chapter 10, Pagoda of the Mind, please subscribe. Yin painstakingly climbed up step by step. She naturally knew that the first 20 steps posed no difficulty for 3rd rank and 4th rank evolvers. They could basically withstand it. After all, Lin Yuan was a gold pattern evolver. If he had begun to comprehend the rules, how could he possibly linger on the first 20 steps for such an extended time? Could there be some sort of mystery? A thought flickered through Yinling's mind. She felt that Lin Yuan's progress to this point definitely wasn't due to foolishness. Every move he made was profound. With this thought, Yinling also stopped moving on the 40th step. Boom, boom, boom. Wave after wave of soul attacks descended. Even though Yinling could completely withstand soul attacks of this level, she ultimately found it was a total waste of time. What kind of damned mystery is this? Yinling's face soured, feeling her actions were foolish. This lengthy halt, while not weakening her strength, was definitely of no benefit whatsoever. With this realization, Yinling once again began her climb toward the summit. Soul defense has increased by 20%, the stability of the black and white Taiji star system within the Naiwan Palace has fortified by 1.5%. At the 7th step, Lin Yuan felt quite pleased. These soul attacks were, for him, far more efficient than practicing in solitude. Whether or not I can join the Red Kuan lineage, it's best to take advantage of the situation first. Seeing that the soul attacks at the 7th step posed no threat to him, Lin Yuan stepped onto the 8th step. His stay in the 5th star cave wouldn't affect his ultimate passage through the 7-star cave challenge, so long as the time spent in each star cave didn't exceed a month. In the 7-star cave world, within a layer of the mysterious space, Lin Yuan's actions also caught the attention of 12 silhouettes. What exactly is Lin Yuan doing? Why isn't he hurrying to the 7th star cave to pass the final test instead of wasting time in the 5th star cave? Could it be that his soul is his weak point and he is struggling with those soul attacks, which is why he is dawdling? The 9 silhouettes below whispered among themselves and speculated. The trial of the 7-star cave, set by the majestic Qikuan Star Lord, was something not even the 12 disciples could interrupt. They could only select disciples based on the performance in each test. If Lin Yuan's performance wasn't intentional, then it meant he was not adept at resisting soul attacks. And the intensity of the soul attacks in the 5th star cave was tailored according to the foundational strength tier of each challenger. For instance, if you were a 3rd rank evolver, you would face soul attacks of 3rd rank intensity, at most reaching the peak of 3rd rank. Lin Yuan, being a 4th rank, Section 10 evolver, was subject to soul attacks of at least 4th rank, so if he wasn't skilled in soul defense, it wouldn't be surprising for him to find such attacks strenuous. Not skilled in soul defense. The 9 silhouettes looked at each other incredulously. The issue is not major. The 3 silhouettes above were unconcerned. Soul defense could be improved later. If Lin Yuan was deficient in that area, they could simply bestow a few soul defense treasures upon him later. At this pace, can he truly get through the 5th star cave within a month? The silhouette on the left spoke, a hint of worry in his voice. He was called Guzei, the 3rd disciple of the Qikuan Star Lord, and also a being beyond 6th rank. Among the 3, Guzei was most optimistic about Lin Yuan. Take your time, Guzei thought to himself. Even if Lin Yuan didn't pass the 7-star caves, he had the ability to bring him into the Red Kuan lineage. However, in that case, Lin Yuan's status would certainly not be as high as other challengers who had passed all 7-star caves. Moreover, without testing his specific talents in the 7th star cave, Guzei didn't know how to formulate a subsequent cultivation plan for Lin Yuan. The 7-star cave trial set by the Qikuan Star Lord wasn't always open. The implication was that activating the trial came at a certain cost. The effectiveness of the trials within the 7-star cave was also extremely precise. The 7 differing trials essentially allowed for an assessment of each challenger's potential. On the mountain steps, Lin Yuan took a step forward and paused with each step. This incessant soul attack isn't something one comes across easily, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Soul attacks are a very special method of assault as they severely drain the soul power of the attacker. And the recovery isn't as quick as that of vital energy or stamina. Generally speaking, a soul-type evolver who unleashes 10 or 20 full-power soul attacks would likely be drained and need to rest for some time. Thus, Lin Yuan could hardly find a soul-type evolver who would be able to continually assail him. As for higher-tier soul-type evolvers, Lin Yuan was somewhat apprehensive, fearing that if one suddenly struck with full force, wouldn't his life be in danger. However, the pace of improvement is noticeably slowing down. Lin Yuan clearly perceived a decline in the enhancement of his soul strength. If the enhancement brought by the initial step was 10, it was now 8 or even 5. Mainly because the soul attacks now have an increasingly weaker effect on me, Lin Yuan thought. Only when he felt threatened could he stimulate his against heaven's understanding to perfect his current physical and soul condition so as to better cope with the impending crisis. But now, Lin Yuan barely felt threatened. It was just like in the first star cave, walking along a 100-mile black track. Even without relying on other means, such as the Taiji field and so forth, Lin Yuan could easily complete the track simply with his physical body. Therefore, from beginning to end, the against heaven's understanding hadn't devised a way to enhance his physical capabilities. Chapter 120, 10, Tower of the Mind, please subscribe, _2. Chapter 120, Chapter 10, Tower of the Mind, please subscribe, _2. There's still plenty of time, Lin Yuan said. He stopped on the 20th step. By now, he had completed nearly 1/10 of his journey to the peak. Lin Yuan looked up towards the summit and noticed that the silver-haired woman had reached the very top few steps. However, it was clear that her complexion had turned somewhat pale. The final few steps seemed to cause her considerable discomfort. It's a pity I didn't go all out to exert my strength, and just resisting spiritual attacks doesn't really reveal much. Lin Yuan felt a slight regret. He had hoped to continue gleaning insights from her, as realizations about space are quite rare. But to achieve any understanding, she would need to make a move. Like when the silver-haired woman employed the spatial step, Lin Yuan saw it and started to gain insights into that aspect. If it were just about watching the person, then Lin Yuan's gains could be in other areas. Like how to turn his hair silver, or how to transform into the opposite sex, utterly meaningless epiphanies. Friend, what are you looking at? Just as Lin Yuan was contemplating, a voice came from beside him. She was also a golden pattern challenger, a prodigy born from 1,000 life planets. But at the moment, this golden pattern challenger was somewhat out of breath. Climbing 20 consecutive steps in a short time was equivalent to withstanding 20 spiritual attacks, each stronger than the last. The experience was quite unpleasant. Nothing much. I'm watching that red pattern, looks like she's about to pass the 7-star cave challenge. Lin Yuan found a casual excuse. Yin Ling, huh? I know her. Her mentor is the renowned 6th-rank fallen star warrior. This time, she's participating in the 7-star cave challenge, hoping to become a disciple of those 3, said the golden pattern evolver with a grin. If you stay on a particular step, you will continue to face the soul attacks of that step. But the time interval is at least 1 to 2 minutes, and the intensity is consistent, so as long as you survive the first wave, there isn't much problem afterward. Those 3. Lin Yuan knew of whom she spoke. They were the 3 strongest disciples of the Qikuan Star Lord. Each was a being exceeding 6th rank. It seems that the Qikuan Star Lord is quite adept at teaching disciples, Lin Yuan remarked. Each being that surpassed 6th rank needed to carve out their own path. External help wasn't much use, the Qikuan Star Lord being able to mentor 3 disciples of such caliber showed he was quite skilled in this area. That's indeed true. Not just that. The Star Lord's strength is commanding. In the war against the insect race, the Star Lord manifested his true body and downed an insect race hive in one gulp. The golden pattern evolver spoke with obvious admiration for the Qikuan Star Lord. He knew very well of the Qikuan Star Lord's many feats of valor. An insect race hive. Lin Yuan's expression grew slightly solemn. Each insect race hive was under the watch of an insect queen. And a queen capable of forging her own hive would surpass the 6th rank according to the strength classification of the human race. An insect race hive could continuously spawn insect race warriors. 1st rank, 2nd layer, 3rd rank, 4th rank, 5th rank, and even 6th rank could be produced in large quantities. For other races, reaching 5th or 6th rank was a matter of countless years, with perhaps one emerging from millions. But for the insect race, as long as there was sufficient energy, the queens could create without limit. A 6th rank insect race warrior might not match a human race 6th rank evolver in direct combat power. But the sheer numbers are overwhelming, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000 6th-rank insect race warriors, can they not defeat a single 6th-rank evolver? This is the terror of the insect race. With their sea of insects tactics, they stand nearly at the peak of the cosmic starry sky. The humans' war with the insect race didn't start off very smoothly, but luckily, humanity had an edge in peak combat power over the insect race. That's how the current situation was formed. The Chikuan Star Lord swallowing an insect race hive on the battlefield was a tremendous achievement, indirectly saving the lives of countless human race evolvers. Of course, as the source of the insect race, the hives would be protected to the highest degree and were not an easy target. Many evolvers exceeding 6th rank often disappeared under the overwhelming tide of insect race warriors before even finding the hive. And the hives weren't defenseless, they had their own means of survival. The Golden Pattern evolver chatted with Lin Yuan for a while. Then she went offline to rest. Lin Yuan continued to stay on this step for a little while. After a while, he climbed a few more steps. Then he also disconnected from the virtual world and returned to reality. Somewhat tired, Lin Yuan rubbed his brow. In fact, once reaching the level of a 4th-rank evolver, the physical body hardly felt any fatigue. With the circulation of qi and blood, inhaling the pervasive power of Tai-Yin and Tai-Yang between heaven and earth, they resembled a weakened version of a perpetual motion machine. But while the body wasn't tired, the mind certainly was. FreeWebNovel.com, especially when subject to spiritual attacks, even with against heaven's understanding slowly bolstering the soul's defenses, prolonged strain still led to exhaustion. Time to sleep. Lin Yuan closed his eyes. He had not slept for a long time. Now was the perfect time to have a good sleep. One day later, Lin Yuan opened his eyes. He felt completely refreshed, with all fatigue swept away. Because of your against heaven's understanding, having suffered a great amount of soul attacks, you have comprehended the soul defense secret technique, Mind Palace. Within the Naiwan Palace in the center of his forehead, a great amount of soul power began to surge, and the black and white yin-yang taiji star system also started to vibrate. Ultimately, a translucent 5-colored pagoda took shape, enveloping the entire Naiwan Palace within. Soul Defense Secret Technique. Lin Yuan's heart was filled with joy. He could feel that, outside the Naiwan Palace, the invisible pagoda constructed from his own soul power had defensive capabilities that even surpassed the soul-suppressing bell. What was this concept? The soul-suppressing bell is a weapon for soul defense, capable of guarding the soul. And now Lin Yuan, without relying on the soul-suppressing bell, could achieve the same thing. Or even surpass it. From now on, even if I shuttle through worlds, I probably don't have to worry about soul defense. Lin Yuan was in a good mood. When shuttling through the door to the myriad realms, unless his physical body passed through, Lin Yuan couldn't bring the soul-suppressing bell with him when only his consciousness descended. But now, with the soul defense secret technique, even without the aid of the soul-suppressing bell, Lin Yuan had enough confidence in his soul defense. Keep going, keep going. Lin Yuan was full of motivation and reconnected to the virtual world, entering the 7-star cave world again. Whoosh! 5th star cave. Midway up the mountain, Lin Yuan's figure suddenly appeared. Lin Yuan's brow furrowed slightly. The moment he appeared, the soul attack belonging to this level of the stairways descended upon him. However, this soul attack hadn't even reached the Naiwan Palace before it was blocked by the invisible pagoda. Mind Palace. Lin Yuan couldn't help but marvel. The soul attack from this level of stairways was capable of shaking the outer defenses of Lin Yuan's soul. But now, faced with this soul defense secret technique, it couldn't shake him, let alone affect him. Disperse. With just a thought from Lin Yuan, the invisible Mind Palace began to dissipate. Since it was a soul defense secret technique, it was naturally controllable. To continue benefiting from the soul attacks of the Star Cave, Lin Yuan would certainly not allow the Mind Palace to block his path. Boom, boom, boom. As time passed, Lin Yuan increasingly felt the enhancement from the soul attacks slowing down. Until eventually, they had no effect at all. Because even if Lin Yuan stood motionless, the descending soul attacks could no longer threaten him. It's about time, Lin Yuan thought to himself. At this moment, he had reached the last step. On to the next star cave. Unknowingly, Lin Yuan had spent more than half a month in this star cave already. Although he had quite a bit of time left in the month he could stay, since he couldn't glean any more benefits, there wasn't any reason to continue lingering. There are still quite a few evolvers. Lin Yuan glanced downward. At the foot and mid-levels of the mountain, numerous evolvers were scattered about. These evolvers, mostly with silver patterns, passed the 4th star cave's challenges and arrived at the 5th star cave, where they were struggling hard against the soul attacks. Let's go. Lin Yuan's figure flashed. And he directly reached the mountain's summit. A slight spatial fluctuation was transmitted. The next moment, Lin Yuan had already disappeared from the mountaintop, heading towards the 6th star cave. Mysterious space. Upon seeing Lin Yuan pass through the 5th star cave, the 12 silhouettes breathed a sigh of relief. He finally made it past. The difficulty of the 6th star cave isn't great. Having passed the 5th star cave, it's just a matter of time for the 6th. Among the 3 figures at the top, Guzhe looked towards Lin Yuan, his face expressing anticipation. He was very curious to see how Lin Yuan would perform in the 7th star cave. Chapter 121, 7th star cave, please subscribe. Chapter 121, Chapter 11 7th star cave, please subscribe. 6th star cave. Lin Yuan's figure appeared. Walk to the opposite side, and you can pass. Reminder, there is no risk of losing your life in this star cave. Lin Yuan glanced at the stele next to him. It described the method to pass through this star cave. The opposite side. Lin Yuan looked up. The so-called opposite side was about 10 steps away. Lin Yuan looked around. Within these 10 steps, dozens of testers were scattered about. These evolvers were either standing still, or looking down in thought, or frozen in place, or appeared bewildered. This star cave tests the soul as well. It's probably not just a simple soul attack. Lin Yuan looked thoughtful. The evolvers who stopped within the 10 steps showed different expressions, but overall they seemed calm, not showing signs of being under attack. After observing for a while, Lin Yuan, confident that there were no issues, took a step towards the opposite side. In an instant, the scenery around him changed. Lin Yuan was sitting at the top floor of a luxurious building, clearly seeing the outside world through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. Spaceships and warships were landing one after another, and beyond the planet, there were space fortresses as big as the sun and moon standing guard. Now my identity is the wealthiest merchant in the Chiquan star domain. Do I have enough wealth to buy a whole star system? Am I conducting business with other star domains, and even different species? A flood of memories appeared in Lin Yuan's mind out of nowhere, allowing him to quickly understand his current situation. Master, the level 6 resource planet you bought a month ago has now been fully taken over. This level 6 resource planet, rich in all kinds of precious ores, brings in an income of 230 trillion cosmic currency every year. Master, the interest from your central bank deposit last year has been credited in full, which is roughly an income of 120 trillion cosmic currency. Master, the cosmic galaxy company you invested in, the shareholder dividend this year is 83 trillion cosmic currency. Master. Intelligent robots stood not far away, continuously reporting various incomes. The unit of measurement used was not the Human Alliance's civilization currency, but the higher-end, cosmic currency. Compared to the civilization currency, which can only be used within Human Alliance territories, cosmic currency can be used in many racial territories. The exchange rate between the two is 1 to 10,000. 10,000 civilization currency can be exchanged for 1 cosmic currency. Too wealthy. Lin Yuan checked his account balance. The string of zeros at the end made him gasp in amazement. Too bad, it's all an illusion. Lin Yuan sighed softly, and the scenes around him began to shatter. He was back in the 6th star cave. So, with each step taken, one experiences a kind of illusionary realm. Lin Yuan looked thoughtful, having now completed the first step. To continue, he would have to take the second step. The illusionary realm is not difficult, assuming you are prepared. It's not much of a threat, but it's too tempting. Even knowing it's fake, it makes one want to stay a little longer, to experience it a bit more. Lin Yuan thought to himself. If one harbored such thoughts, it would be dangerous, because for every second you linger in the illusionary realm, days might pass by in the outside world. Indeed, the illusionary realm would not threaten the life of the tester. However, if one stayed in this star cave for more than a month, they would be automatically disqualified. If one indulged too much, enjoyed too much, they might unconsciously ignore time and thus be eliminated. Continue. Lin Yuan reflected for a moment, then took the second step. The environment around him changed once again. This time, Lin Yuan appeared in a magnificent palace. Surrounding him were numerous beauties. These females were all stunningly beautiful, each movement capturing the soul, currently serving Lin Yuan in a submissive manner. The first step is wealth, the second step is beauty. Lin Yuan thought to himself. He couldn't deny that everything in the illusionary realm felt extremely real, the delicate touch of the skin and the lingering fragrance in the air. King. A beauty with deep blue pupils snuggled up, trailing her slender fingers across Lin Yuan's chest, whispering in his ear. King. Another beauty came onto him, caressing Lin Yuan's abdomen, with a hot breath flowing. King. 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 One beauty after another drew close, and if placed in the human alliance, they would at least be streamers or stars with hundreds of billions of fans, but now they were all trying to please Lin Yuan. Must focus on the important things. Lin Yuan withdrew his right hand from the embrace of a beauty, and with a thought. In a flash, the scenes around him began to shatter, and Lin Yuan was back in the sixth star cave. To say he returned to the star cave is somewhat inaccurate because Lin Yuan never left it in the first place. Everything he experienced was an illusion. Has a minute passed? Lin Yuan looked at the time. Quite insidious. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. In the beauty illusionary realm, as long as a tester feels like enjoying the experience a little, such as trying the skills of the beauties, even if it's only for a few seconds, the passage of time in the outside world could accelerate by nearly 10 to dozens of times. After all, compared to the wealth illusionary realm of the first step, the beauty illusionary realm of the second step created sensations almost identical to reality. Enjoying it there was almost no different from enjoying it in the real world. Next. Lin Yuan took several steps in succession. The illusionary realms he encountered varied greatly, involving power, status, strength, and so on. The illusionary realms of the sixth star cave were very realistic, targeting each tester's inner desires and emotions. But for Lin Yuan, these were oversimplified. It wasn't that Lin Yuan had a particular talent in this area, but rather he had experienced all there was to experience. Chapter 122, 11, 7th Star Cave, please subscribe, _2. Chapter 122, Chapter 11, 7th Star Cave, please subscribe, _2. Compared to the other testers under 100 years old, Lin Yuan had gone through 3 shuttles, with a true age nearing 300 years. Beauty, wealth, status, Lin Yuan had experienced them all. In a certain mysterious space in the 7-star cave world, 12 figures almost simultaneously noticed Lin Yuan, who was passing through the 6th star cave at an extremely fast pace. How is he so fast? Those illusions, do they not affect him at all? It can't be, a 20-year-old kid, how can he have such a state of mind? The 9 figures below exchanged glances. The test of the 6th star cave wasn't difficult to pass, but to do so like Lin Yuan, almost unaffected by the illusionary realm, was rare. The testers who had passed through the 7th star cave before had almost all wasted several hours, or perhaps half a day, on those 10 steps. To the 12 figures, this was nothing out of the ordinary. After all testers were under 100 years old. At such a young age, to possess 3rd or 4th rank strength meant that besides their talent, they surely spent most of their time immersed in cultivation. Where would they have the chance to experience such trials? The 3 figures above silently watched Lin Yuan. The path of evolution is an exceedingly difficult one. If one stops due to some temptation halfway, no matter how strong the talent, the eventual achievements would be extremely limited, reflected Guzhe inwardly, with increasing satisfaction in his gaze towards Lin Yuan. At Lin Yuan's age, to pass the 6th star cave so decisively indicated an extraordinarily firm heart towards the Tao. As such, future influences from external factors would also be reduced to the minimum. Remarkable, at such a young age. Indeed, at our age, it would also be a challenge to suppress our many desires. This Lin Yuan, he's just 20 years old, right? The other two figures also voiced their admiration. Up to now, the fastest to pass through the sixth-star cave was Yin Ling with her red-patterned silver spirit. But even for Yin Ling, it took over an hour to walk those 10 steps. And Lin Yuan, based on his current speed, it would take at most another 4 or 5 minutes to finish. And the reason why Yin Ling was so fast was that she had followed a 6th-rank Fallen Star warrior as a teacher from a young age. With such a 6th-rank Fallen Star warrior teacher's protection, Yin Ling had access from a young age to everything that countless citizens look up to but can't have. Under such circumstances, it's naturally much easier to walk through those 10 steps of illusionary realm. It's like a native from a backward tribe who suddenly arrives on a high-level life planet or even the main planet of the human alliance. They would definitely be dazzled by the various high technologies and thus fall into decadence. But for a citizen who has lived on such a high-level life planet from birth, they would find it normal and could easily break free. Therefore, in the eyes of the three beings beyond the 6th rank, Lin Yuan is far more remarkable than Yin Ling. According to public records, Lin Yuan comes from an ordinary family on Kanglan Star. Even under the attention of the goddess of wisdom, what could a 20-year-old have experienced? The 6th-star cave. Lin Yuan took the 10th step, arrived on the other side, and passed the test. Love. The last step of the illusion flashed through Lin Yuan's mind. This step's illusion was a test of love. The love here didn't refer to romantic love, but to the broader concept of love. Parental love, affection between friends and family, and so on. No matter which emotion it is, love, hate, or something else, they are just adjustments on the path of life's evolution. One can enjoy them in moderation, but one must never sink into them or let these emotions affect oneself, Lin Yuan thought to himself quickly. He had the door to the myriad realms and was destined to travel through countless worlds, possessing countless identities. If he indulged in the emotional entanglements each identity brought, then he might as well stop cultivating. Sooner or later, he would go insane and die from inner demons. Them. Lin Yuan glanced behind him. Dozens of evolvers were still unmoving, either experiencing the illusionary realm, not wanting to wake up so quickly, or adjusting their thoughts to shake off the effects of the previous illusions they had experienced. The 7th-star cave. Lin Yuan took another step forward, and his figure vanished as he left the 6th-star cave. The 7th-star cave. Lin Yuan's figure appeared. What is this? Lin Yuan's eyes widened. FreeWebNovel.com compared to the previous 6-star caves. The sight of the 7th-star cave was somewhat inconceivable. It was a huge mountain peak, floating in the cosmic starry skies. And Lin Yuan had appeared at the very top of this mountain peak. From this angle, he couldn't see the full extent of the mountain, only vaguely feeling that it was incredibly majestic. A peak within the cosmos. Lin Yuan was a bit stunned. He had a vague sense that this mountain was exceedingly real, not just a virtual image. Those stone statues. Lin Yuan looked around. He saw that at the top of the mountain peak, stone statues were situated at intervals. Compared to the statues in the 4th-star cave, the statues here varied in form, with some like the sky rock poised to fly and others like a woman holding high the fire of life. In short, not a single statue was alike. The trial of this star cave is. Lin Yuan's gaze moved about, finding the familiar stone tablet. There are a total of 136 statues in this star cave, each containing a certain evolution path. To observe the statues and comprehend the evolution path within, and then touch the statue with your hand, is to pass the trial. Hint: what suits you best is the best. Do not aim too high and seek to forcibly understand those grand statues. 136 statues. 136 evolution paths. Lin Yuan was slightly startled. At this moment, he also noticed that speckled atop the mountain were over 100 stone statues of various sizes. The largest statues were over 10 meters tall, but such tall statues only summed up to 16. The rest of the statues were only 2 to 3 meters in size. Lin Yuan walked toward the nearest statue. This statue was a sky rock with outstretched wings, nearly 3 meters in size, its wings spread as if ready to soar into the skies. Perfect, just like the real thing. Lin Yuan observed for a while, and his mind soon immersed itself. He could feel as if the statue had come to life, each feather seemingly quivering. Wind, the wind of heaven and earth. Lin Yuan sensed that this sky rock seemed to be the incarnation of the winds between heaven and earth. With just a slight flap of its wings, merging with the wind, it could cross hundreds of miles in an instant. Soaring with the wind for 100,000 miles. Your perception is extraordinary. Watching that sky rock statue, you've grasped that Skywind evolution path. Finally arrived at the 7th star cave. In the mysterious space, 12 silhouettes all looked at Lin Yuan with expectation. Given Lin Yuan's performance in the 4th and 6th star caves, in the minds of these 12 silhouettes, he was already second only to those 3 with the red patterns. Even in some aspects, he surpassed the 3 with the red patterns. After all, the perception Lin Yuan had demonstrated in the 4th star cave was truly astonishing. The 3 silhouettes above similarly looked toward Lin Yuan. Gu Zhe, in particular, stared unblinkingly at Lin Yuan. The 4th star cave, although also a test of perception, is far less detailed and specific than the 7th star cave. The 3 silhouettes understood this clearly. The 136 statues in the 7th star cave, containing 136 evolution paths, in fact symbolized 136 different directions of paths. Examinees comprehending among them, without written guidance, just by perceiving the evolution path within the statues, meant that they were very suitable for that evolution path. If not suitable, it would be difficult to comprehend. The kind of trial in the 7th star cave was exactly to reveal the talents and potentials of all examinees, so as to provide guidance for what comes next. I hope it's one of those statues. Gu Zhe thought to himself. The several statues he was thinking of were naturally those evolution paths broadly similar to his direction. Though Lin Yuan's current path embodied the extreme attributes of yin and yang, it did not mean that he could only walk on this evolution path. Perhaps there were more suitable ones that Lin Yuan had not encountered before. Hence this choice. If Gu Zhe found an evolution path more suitable for Lin Yuan, he could completely intervene to forcefully change it. In human civilization, as long as one's cultivation has not reached the 6th rank, it's possible to choose a different evolution path after paying a certain price. Just like Lolan He from the Rainstorm Star Domain, who had changed at least dozens of evolution paths by replicating his flesh. Chapter 123, 12 I realize, I realize, I realize, I realize, please subscribe. Chapter 123, Chapter 12 I realize, I realize, I realize, I realize, please subscribe. Mysterious space. 12 figures were all paying close attention to Lin Yuan. Even though Lin Yuan could only accept one of them as his master in the end, everyone was curious about which stone statue Lin Yuan would ultimately choose to comprehend. The 136 stone statues in the 7th star cave all contain evolutionary paths of at least the 6th rank. As for those more than 10 stone statues exceeding 10 meters in height, they contain evolutionary paths that surpass the 6th rank. Of course, these are also the most difficult stone statues to comprehend. The rules of the evolutionary paths that surpass the 6th rank are profoundly mysterious, and it's unknown how much they exceed the typical 6th rank evolutionary paths. One can only imagine the difficulty of comprehending them. Even if one only needs to comprehend the 3rd rank chapter or 4th rank chapter that corresponds to their own strength, it's as difficult as ascending to the heavens. This is also why the tablet in the 7th star cave advises everyone to act according to their capabilities. If one forcibly tries to comprehend those 10+ stone statues, and ends up running out of time, they might be directly eliminated. Why is he going to choose the Skywind stone statue? Could it be that Lin Yuan is compatible with the wind rule? The Skywind evolutionary path is at the 6th rank level. Although it's not as impressive as those 16 stone statues, it's still pretty decent. Upon seeing Lin Yuan stopping in front of the spread-winged rock stone statue, the 12 figures started discussing among themselves. It's also possible he just wants to have a look. Right, no examiner finds the right stone statue for themselves right off the bat. Didn't those 3 red pattern examiners also take a while to finally decide which stone statue to comprehend? The 12 figures speculated out loud. The Skywind evolutionary path. Gu Zhe was slightly startled. He was not adept at the wind rule, so if Lin Yuan chooses this stone statue. Gu Zhe glanced at his second senior brother. He remembered that his second senior brother's path should contain the wind rule, right? The Skywind evolutionary path. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, his mind flickering through details of this particular evolutionary path. This is a 6th rank evolutionary path, and it's much more profound than the pagoda evolution path. Lin Yuan felt a surge of joy in his heart, as even among 6th rank evolutionary paths, there are levels of depth. This depends on the level of the creator of the evolutionary path. And Lin Yuan could clearly feel that the exposition on the essence of the wind rule within the Skywind evolutionary path was much more complete. The winds of heaven and earth. Lin Yuan took a deep breath. Wind is everywhere, seemingly gentle, yet it can also display a violent side. The Skywind evolutionary path, the rules of wind it portrayed, are of course only a small part of the overall wind rule. Yet even so, it greatly benefited Lin Yuan. The winds of heaven and earth, they too are Taiji. Lin Yuan quickly absorbed the essence of the Skywind evolutionary path, continually perfecting the martial path evolutionary path. Taiji gives birth to all things, embracing all things. Half an hour later, Lin Yuan opened his eyes once again. The Skywind evolutionary path was of great help and had a significant impact on him, but at the moment, the pressing priority was not to ponder on the Skywind evolutionary path over and over. Lin Yuan raised his head. He looked towards the other 100 or more stone statues. His eyes inevitably shone with eagerness. 6th rank evolutionary paths, if placed on the Alliance Mall app, would be worth at least several billion. But now, they were piled up in front of him. And furthermore, Lin Yuan's gaze lingered on those 16 stone statues exceeding 10 meters in height. If stone statues containing 6th rank evolutionary paths are only 2 or 3 meters tall, then wouldn't those exceeding 10 meters contain evolutionary paths that surpass the 6th rank? Thinking this, Lin Yuan took a deep breath. Evolutionary paths that surpass the 6th rank, he could not even find them on the Mall app, due to a lack of the necessary permissions. So far, the only evolutionary path that surpassed the 6th rank Lin Yuan had come into contact with was the ancient god evolution path practiced by Fang Qing. However, the ancient god evolution path has many restrictions on cultivation, and Lin Yuan could not obtain the complete path, only being able to communicate by sparring and slowly comprehending with Fang Qing. But now, such evolutionary paths of this caliber, 16 in total, were laid out in front of Lin Yuan. One at a time. There's no need to rush, there's a whole month's time. Lin Yuan steadied himself and turned his head again to look at the spread-winged rock stone statue in front of him. According to the rules of passing the 7-star cave, as long as one comprehends an evolutionary path from a stone statue, then touches the statue by hand, gathering the essence of that evolutionary path to inject into the statue, they would pass the 7-star cave. In a certain sense, Lin Yuan had already passed the test. After all, he had already comprehended the Skywind evolutionary path, and could at any time gather the essence of that evolutionary path. But Lin Yuan glanced at the other 100+ evolutionary paths and decided to stay a little longer. After all, as long as he passes the test within a month, there's no criterion regarding the duration of time taken. Next one. Lin Yuan stood up and walked towards the closest stone statue. This statue resembled a lifelike mouse and seemed to subtly contain a chunk of earth within it. Mysterious space. The 12 figures saw Lin Yuan leaving the spread-winged rock stone statue with mixed emotions, some relaxed, some regretful. It seems the Skywind evolutionary path is not suitable after all. True, when you think about it, Lin Yuan has comprehended rules related to yin affiliation and yang affiliation. Even if there are evolutionary paths that are more suitable for him, they're not related to wind attributes. There's still plenty of time, let's just watch slowly. Although the stone statues contain complete evolutionary paths, comprehending them is not so easy to achieve. Fruobnovel.com. The 12 figures conversed with each other, their tones relaxed. Their focus was not solely on Lin Yuan but also on those 3 red pattern examiners. At the moment, the 3 red pattern examiners were each sitting under different stone statues. The silver-haired girl, Yin Ling, was seated in front of a Rubik's Cube stone statue that stood 12 meters high, but at times seemed as small as a fist. Chapter 124, 12 I realize, please subscribe, _2. Chapter 124, Chapter 12 I realize, please subscribe, _2. The man with nearly 3 meters of brute strength and a line of blood on his forehead was also concentrating hard, trying to grasp the deeper understanding. They had chosen to analyze stone statues that were more than 10 meters tall. Those that were only 2 or 3 meters high were never even considered. That Lin Yuan, why has he left again? A little strange, sits for a while and then leaves. Time slowly passed. The 12 figures quickly noticed something unusual about Lin Yuan. Because Lin Yuan never stayed at any of the stone statues for more than 2 hours. At most, after an hour, he would get up and move on to the next statue. In fact, this wasn't really anything strange. After all, not every stone statue was suitable for Lin Yuan. One had to choose selectively. However, the way other examiners chose their appropriate statue was by taking in over 100 of them from a distance. Each statue contained different evolution pathways, and their auras were certainly diverse. This way, by encompassing all statues within one's view, it was easy to spot those with auras contradictory to one's own. Thus, one could directly select from the statues whose auras were harmonious with their own. This method was much more efficient. But Lin Yuan, on the contrary, would test each one from start to finish, without skipping any of them. No harm in looking at each statue. This way, you also prevent missing out. Maybe you'll find an evolution pathway that's extremely suitable for you. Among the 3 figures above, Guzhe didn't seem to care much. Having a look at other statues was good too. At most, it was a waste of a little time, no major harm done. 7th Star Cave. In a blink, several days had passed. Lin Yuan had also discerned over 50 evolution pathways. With so many pathways, the understanding of the nature of rules sparked countless spiritual lights in Lin Yuan's mind. For a moment, the subsequent path for the 4th rank at the 11th and 12th levels faintly took shape. This was just the initial impact. As time went on and the numerous evolution pathways kept interacting, the push Lin Yuan received only grew stronger. This statue. At that moment, Lin Yuan approached a new statue. This statue, nearly 3 meters tall, depicted a woman holding a torch of life, emanating a faint vitality. Haven't you found a suitable one yet? Before Lin Yuan arrived, there was already another examiner contemplating at the base of this statue. It was the green-haired woman. Sensing Lin Yuan's approach, the green-haired woman stopped her contemplation and greeted him. This statue contains an evolution pathway related to life. If you don't find it appropriate, you should quickly choose another statue. The green-haired woman kindly reminded him. While contemplating herself, she had observed Lin Yuan wandering for several days without settling down to contemplate at any statue. Life. Lin Yuan nodded slightly and began to gaze intently at the statue in front of him. Seeing this, the green-haired woman did not stop him. One statue could allow multiple testers to contemplate, which was also part of the rules. Although the green-haired woman didn't believe Lin Yuan was suited for an evolution pathway related to life. Since he wanted to try, she did not feel right to stop him. An hour passed. Lin Yuan opened his eyes and exhaled softly, preparing to stand up and leave. Not suitable, right? The green-haired woman also opened her eyes and couldn't help but speak up. She had anticipated this scene, and during the past hour, she had spent little time contemplating, waiting instead for Lin Yuan to give up. The green-haired woman could never have imagined that. When Lin Yuan stood up, it wasn't to give up, but because he had already successfully discerned the evolution pathway within the statue. Ever since entering the 7th Star Cave, the green-haired woman had taken a liking to this statue at first sight. Feeling an immense compatibility with herself, she contemplated for more than 10 days. Finally, she had some thoughts and guessed that another 10 days or so, she might be able to discern the 4th ranked chapter of the evolution pathway within the statue. And then pass the test. Lin Yuan smiled and said nothing more. At this moment, his mind kept resurfacing the evolution pathway he had just discerned. Life. In Lin Yuan's eyes, a hint of green emerged, eventually getting covered by a vast pattern of taiji. You'd better go over there and check. The green-haired woman thought Lin Yuan was a decent person, since he hadn't attacked her during the first Star Cave test. She spoke softly and pointed in a direction. The statues there were mostly related to yin and yang, which she felt might be more compatible with Lin Yuan. Thank you. Lin Yuan nodded. There was no need for the green-haired woman to remind him. His next direction was to walk towards that side. Mysterious space. The 12 figures all found Lin Yuan somewhat unfathomable. Almost 3 days had gone by. Lin Yuan had examined dozens of stone statues. Yet he still hadn't determined his choice. Instead, he continued to move towards the next statue. Such a waste of time. Does Lin Yuan have difficulty making choices? Dozens of statues and none suit him. The 12 voices buzzed with discussion. At first, when they saw Lin Yuan linger in front of statues similar to his own evolutionary path, they felt delighted. But as time went on, they grew numb to it. Because Lin Yuan truly was just lingering. An incredibly brief linger. In such a short time. Nobody believed that Lin Yuan had comprehended the evolutionary path within the statue. They only thought that Lin Yuan wanted to try the next statue. The 3 figures above were also losing patience. The evolution path of blazing sun. Lin Yuan once again stood up from beneath a statue. This time, the path he had comprehended belonged to the yang attribute, which could complement the aspect of Tai-yang in the Tao of Taiji. The yang of everything. Lin Yuan looked thoughtful. Even without combining it with Tai-yin, the ultimate power of Tai-yang was terrifying, adept at slaying and fighting. Just as Lin Yuan was about to head to the next statue. Buzz. Not far away. A statue suddenly started glowing. The figure standing beneath the statue disappeared in an instant. Has someone comprehended an evolutionary path? Is it a gold pattern evolver? Sigh, we continue to strive. The numerous evolvers all ceased their contemplations, whispering among themselves. Although they only needed to comprehend an evolutionary path within a month to pass the trial of the 7-star cave. There was no need to compare rankings or compete. But seeing others leave smoothly made the remaining evolvers slightly complex in thought. It's just like during an examination. When seeing someone submit their paper ahead of time. Even if that person's grades might not be very good. It would still put some pressure on the other students still taking the exam. He left so easily. Lin Yuan was slightly startled. He then realized that others were different from him. With Against Heaven's understanding, the 7th star cave was an unprecedented treasure trove for Lin Yuan. The longer he stayed, the more he could improve himself. But to those other examiners, after painstaking efforts, they finally comprehended the evolutionary path within the statue. Lacking the energy and ability to comprehend a second one, they naturally chose to leave without hesitation. It seems the evolutionary paths beyond the 6th rank are much more difficult than those of the 6th rank. Lin Yuan's gaze shifted slightly, looking towards the silver-haired girl and the other 2 red pattern examiners. The first one to pass the star cave trial was a golden pattern challenger. His early comprehension didn't mean his understanding was stronger than the 3 red patterns. But the evolution path contained in the statue he contemplated was merely 6th rank. Those 3 red pattern examiners were contemplating paths that surpassed the 6th rank. The difficulty of the 2 was not on the same level. I continue. Lin Yuan pondered for a while. Then once more walked towards the next statue. Time passed. 2 days later. Lin Yuan arrived at the central peak, in front of the 12-meter-tall giant cube. Merely by gazing from afar, Lin Yuan felt spatial fluctuations rippling. Although nowhere near the spatial rift in the Divine Arms world, the space power it emitted was complete and orderly. An evolution path beyond the 6th rank. Lin Yuan's expression became slightly grave. This was the first statue over 10 meters tall he was contemplating. The other statues, 2 to 3 meters in height, looked like mere pebbles compared to the cube. Begin contemplation. Lin Yuan steadied his mind, lifting his head to gaze at the massive cube before him. Chapter 125, 13 Gradual Departure, please subscribe. Chapter 125, Chapter 13 Gradual Departure, please subscribe. Beneath the gigantic, magic cube, Lin Yuan observed carefully. Compared to those stone statues that were 2 to 3 meters tall, the magic cube was not still, but slowly rotating. Lin Yuan could see with his eyes that the 6 faces of the magic cube intersected with each other, the space flowing like water, continuously encircling the 6 faces until the magic cube completed a rotation, at which point all the space flows collapsed and started anew. Repeating endlessly. Without end. Space. Lin Yuan stood under the magic cube, his expression somewhat captivated. Space is infinitely large and yet infinitely small. This huge, magic cube, although far from explaining all the mysteries of space, contained enough essence for Lin Yuan to comprehend. In mysterious space within the seven-star cave world, 12 figures breathed a sigh of relief as they saw Lin Yuan finally stop under the giant, magic cube, to contemplate. Since entering the seventh-star cave, he had been aimlessly wandering for a full 3 to 4 days. Though each candidate could stay in the seven-star cave for a month, Lin Yuan's idle manner still caused the 12 figures a fair amount of worry. Now, at last, he had stopped. And the stone statue heritage he chose was not bad either, one of the 16 surpassing 6th rank evolution pathways, and even within those surpassing 6th rank evolution pathways, it could be ranked near the top. The magic cube statue. If he truly fits this evolution pathway, it will save a lot of trouble in the future. Among the 3 figures above, Guzhe nodded slightly, showing a look of approval. The other 6th rank evolution pathways were certainly good. But for the candidates who chose these evolution pathways, if they were lucky enough to cultivate to the peak of 6th rank and wanted to surpass it, they would need to switch to cultivating other similar evolution pathways. Switching isn't starting from scratch, but it does require the evolver to pay a significant price. Now, Lin Yuan had directly chosen a broad and smooth path, which made Guzhe happy at heart. But can he really comprehend it? A hint of expectation appeared on Guzhe's face. Choosing is one thing. Being able to do it is another. Of the more than 100 evolvers in the 7th star cave, who didn't know that the 16 statues contained evolution pathways far surpassing the others? But most evolvers still chose the 2 to 3 meter tall statues. The reason was that they simply couldn't comprehend them. Or rather, they weren't confident they could comprehend them within the given month. A bird in the hand is worth 10 in the forest. Although Lin Yuan had wasted a few days with the imperceptible talent he displayed in the 4th star cave, as long as the chosen statue matched him, there shouldn't be any problem comprehending it, even if it was one of the 16 statues. Time passed. Just like that, most of a day went by. Lin Yuan stood there all the while, observing the giant magic cube. Every moment, under the perception of his against heaven's understanding, he reaped a vast amount of insight, until the quantitative changes culminated in a qualitative transformation. So that's how it is. Space has neither form nor substance, but is present everywhere. Even a newborn infant can feel the existence of space, but feeling it doesn't mean one can control it. Lin Yuan felt a sudden sense of enlightenment. Your understanding defies the heavens. By observing the magic cube statue, you've comprehended the eternal space evolution pathway. The eternal space evolution pathway. Lin Yuan's brow twitched. Heng, standing for eternity, Yu representing space, Heng Yu meant eternal space. This evolution pathway mainly expounded on the eternal aspect of space. It's just a pity that I have only comprehended the pathway, not fully grasped it yet, and for now, I have only deciphered the first tier chapter and the second layer chapter of the eternal space evolution pathway. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Comprehending and fully understanding are two different things. The challenge of the 7th star cave was not to fully comprehend a certain evolution pathway, but merely to comprehend it. For a statue containing a 6th rank evolution pathway, one needed only to fully grasp the 3rd rank chapter and the 4th rank chapter to comprehend it. While the statues containing evolution pathways surpassing 6th rank required just the 1st tier chapter to be fully grasped in order to comprehend the whole pathway. Compared to using text to record evolution pathways, using statues as a medium offered greater and more comprehensive insight to an evolver. After all, some things and feelings are difficult to describe with just words. Of course, to record an evolution pathway on an object like a statue, one had to be an evolver who had reached the end of that particular pathway. It also required a great deal of energy and effort. For example, Lin Yuan could replicate his own martial path evolutionary path on a statue. Other evolvers would only need to ponder the statue to comprehend the martial path evolutionary path. But to achieve this, Lin Yuan, the founder of martial Tao, would have to give up everything and spend decades without sleep just to make it possible. And that's just for the present nearly 4th rank martial path evolutionary path, let alone 6th rank or higher pathways, which would require much more time and energy. Let's take a break. Lin Yuan forced himself to stop understanding the eternal space evolution pathway. Now that he had acquired the pathway, the remaining comprehension could be pursued later. The current priority was to comprehend other evolution pathways contained within the statues. Lin Yuan had a feeling that the reason the seven-star cave world was not always open was key to these statues. Maintaining the mysterious operations of these statues and correlating them with reality, even in a virtual world, was no simple task. It required the Qikuan Star Lord to bear a significant cost. If he didn't take this opportunity to take away all the evolution pathways contained within the statues, it would probably be difficult to have such a chance in the future. Chapter 126, 13 Leaving One After Another, subscribe please, _2. Chapter 126, Chapter 13 Leaving One After Another, subscribe please, _2. At least Lin Yuan wouldn't get a free ride. Proceed to the next statue. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment, beginning to plan his route. By the time Lin Yuan left from under the massive Rubik's Cube, the silver-haired woman, Yin Ling, who had been meditating beside him, opened her eyes. Not suited for this statue. Yin Ling glanced at Lin Yuan's departing figure. Yin Ling was still quite attentive toward Lin Yuan. To be precise, Yin Ling paid attention to every evolver who surpassed her. In the fourth star cave, Yin Ling had struggled to comprehend for several days, yet Lin Yuan had passed it in just over 20 minutes upon his arrival. This incident had somewhat impacted Yin Ling. Although in the next star cave, Lin Yuan turned mediocre, Yin Ling still didn't underestimate him. Of course, Yin Ling did not know how Lin Yuan had managed to get through the sixth star cave. Since Lin Yuan had been delayed in the fifth star cave, by the time he got to the sixth star cave, Yin Ling had already reached the seventh star cave. 22 days left. Yin Ling once again looked toward the massive Rubik's Cube. After 8 days of arduous comprehension, Yin Ling barely grasped the superficial aspects of the statue of Rubik's Cube. She estimated that another 20 days might barely allow her to comprehend the first-tier chapter contained within. This was because she, Yin Ling, possessed an exceptionally high spatial talent and was in harmony with the vast space. Otherwise, if it were another evolver, let alone a month, even a year or 10 years might not suffice to understand the first-tier chapter. And once she comprehended the first-tier chapter, obtaining the complete evolution path within, Yin Ling would be considered to have passed the seventh star cave's test. The 136 statues within the seventh star cave had two standards. One was to contain the sixth rank evolution path. The 2 to 3 meter high statues required understanding the same rank evolution chapters as one's own. For example, a third rank evolver needed to comprehend the third rank chapter to obtain the complete evolution path. Fourth rank evolvers needed to understand the fourth rank chapter. That was one standard. The second standard was for those 6 statues that were over 10 meters tall. Whether third rank or fourth rank evolvers, they only needed to comprehend the first-tier chapter of the evolution path contained within the statue to pass. Mysterious space. The 12 figures saw Lin Yuan leave again, looking somewhat stunned. This time, among over 1 million challengers in the 7-star cave, what caught their attention the most was not those 3 with the red patterns, but Lin Yuan, who had the golden pattern. His impressive performance in the 4th-star cave, his strong will in the 6th-star cave, and the perplexing behavior in the 7th-star cave. Can't waste any more time like this. Guzei's brows were tightly furrowed among the 3 figures above. He had already decided to step forward and remind Lin Yuan to quickly choose a statue to comprehend. Even if it was those 2 to 3 meter tall ones, containing the 6th rank evolution path. If this dragged on, Lin Yuan might fail to pass the 7th-star cave. Though it was said that even if Lin Yuan didn't pass, he, Guzei, still had the authority to let him join the Red Kuan lineage. But that way, many powers, perks, and treatments would be lost. Guzei, are you going to ask the teacher? Another figure beside him inquired. During the 7-star cave test, the 12 of them were merely observers, without the authority to intervene in any part of the test process, let alone give reminders. The only way Guzei could step forward to remind Lin Yuan was to ask the Qikuan Star Lord. The Qikuan Star Lord was the founder of the 7-star cave world. If he permitted, it would naturally be possible to intervene. It seems I must. Guzei responded, simultaneously sending a strand of consciousness to contact the Qikuan Star Lord. Seeing this, the other two figures did not show much reaction. The three of them, being beyond the 6th rank, were favored students of the Chiquin Star Lord. Asking for a personal favor wasn't a big deal. The Chiquin Star Lord was not one of the three ultimate intelligent goddesses who are absolutely selfless. Even powerful evolvers still had their own emotions. Moments later, Guzei's brow furrowed. What happened? What did the teacher say? The two figures beside him asked curiously. The teacher is in retreat, I couldn't see him. Guzei shook his head as he spoke. In retreat? There's nothing to be done then, he said. The teacher is in seclusion. Unless something significant occurs, such as an invasion by the different species or the three goddesses exercise the civilization order, he won't make an appearance for other matters, they added. The two figures sighed. As the earliest disciples to follow the Chiquin Star Lord, they knew their teacher very well, especially understanding that during his seclusion, he generally wouldn't respond to anything. No matter how urgent, it had to wait until he came out of seclusion. Guzei remained silent. The two figures were correct. Unless it was a truly significant matter, the Chiquin Star Lord definitely wouldn't leave his seclusion. As for the valuable challenger strolling around, not to mention it was just one golden pattern challenger. Even if all the million-plus challengers of the 7-star cave were taking a stroll, for the Chiquin Star Lord, it would still be a trivial matter. The so-called 3 red patterns were merely enough to warrant a second glance from the Chiquin Star Lord, much like an ant on the ground, differentiated only by its color. That was it. Even giving those 3 red patterns 100,000 years or 10,000 years, they likely wouldn't even reach the Chiquin Star Lord's level. Every Chiquin Star domain competition, the Chiquin Star Lord provided a challenge, merely as a formality to satisfy the duties set by the Human Alliance. Specifically, the Chiquin Star Lord never paid attention to the challenges himself, it was always their group of disciples who watched and selected. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, another 12 or 13 days went by. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yuan had been in the 7-star cave for nearly 20 days. As for his achievements, they were delightful. Of the 136 statues in the Star Cave, Lin Yuan had already passed 121 of them. That is to say, Lin Yuan had already discerned 121 evolution paths, starting from the 6th rank, with more than 10 surpassing it. Lin Yuan turned around. He looked at the many statues he had passed. His gaze mostly lingered on the giant statues over 10 meters tall. There was a slowly rotating giant Rubik's Cube. There was a blazing hot sun. There was an entirely black, frightening black hole. There was a giant eye, lacking a pupil. There was a giant water droplet, rippling with waves. There was an incomprehensible mirror, whose surface seemed to connect to another world. The statues with evolution paths beyond the 6th rank were bizarre, with the Rubik's Cube being the most normal among them. These statues haven't given me any sense of kinship, clearly, they aren't suitable for me. Under the Against Heaven's understanding, suitability hardly matters, Lin Yuan thought quietly to himself. In the Dragon Tiger world, the Sword Tomb experience, the true martial sword actually hadn't chosen Lin Yuan. It was merely forcibly attracted by the Supreme Induction Imperial Sword chapter Lin Yuan had discerned and had surrendered unwillingly. As time went by, with Lin Yuan's strength becoming unfathomably deep, the true martial sword finally began to behave. Another person has left. Lin Yuan stopped, noticing a nearby evolver who excitedly stood up and reached out to touch the statue in front of him. All of a sudden, the statue began to glow. Clearly, this evolver had passed the test and was randomly being transported away. A 3rd-rank silver pattern evolver too. Lin Yuan noticed the pattern on the side of the evolver's face was silver. In the 7th star cave, 3rd-rank challengers even held some advantages, as they only needed to understand the 3rd-rank chapter to pass the test. As for 4th-rank evolvers, they needed to understand the 4th-rank chapter. The difficulty was naturally different. Of course, with a higher realm, seeing from above, discerning the 4th-rank chapter wasn't much harder for 4th-rank evolvers than it was for 3rd-rank evolvers. Overall, it was considered fair. At least it was better than setting a uniform standard, like having all evolvers understand the 4th-rank chapter. If that were the standard, likely none of the 3rd-rank evolvers would pass. To not have completed the 3rd rank and expect to understand the 4th, especially from within the 6th rank evolution paths. Quite a few evolvers have already left. Lin Yuan looked around and thought to himself. The quite a few evolvers referred to those who had entered the 7th star cave before Lin Yuan. These evolvers, having been in the 7th star cave for more than 20 days, nearly a month, if they had merely contemplated statues 2 to 3 meters tall, most had already passed the test. Chapter 127, 14, 10,000 years, please subscribe. Chapter 127, Chapter 14, 10,000 years, please subscribe. Now in the 7th star cave. Besides those 3 red pattern examiners, the least numerous are actually the golden pattern challengers. Those who occupy the majority are instead the silver patterns who came afterward. Lin Yuan's gaze shifted. He looked toward the initial location where one is transferred from the 6th star cave to the 7th star cave. A young man suddenly appeared, evidently having just passed through the 6th star cave. Fang Qing. Lin Yuan immediately recognized the other person. Early on during the previous star cave challenges, Lin Yuan had identified Fang Qing. After all, Lin Yuan was quite familiar with Fang Qing. No matter how many times Fang Qing changed his appearance or altered his stature, Lin Yuan could easily recognize him. Indeed. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. It was no surprise to Lin Yuan that Fang Qing could make it to the 7th star cave. The challenge of the 7th star cave mainly lies in the word challenge. 4th rank evolvers might have some advantages, but not much, and especially in the 7th star cave, 4th rank evolvers are actually at a disadvantage. Continue. It's almost over now. Lin Yuan no longer paid attention to Fang Qing and walked towards the stone statue in front of him. What a massive mountain! As soon as Fang Qing arrived at the 7th star cave, he was immediately attracted by the mountain beneath his feet. After all, a mountain standing in the middle of the cosmic starry skies is quite a rare sight, and other evolvers seeing it for the first time would surely be shocked. Lin Yuan, when he first arrived at the 7th star cave, was also shocked by this mountain. Soon, Fang Qing's attention shifted from the mountain to the many stone statues atop the summit. To comprehend the evolution path contained within the stone statues. Once Fang Qing understood the rules, he looked up at the summit again. 136 stone statues came into sight and instinctively, Fang Qing was drawn to 2 of them. Those 2. Fang Qing immediately walked towards the 2 stone statues. Time passed. Another 3 or 4 days went by. Lin Yuan had already reached the last stone statue. This statue was a huge mouth, 13 to 14 meters wide, as if it wanted to swallow everything. Swallowing. Lin Yuan was slightly stunned. Under other statues, there were usually several examiners comprehending them. Especially those with simpler entry-level statues, there were even more than a dozen examiners sitting cross-legged. But not a single challenger was before this strange statue. Just as Lin Yuan was about to start his comprehension. Buzz. A faint spatial fluctuation came. In the distance, below the colossal Rubik's Cube, a silver-haired woman showed joy on her face and reached out to touch the cube. Suddenly, the Rubik's Cube stopped spinning. It radiated a soft glow. The silver-haired woman disappeared. This scene caught the attention of most evolvers on the field. After all, the silver-haired woman was one of only 3 red pattern examiners among a million. Moreover, the silver-haired woman was also the first who comprehended a stone statue over 10 meters, and then passed the challenge as an evolver. In the mysterious space, 12 figures saw the silver-haired woman leave and immediately started talking. That's the everlasting cosmic evolution path. Just 27 days to comprehend the first-tier chapter, well nurtured, she might even surpass 6th rank in the future. Too bad, such a genius has nothing to do with us. What's wrong? You want to take her in? Do you even understand the everlasting cosmic evolution path? The 9 figures below casually chatted. At this point, they no longer paid attention to Lin Yuan. 23 days, a whole 23 days. While other examiners labored in comprehension and gained a lot during those 23 days. It all came to Lin Yuan, who just idly wandered for 23 days. If it weren't for the fact they had no authority to interfere with the trials, some would probably have gone to ask Lin Yuan what exactly he had been doing those 23 days. Lin Yuan. Among the 3 figures above, Guzhe silently looked at Lin Yuan. At that moment, Lin Yuan was sitting under the giant mouth statue. The swallowing sky evolution path is not so easy to comprehend. Guzhe still had a faint hope for Lin Yuan. But this kind of faint hope had already appeared more than 100 times. Half a day later. Swallowing sky evolution path. Eat, 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 devour everything, to fulfill oneself. The cosmic starry sky will become my sustenance. Lin Yuan opened his eyes and steadied himself. He had to admit, this statue was truly strange. The evolution path it contained could actually affect one's mind. I can draw lessons, but I cannot follow this path. Lin Yuan gazed at the giant mouth statue before him. The swallowing sky evolution path discerned from the statue emphasized one key aspect: consumption. To consume everything, planets, even galaxies. Of course, following this evolution path to the end would lead to losing human form, with spiritual wisdom gradually diminishing. Finally done. 136 stone statues, comprehended all. Lin Yuan was in good spirits. It was the first time he had seen so many evolution paths at once. Each evolution path, Lin Yuan had only comprehended parts or even small parts of it. To comprehend as many evolution paths as possible, he almost gobbled them up whole. As soon as he met the standard of comprehension, he would immediately turn to the next statue. Of course, Lin Yuan's standard was the upper limit for other challengers to pass this star cave. I should rest for a bit. Lin Yuan left the giant mouth statue and sat down casually on a clearing at the top of the mountain. Even with against heaven's understanding, furiously comprehending statues, embracing 6th rank and beyond evolution paths for half a month had left Lin Yuan somewhat exhausted. It's been 23 days, it's time to pass. Lin Yuan braced himself with his right hand on the ground and glanced at the numerous statues. It would be extremely simple for him to pass the 7th star cave, just randomly choose a statue and then touch it with his hand. The statue would naturally sense whether Lin Yuan's body contained the trace of the evolution path it encompassed. Chapter 128, 14, 10,000 years, please subscribe, _2. Chapter 128, Chapter 14, 10,000 years, please subscribe, _2. Lin Yuan had figured out all the stone statues, and he only needed to touch any of them to pass through. Choose one of those 16 statues, she said. Lin Yuan looked towards the 16 huge statues that contained evolutionary pathways surpassing 6th rank. The 7th star cave was a test, naturally involving a ranking. Comprehending evolutionary pathways beyond 6th rank, compared to those of the 6th rank, would naturally receive different evaluations in the eyes of the Red Kuan lineage. Lin Yuan had no intention of hiding his abilities. Having decided to join the Red Kuan lineage, he certainly wouldn't be worse than those 3 red pattern examiners. According to what Fang Qing had said, joining the Red Kuan lineage meant becoming a disciple under one of the 12 Star Lords. And the strongest 3 among these 12 Star Lord disciples had all surpassed 6th rank. Which one should I choose? Lin Yuan's gaze lingered on the 16 statues. This one it is, he declared. Lin Yuan looked towards the terrifying stone statue of the Taiyang that was more than 10 meters tall. This statue, containing an evolutionary pathway surpassing 6th rank, was utterly firm and positive, complementing Lin Yuan's Taiji Dao. Hold on. Once you touch it, you have to leave this treasure land. Before making a move, Lin Yuan suddenly felt a reluctance to leave. Throughout these 20-odd days, even though he hardly rested, the gains had left him immensely satisfied. There shouldn't be anything I've missed. Lin Yuan's gaze swept back and forth across the summit, reviewing all 136 statues. Dividing the 136 stone statues into strong and weak was naturally done by size. For example, the statues 2 or 3 meters high contained 6th rank evolutionary pathways. Those over 10 meters tall contained pathways surpassing 6th rank. In fact, even among the 6th rank evolutionary pathways, there was a distinction between statues 2 meters high and those 3 meters high. Those statues nearly 3 meters tall, though also containing 6th rank evolutionary pathways, were definitely stronger than those 2 meters tall. The same was true for those surpassing 10 meters. Among the statues containing evolutionary pathways beyond 6th rank, some were only 11 meters high, while others nearly reached 15 or 16 meters. The evolutionary pathways contained within these 2 types of statues, of course, meant that the latter was a bit stronger. Did I miss anything? Did I miss anything? Lin Yuan scanned all 136 statues and then looked over the entire summit, even beginning to observe the mountain beneath his feet. The mountain peak. Lin Yuan was slightly taken aback. Inside the seventh star cave, the cosmic starry skies were merely the background. Visible, but untouchable. What the examiners could come into contact with were only the 136 stone statues and the towering mountain peak underfoot. If one were to talk about size, freeevenville.com. Merging all 136 stone statues together would still be far from matching the magnitude of the mountain underfoot. The peak of the mountain. Lin Yuan fell thud onto the ground, laying completely flat, his awareness slowly spreading out, beginning to sense the mountain pressed against his back. Imposing. Majestic. Substantial. Can this mountain also be comprehended? Lin Yuan couldn't help but immerse himself in it. In just a moment, Lin Yuan sensed the vastness and inclusiveness of the mountain beneath him. As if the entire world existed within this mountain, be it sixth-rank evolutionary pathways or those surpassing it. All were merely a part of this mountain. How perfect! Lin Yuan's heart trembled. On this mountain, he saw everything, including the Taiji Dao he had established himself. Why? Why have I only noticed this mountain now? Lin Yuan closed his eyes. What is the most noticeable thing within the seventh star cave? The cosmic starry sky. The 136 stone statues. Neither. The most noticeable was the mountain peak beneath their feet. Standing against the background of the cosmic starry sky, the mountain peak was the first thing all the evolvers saw upon entering the seventh star cave. Only afterwards did they notice the 136 stone statues. But such an obvious mountain peak, why did nobody pay attention to it? Is it due to a lack of realm? After figuring out the 136 evolutionary pathways, my cognitive realm has greatly improved. When I focus on the mountain, I then have an epiphany. Compared to the 136 stone statues, the mountain underfoot was too vast. Just like the cosmic starry sky, even if Lin Yuan gazed at it for a long time, he wouldn't gain much, because the difference in their levels was too great. Against heaven's understanding was not omnipotent, it depended on the height Lin Yuan had achieved. Time slowly passed. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, 5 days. In the mysterious space, the gaze of 12 figures fell upon Lin Yuan once more. What is he doing? Lying on the ground to rest. The 12 figures were dumbfounded. They had already more or less gotten used to Lin Yuan's wandering for more than half a month. But now, Lin Yuan had become even more extreme, forgoing wandering altogether and simply lying down listlessly. Is it because he did not find a statue suitable for himself? One of the figures below guessed. In the past 20-odd days, Lin Yuan had circled through all 136 statues, finally sitting down to rest at the end. If Lin Yuan had found a suitable statue, he would have been eager to comprehend it. The scene now could only indicate that among the 136 statues, none contained an evolutionary pathway suitable for Lin Yuan. He's giving up just like that. Among the 3 figures above, Guzei's eyebrows furrowed once again. He too thought that Lin Yuan might not have found a suitable statue. But even if they were unsuitable, one could still forcefully comprehend them. The pathways contained within the statues merely facilitated comprehension speed if they matched one's own. Even if they were unsuitable, forcing comprehension would still yield gains. The 16 statues that contained pathways surpassing the 6th rank were too difficult to forcibly comprehend. But one could still try to comprehend the other statues containing 6th rank pathways. Chapter 129, 14, 10,000 years, please subscribe, _3. Chapter 129, Chapter 14, 10,000 years, please subscribe, _3. Even if he still hadn't figured out the evolution path in the end, at least he had tried and had not given up easily. Thus, Guzei would have a reason, after the test ended, to include Lin Yuan in the Red Kuan lineage. However, now, seeing Lin Yuan lying on the ground having completely given up, Guzei began to doubt his own judgment. Junior brother. Let it be. This person's perseverance is too weak, even if they possess strong comprehension, their future achievements would be limited. 2 figures beside him tried to persuade Guzei. They even felt that Guzhe did not need to take Lin Yuan as his disciple anymore. After all, nurturing a disciple in the Red Kuan lineage requires resources, especially in the early stages. So be it. Guzhe sighed internally. He also felt that Lin Yuan's perseverance was lacking. To become strong, aptitude is one aspect, comprehension another, but strong perseverance is equally necessary. Encountering any issue, without even attempting to address it, surrendering proactively, such a person would achieve nothing. Time slowly passed. Another couple of days went by. This day was Lin Yuan's 29th in the 7th star cave. According to the rules of the 7th star cave test, if Lin Yuan hadn't figured out the evolution path by the next day, he would be expelled from the 7th star cave world. Why is that person lying there? I don't know. Maybe they are tired. Lin Yuan's actions also drew the attention of other test takers. However, these test takers just took another look, as their main goal at the moment was to pass the 7th star cave. No test taker had the time to meddle too much. Just then, Lin Yuan, who had been lying motionless on the ground for nearly 10 days, suddenly opened his eyes. So that's how it is. In the depths of Lin Yuan's eyes, a vast starry sky was faintly reflected. An extremely profound aura began to condense within Lin Yuan's body. Because Lin Yuan was lying on the ground, parts of his skin were in contact with the mountain peak beneath his feet. At the moment this profound aura appeared, the entire mountain peak began to tremble. For a time, the remaining dozens of evolvers were thrown into panic, abruptly stopping their contemplation, and standing up to look around. The tremor of the mountain didn't stop, it even seemed to intensify. Mysterious space. Shock appeared on the faces of 12 figures. The main peak of the 7th star cave trembling was something that hadn't happened in nearly 10,000 years. Frububble.cm, what is this? Among the top 3 figures, the one in the lead, as if realizing something, had his expression suddenly change. The final test. Someone has passed the final test. The other 2 figures quickly caught on. The 9 figures below all stood up, looking towards the 7th star cave again, as if searching for something. In a vast grand hall, an old man dressed in a red robe was sitting on a throne, his eyes half closed, dozing off. Star Lord, Star Lord. It was then that the voice of an intelligent assistant came, waking up the red-robed old man. What is it? Don't you know I'm in seclusion? The Chikuan Star Lord did not open his eyes, but frowned and muttered. Speak. Chikuan Star Lord spoke again, knowing that something capable of interrupting his seclusion must be no small matter. In the 7-star cave world, someone has passed the final test. The intelligent assistant quickly said. The final test. Upon hearing this, the Chikuan Star Lord's eyes silently opened. Boom. A terrifying heat quickly spread thousands of miles. The Chikuan Star Lord's eyes shone like 2 constant stars illuminating in all directions. The Chikuan Star Lord connected his consciousness to the virtual world, overlooking the whole 7-star cave world, his gaze directed towards the continuously trembling mountain peak of the 7th star cave. Immediately, he returned to reality, sitting on the throne in the center of the palace, slowly closing his eyes, isolating light and heat. 10,000 years. Chapter 130, 15 Xian Huang Evolutionary Path, the 13th Disciple. Chapter 130, Chapter 15 Xian Huang Evolutionary Path, the 13th Disciple. 7th Star Cave. The mountains shook and swayed. The most affected were undoubtedly the challengers who were still comprehending the stone statues. Among the numerous challengers in the 7th Star Cave, only 3 or 5 were golden pattern challengers, and all the rest were silver pattern. As for those 3 red pattern examiners, they had already passed the test and left the 7th Star Cave several days ago. The majority of golden pattern challengers had also left. What's happening? Why do I feel like the ground is unstable? An earthquake? Can virtual worlds even have earthquakes? The challengers looked at each other, puzzled. They were all 3rd or 4th rank evolvers, not one to lose their balance due to such tremors. But what place was this? The 7-star cave world, a test world opened by the great Chikuan Star Lord. To ensure the fairness of the challengers' comprehension of the stone statues, the entire 7th star cave was incredibly stable, with no chance of any unexpected variables. But now, Why do I feel that the statue in front of me is trembling? At that moment, a challenger seemed to discover something, staring in disbelief at the stone statue he had been contemplating for half a month. This statue, nearly 3 meters tall, was one of the top statues among the many containing 6th-rank evolution paths. And with the attention of the other challengers, it was immediately discovered. Under the trembling of the ground, not only the 2 to 3 meter tall statues were affected. Even those over 10 meters tall that contained evolution paths surpassing 6th rank were also affected. The specific manifestation was the originally motionless giant statues of over 10 meters. For example, the huge Rubik's Cube, whose 6 faces slowly rotated, creating waves of spatial ripples. And that gaping mouth statue, which seemed like an abyss within, with an indistinct whirlpool swirling. Every one of the giant statues containing evolution paths surpassing 6th rank was releasing its own aura as much as possible, influencing and assimilating its surroundings. But at this moment, all the giant statues over 10 meters tall were as if dead, the 6 faces of the huge Rubik's Cube stopped turning, and the eerie breath of the gaping mouth statue had completely subsided, as if it were just an ordinary statue. Something special has definitely happened. Fang Qing also stopped contemplating the statue in front of him. What the old man with the white beard had told him about the 7th star cave was very clear. That was, this star cave tested the enlightenment of each evolver. What's with him? Fang Qing observed his surroundings. He noticed that the challengers sitting beneath the statues all showed puzzled and shocked expressions. Only in a distant corner, a challenger lying on the ground resting remained unchanged, while everyone was conversing anxiously. This challenger was lying on the ground motionless, paying no heed to the continuously trembling ground. Golden pattern. Fang Qing had noticed this peculiar golden pattern challenger early on. Without rushing to comprehend the statues and pass the 7th star cave, he was just lying there resting. Mysterious space. 12 figures experienced a surge of emotions. Those challengers did not know what the trembling mountains meant, but these figures were different as disciples of the Star Lord. They knew much more than the outside world. Has someone passed the final test? Who on earth was it? The difficulty of the final test is so high, even if I were to comprehend it, I might not succeed. How did these 3rd and 4th rank little ones manage it? A momentous event, something my Red Kuan lineage hasn't encountered in 10,000 years. The 12 figures were immensely shaken, precisely because their greater knowledge made them acutely aware of the difficulty of passing the final test. That was not meant for the normal challengers. It's Lin Yuan. It must be Lin Yuan who has passed the final test. The 12 figures glanced over each challenger. In the end, their gaze stopped on Lin Yuan. They had no choice. Compared to the shock, anxiety, and unease of the other challengers, only Lin Yuan remained unchanged from beginning to end. Moreover, the 12 figures could feel that the trembling of the entire mountain emanated from Lin Yuan, rapidly spreading in all directions. Lin Yuan, wasn't he just loitering around before? Could it be that he wasn't just loitering but was secretly comprehending the final test? It must be so. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that Lin Yuan could bring us such a big surprise? The 12 figures rapidly exchanged thoughts, immediately deducing the reason behind Lin Yuan's previous strange behavior. As disciples of the Star Lord, the 12 figures knew that besides the 136 stone statues containing evolution paths in the 7th star cave, there was a 137th evolution path. This evolution path was not found within the statues but within the mountain itself. Unfortunately, despite the 7-star cave world being opened hundreds of times over 10,000 years, and thousands of red pattern challengers entering the 7th star cave, nobody had even thought of comprehending this evolution path. So much so that the 12 figures had also overlooked this final test, only realizing it after the mountain trembled for a while. The final test. Lin Yuan is actually suitable for this evolution path. If he continues to develop smoothly, there is a great possibility of surpassing 6th rank. The 9 figures below, looking at Lin Yuan who was lying on the ground, could not help but speak out. From 6th rank to 7th rank is a major bottleneck and shackles. In the cosmic starry skies, among the billions of races, even the very few with special bloodlines and high starting points, powerful beings, cannot easily surpass 6th rank. The Chikuin Star Lord's original form was the Starry Sky Wanderer Kuin, one of the pinnacle bloodlines in the cosmic starry sky, reaching 6th rank life upon maturity. Frueval.com. Even so, to surpass 6th rank, the Chikuin Star Lord had spent thousands of years. This was because the Chikuin Star Lord had good aptitude. Most Wanderer Kuns couldn't break through 6th rank. Chapter 131, 15 Xian Huang Evolution Path, the 13th Disciple _ 2. Chapter 131, Chapter 15 Xian Huang Evolution Path, the 13th Disciple _ 2. Bloodline or talent, the limit is 6th rank. To exceed 6th rank, one can only rely on oneself. Lin Yuan, having passed the final test, elicited a high probability of surpassing the 6th rank assessment from the 12 silhouettes, which was an extremely high praise. Sigh. Among the remaining 9 silhouettes, Kawu sighed. He noticed Lin Yuan during the second layer chapter, considering whether to speak out early and ask his senior brothers for the mentee. Then, he witnessed Lin Yuan's stunning performance in the 4th star cave. By then, Kawu realized his own indecisiveness. In the end, during the 7th star cave, Lin Yuan did not select a statue, which led to a significant drop in his esteem among the senior brothers. That raised Kawu's hopes once again. You do not want him. I do. However, at this moment, Kawu was filled with complicated thoughts and emotions. Disciple brother, don't regret anything. A silhouette beside him noticed the change in Kawu's expression and spoke to comfort him. That Lin Yuan, having passed the final trial, is beyond our capability to accept as a disciple, including the 3 senior brothers above. The tone of this silhouette was light, glancing at the 3 figures above. Kawu was taken aback. The final test was left by the teacher. 10,000 years ago, an evolver who passed this ultimate test was directly taken as a disciple by the teacher. Regrettably, this evolver could not grow up and drew the attention of a different species due to their high-profile behavior. Eventually, the different species sacrificed 9 6th-rank powerhouses to forcibly exterminate this evolver with boundless potential. This incident enraged the Chikuin Star Lord, who descended upon the battlefield and targeted the different species for centuries before departing. The 3 silhouettes above. We all misjudged him. This Lin Yuan never valued those 136 statues. He has been comprehending that ultimate evolution path from the beginning to the end. The tone of the 3 silhouettes was full of emotion. They didn't feel envy or anger. Instead, they felt genuine surprise and delight. After all, since Lin Yuan chose to participate in the 7-star cave trials, he was one of the Red Kuin lineage. Who would complain about having a powerful member in their own family? Guze, it looks like you can't accept him even if you wanted to. The figure in the middle teased, looking at Guze. Lin Yuan, having passed the final trial, meant that only the Chikuin Star Lord had the qualification to formally accept him within the entire Red Kuin lineage. As for them, they might wish to claim him shamelessly, but they couldn't guide him. If Lin Yuan deciphered other evolution paths, even those 16 evolution paths that surpassed 6th rank, they knew how to provide guidance and advice. But the evolution path from the final test. This evolution path, though also surpassing 6th rank. There are differences between those that surpass 6th rank and others that surpass it. Just like the 3 of them, who are also evolvers that exceed 6th rank. But compared to the Chikuin Star Lord, they are like the light of fireflies against the brightness of the full moon. 10,000 years have passed. Finally, another genius suitable for practicing the mysterious yellow evolution path has emerged. Inside the palace, the Chikuin Star Lord, while seated upon the throne with eyes closed, had ripples of thought stirring in his mind. The mysterious yellow evolution path, obtained by the Chikuin Star Lord from some cosmic secret realm, was an incredibly mystical evolution path. This path is extremely accessible yet also exceedingly high. The threshold is low, and yet it is high. The reason for its accessibility is that not only the human race but even different species can practice this evolution path. As for its difficulty, since the Chikuin Star Lord acquired this evolution path, he has found only one person suitable for practicing it. The Chikuin Star Lord was initially delighted and took him directly as a disciple. Unfortunately, that person perished at the hands of a different species 10,000 years ago. The mysterious yellow evolution path. The Chikuin Star Lord's face was filled with anticipation. With his strength, even if he was not suited for this particular evolution path, he could still forcibly practice it. However, if he did, he could at most cultivate to the 6th rank, and the chances of breaking through the 6th rank were virtually non-existent. Only an evolver utterly suited to this evolution path might hope to reach a higher level. Lin Yuan. The name Lin Yuan immediately conjured many details in the mind of the Qikuan Star Lord. My good disciple. With a flicker of intent, the Qikuan Star Lord once again connected his consciousness to the virtual world. 7th Star Cave. Lin Yuan lay on the ground. In fact, he was trying his best to comprehend the mountain beneath his feet. Which evolutionary path is it that after nearly 10 days of comprehension, I still haven't grasped even the first-tier chapter? Lin Yuan was somewhat shocked in his heart. When he comprehended the 16 giant statues above 10 meters, he could usually grasp the first-tier chapter and the second-layer chapter in at most half a day. Yet, in comprehending the mountain beneath his feet, he felt there was no end in sight. Your understanding defies the heavens. By sensing the mysterious mountain, you have comprehended 1% of an unknown evolution path's first-tier chapter. 1% of the first-tier chapter. Lin Yuan had long noticed the vibrations of the mountain beneath his feet and understood that he should meet the criteria for passing the 7th Star Cave. Testers who comprehended the 2 or 3 meter high statues needed to fully grasp the 3rd rank chapter and 4th rank chapter to pass the 7th Star Cave. To comprehend the statues over 10 meters in height, one only needed to grasp the 1st rank chapter to pass. Now, having comprehended the towering mountain beneath his feet, and grasping merely 1% of the first-tier chapter, Lin Yuan was considered to have passed the trial. Among the 3 aforementioned methods, one was harder than the next, especially the last one. If it wasn't for Lin Yuan having comprehended all the statues, attaining a higher realm of insight, and then re-examining the mountain several times, he probably would not even have considered the idea to comprehend this evolutionary path. After all, from beginning to end, Lin Yuan never felt any attraction from the mountain. In other words, in reality, Lin Yuan was not suitable for practicing this unknown evolutionary path, but his understanding against heaven forcibly let him enter its gates, thus allowing him to pass through the trial. Worth it. Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Although he had only comprehended 1%, and it was just 1% of the first-tier chapter. But since he had passed the test, Lin Yuan naturally received the complete version of this evolutionary path. However, this path was too vast and profound for Lin Yuan to grasp in a short time. He could only leave it for gradual comprehension later on. But for Lin Yuan, this was not a problem at all. With understanding against heaven, Lin Yuan did not fear not comprehending, he feared not having anything to comprehend. Directly sensing the natural ways of heaven and earth was too obscure, whereas the evolutionary paths were akin to explaining the mysteries of heaven and earth in a certain descriptive manner. For Lin Yuan, comprehending the evolutionary paths was more efficient, equivalent to taking shortcuts. Whoosh! Lin Yuan's form vanished on the spot. Just like the other evolvers who had passed the test, he left the 7th Star Cave. The only difference was that the former would stand up, touch the statue in front of them, and then be teleported away. Whereas Lin Yuan was lying on the ground when he was transported. Lin Yuan's departure also caught the attention of those 12 figures within the mysterious space. Like other testers, upon seeing Lin Yuan disappear, they would only think that the other party had logged off. But these 12 figures, as observers of the 7-Star Cave trial, immediately realized that Lin Yuan did not just log off. He had successfully passed the test and left. It seems the teacher truly made a move. Among the 3 figures above, the leading one spoke. According to the rules of the 7-Star Cave trial, every evolver who passed the test would be teleported to a unified space, waiting until the 7-Star Cave world completely closed. They would then be chosen by the 12 figures. However, after Lin Yuan disappeared, they did not find Lin Yuan in the space temporarily designated for those who had passed the test. Clearly, the only one capable of altering the rules of the 7-Star Cave world was the high and mighty Qikuan Star Lord. Where is this? After being teleported away, Lin Yuan appeared inside a palace. The surroundings were spacious and deserted, with a throne positioned at the center. An old man in a red robe sat upon the throne. The old man's eyes were closed, yet Lin Yuan vaguely felt that he was being watched. Fang Qing had told him that after passing the 7-Star Cave trial, all would be shuttled to a single area, waiting for the end of the trial to choose which Star Lord's disciple to join. Yet now, within the entire palace, Lin Yuan saw no other testers. Could it be? A guess formed in Lin Yuan's mind. It must have been the evolutionary path he had last comprehended that caused a problem. "I am Qikuan, and I wish to take you as my 13th disciple," said the old man in a red robe sitting on the throne, suddenly speaking up. "Are you willing?" "Qikuan." Lin Yuan's thoughts surged, "I am willing." Chapter 132, 16 Identity, Status, and Treatment. Chapter 132, Chapter 16 Identity, Status, and Treatment. The Qikuan Star Lord does not take disciples. Fang Qing had told Lin Yuan this fact long ago. This is also known by the major powers from the Qikuan Star Domain and even other star domains. Even though every now and then big shots from other forces, through various channels and means, try to get the Qikuan Star Lord to accept their offspring as disciples. To date, not a single one has succeeded. The reason for this is that the Qikuan Star Lord is indeed very strong in teaching disciples. Normally, out of 10 6th rank, 100 6th rank, or even 1,000 6th rank evolvers, there might not be one who can break through the 6th rank. But the disciples of the Qikuan Star Lord. 12 disciples. 3 have surpassed the 6th rank. This probability is simply terrifying. Although it must be said, those 12 disciples that the Qikuan Star Lord has accepted each have extraordinary abilities, with much higher chances to break through the 6th rank than ordinary 6th rank evolvers. Even so, having 3 out of 12 disciples achieve this is extremely remarkable. Unfortunately, since 10,000 years ago, when that junior disciple newly accepted by the Qikuan Star Lord died at the hands of a different species, he has not taken any more disciples. In fact, before that junior disciple, the Qikuan Star Lord rarely took disciples either. After all, at the level of the Qikuan Star Lord, unless he really liked someone, taking disciples was a complete waste of time. In the past, every ring competition in the Qikuan Star Domain, all the talented individuals found, he wouldn't even glance at them. Instead, he threw them all at the 12 disciples. Whether it was red-patterned geniuses, or golden-patterned ones, or even ordinary silver-patterned ones, they were all about the same in the eyes of the Qikuan Star Lord. Of course, he would take a longer look at a few red-patterned geniuses. But that's about it. I have seen the teacher. Inside the spacious palace, Lin Yuan bowed slightly. Although he did not know what level the Qikuan Star Lord was at, it was clear that he was far superior to Lin Yuan. In the presence of such a powerful being, Lin Yuan naturally would not show any disrespect. Moreover, having the Qikuan Star Lord as his master was tantamount to firmly standing on the same side. If Lin Yuan had any needs or encountered any troubles, the Qikuan Star Lord would not possibly ignore them. In the Cosmic Human Alliance, formally taking a master is a very serious matter. Not bad. The Qikuan Star Lord was quite satisfied, although his eyes were slightly closed. Every little detail about Lin Yuan was imprinted in his mind. He had stopped taking disciples 20 or 30,000 years ago, because he felt it was unnecessary. With that time, he would rather cultivate himself. But Lin Yuan was different. In just 1 month, he had comprehended the basics of the Xianhuang evolutionary path. If cultivated well, he might surpass the previous 12 disciples. What's more important, the Qikuan Star Lord wanted to see just how far the limit of the Xianhuang evolutionary path was. He was eager to find out what was special about the evolution skill that he had brought back at the risk of his life from that cosmic secret realm. The Qikuan Star Lord himself was not suitable for practice, but he could see it through Lin Yuan. The Xianhuang evolutionary path, how is your comprehension? Asked the Qikuan Star Lord. The Xianhuang evolutionary path. Lin Yuan immediately knew that the mysterious evolution path he had comprehended was named Xianhuang. Just a little bit. Lin Yuan's face showed a hint of shame. In nearly 10 days of focused comprehension, Lin Yuan had only understood 1% of the first-tier chapter. And above the first-tier chapter, there was the second-layer chapter, third-layer chapter. That's normal. Being able to grasp the essence in a month's time is already very good. The Qikuan Star Lord said without a care. Evolvers' lifespans are long, as they live for 20 to 50,000 years upon reaching the 6th rank, and those who surpass it can live for 200,000 years. Lin Yuan had plenty of time to contemplate further. Besides, as Lin Yuan's realm increases, from a high vantage point, the efficiency of comprehension will gradually improve. What the Qikuan Star Lord did not know was that Lin Yuan's comprehension of the Xianhuang evolutionary path had not taken a month. It had taken only 10 days. Most importantly, Lin Yuan's understanding was forced. I am very satisfied with your character. Having reviewed Lin Yuan's trajectory of growth, the Qikuan Star Lord nodded slightly and said. The Goddess of Wisdom had sealed part of the information about Lin Yuan. The Qikuan Star Lord could only see an outline, but even so, he was somewhat surprised. Because the Qikuan Star Lord found that Lin Yuan was too low profile. As a 4th rank evolver, how come there was no information about Lin Yuan on Kanglin Star before participating in this ring competition? Even if the Goddess of Wisdom might have helped, being able to do this was quite incredible. After all, as an evolver who had concentrated power within oneself, it was difficult to return to the life of a common person. Yet Lin Yuan had managed to do so, remaining unknown until the age of 19. Then, when the ring competition began, he suddenly astonished everyone. This behavior was exactly in line with the Qikuan Star Lord's thinking. You should know that 10,000 years ago, the last disciple that the Qikuan Star Lord had accepted had the same incomparable aptitude as Lin Yuan and was suitable for practicing the Xianhuang evolutionary path. However, that disciple was too high profile and eventually died by assassination from a different species. Even though the Qikuan Star Lord retaliated fiercely, when the person had died, everything became meaningless. In contrast, Lin Yuan was the complete opposite. If it were not for this ring competition, perhaps Kanglin Star would not have known about the existence of Lin Yuan. The Qikuan Star Lord had never expressed his opinion, but he appreciated this approach. When he had successfully seized the Starry Sky Wanderer Kuan's juvenile, he did not immediately return to human civilization but lay low for thousands of years, only contemplating others after he surpassed the 6th rank. The more talented the individual, the more low profile they needed to be until they had fully grown. Yes. Lin Yuan did not know how to respond. In fact, he had only been an evolver for 2 or 3 years. Chapter 133, 16 Identity, Status, and Treatment _2. Chapter 133, Chapter 16 Identity, Status, and Treatment _2. Of course, the time mentioned here refers to the main world's time. However, the Qikuan Star Lord definitely wouldn't believe it and subconsciously thought that Lin Yuan had been cultivating for over a decade. It was just that it hadn't been known to others, that's all. Since you are my disciple, you are of the Red Kuan lineage, the 13th Peak Master. The Qikuan Star Lord looked towards Lin Yuan and said, I have no other demands of you except that unless your true body resides permanently on Qikuan Main Star, do not reveal your identity as my disciple before reaching 6th rank. Understood. Lin Yuan nodded. The Qikuan Star Lord hadn't taken a disciple for tens of thousands of years. Today, he suddenly took one. What would others think? What would the different species think? With the Qikuan Star Lord's means of nurturing disciples, this disciple had great hopes of breaking through to the 6th rank. If so, why not snuff out this disciple when they are still weak? The identity of a disciple of the Qikuan Star Lord, in the eyes of the different species, probably ranks no less than that of the founder of a certain 6th rank evolution path. They would be willing to pay a huge price to eliminate him. Of course, your identity is best kept secret, but as for other matters, the privileges and status that come with being the 13th Peak Master of the Red Kuan lineage will naturally not be lacking. In this regard, I will have Gu Zhe explain the details to you, said the Qikuan Star Lord. Following that, the Qikuan Star Lord instructed Lin Yuan on a few more things. Then, he waved his hand and handed over Lin Yuan to Gu Zhe, the 3rd elder. Little junior brother. Inside a manner, Gu Zhe looked at Lin Yuan with a smiling face. 3rd senior brother. Lin Yuan's expression was solemn. Among the Qikuan Star Lord's 12 disciples, 3 had surpassed the 6th rank. This 3rd senior brother was one of them. This is the virtual world of our Red Kuan lineage. The 3rd senior brother, Gu Zhe, got up and brought Lin Yuan to the front of a vast continent. This continent was 100 times larger than Kanglin Star, with a massive peak rising in the center. Around this central peak, there stood 13 slightly smaller peaks. That over there will be your residence, little junior brother. The third senior brother, Guzei, came to one of the 13 peaks. Seen from a distance, this peak indeed did not look large, especially when compared to the central peak's grandeur, but as Lin Yuan approached, he discovered that the size of this peak was nearly half that of Kanglan Star. As a peak master, you have the highest authority over this mountain. You may recruit disciples and servants, of course. This is the virtual world, so it's not of much significance. When you come to Chikuan Main Star one day, I will introduce everything in detail to you, said the third senior brother, Guzei, as he brought Lin Yuan to the summit of this mountain and continued. Moreover, as the disciple of the teacher, you may peruse any evolution path recorded by the Red Kuan lineage. Any evolution path. Lin Yuan was inwardly stirred. A virtual screen appeared in front of him, flashing through numerous evolution paths. So many. Lin Yuan was slightly excited inside. Although he had gained a lot at the 7th star cave, all the evolution paths added together amounted to just over 100. But now, the evolution paths recorded by the Red Kuan lineage numbered at least 1,000, including not a few surpassing the 6th rank. The Xianhuang evolutionary path is not among them. Lin Yuan glanced through them and did not find the Xianhuang evolutionary path. Also, every time you break through, you may apply for Scarlet Spirit Liquid, said the third senior brother, Guzei, with a smile. Scarlet Spirit Liquid, frobnui.com. Lin Yuan was puzzled. The Scarlet Spirit Liquid is a unique resource of our Red Kuan lineage, not to be found outside, explained the third senior brother, Guzei, with a smile. The use of Scarlet Spirit Liquid is to transform into the purest energy, replenishing oneself. If you, junior brother, are to break through from the 4th rank 10th level to the 11th level, there is no need to slowly absorb external energy to transform yourself. Just one drop of Scarlet Spirit Liquid is sufficient, the third senior brother, Guzei, explained. I see. Lin Yuan understood. This meant that, as a disciple of the Chikuan Star Lord, Lin Yuan did not need to spend extra time on the most basic accumulation of energy. As long as his realm was prepared, he could break through without any restrictions. This was of significant meaning for Lin Yuan. Every time he shuttled back, Lin Yuan had to spend a large amount of money to buy rare treasures and spiritual objects from the universe to restore his full strength. Now, this would no longer be an issue, he could simply apply for the Scarlet Spirit Liquid. Since you are still weak right now, junior brother, the teacher has specially selected a guard troops for you along with 3 life-saving tokens. Third senior brother Guzei paused, then continued to explain. The so-called guard troops are the personal forces of a Red Kuan lineage's peak master, led by a 6th rank evolver as the captain, with more than 10 5th rank evolvers as members. They are the close-range defense forces that protect the peak master. This guard troop is absolutely loyal, handpicked by the Chikuan Star Lord himself, and harbors no thoughts of rebellion. As for the 3 life-saving tokens, they are unique to Lin Yuan, the other 12 senior brothers never had such treatment. The 3 life-saving tokens were personally refined by the Chikuan Star Lord, and they would activate on their own once Lin Yuan encountered danger that he could not resist. Kanglan Star. Central Continent Manor. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. This is too exaggerated. Lin Yuan's expression was one of astonishment. Through third senior brother Guzei's introduction, Lin Yuan had roughly understood the treatment afforded to a disciple of the Chikuan Star Lord. It mainly divided into 5 aspects. 1. Status. As one of the 13 peak masters, Lin Yuan's status within the Red Kuan lineage was second only to the Star Lord. Equal to the other 12 peak masters, he could mobilize the evolver army of the Red Kuan lineage, provided that he met the conditions. 2. He could browse through the many evolution paths collected by the Red Kuan lineage. This was the most important thing for Lin Yuan, as with the collection of the Red Kuan lineage, he wouldn't lack evolution paths for comprehension before reaching the 6th rank. 3. He could apply for Scarlet Spirit Liquid. It saved Lin Yuan a considerable amount of wealth. 4. He owned a guard troop led by a 6th rank evolver. 5. 3 life-saving tokens. I've made a huge profit indeed. Lin Yuan felt joy in his heart. No wonder the goddess of wisdom had advised him to give his all in the contest on the arena. The reward indeed far exceeded the effort. What Lin Yuan didn't know was, the goddess of wisdom had not predicted that he would become the Chikuan Star Lord's disciple. If he was merely the disciple of a peak master, the treatment and status would naturally be greatly reduced. The guard troop should have already set out by now, from the Chikuin main star to Kanglan star, even through wormhole shuttle. It would take at least a month or two. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Since the guard troop was to protect Lin Yuan, naturally they would be wherever Lin Yuan was. Becoming the disciple of a Star Lord, as long as I don't say anything, the Star Lord doesn't say anything, the few senior brothers don't say anything, and the 3 goddesses don't say anything, then no one will know. Lin Yuan changed his appearance and physique before participating in the 7-star cave trial. Even Fang Qing did not recognize him. A few days later, Fang Qing came looking for him, excited. "Brother Lin, I have been accepted into the Red Kuan lineage." Fang Qing's tone was exhilarated as he shared the good news with Lin Yuan. Shortly after Lin Yuan left the 7th-star cave, Fang Qing had successfully comprehended the evolution path within the stone statue and passed the test. In fact, every session of the 7-star cave trial would have quite a few silver pattern challengers passing. Of course, compared to the huge number of over 1 million silver pattern challengers, the probability of finally passing the challenge was naturally extremely low. Although Fang Qing was a silver pattern challenger, as a successor of a fallen 6th-rank power, he was very close to the standard of gold pattern in many aspects, at least stronger than the vast majority of silver patterns. Plus, he had an intelligent life form devising strategies for him in the background, so passing the 7-star cave trial was not an inconceivable feat. "Congratulations," Lin Yuan nodded and said. "In a few days, the 7-star cave trial will end. By then, I will meet with the various peak masters of the Red Kuan lineage along with the other evolvers who have passed the test. Just to be accepted as a disciple by one of the peak masters." Fang Qing couldn't help but fantasize. The peak masters of the Red Kuan lineage all had combat powers far surpassing those of the same rank, not to mention that 3 of them were even beyond the 6th rank. Even when his teacher was alive, he wasn't nearly as powerful as the peak masters of the Red Kuan lineage. Various peak masters. Lin Yuan fell into a brief contemplation. He now should also count as one of the peak masters of the Red Kuan lineage, right? Thinking this, Lin Yuan's gaze towards Fang Qing became somewhat peculiar. Fang Qing, in his wildest dreams, could not imagine that the Red Kuan peak master he looked up to with reverence was far in the sky, but also close at hand. Chapter 134, 17 Continuous Breakthroughs, subscribe please. Chapter 134, Chapter 17 Continuous Breakthroughs, subscribe please. The Red Kuan lineage, overseen by 12 peak masters who stood high above, looking down upon the entire Chikuin star domain. Even among the surrounding star domains, the Red Kuan lineage was extremely dominant, and the Chikuin Star Lord's strength was formidable among those of the Star Lords. As long as Fang Qing could become a disciple under any of the peak masters, he could freely traverse within the Chikuin star domain. What Fang Qing didn't know was that there were no longer 12 peak masters in the Red Kuan lineage, but 13. However, Lin Yuan's becoming the 13th disciple of the Chikuin Star Lord had not yet been announced. For now, only the Star Lord and the 12 peak masters were aware of it. Lin Yuan estimated that before reaching the 6th rank, even if it were announced, it wouldn't be under the identity of Lin Yuan. Right. "Big brother Lin, how is your challenge going?" Fang Qing asked curiously. He had been so caught up in expressing his excitement that he had forgotten to ask Lin Yuan about his progress in the challenges. I didn't pass," Lin Yuan said frankly. As the 13th peak master of the Red Kuan lineage, it was predetermined that he couldn't recognize Fang Qing in the early stage. It wasn't that Lin Yuan didn't trust Fang Qing. Well, actually, Lin Yuan didn't entirely trust Fang Qing. It wasn't that he suspected Fang Qing would betray him, but that some information couldn't be kept secret just because you didn't want to share it. A 6th-rank spirit illusion evolutionist could skim through your memories with just one glance. Therefore, caution was necessary. Since the Chikuin Star Lord had repeatedly warned him about this, naturally Lin Yuan knew what to do. He wouldn't reveal anything to Fang Qing, not even to his own parents. However, Lin Yuan was only concealing this one aspect of his identity. He could enjoy all the benefits that came with being a peak master. The many evolution paths gathered by the Red Kuan lineage. For members of the lineage who wished to peruse these paths, there was a cost involved. but as a peak master, he could browse them at will. 6th rank. Lin Yuan's eyes were calm. If it had been before the 7-star cave challenge, he would have doubted his ability to reach the 6th rank. But now, Lin Yuan was almost certain he could step into the 6th rank. Over 100 6th rank evolution paths, 16 evolution paths that went beyond the 6th rank, and that mysterious yellow evolution path that no challenger had comprehended for millennia. All of these were of immense help to Lin Yuan. Fang Qing chatted idly with Lin Yuan for a while before standing up and leaving. On his way back to his manor in the central continent, Fang Qing wore a puzzled look. How could Big Brother Lin possibly have failed the challenge? Truthfully, Fang Qing would rather believe he had failed than Lin Yuan. Given their interaction and sparring over the past days, Fang Qing felt that even if he trained for another 100 years, he might still not catch up to Lin Yuan's current level. Such a genius, even if considered across the entire Qikuan star domain, would shine brightly. How could he possibly fail the 7-star cave challenge? Indeed, it is somewhat strange. The voice of the white-bearded old man rang out. However, it's not impossible. The white-bearded old man analyzed seriously. Among the past 7-star cave challenges, aside from red pattern geniuses and a very few special challengers, even those with golden patterns have been eliminated on occasion. Of course, the likelihood of a golden pattern challenger being eliminated midway was extremely low, but not non-existent. If one was terribly unlucky and died in one of the initial star caves, they would naturally be disqualified. There's another possibility. The white-bearded old man continued, and that is Lin Yuan intentionally failing the 7-star cave challenge. Intentionally failing the challenge. Fang Qing's eyes widened. Who would pass up such an opportunity? Young Fang. The white-bearded old man glanced at Fang Qing. There are advantages to becoming a disciple of a peak master in the Red Kuan lineage, but there are also disadvantages. While being protected by a peak master, you must serve the Red Kuan lineage, follow the peak master's commands, and you might even have to go to the battlefields of different species. The white-bearded old man explained. In general, since the Qikuan Star Lord spent most of his time in seclusion, not dealing with worldly matters, the entire Red Kuan lineage essentially served the 12 peak masters. Central Continent Manor. Underground training area of the main building. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, continuing to contemplate the mysterious yellow evolution path. This evolution path was too profound and vast. After nearly 10 days of contemplation, Lin Yuan had only grasped 1% of the first-tier chapter. This was far beyond any evolution path Lin Yuan had encountered before. Mysterious yellow. Lin Yuan's entire being was immersed in it. In a daze, Lin Yuan found himself on an endless expanse of land. It bore an aura that was thick, ancient, and vast. Your against heaven's understanding allows you to comprehend the mysterious yellow evolution path, and your grasp of this path continues to deepen. Your against heaven's understanding allows you to comprehend the mysterious yellow evolution path, and your grasp of this path continues to deepen. Your against heaven's understanding allows you to comprehend the mysterious yellow evolution path, and your grasp of this path continues to deepen. The more Lin Yuan contemplated, the more astounded he became. His incomprehensible understanding allowed him to continuously analyze the essence of things. What kind of being created this evolution path? My martial path, evolutionary path, my Taiji Dao, can it one day reach such a level? Lin Yuan pondered the mysterious yellow evolution path. 2 days later. Lin Yuan paused his contemplation. Not even 2%. Lin Yuan estimated the progress of his contemplation. This 2% was not of the entire mysterious yellow evolution path, but rather, of the first-tier chapter of it. No hurry, take it slow, the one thing I have plenty of right now is time, Lin Yuan reassured himself. 4th-rank evolvers can live for 6,000 years, and 6th-rank evolvers from 20 to 50,000 years. Currently in his 20s, Lin Yuan was still young. Faced with such a long lifespan, he was not even a cub. Chapter 135, 17 Continuous Breakthroughs, subscribe please, _2. Chapter 135, Chapter 17 Continuous Breakthroughs, subscribe please, _2. An. Lin Yuan's time was far more than just the numbers on the surface. The shuttling through the door to the myriad realms, the passage of time in different worlds, none of these were accounted for. 4th rank, 11 segments. Days later, Lin Yuan opened his eyes again, his bodily aura having increased once more. The breakthrough in strength hadn't surprised Lin Yuan, who, under the premise of comprehending this multi-evolution path, had thought it better to hit his head against the wall if he couldn't advance. Inhale. Exhale. After the breakthrough, Lin Yuan's realm improved, and his body naturally began to absorb energy from the air, slowly transforming. Calculating the time, in just over a month, the guard troops should be here. Lin Yuan was not in a hurry to purchase cosmic rare treasures and spiritual objects to promote bodily transformation. As a disciple of the Qikuan Star Lord and one of the 13 peak masters of the Red Kuan lineage, Lin Yuan had the privilege to apply for Scarlet Spirit Liquid. This time, as the guard squad departed from the Qikuan main star, Lin Yuan had applied for a pot of Scarlet Spirit Liquid in advance and had it brought along by the guard squad. 1 to 2 months later. Outside Kanglan Star. A dark spacecraft stopped. Finally reached the destination. Inside the cockpit of the spaceship sat 13 silhouettes. These 13 silhouettes had profound auras, especially the leading one, who, merely sitting there, subtly solidified the surroundings. This time we come to protect the Peak Master of the 13 peaks. If anything happens to the Peak Master, there is no need for us to continue existing, understand? The leading silhouette, a bald middle-aged man, stared at the distant Kanglan Star and slowly spoke. Understood. The 12 silhouettes standing behind him said in unison. They were carefully selected by the Qikuan Star Lord, absolutely loyal, otherwise, they couldn't possibly serve as personal guards for the Peak Master of the 13 peaks. Central Continent Manor. Lin Yuan had just finished his cultivation. He then received the information that the guard troops had arrived. Goddess of Wisdom, I have subordinates entering Kanglan Star. Lin Yuan connected with the Goddess of Wisdom and directly spoke. For a middle-grade life planet like Kanglan Star, the entrance of 6th-rank life forms is strictly prohibited. After all, a 6th-rank life form, also known as Fallen Star Level, could cause calamity if they harbored ill intent when entering a planet, and even the planetary defense system wouldn't react quickly enough. It would be a complete disaster. Therefore, every 6th-rank life form, before descending onto a planet, needs to register, otherwise, once discovered, it would lead to a star domain level manhunt. After layers of authorization by the Goddess of Wisdom, Lin Yuan's guard squad finally passed through the checkpoints and arrived outside Central Continent Manor. Main Building Reception Hall. The 13 members of the guard squad stood respectfully in front of Lin Yuan. Peak Master. The bald middle-aged man bowed in greeting. Peak Master. The other 12 5th-rank guards also respectfully saluted. Rise. Lin Yuan curiously eyed the bald middle-aged man. This person should be the head of the guard squad, a 6th-rank evolver. To be honest, this was the first time Lin Yuan had seen a being of the 6th rank up close. What's your name? Lin Yuan asked. Peak Master, I am called Ho Ming. The bald middle-aged man spoke in a low voice. Following this, Lin Yuan asked the names of the other 12 guards in turn. From now on, you all will be the bodyguards of this manor. Unless absolutely necessary, do not reveal your strength, Lin Yuan instructed after a moment's thought. With his current identity, even if he wasn't openly known as a disciple of the Qikuan Star Lord, he was still a tournament champion and 4th-rank evolver. Hiring some bodyguards was only natural. Of course, this was limited to ordinary bodyguards. If others knew that Lin Yuan's bodyguards were of the 5th and 6th ranks, you should know that the strongest evolvers on Kanglan Star were only at the 5th rank, and their numbers didn't exceed 5. These few 5th-rank evolvers could only be fully mobilized by the Goddess of Wisdom. As for the 6th-rank evolvers, Kanglan Star, being a middle-grade life planet, could not attract evolvers of this level. Most 6th-rank evolvers resided on high-grade life planets or even at star system and star domain main stars. Also, from now on, don't call me Peak Master, just call me Mr. Lin, Lin Yuan said. Although the title Peak Master was unlikely to be associated with the Peak Master of the Red Kuan lineage as long as the strengths of these 13 bodyguards were not exposed, it would still be better to avoid leaving any traces. Yes, Mr. Lin. The bald middle-aged man Ho Ming immediately responded. From now on, I will be stationed in the main building, and everyone else will patrol the manor. Ho Ming asked. No problem. Lin Yuan nodded. Since the Chikuan Star Lord had appointed them as Lin Yuan's guard troops, he clearly trusted them. Therefore, Lin Yuan tried not to intervene in their protective arrangements as much as possible. This is the Scarlet Spirit Liquid that Mr. Lin requested. The bald middle-aged man Ho Ming took out a pot-shaped container. This is a life-saving token that the Star Lord asked me to give to Mr. Lin. Ho Ming said reverently, taking out 3 crimson tokens. Good. Lin Yuan put them away. Then we'll be leaving first. The bald middle-aged man Ho Ming promptly led 12 guards out of the main building. The underground training ground. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. In front of him was the pot-shaped container containing the Scarlet Spirit Liquid. Scarlet Spirit Liquid. Lin Yuan looked forward with anticipation. His third senior brother had highly praised this spirit liquid. But since the Scarlet Spirit Liquid was exclusive to the Red Kuan lineage, Lin Yuan had never tried it before. Let's test it first. Lin Yuan opened the pot, and a drop of Scarlet Spirit Liquid floated out. This drop of Scarlet Spirit Liquid emitted a red glow, and merely by gazing at it, Lin Yuan could feel the vast energy contained within. Come. Lin Yuan's mind flickered slightly. The drop of Scarlet Spirit Liquid then flew into his mouth. Boom. As the spirit liquid entered his throat, it immediately transformed into a blazing energy, starting to be absorbed by every cell in Lin Yuan's body. Although named after the word red, the energy contained in the Scarlet Spirit Liquid was extremely gentle and didn't possess the fierce heat like that of the fire system. Not to mention that Lin Yuan's own Tao of Taiji, which included the Way of the Taiyang, could easily absorb this drop of Scarlet Spirit Liquid even without it. Transformation completed. Moments later, Lin Yuan opened his eyes, his face showing a look of satisfaction. This pot of Scarlet Spirit Liquid will be enough for me to reach the 6th rank. Lin Yuan looked at the pot-shaped container in front of him and solemnly put it away. 3 life-saving tokens. Lin Yuan took out 3 entirely crimson tokens and began to carefully inspect them. These 3 life-saving tokens were unique to Lin Yuan. The previous 12 disciples, or even the young disciples who had realized the mysterious yellow evolution path thousands of years ago just like Lin Yuan, had never had them. 3 tokens, though all are meant for saving life, have 3 different uses. Lin Yuan thought inwardly as he probed into the nature of the tokens. The first token was a teleportation token. If Lin Yuan were to face an irresistible attack, this token would automatically activate, forcibly tearing through space and teleporting him randomly. The second token was an attack token. It was to be activated by Lin Yuan himself. Just crush it, and it would unleash a terrifying blow, one that a 6th rank evolver could hardly withstand. Even those surpassing the 6th rank would need to tread carefully, lest they be severely injured. The third token was a defense token. It could form a protective barrier around Lin Yuan, blocking all attacks, including mental and physical ones. This token was the most important because as soon as it was activated, the Chikuan Star Lord would instantly be notified and would come at full speed. The mentor thought of everything. Lin Yuan thought silently to himself. With a guard troop of 6th rank evolvers and these 3 life-saving tokens, it would be difficult for Lin Yuan to die even if he wanted to. Of course, it would be best to avoid using these measures if possible. Currently, Lin Yuan's public identity was merely that of a champion in a tournament. Hardly worth the effort for different species to incur great costs. At most, they would secretly influence matters, just like what had happened with Yao Qingqing before. Time passed. Another month went by. The underground training ground. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. The aura around him began to rise once more. Chapter 136, 18, Fame spreads across the star domain. Congratulations to Shursan, the Peak Master. Please subscribe. Chapter 136, Chapter 18, Fame spreads across the star domain. Congratulations to Shursan, the Peak Master. Please subscribe. 4th rank, 12 segments. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, a smile spreading across his face. Benefiting from the tests in the 7-star cave, Lin Yuan had hardly delayed at the 11th segment of the 4th rank. In less than 2 months, he had smoothly stepped into the 12th segment of the 4th rank. The 12th segment of the 4th rank was the pinnacle of this rank, marking the end of this stage. Next, it should be the 5th rank. Lin Yuan's expression became slightly solemn. Even though he had been confident, breaking into the 5th rank was still not an easy task. Even for evolvers who were guided by a complete evolution path, there were various risks when breaking through a great realm. Like failure. Like going mad with power. Like exploding and dying. Moreover, Lin Yuan was pioneering the path ahead, and even with his against heaven's understanding providing protection, it definitely wouldn't be smooth sailing. Actually, the best method would be to use the door to the myriad realms to traverse, completing the 5th rank progress in an alternate world, confirming there are no issues, and then have my real body in the main world catch up. Lin Yuan thought to himself. The consciousness transfer function of the door to the myriad realms mainly had 3 uses. One was to sense other worlds' evolution paths and the essence of cultivation. 2 was to take advantage of different time flow rates to speed up cultivation. 3 was trial and error. Life's evolution was never fixed. Even with the same evolution path, different people might achieve different effects. But once one had walked the path once, the subsequent journey would naturally become familiar. Using the door to the myriad realms to project consciousness into an alternate world to explore the hidden dangers in the subsequent path of evolution was what trial and error entailed. In fact, the virtual world also had a trial and error function. But it definitely couldn't compare to the consciousness descent of the door to the myriad realms. After all, the former was only virtual, and no matter how realistic it got, it was still fake. There's still half a month before I can undergo the 4th traverse. Lin Yuan's mind moved to the depths of his sea of consciousness, gazing at the colossal, majestic gate of light. At this moment, the outer area of this gate of light was nearly filled, with only about 1/20th remaining in silence. I wonder what the world will be like on the 4th traverse. Lin Yuan was mildly curious. The only drawback of the door to the myriad realms was that it didn't allow one to choose the world they wanted to traverse to. So far, the 3 worlds that Lin Yuan had crossed into were all random, not his active choice. No, that's not right. A thought suddenly crossed Lin Yuan's mind. Perhaps it wasn't that he couldn't actively choose or was limited in the worlds he could traverse to. Instead, it was that the functionality of the door to the myriad realms hadn't been fully developed yet. The lighting of the door to the myriad realms was divided into 3 levels. The outer area, the inner area, and the core area. By illuminating the outer area, Lin Yuan could carry out consciousness descent traversing. By illuminating the inner area, Lin Yuan could opt for physical traversing. As for illuminating the core area, Lin Yuan only knew that this part of the area was related to the ability to bring items from alternate worlds back to the main world. As for more, he was not very clear, as he had never illuminated it before. The core area. Lin Yuan's expression fell into brief contemplation. Lighting the core area took too long, perhaps requiring hundreds or even hundreds of years. However, he could wait until, in the future, when he hit a major bottleneck and could no longer make progress. Regardless of how much he traversed, he might try waiting hundreds of years to illuminate the core area and see the effects. Whether he could actively choose the world to traverse, or according to Lin Yuan's requirements, lock down a world that met the criteria before traversing. freeebnovel.com. Having broken through to the 12th segment of the 4th rank, Lin Yuan decided to rest. Just as he was about to leave the training ground, he noticed someone was contacting him. 3rd senior brother. Lin Yuan glanced at the contact and found it was his 3rd senior brother Guzhe calling him. Whoosh. Lin Yuan's consciousness connected to the virtual world, appearing in his personal space. He then agreed to let his 3rd senior brother in. 3rd senior brother Guzhe looked at Lin Yuan with a smile. Junior brother. Guzhe's mood was good as he smiled and asked, "How has recent cultivation been? The guard troops should have arrived by now, right?" "Pretty good. They have arrived for some time now." Lin Yuan replied politely. "Junior brother, you really don't plan to come to the Qikuan main star?" "I can personally come to fetch you," 3rd senior brother Guzhe inquired. "At the main star, with the teacher present, it's much safer than other places. My strength is still weak now. I'll go after reaching the 6th rank. With the guard troops and the life-saving token bestowed by the teacher, it's the same wherever I am." Lin Yuan shook his head and said. In reality, this was just an excuse for Lin Yuan. The Chikuin main star was the most prosperous place in the Chikuin star domain. There, powerful evolvers were everywhere, and 6th-rank fallen star warriors were no longer so rare. Especially since there were strong beings like the Chikuin Star Lord present. However, the more it was so, the more careful Lin Yuan needed to be. After all, he couldn't guarantee that the door to the myriad realms deep in his mind could escape the Chikuin Star Lord's perception. The virtual world simply couldn't replicate the door to the myriad realms in his mind, but in reality, it was uncertain whether the Chikuin Star Lord would be completely unaware. Of course. Lin Yuan also understood that the Chikuin Star Lord would most likely not detect the existence of the door to the myriad realms. But it was better to be cautious in all matters. That's true, third senior brother Guzei didn't think too deeply about it. Instead, he felt that Lin Yuan was being thorough. Given his status, if he suddenly left the Chikuin main star, it would surely attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Even if he left secretly, it might not be possible to deceive everyone. If other forces became aware that he had made a special trip to Kanglin Star, Lin Yuan's true identity could very well be exposed. Compared to the guard troops secretly cultivated by the Chikuin Star Lord. Chapter 137:18 Fame spreads across the star domain. Congratulations to Shursan, the Peak Master. Please subscribe, _2. Chapter 137, Chapter 18 Fame spreads across the star domain. Congratulations to Shursan, the Peak Master. Please subscribe, _2. Third senior brother Guzei attracts a lot of attention. There's another matter. Third senior brother Guzei said, we have already announced to the outside world that there will be a 13th Peak Master in the Red Kuan lineage. As for your identity, you are a prodigy who was serendipitously discovered by our teacher during his travels through the universe. He brought you back to the main star and nurtured you for several years before making it public. Third senior brother added. Understood. Lin Yuan nodded. This narrative was entirely to protect him. By setting the timeline to several years ago, it would prevent others from making connections to this session's competitive matches. Since the Red Kuan lineage is welcoming a new Peak Master, naturally, we will hold a grand celebration. At that time, forces from both the Chikuin star domain and the surrounding star domains will come to participate in the congratulations. Of course, all this will take place in the virtual world. Little junior brother, remember to make an appearance and take part then. Third senior brother Guzei said with a smile, speaking of which, it has been quite a while since we held any significant ceremony. Little junior brother, you can have a good experience then. Good. Lin Yuan said. Since it was in the virtual world, where one's appearance and figure could be freely altered, no one would be able to know his real identity. As the news of several Peak Masters from the Red Kuan lineage was made public, the news of the Chikuin Star Lord taking a new disciple spread like a hurricane, swiftly reaching the Chikuin Star domain and many surrounding star domains. The Chikuin Star Lord was already famous and powerful, garnering the attention of countless individuals. In the Chikuin Star domain, a high-level life world, the Guangxu Star. The Guangxu family. As the most powerful force of a high-level life planet, even the entire planet bore the family name. The Guangxu family had more than one fallen star warrior in residence. The Chikuin Star Lord has taken a new disciple. The 13th Peak Master of the Red Kuan lineage. Clan head Guangxu Han of the Guangxu family looked at the intelligence report before him and fell into deep thought. He remembered, 10,000 years ago, his father, a powerful fallen star warrior whose name resonated throughout the surrounding star domains, had paid a great price, taking him, who at the time was a young child displaying terrifying potential, to the Chikuin main star to ask the Chikuin Star Lord to take him as a disciple. The outcome was that they were driven out without even seeing the Chikuin Star Lord's face. This incident had caused a tremendous psychological shadow on Guangxu Han. Before that event, Guangxu Han's talent was extraordinary, hailed as a once-in-a-10,000-years genius of Guangxu Star. A celebration ceremony. Guangxu Han glanced at the time of the Red Kuan lineage's celebration ceremony. He intended to participate in person. Firstly, to see for himself what kind of person this 13th Peak Master, who had caught the Chikuin Star Lord's eye, was. Secondly, as the Red Kuan lineage was the most powerful force in the Chikuin Star domain, holding a celebration ceremony, his Guangxu family naturally should make an appearance to show support. Chenxi Main Star. The most powerful force, the Dawn Association. The Chikuin Star Lord has taken a new disciple. Chairman of the Dawn Association tapped his right hand on the desk in front of him, his face showing signs of surprise. I had thought the Star Lord would no longer be interested in taking disciples, thought the chairman of the Dawn Association. Well, that's fine. I shall make a trip to this celebration ceremony. It will be a good opportunity to catch up with a few old friends. The chairman of the Dawn Association had his own considerations. Moreover, the emergence of a new peak master within the Red Kuin lineage could potentially alter the existing dynamics of the Chikuin star domain. He wanted to know what kind of person this 13th peak master was in order to plan for the future. Yaoguang star domain. On a prosperous main star. That old geezer Chikuin has accepted a new disciple. A mysterious entity became intrigued. Isn't he afraid his disciple will be assassinated by different species again? On saying this, the mysterious being seemed to realize something. Then again, since he dares to make it public, he must be prepared and won't repeat the tragedy of 10,000 years ago. The emergence of the 13th peak master from the Red Kuin lineage continued to spread its influence. One by one, powerful evolvers and numerous substantial forces began to partake in the celebration ceremony of the Red Kuin lineage. After all, the ceremony was held in the virtual world where, no matter how distant the congregation, one only needed to pay for transportation to attend. If it were held in the real world, many evolvers and forces, even if they wanted to participate, might not be able to due to various constraints. Do you know the origins of the Chikuin Star Lord's new disciple? Indeed, what kind of background does he have? With the Star Lord's stature, he presumably wouldn't take on disciples anymore, right? I heard that he is a genius discovered by the Star Lord during his travels through the universe, on some barbaric wilderness planet. TSK, to be called a genius by the Star Lord, how extraordinary must his talent be? Could it possibly be one of those legendary bloodlines or physiques mentioned in the human race's tales? Countless evolvers were discussing animatedly, speculating about the new disciple the Star Lord had recently taken under his wing. It couldn't be helped, such an event was a rare occurrence, something that could be called a once-in-a-millennium affair. The virtual world, Chikuin Main Star. Peak 13, at the highest place the Great Hall. Lin Yuan and his 12 senior apprentice brothers were seated. Below the Grand Hall were countless figures, densely packed, all evolvers from various parts of the universe who had come to congratulate Lin Yuan. Little junior brother, that person is from the Gongji family, not weak at all. He once crossed fists with me years ago. Little junior brother, the one sitting in the fourth row isn't from the human race, he's from a different species that pledged loyalty to our human race, having submitted for 1,000,000 years, now he's one of us. Little junior brother. From morning till now, the senior brothers periodically introduced Lin Yuan to others, for the Chikuin star domain was too vast, exceeding 1,000,000 life planets, and one could imagine the number of evolvers who came to celebrate. If it weren't for the senior brothers, who had set a series of preconditions for participating in the celebration ceremony, the number of people present would likely be 10 to 100 times greater. Lin Yuan was nodding constantly on the side. He could feel the enthusiasm from his senior brothers. The Red Kuin lineage was extremely united, and the 12 senior brothers understood that as long as Lin Yuan didn't die prematurely, for an incredibly long time to come, they would all be brothers. In the Cosmic Human Alliance, the bond between senior and junior brothers might be even higher than that of blood relatives. After all, blood relatives may die of old age, but senior and junior brothers, usually existing at the same level, have similar lifespans, capable of accompanying each other for a long time. Right now, Lin Yuan might be weak, but they believed that soon he would catch up with them and perhaps even surpass them. Below the Great Hall. In a certain corner. Fang Qing was sitting at the same table with several evolvers who had just joined the Red Kuin lineage. Is that the peak master of 13? Next to Fang Qing, a gentle and weak-looking girl curiously said. He looks quite young, I wonder if I could become his disciple. The weak-looking girl spoke softly. Upon saying this, the eyes of the others at the table suddenly brightened. Even though the peak master of 13 was the weakest and had the smallest foundation, compared to the vast number of disciples under the previous 12 peak masters, becoming the disciple of the 13 peak master seemed to be an easier path to stand out due to lesser competition. And if you followed the 13 peak master, while he was still weak, they would be the old-timers when he grew strong. By that time, they would be the foundational assets that would bless future generations. 13 Peak Master. Fang Qing glanced around, looking at the extremely lively ceremony, and felt somewhat lost. If Lin brother had also passed the test, we could be sitting together drinking now, Fang Qing muttered to herself, reminiscing about Lin Yuan, and abruptly drained the wine in her cup. All right. Just then, the Grand Hall's senior apprentice brother got up, walked to the entrance of the hall, and looked towards the countless evolvers who had come to congratulate them below. Now, let's congratulate our junior brother, celebrate the 13 Peak Master. The voice of the senior apprentice brother reached everyone's ears. Instantly, countless people stood up. Raising the wine cups in their hands, they looked towards Lin Yuan, who was seated in the hall. Among them were the lords of high-level life planets, strong evolvers, and even heirs to vast financial empires. But at this moment, everyone's gaze was on Lin Yuan. Because they all understood that from now on, the Qikuan Star Domain would have one more high-ranking individual. To the 13 Peak Master, cheers! To the 13 Peak Master, cheers! To the 13 Peak Master, cheers! Numerous voices rose, deafening. Chapter 138, 19, Star Domain Evolution Rankings, Founders Circle. Chapter 138, Chapter 19, Star Domain Evolution Rankings, Founders Circle. Human Race Frontier. This was a desolate expanse of starry sky. Within tens of light years, there existed no resource planets or life planets. At that moment, 3 massive consciousnesses penetrated the starry sky, descending upon this location. Are we all gathered? Let's discuss the important matters now. The 3 massive consciousnesses rapidly exchanged information, quickly completing the intelligence swap. These 3 massive consciousnesses, from different species, were responsible for summarizing intelligence within the human race. There was no choice, the pressure the human race brought upon the surrounding species was too immense. Even the supremely arrogant insect race was forced to form an alliance with other species to jointly counteract the human race. Right, the first massive consciousness that had spoken emitted, the Qikuan Star Lord has recently taken a disciple, which needs attention. The Qikuan Star Lord was extremely adept at mentoring disciples. Among the 12 disciples he had taken, 3 had surpassed the 6th rank, a frighteningly high probability. Since his disciple from 10,000 years ago was assassinated, the Qikuan Star Lord's enthusiasm had cooled, and he hadn't taken any disciples ever since. This time, however, he broke his usual practice and took a disciple, evidently holding high expectations. I have also heard about this matter, that disciples' potential and talents must be quite exceptional, otherwise he wouldn't attract Qikuan to take him as a disciple. What now? Should this person be added to the assassination list? The second massive consciousness spoke. Rather than waiting for this new disciple to grow, it would be better to nip him in the bud. Added to the assassination list. Even if he is added, what then? Do you know the identity of the person? The third massive consciousness spoke. Upon this statement, Frububble.cm. The other 2 massive consciousnesses fell silent. Indeed. Up to now, their knowledge about the new disciple recently taken by the Qikuan Star Lord was pitifully scant. The official statement from Red Kuan lineage is that this new disciple was discovered by the Qikuan Star Lord during his travels through the universe on some planet, then brought back to be nurtured for a few years before being officially. I find that possibility unlikely. Not long ago, Qikuan Star Lord initiated the 7-star cave test, then announced the acceptance of this new disciple. Both events' timing seems too coincidental. The 3 massive consciousnesses had thoughts that operated exceedingly fast, soon linking this new disciple with the recent competition. 7-star cave test. To my knowledge, the test of the 7-star cave initiated by the Qikuan Star Lord selected testers from 120,000 life planets in the Dawn star system. Over 1.2 million testers entered into the 7-star cave world. Could it possibly be that you guys want to include all these 1.2 million evolvers on the assassination list? The second massive consciousness said. What does assassination mean? Assassinating 1 or 2 people, that's called assassination. Assassinating 1 or 2 million people, that's called slaughter. If the different species had such capability, why would they form an alliance? They could simply exterminate human civilization directly. Indeed. The other 2 massive consciousnesses also found it troublesome. That the new disciple came from the 7-star cave test was merely their speculation, and even if it was true, they were unable to proceed to the next step. The scope was simply too broad. Of course, with the strength of the different species, if they really threw caution to the wind, it's not just about erasing 1.2 million evolvers, even erasing the entire Dawn star system could be done directly. But that would then necessitate a larger, more unacceptable price to be paid afterward. Forget it. Let's see how things unfold. After discussing for a long time, the three massive consciousnesses decided to temporarily stand down. 10,000 years ago, that disciple of the Chiquin Star Lord had exposed himself. If this new disciple leaks any information in the future, there would be no harm in taking action then. Even if he didn't leak any information, it would merely mean the addition of one more existence surpassing the 6th rank. For the overall war trend between the human race and the surrounding different species, it wouldn't make much difference. Kanglan Star. Central Continent Manor. I suppose I'm already under the attention of the different species. Lin Yuan sat in the underground training arena, thinking to himself. The celebration ceremony held by Red Kuan lineage made too much noise. Countless evolvers and major powers were paying attention, surely those different species must have noticed as well. Of course, even if Red Kuan lineage hadn't held a celebration, it was not certain to escape the surveillance of the different species. Skulking about may instead have drawn more significant attention from the different species. Considering this, it might as well be more straightforward and reveal himself, especially since the different species didn't know Lin Yuan's true identity. Lin Yuan predicted that the different species at most might link him to the 7-star cave test initiated by the Chiquin Star Lord. But that would be all. Among the 1.2 million testers who entered the 7-star cave, the range was too vast to be investigated. Even if, for argument's sake, they traced it back to Lin Yuan and attempted assassination, under the protection of Ho Ming, a 6th-rank evolver, it would not pose any threat. Unless the different species sent an existence surpassing the 6th rank, but with the 3 life-saving tokens bestowed by the Chiquin Star Lord, even an existence surpassing the 6th rank couldn't kill Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan felt that the different species likely wouldn't send an existence surpassing the 6th rank to assassinate him, even if they knew his real identity. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, even if he were taken as a disciple by the Chiquin Star Lord, his ultimate limit would just be the same as his eldest senior brother, and his second and third senior brothers, becoming an existence surpassing the 6th rank. Completely not worth sacrificing an assassin surpassing the 6th rank. In the territory of the human race, if the different species dared to carry out an assassination, the assassin basically couldn't escape. It would be a one-for-one trade. Continue training. Lin Yuan closed his eyes and resumed his training. Whatever the time, the most important thing was one's own strength. Without strength, everything else was just talk. Even with the protection of a Star Lord, one would face the ultimate limit of life, and only by continuously growing stronger and breaking through can one persist indefinitely. Chapter 139, 19-Star Domain Evolution Rankings, Founders Circle _2. Chapter 139, Chapter 19-Star Domain Evolution Rankings, Founders Circle _2. The Mysterious Yellow Evolutionary Path. After 2 or 3 months of comprehension, Lin Yuan had progressed to 1/10 of the first-tier chapter of the Mysterious Yellow Evolutionary Path. What exactly is this evolutionary path? Even with my against heaven's understanding, I comprehend it so slowly. Other evolvers, even if ideally suited to cultivate this path, would find it as challenging as ascending to the heavens to fully comprehend it, right? Doubts surfaced in Lin Yuan's heart. Could it be that comprehending this evolutionary path requires some specific method? Or some sort of auxiliary means, an item? Lin Yuan thought to himself in silence. The Chiquin Star Lord had not provided him with a detailed introduction to the mysterious yellow evolutionary path, saying only to retreat for a while and discuss it after coming out. Stop the comprehension for now. Integrate the martial Tao evolutionary path. Lin Yuan collected his thoughts. Now that he was at the 4th rank 12 segments, essentially at the end of the 4th rank domain, he had the confidence to organize the 4th rank chapter of the martial Tao evolutionary path. Reviewing the path he had taken was very helpful for Lin Yuan. With his against heaven's understanding, new inspiration burst forth every moment. Half a day later, Lin Yuan opened his eyes again. It's about time. Lin Yuan let out a light breath. The fourth rank chapter of the Martial Tao evolutionary path was essentially ready. Goddess of Wisdom. Lin Yuan connected to the Goddess of Wisdom, intending to upload the fourth rank chapter. As the disciple of the Star Lord and the Peak Master of the Red Kuan lineage's 13 peaks, Lin Yuan had not given up on publishing subsequent evolutionary paths. Firstly, not only was there income from the merit points, but also a sizable share of the revenue. Countless citizens of the Human Alliance, with each purchase of the Martial Tao evolutionary path, Lin Yuan would receive a 30% cut. This income streamed in continuously and would increase as the Martial Tao evolutionary path rose to higher levels. Secondly, as Lin Yuan joined the Red Kuan lineage and accessed more information, he realized that publicizing and spreading his own evolutionary path seemed to have a deeper meaning. Take the Ancient Gods evolution path as an example. The ancient gods in the depths of the stars have rules more profound than the third rank chapter. The second part was the over 100 evolutionary paths comprehended in the 7-star cave world, and the vast and abstruse, mysterious yellow evolution path. A deeper engagement with the rules detected in the fourth rank chapter commenced re-evaluation of the potential of the Martial Path evolutionary path. Evaluation complete. The current Martial Path evolutionary path has a 10% chance of advancing to 5th rank evolutionary path, a 90% chance of advancing to 6th rank evolutionary path, and a 1% chance of advancing to 7th rank evolutionary path. The potential of advancing to 7th rank has been flagged, triggering Article 13 of the Charter. Contingency plans generated for human citizen with ID number 123**********, security clearance elevated, and the Founder's virtual world activated. Commence evaluation of the 4th rank chapter's value. 100,000 merit points, no need to seek authorization from the nearest highest ranking citizen. After uploading the 4th rank chapter of the Martial Path evolutionary path, Lin Yuan began contemplating the path of the 5th rank. According to the standards set by human civilization, 5th rank evolvers are considered the strongest life forms on the surface of a planet. With their full force, they can cause the tectonic plates to tear, leading to various natural disasters. 5th rank evolvers can wipe out all life on a life planet in a short time. Therefore, 5th rank evolvers are also referred to as continent sinking rank. The strongest evolvers of a middle grade life planet usually only reach the 5th rank. As for the 6th rank, without a special reason, it is rare for a 6th rank life to stay on a middle grade life planet for an extended period. Respected citizen Lin Yuan, after the final determination, your 4th rank chapter is worth 100,000 merit points. It was at this moment that the solemn and cold voice of the Goddess of Wisdom came through. 100,000 merit points. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. Though it was within expectations, receiving such a high evaluation from the Goddess of Wisdom still made Lin Yuan feel delighted. 100,000 merit points. This meant that the value of the 4th rank chapter alone surpassed the combined value of the 1st-tier chapter, the 2nd-layer chapter, and the 3rd rank chapter that Lin Yuan had directly uploaded. 100,000 merit points, if placed on the battlefields of the human race's frontiers, who knows how many 5th rank and 6th rank beings of different species would need to be killed to exchange for such a vast amount of merit points. Let's have a look at the updated information on the Martial Path evolutionary path. Lin Yuan opened the network panel to check the section on Martial Path evolutionary path. A 10% chance to advance to the 7th rank evolution path. Certainty settled in Lin Yuan's heart. After assimilating the essence of over 100 6th rank evolution paths, along with 16 evolution paths that surpassed the 6th rank, and one unfathomable, mysterious yellow evolution path, ewanvel.com. If the Martial Path evolutionary path still had no hope of advancing to the 7th rank evolution pathway, Lin Yuan really wouldn't know how else to reach the 7th rank. No rush, no rush. Lin Yuan steadied his mind. Although the current Martial Path evolutionary path only had a 10% chance of advancing to the 7th rank. That was because the Martial Path evolutionary path had only reached the 4th rank chapter thus far. In the future, once Lin Yuan developed the 5th stage section and the 6th rank chapter, the likelihood of advancing to the 7th rank would inevitably increase significantly. This was also the experience Lin Yuan had summed up after uploading the 1st-tier chapter, the 2nd-layer chapter, the 3rd rank chapter, and the 4th rank chapter. When it was the 2nd-layer chapter, the Martial Path evolutionary path hardly had any hope of advancing to the 6th rank evolution path. But now, there was a 90% certainty of advancing to the 6th rank. Now, the ranking of the martial path evolutionary path is. A thought flickered in Lin Yuan's heart. As early as when the 3rd rank chapter was uploaded, the martial path evolutionary path had topped the evolution ranking, becoming the 1st. But this 1st place was on the Kanglin evolution ranking. The paths Lin Yuan had surpassed were all those born from Kanglin star. As for beyond Kanglin star, the Dawn star system, to say nothing of the Qikuan star domain. At least when Lin Yuan uploaded the 3rd rank chapter, he didn't rank anywhere on the star system evolution ranking or the star domain evolution ranking. In this respect, Lin Yuan didn't find it strange at all. When the 3rd rank chapter was uploaded, the potential limit of the martial path evolutionary path was the 6th rank evolution path. A 6th rank evolution path might be extremely rare on Kanglin star, a middle-grade life planet, but in the grand scheme of the entire Qikuan star domain, it was quite common. After all, the number of 6th rank fallen star warriors was there. As 6th rank evolvers, they definitely cultivated 6th rank evolution paths, or even ones that surpassed 6th rank. Martial path evolutionary path, Qikuan star domain evolution ranking, 100th place. Lin Yuan was slightly surprised to see the ranking of the martial path evolutionary path. In the Qikuan star domain evolution ranking, the top 100 were all 6th rank evolution paths, the top 50 were outright 7th rank evolution paths. Although the martial path evolutionary path also had the potential to surpass the 6th rank, it was ultimately not yet a 6th rank evolution path. The ranking of the evolution paths on the evolution ranking is determined based on multiple factors, including potential. The martial path evolutionary path, just at the 4th rank, has a 10% chance of advancing to the 7th rank, apparently outstripping many long-established 6th rank evolution paths in potential. Lin Yuan speculated internally. After checking the latest ranking of the martial path evolutionary path, Lin Yuan then looked at the new permissions and features unlocked after uploading the 4th rank chapter. Founders Virtual World Permissions enabled. Founders. Lin Yuan became interested. The founders mentioned here must be the originators who pioneered various evolution paths. For human civilization, these founders are national treasure-like figures, and their identity information is considered top secret. And the founders' virtual world, surely, is a space provided for these founders to interact and discuss. Thinking this, Lin Yuan immediately activated the permissions and entered the founders' virtual world. Chapter 140, 20 Level 5 Citizen, the 4th Shuttle. Qikuan Prime Virtual World. Central Plaza Area. For any planet-level virtual world, the Central Plaza area is always the most attention-grabbing place. Here stand the majestic and tall evolution rankings, gathering the strongest 100 evolutionary paths born from over 1 million life planets in this star domain. Even if the popularity of the arena district surged due to tournament events, as soon as the tournaments ended, the Central Plaza area buzzed with activity once again. However, on this particular early morning, the 100th place on this star domain level evolution ranking quietly changed to a different evolutionary path. Damn. Look quick, the evolution rankings have changed. Immediately, evolvers noticed this and started discussing heatedly. Even if it was only the last 100th place, one must know that this is a star domain level evolution ranking, with each listed evolutionary path having emerged from countless others. The evolutionary paths ranked in the top 100 of the Qikuan evolution rankings, even the one in 100th place, are all of the most cutting-edge 6th rank, holding the hope of advancing to the 7th rank evolutionary pathway. The martial path evolutionary path. What kind of evolutionary path is that? Heavens, this evolutionary path, is it only 4th rank? A 4th rank evolutionary path surpassing a large number of 6th rank evolutionary paths to enter the Qikuan evolution rankings. The plaza was full of stunned people. The scope of the Qikuan evolution rankings includes the entire Qikuan star domain. Therefore, the rankings are often subject to change. With such a large population base, the probability of giving rise to top-notch 6th rank evolutionary paths also greatly increases. But even with frequent changes, even when breaking into the top 100, it should be the 6th rank evolutionary paths that make it. What the hell is a 4th rank evolutionary path? It was as if a group of students, all around 18 or 19 years old, just entered a higher educational institution, and suddenly, an 8 or 9-year-old child appeared among them, making the other students feel somewhat awkward. The evolution rankings definitely don't make mistakes. They have been verified multiple times by the three goddesses, which means this 4th rank evolutionary path truly surpasses those top-tier 6th rank paths in the overall evaluation. Let me take a closer look. The Marshall Path evolutionary path. Someone couldn't wait any longer and began pulling up more information about the Marshall Path evolutionary path. The Marshall Path evolutionary path originated on Kanglen Star, an ordinary middle-grade life planet in the Dawn star system. Hiss. When the Marshall Path evolutionary path first appeared, it only had the first-tier chapter. Afterward, it updated the subsequent stages every 6 months or so. From the first-tier chapter to the present 4th rank chapter, the Marshall Path evolutionary path has not been around for more than 5 years. And yet, merely the Marshall Path evolutionary path of the 4th rank holds the potential to ascend to the 7th rank evolutionary pathway. Big shot, this must be the research achievement of some high-ranking evolver scholar from our human alliance. On the plaza, numerous evolvers and high-ranking citizens, although engaged in constant debate, shared a common viewpoint. That is, the founder of this evolutionary path must be some prestigious evolver scholar occupying a high position. Here one must mention a well-known fact. Generally speaking, founders of an evolutionary path fall into 2 categories. The first type is those who forge the path as they cultivate it, like Lin Yuan, who develops the evolutionary path to the same realm that he has cultivated to himself. However, such founders are extremely rare. As for the second type, they are those high-rank evolver scholars who, from a position of great authority, develop and create entirely new evolutionary paths. The latter represents the mainstream among the evolutionary path founders of the Human Alliance. After all, for high-rank evolvers to create new evolutionary paths, they have significant advantages in both experience and efficiency. Just like teachers in schools, even those teaching at the most basic level, at least have a university degree, if not a doctorate from a research institute. From a higher vantage point, it's easier to identify and solve problems. Because of this common knowledge, the vast majority on the plaza believe that the Marshall Path evolutionary path was established by a seasoned evolver scholar. After all, the time interval for uploading from the first-tier chapter to the 4th rank chapter is too short. And it is also very regular. It resembles how those well-versed evolver scholars would release their research findings on a schedule. I want to see what makes this evolutionary path, based only on the first-tier chapter to the 4th rank chapter, crush those top-tier 6th rank evolutionary paths. Exactly, I've purchased the complete set and am studying it carefully. I finished reading it and decided to have my son cultivate this evolutionary path. After all, coming from the hands of an evolver scholar, it's certain to have follow-ups. In the Central Continent Manor on Kanglen Star, Lin Yuan was exploring the Founder's Virtual World. The Founder's Virtual World has 2 modes. One is similar to the virtual world of the major planets. However, a prerequisite to entering the Founder's Virtual World is to be a founder oneself. And the evolutionary path one has created must have the potential to advance to the 7th rank. In addition, even if what's created isn't an evolutionary path but rather another significant research achievement, as long as it meets the standards, one can also enter the Founder's Virtual World. If one cannot meet the aforementioned criteria, then there is no access to this world. This leads to very few people in the Founder's Virtual World. Although human civilization has quite a few 7th rank evolutionary pathways, over the long years, most of their founders have died for various reasons. Chapter 141, 20 Level 5 Citizen, the 4th Shuttle _2. The number of living founders can be imagined. Moreover, most founders are engrossed in various types of research and usually can't be bothered to stroll around the virtual world in their free time. Thus, there came the second mode of the Founder's Virtual World. The Forum Mode. This mode is incredibly primitive. It's where every founder can express their views or ask questions on the forum, for later generations to ponder or answer. Lin Yuan spent most of his time browsing in Forum Mode. After all, he had just entered the Founder's Virtual World and was still a newcomer. It's too profound. Lin Yuan watched for a while and marveled. The posts on the forum were strange and varied. There was the possibility of traveling to a higher dimensional world. There was, how many ways are there for an 8th layer evolver to advance to a 9th layer evolver? There was, how to transplant those peak bloodlines from the universe, such as Starry Sky Wanderer Kuin and others, onto the human race. After looking around, Lin Yuan felt he was still too young, having no significant achievements compared to those founders who had lived for tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years. This question. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's expression changed. He stopped at a post. The description of this post was quite simple. It asked whether it was better for a high-rank evolver to fully comprehend one rule or to comprehend multiple rules at the same time. Evolvers' energy and time are limited. Comprehending one rule has its benefits, while comprehending multiple rules has its own advantages. The former allows one to understand a rule to a deeper level, while the latter's collision of various rules could bring additional surprises. Lin Yuan scrolled through the responses below the post. The earliest response was from 23,000 years ago. The gist was that it is certainly better to comprehend one rule. There were successive responses afterwards. Some evolvers believed that comprehending multiple rules holds a broader prospect. Over the past 20,000 years, people have been responding from time to time, debating with earlier comments. I can answer this one. Lin Yuan stroked his chin, and after looking for a long time, he finally found something he understood. After carefully contemplating for a moment, Lin Yuan also replied below. Comprehend a certain rule, and then use this Tao to govern all other Taos. The Taiji Tao created by Lin Yuan is based on this principle. No matter to what level Lin Yuan cultivates in the future, the foundation will always be Taiji, which is formed by the fusion of Taiyin and Taiyang. Beyond the foundation, there is no limit to the means Lin Yuan can master. Because Lin Yuan can comprehend all kinds of rules, and all the rules are supplementing the Tao of Taiji. Taiji gives birth to all things. With Taiji command all the other Taos. After browsing a little longer, Lin Yuan exited the founder's virtual world. The fourth-ranked chapter sold so many copies. Lin Yuan glanced at the share situation and found that in just a few hours, the fourth-ranked chapter he had just uploaded had already sold nearly 100 copies. You should know. Lin Yuan had priced the fourth-ranked chapter at 50 million civilization coins. Currently, for the various stages of the martial path evolutionary path. First tier chapter, 10,000. Second layer chapter, 500,000. Third rank chapter, 5 million. Fourth rank chapter, 50 million. Are 50 million a lot? Definitely a lot. This is a fortune that ordinary citizens can only look up to. But for an evolver, it's something that can be afforded. In human civilization, evolvers cultivate the evolution path in stages. For example, a first-rank evolver would only temporarily purchase the evolution path's first-tier chapter. As for the second-layer chapter, it would be considered only after cultivating to the first-rank 12th segment. The fourth-rank chapter of the martial path evolutionary path is aimed at evolvers who have cultivated to the third-rank 12th segment. It's not difficult for an evolver at the limit of the third rank to come up with 50 million. But now, there isn't even a third-rank evolver cultivating the martial path evolutionary path, let alone one at the 12th segment of the third rank. It must be the exposure from the star domain rankings. When he had just uploaded the third-rank chapter and topped the Kanglin evolution ranking, there was also a surge of purchases for the full stages of the martial path evolutionary path. Now the martial path evolutionary path. Lin Yuan glanced at the current number of practitioners of the martial path evolutionary path. First tier chapter, 26,783 people. Second layer chapter, 394 people. Third rank chapter, 0. Not bad. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. When the third rank chapter was uploaded, not a single person had cultivated to the second layer. Rewabove.com, in just over half a year, nearly 400 people had stepped into the second layer. Lin Yuan speculated that this might be because the martial path evolutionary path had further spread, and those citizens who were cultivating it had good innate conditions, which was why they had made such rapid progress. The martial path evolutionary path did not rely heavily on external resources or environment. But that meant even without high-quality resources and environments, one could still cultivate this evolution path. If more resources were available for use, undoubtedly, the pace of martial Tao cultivation could be accelerated. 100,000 merit points can elevate a citizen's rank to the 5th level. Lin Yuan glanced at his accumulated merit points. 149,000 merit points. And the merit points required for a 4th level citizen to advance to 5th level was 50,000. Promote. Lin Yuan did not hesitate, he immediately chose to promote. After a few breaths, Lin Yuan successfully advanced to a 5th level citizen. Compared to a 4th level citizen, a 5th level citizen had more privileges. One of them included the ability to mobilize a fleet of warships, used to ensure one's own safety. Warship fleet. Lin Yuan looked at the many new authorities he had gained. If he wished, he could at any time draw a warship fleet from the Dawn Star System's main star to be stationed permanently outside Kanglan Star to protect him. Forget it. No point. Lin Yuan pondered for a while and decided not to use this authority. Currently, he had a 6th rank evolver and 12 5th rank evolvers for personal protection, as well as 3 life-saving tokens bestowed by the Star Lord. Having a fleet of warships come over wouldn't make much of a difference. Besides, it could easily draw other people's attention. After all, the commotion caused by a fleet of warships would be much greater than when Ho Ming and the others came over. It would be impossible to hide. Time passed. 10 days later. Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. I can make the 4th traverse now. Lin Yuan felt slightly excited in his heart. At this moment, deep in his mind, the majestic gate of light on the periphery had been completely illuminated. This meant that Lin Yuan could traverse at any time now. Let's try again. Lin Yuan concentrated in front of the gate of light, while also extending a wisp of his mind beyond it. This would allow Lin Yuan to know in advance some general information about the world he would traverse to. During the 3rd traverse, Lin Yuan had used this method to learn in advance that the world he was crossing into was related to arms, along with details such as the general flow of time in the traverse world. Moments later, the wisp of consciousness Lin Yuan had sent out entered the gate of light. Boom. This wisp of consciousness arrived in a vast world. This world was about 10 times the size of the Divine Arms world, and at a glance, it was divided into 5 continents, each continent being the size of several Kanglan stars. Warfare. Disaster. Lin Yuan faintly sensed limitless warfare and disaster from this world. The next instant, the wisp of consciousness turned to dust. In the outside world, Lin Yuan's face sank into thought. From the brief contact earlier, Lin Yuan had received some information about the world he was about to traverse into. The first was the duration of stay. This time, Lin Yuan could stay for 200 years. Next was the time flow speed. 200 years in the traverse world would be half a month in the main world. 200 years. The duration of stay for this traverse was a bit longer than that in the Divine Arms world, but compared to the previous traverses, the increase was actually lower. Warfare. Disaster. Lin Yuan thought of the aura he had just sensed. Next, Lin Yuan informed Ho Ming, the captain of the 6th rank guard troops, that he would go into seclusion for half a month and not to allow anyone to disturb him during this period. He then approached the nutrient pod. These 3 tokens. Lin Yuan made sure to place the 3 life-saving tokens on his person, and he lay down in the nutrient pod. Immediately, his consciousness returned to the depths of his mind. New world, here I come. Lin Yuan exhaled softly, confirming there were no other omissions, and with a thought, the door to the myriad realms emitted a suction, drawing all his consciousness into the door. Chapter 142, 1, Desperate Realm, 10 years, please subscribe. Northern Region, Great Abyss. In the harsh winter, like a prison, water droplets turn to ice. This is the place of suppression for a generation's great supervillain. Ever since the supervillain Xiahou Yuan was defeated by Tianjian Z 5 years ago, he has been sealed here. Tianjian Z, out of empathy for the world, even though the great supervillain Xiahou Yuan's crimes were heinous, being the leader of countless villains in the 5 domains, still did not bring himself to kill him. 18 layers beneath the great abyss, a gaunt figure sat there. His chest, pierced by black chains, his limbs also bound by those chains. Every chain was covered with dense patterns, which vaguely isolated heaven and earth, suppressing everything. Xiahou, I'm sorry. Qing'er, why did you betray me? What's so good about joining Tianjian Z? Could he give you a status above all others? Xiahou, that's not true, I'm not the Qing'er you speak of. The descendants of the Bai family have long since perished. I merely borrowed the Bai family's bloodline to get close to you. My real name isn't Bai Qing'er. Do you remember when you were hunted, critically wounded, and on the brink of death? It was I who saved you, who performed the marrow cleansing for you. Xiahou, that too was a lie. The ones who hunted me did it all for you to see. When your cultivation went awry, I used the fruits of heaven and earth to save your life. That was all fake. I did it on purpose to let you discover that my blood and aura were related to the Bai family, to make you believe that I was a descendant of the Bai family. I made you the demon queen, granting you the power to command the villains of the 5 domains, above millions of living beings. Xiahou, you are a supervillain, the source of chaos in this world. Because of you, villains from the 5 domains have gathered. If you don't die, the masses will perish. 18 layers beneath the great abyss, Xiahou Yuan sat there, the past events flickering through his mind like a fast-forwarding scene. No one knew that the supervillain Xiahou Yuan had an ordinary background, born in a regular village. At the age of 10, he stumbled into a cave and acquired a demonic Tao heritage. However, when Xiahou Yuan returned to his village, he found that everyone had been slaughtered by a passing supervillain. Since then, Xiahou Yuan completely stood against the supervillains. Xiahou Yuan had exceptional aptitude in cultivation, advancing to the 4th realm by solely relying on that demonic Tao heritage. During this time, Xiahou Yuan also dedicated himself to hunting down major supervillains. But soon, Xiahou Yuan realized that supervillains couldn't be exterminated. Even if he wiped out all the villains in the world, within 50 to 100 years, a new generation of supervillains would emerge. Because the methods of the demonic Tao, despite inherent risks, are shortcuts compared to the orthodox Tao's cultivation practices. As long as there are living beings, there will be those who can't control themselves and embark on the path of the demonic Tao. Hence, Xiahou Yuan thought of another way. If supervillains can't be killed off, then he would become the strongest among them, and lay down laws for all supervillains, thus limiting the harm they cause to the most stable range possible. However, Xiahou Yuan overlooked the righteous forces. As he was unifying the 5-domain demonic path, in the eyes of the righteous forces, he became a thorn in their side. Originally, the demonic path of the 5 domains was scattered, posing no great threat to the righteous ones. Besides, it was civilians who died, not them. But now, with the demonic path of the 5 domains on the verge of unification, how could they tolerate it? Thus, the earth-shaking battle between the righteous and the demonic happened 5 years ago. Originally, with the power of Xiahou Yuan, even if he lost, he should have been able to retreat in one piece. But he had overlooked Qing'er, his companion of many decades. Qing'er. In Xiahou Yuan's lifeless eyes, a trace of tenderness appeared. Even though he had been betrayed by Qing'er, resulting in his current state, Xiahou Yuan never bore any resentment toward Qing'er. Just don't know, without me, will the world be as Tianjianzi wished, a land of peace. The vitality of Xiahou Yuan grew weaker and weaker. With his qi sealed and primordial spirit suppressed, on top of losing the will to live, his life force was rapidly fleeing. As he neared complete obliteration, suddenly, a consciousness descended. Lin Yuan blinked in surprise, immediately feeling endless pain surging from where his chest, breastbone and limbs were located. What kind of start is this? Lin Yuan inhaled sharply, only to feel the pain intensifying several-fold. This made Lin Yuan dare not move, his breathing even cautious. Soon, Lin Yuan quickly went through Xiahou Yuan's memories, one of the top powerhouses in the world, someone most likely to break through to the 9th realm, ending up in such a predicament after losing the battle 5 years ago. If it weren't for me, Xiahou Yuan would have been dead by now. Lin Yuan sensed his body's extreme weakness. But since I'm here, everything is different. What you, Xiahou Yuan, dare not face, I will face for you. Outside of the great abyss, over a dozen guards did their round and, finding no anomalies, gathered to chat. The northern region is a land of bitter cold, and the great abyss is even more so, a veritable no man's land. If it weren't for the duty of guarding Xiahou Yuan, who had been sealed below, who would want to stay in such a place? In fact, to call it guarding was merely a formality. They were just confirming that Xiahou Yuan imprisoned below hadn't died. In the prison of the Great Abyss, outsiders cannot enter, and those inside cannot leave. It's just like Xiahou Yuan to have survived 5 years without dying, commented a man with triangular eyes among the guards. Although they dare not venture to the 18th layer underground, they have means to confirm whether Xiahou Yuan is dead or alive. Chapter 143, 1, Desperate Realm, 10 years, please subscribe, _2. This was the contingency left behind by Tianjianzi when he sealed Xiahou Yuan in this place years ago. I heard that 5 years ago, the battle between Xiahou Yuan and Tianjianzi shattered the heavens and split the earth, and in the end, Tianjianzi used the Tianjian sect's ultimate technique to crush the demonic Tao true body of Xiahou Yuan. Another guard whispered. In this bitterly cold place, their only pleasure was to discuss the legendary great demon Xiahou Yuan. After all, he was imprisoned right beneath their feet. I've heard another version, saying that Qinghou by Xiahou Yuan's side was actually Tianjianzi's childhood sweetheart, and it was precisely because of Qinghou's betrayal that Xiahou Yuan was defeated and sealed. The third guard couldn't help but chime in. Impossible. What kind of person is Tianjianzi? Holding the righteous power of the world, how could he resort to such a tactic? Indeed, I also think it's impossible. Even if Tianjianzi defeated Xiahou Yuan back then, he did not kill him but instead sealed him here to live a lingering and miserable life. Facing such a fierce and evil demon like Xiahou Yuan, even the venerable Tianjianzi harbored a compassionate and reformative heart, so how could he possibly employ such despicable tactics? One after another, the guards voiced their opinions. Many of them greatly admired Tianjianzi and naturally did not allow others to speculate like that. Compassionate. Sympathetic to the world. All bullshit. On the 18th level underground, Lin Yuan's face revealed a sneer. Tianjianzi hadn't killed him simply because he feared the demonic secret technique Xiahou Yuan mastered. Soul out-of-body parasitism skill. This demonic Tao secret technique is akin to the seizure technique. When the physical body dies, the primordial spirit would escape, finding a suitable carrier to parasitize. The primordial spirit, being a concentration of mental and spiritual power, is not a physical entity and thus is difficult to restrain and deal with. If Tianjianzi had killed Xiahou Yuan during the battle 5 years ago, it would have been difficult to stop the escaping primordial spirit of Xiahou Yuan. If he had let Xiahou Yuan's primordial spirit escape, it would be tantamount to the battle being fought in vain, as Xiahou Yuan would recover his full strength and return after decades or even a century. So, Tianjianzi thought of a method. That was to seal Xiahou Yuan's body, confine his primordial spirit within his body, and suppress his body under the great abyss, seeking to literally torture Xiahou Yuan to death. This method proved effective. Just 5 years had passed, and Xiahou Yuan could no longer endure it. If it weren't for Lin Yuan's arrival, he would probably already be dead. Qing'er. Having observed Xiahou Yuan's situation, Lin Yuan discovered the primary culprit behind Xiahou Yuan's current plight. In fact, even if confronted with Qing'er's betrayal, with Xiahou Yuan's capabilities, there was a great chance for him to escape. At most, the price paid would be greater. It was just that at that moment, Xiahou Yuan was utterly despaired. Qing'er's betrayal had somewhat shattered his state of mind, so he did not make any resistance. Foolish. Such a strong figure, and yet to be bewildered by such low-level emotions. Lin Yuan furrowed his brows. At his peak, Xiahou Yuan was a peak powerhouse of the 9th realm. And the peak of the 9th realm is almost equivalent to a 4th-rank evolver of the main world. If Xiahou Yuan had had a strong will to survive 5 years ago, it would have been impossible for him to be suppressed here, and Lin Yuan wouldn't be in his current predicament. Forget it. Lin Yuan began to ponder. The Great Abyss is an incredibly mystical place, not only a forbidden zone for ordinary people but also to those powerful cultivators. Because the deeper one goes into the Great Abyss, the more the cultivator's mastered powers will be suppressed. 18 layers of the Great Abyss are enough to turn the powerhouses of the 7th and 8th realm into ordinary people. Of course. None of this posed a problem for Lin Yuan. What really troubled Lin Yuan were the 6 black chains that locked his body. Of these 6 black chains, 2 pierced through his sternum while 4 secured his limbs. The chains were made from deep-sea millennium fine gold, which even peak powerhouses of the 9th realm could hardly damage. On the surface of the fine gold, there were even more secret scripts from the heritage of the Tianjian sect. Just these 6 black chains alone completely restrained Lin Yuan. The slightest movement brought endless pain. Besides the chains, Lin Yuan's physical body and soul and spirit were also heavily sealed by secret techniques. The reason Tianjian dared to imprison Xiahou Yuan under the Great Abyss was that he was certain there was no possibility of escape. With so many sealing techniques, Xiahou Yuan indeed couldn't escape. Lin Yuan sighed. But he was not Xiahou Yuan. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yuan immediately thought of several methods. First was to reduce as much as possible the 6 black chains suppression on his body and soul and spirit. Only in this way could Lin Yuan have a chance to regain his strength. Once he returned to the 4th rank, even if not the 12th segment, leaving the Great Abyss would be more than possible. In the Swallowing Sky evolution path, there is a swallowing method that can transform the heterogeneous energy of the world into one's own. I use the method of Taiji to operate this technique, slowly swallowing the essence of the deep-sea fine gold within the black chains. As long as the deep-sea fine gold turns into scrap metal, the secret script engraved on it will naturally become rootless water, unable to suppress me. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. The Swallowing Sky evolution path is a beyond 6th rank evolution path of the 7-star cave world. It is extremely eerie and can affect the minds of evolvers. But it must be said, this evolution path is indeed powerful, and even in such a dire situation, Lin Yuan could make use of it. Let's begin. Lin Yuan closed his eyes, slowly circulated his internal qi and blood, enduring immense pain while slowly eroding the 6 black chains. Using the most basic method of qi and blood circulation, indeed it did not trigger the backlash of the soul and spirit seal, ewebnovel.com. Lin Yuan steadied his mind. His physical body and soul and spirit were heavily sealed by secret techniques. If he used even a little power, he would encounter backlash. But now, merely circulating basic qi and blood apparently did not meet the requirements for backlash. After all, the circulation of basic qi and blood is too common. As long as one is alive and breathing, the qi and blood are slowly circulating. Initially, Tianjian's idea was to grind Xiahou Yuan to death but naturally left behind a way to live. Outside the Great Abyss, 2 guardians were slowly approaching the entrance. One guardian was large and the other was small. The larger one was a middle-aged man with a face full of beard. The smaller one was only in his early 20s, his face still showing traces of immaturity. Is this the Great Abyss? It's terrifying. The smaller guardian, named Zhao Si, was a second realm cultivator. His expression was heavy, as if under immense pressure. They hadn't even entered the Great Abyss yet, just approaching it made Zhao Si feel as if his qi and blood were nearly immersing. For ordinary people, every step would involve a great pressure. One can imagine. The Xiahou Yuan suppressed at the deepest part of the Great Abyss, at the 18th underground layer, what kind of terrifying pressure he must be enduring every moment. Keep your voice down. The bearded middle-aged man said softly beside him. For some reason, the closer they got to the entrance of the Great Abyss, they felt a mental pressure in addition to the physical one. Maybe because the one held inside was that legendary demon. A person's reputation mirrors them. Even though it's been 5 years. Even though they knew this legendary demon was no longer as he was. Even though they could now trample this legendary demon under their feet. That fear instilled deep in their souls still lingered. It was like sheep encountering a tiger, even though the tiger was about to die of old age, they dared not approach. Moments later, the 2 arrived at the entrance of the Great Abyss. They cautiously observed the area in front of the entrance. On the pitch-black stone lantern there, a small flame was burning slowly inside. Xiahou Yuan is alive, said the bearded middle-aged man. This lantern, left by Tianjian, could always sense Xiahou Yuan's life status at the 18th layer underground. If Xiahou Yuan completely died, and his soul and spirit perished, the flame inside the lantern would extinguish. As the flame was still burning, it indicated Xiahou Yuan was not dead. Not dead. Zhao Si shrank his head. He couldn't imagine how Xiahou Yuan managed to survive until now at the deepest part of the Great Abyss without any food supply. Let's go. After confirming the status of the lantern, the bearded middle-aged man immediately led Zhao Si back. Just like that. It was suddenly 10 years later. Chapter 144, To the Big Villain Comes Out, please subscribe. Name, Xiahou Yuan, Lin Yuan. Identity, holder of the Myriad Realms Gate. Bound talent, heaven-defying comprehension. Current status, consciousness descent. Remaining residence time, 290 years. The 18th layer beneath the great abyss. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, glancing at the illusory characters below his line of sight. Unknowingly, Lin Yuan had been in this realm for 10 years through consciousness descent. In those 10 years, Lin Yuan hadn't moved at all, focusing solely on eroding the 6 black chains that surrounded him. As for why he hadn't starved to death. In this realm's cultivation system, by reaching the 7th realm, one could absorb heavenly earth vital energy to achieve fasting. Within the great abyss, although the heavenly earth vital energy was extremely scarce, it was not completely absent. Moreover, with Lin Yuan's consciousness descent, it was natural for him not to starve to death. Besides, Tianjianzi would not allow Xiahou Yuan to starve to death. The physical body starving to death didn't mean the annihilation of the primordial spirit. Only if Xiahou Yuan actively sought death, would he truly die. 10 years. Lin Yuan sighed. Finally, Lin Yuan slowly rose to his feet. At the same time, the 2 black chains that pierced through Lin Yuan's clavicle silently turned into a fine dust. The other 4 black chains that bound his limbs likewise shattered inch by inch. 10 years' time. Lin Yuan hadn't stopped eroding and devouring the black chains for a single moment. And today at last, the 6 black chains that suppressed him were completely resolved. Freedom is good. Lin Yuan took a deep breath. Having lost the suppression of the 6 black chains, Lin Yuan finally dared to breathe deeply. The 6 chains of Millennium Deep Sea Essence surprisingly caused my physical body to shed and evolve several levels. A hint of wonder flashed across Lin Yuan's face. With the secret techniques of swallowing and conversion from the swallowing sky evolution path, he constantly transformed the essence from the deep sea metal into evolution, without rest for 10 years, leading to significant enhancements in Lin Yuan's physical body. This was indeed an unexpected joy. Outside the great abyss, the numerous guards had not yet departed. As long as Xiahou Yuan lived, these guardians could not leave. Of course, the guards were rotated yearly, for the northern region was bitterly cold, and the great abyss was even worse, the northernmost of the northern region. If not for the rewards promised by the Tianjian sect, and the ability to rotate back after a year, no cultivator would be willing to come here. This Xiahou Yuan hasn't died yet. At the entrance, Zhao Si, who could now handle things on his own, brought a new guardian to check the stone lantern. When he noticed that the flame inside the lantern was still burning slowly, he couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. In the past 10 years, he had rotated 3 times, relying on guarding the great abyss to obtain the rewards bestowed by the Tianjian sect. Zhao Si had reached the 4th realm. Even so, standing outside the great abyss, he still felt suppressed. He could only move step by step, almost like an ordinary person. Yet, 10 years had passed. And the legendary great demon, Xiahou Yuan, was still alive. If not for the fact that this stone lantern was left by Tianjianzi, the world's strongest. Zhao Si almost doubted whether the lantern was malfunctioning. This Xiahou Yuan, in his day, was a calamity on all sides, a genuine great demon, sect leader Tianjian. Zhao Si, following routine, informed the new guardian next to him about Xiahou Yuan's utterly evil deeds. Uncle Zhao, you say that with Xiahou Yuan suppressed here, the demons of the 5 domains would behave and not cause chaos. But over these years, in my hometown, we've often seen traces of demons, and several villages have been slaughtered. This new guardian spoke with a tone of confusion. He had heard from his elders that more than a decade ago, when the great demon Xiahou Yuan was still around, the demonic Tao forces of the 5 domains were unprecedented, but such large-scale slaughter of villages rarely happened. This. Zhao Si suddenly felt a bit silent upon hearing this. It wasn't just the new guardian who was puzzled. He too had heard plenty of such incidents. Having lost Xiahou Yuan, the chief of demonic Tao, it was as if the demons from the 5 domains had lost their shackles and had completely gone mad. Of course, the forces of righteous path led by the Tianjian sect constantly deployed disciples to annihilate these demons. But it hardly made any difference. Even if demons were exterminated, It was likely that within a few years or a decade, new demons would arise. And most of these new demons were once those who had set out to eliminate them. These individuals had obtained some demonic Tao heritage or techniques and eventually couldn't resist the temptation to cultivate them on their own. It couldn't be helped. The demonic Tao cultivation methods were too alluring. They were practically like cheating. Normal cultivation methods required years of arduous cultivation to break through from the first realm to the second realm, and one also needed a good natural aptitude. What about demonic Tao cultivation methods? No arduous cultivation needed, no aptitude required. One merely needed to know how to kill. The blood, energy, and souls of living beings were like great tonics for a demonic Tao cultivator. Don't think too much about it. Now that these demons are so rampant, you can imagine how much more dire the situation would be if Xiahou Yuan were still around. Zhao Si consoled. He was comforting the new guardian. But it was more like he was consoling himself. A bold and presumptuous thought had crept into his mind. Perhaps Tianjian should have never suppressed Xiahou Yuan. If Xiahou Yuan had been around, the situation in the 5 domains, even if not alleviated, could not have worsened to the current extent, could it? The 18th layer underground. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. Next, it's time to restore my strength. Lin Yuan pondered to himself. While the 6 black chains were present, both Lin Yuan's physical body and primordial spirit were suppressed. Let alone cultivating, even the slightest movement was excruciatingly painful. But now, free from the suppression of the 6 black chains, regaining strength became much easier. Even in the deepest part of the Great Abyss, where all laws withered and ordinary 7th and 8th realm powerhouses would have 90% of their strength suppressed while here. Chapter 145, To the Big Devil Comes Out, please subscribe, _2. But for Lin Yuan, it was not a difficult task. Moreover, in the past 10 years, Lin Yuan had devoted all his energy to eroding the black chains. Yet, he had not forgotten his enlightenment. In those 10 years, Lin Yuan had essentially assimilated more than 100 evolutionary paths of the 7-star cave world. Even the Xian Huang evolutionary path, he had comprehended it to 8/10 of the 2nd layer chapter. It's a pity I don't have any magical treasures to aid me. Regaining strength was not difficult, reaching the realm was merely a matter of accumulating energy. If he could bring over the scarlet spirit liquid from the main world, Lin Yuan would only need half a day, or even just a few hours, to restore his full strength. But without the scarlet spirit liquid and other rare treasures, he could only honestly recover slowly. Of course, Lin Yuan's slow recovery was relative to taking the scarlet spirit liquid. If compared to other cultivators, even those demons with strange progressions, the two simply couldn't be compared. They weren't on the same level at all. Time passed once again. Another 10 years went by. Northern region. On a hill near the Great Abyss, more than a dozen figures stood, gazing towards the distant Great Abyss. Lord above. The one leading was a woman, her gaze icy cold, standing there quietly. Nuan, the protector. At that moment, a figure dressed in black quickly approached. Bowing respectfully to the woman, he said, Moyang Demon Lord said he is currently facing a chase from the Tianjian sect and cannot meet up with us in time. This guy. A hint of murderous intent flashed in Nuan's eyes. Facing a chase from the Tianjian sect. With the strength of Moyang Demon Lord at the 9th realm, if he truly wanted to escape, unless Tianjian and more than a dozen other righteous 9th realm experts joined forces and set up a killing formation, they couldn't even bother him. Back when the Lord was around, each of these demon lords was so eager to please, almost willing to die for him. Now that they've been sealed by that despicable Tianjian, none of them even thinks of rescuing. Nuan's face showed anger, yet she sighed in her heart. People of the demonic Tao, who isn't selfish, hoping they would rescue Xiahou Yuan without expecting anything in return was unrealistic. But Nuan knew, Moyang True Monarch once owed Xiahou Yuan numerous great favors. Ordinarily, he should have at least shown some willingness. It's all that bitch by Qinger's fault. I warned the Lord many times back then, asking him to be wary of this bitch. Nuan was clear about the inside story of that earth-shattering righteous versus demonic battle 25 years ago. If it weren't for Bai Qinger stabbing the Lord in the back, it was uncertain who would have won or lost. We can't wait any longer. Even without Moyang Demon Lord, I must try again. Nguyen made up her mind. It had been 25 years since Xiahou Yuan was sealed in the depths of the Great Abyss ground. In this long time, Nguyen really worried that Xiahou Yuan wouldn't hold on. Outside the Great Abyss, Zhao Si and several guardians were patrolling. Just then, more than a dozen figures rapidly rushed towards this place. Even though being close to the Great Abyss, they were somewhat suppressed. Yet, the speed of these figures was still extremely fast. Not good. It's those remnants of the demonic Tao. Zhao Si, with his wealth of experience, immediately knew what was happening. The fact that Xiahou Yuan was sealed in the depths of the Great Abyss was no secret. So it led to a group of demonic remnants attempting a rescue every so often. Demonic remnants. The newcomer guardian beside him suddenly shocked. Just as he mustered the courage to block the rapidly approaching group of demonic remnants. What are you trying to do? Before the new guardian could rush out, he was pulled back by Zhao Si. Huh? A million questions rose in the mind of the new guardian. These remnants are fearless of death, are you rushing to your death? Zhao Si immediately led all the guardians to quickly retreat. Only when they reached a safe position did Zhao Si stop, looking afar towards the entrance of the Great Abyss. The group of demonic remnants were now standing outside the entrance, continuously trying something. Uncle Zhao, are we just going to watch from here? The newcomer guardian was somewhat unable to accept this. Don't worry, they can't break through the entrance of the Great Abyss. Zhao Si seemed much calmer. Such events occurred every few years. However, the Great Abyss was jointly constructed back then by Tianjian Zi along with many other righteous strongmen. Xiahou Yuan was confined in the 18th layer of the Great Abyss ground. Starting from the first layer at the entrance, all the way to the deepest 18th layer. Each layer's door was made from profound gold. And the deeper the doors, the more durable they were. Over the years, despite all the efforts of these demonic remnants, they couldn't even break the first layer door, let alone rescue Xiahou Yuan. I've already contacted Jiang Jinke, he'll arrive in at most half an hour. Continued Zhao Si. Jiang Jinke was specifically responsible for guarding the Great Abyss as an 8th realm expert. However, because the area around the Great Abyss was filled with extreme suppressive power, Jiang Jinke usually stationed himself 100 li away from the Great Abyss. Otherwise, Jiang Jinke could not practice normally. If something happened at the Great Abyss, Zhao Si just needed to contact him in the agreed manner. And Jiang Jinke would arrive in a very short time. Outside the entrance of the Great Abyss, Nguyen, the protector, took out a gourd and poured the sticky liquid inside over the entrance gate. Sizzling. A puff of blue smoke emerged. The surface of the entrance gate corroded, revealing a faint golden interior. Damn it. Seeing this, Nguyen instantly felt somewhat desperate. The sticky liquid in the gourd was known as the dissolver of all things. Even the hardest substances would quickly disappear under this kind of liquid. Chapter 146, To the Big Demon Comes Out, please subscribe, _3. Protector Nguyen had thought that the profound gold, constructed entrance to the Great Abyss would be countered by the Mother Water. But now, it seemed she had been too optimistic. My lord. Protector Nguyen's right hand was placed against the entrance to the Great Abyss. This was the closest distance she had been to Xiahou Yuan. I'm useless. Protector Nguyen's eyes began to redden slightly. Time's almost up, wait a little longer, and that Jiang Swordsmaster should arrive. The men beside her suddenly spoke. Jiang Swordsmaster. Protector Nguyen took a deep breath. Moyang Demon Lord. If Moyang Demon Lord were here, he could have deterred the Jiang Swordsmaster and bought her more time. My lord. Hold on a little longer. I will return soon. After saying this, Protector Nguyen led her followers away quickly. As time passed, the truly loyal minions to Xiahou Yuan became fewer and fewer. Therefore, Protector Nguyen absolutely couldn't let her followers die in vain. The Jiang Swordsmaster was a formidable foe of the 8th realm. If they were intercepted by him, it would be difficult for them to retreat unharmed. And as Protector Nguyen, a remnant of the demonic Tao, left, the many guards who had been stationed at a distance now began to approach. Look at that. These remnants of the demonic Tao can't do anything to the profound gold entrance gate. Zhao Si carefully inspected the entrance gate and, finding only a thin outer layer slightly melted, grinned and laughed. Ha ha ha, these remnants of the demonic Tao are completely ignorant of their own limitations. This entrance gate, crafted personally by sect leader Tianjian and a host of powerful figures, even if they breach the first layer, there are still 17 more. Dream on if you think you can rescue Xiahou Yuan. In my opinion, even if Xiahou Yuan were unharmed and at peak combat power, he couldn't possibly break through the Great Abyss's 18 layers of gates. The numerous guards spoke with great confidence in their voices about the entrance gate. Fiwem.com, they even believed that Xiahou Yuan couldn't escape even if he regained all his strength. Suddenly. At that moment. Crack. Crack crack. Muffled sounds of breaking echoed faintly. What's that sound? Zhao Si, with his sharp senses, immediately noticed something. The other guards were also slightly startled and exchanged glances. It seems to be coming from the entrance gate. A faint voice spoke up, belonging to a new guard. At this moment, his eyes widened as he stared straight at the entrance gate to the Great Abyss. What did you say? Zhao Si's heart tensed. He turned his head to look quickly. But with that glance, Zhao Si saw a scene he would never forget. The previously intact entrance gate to the Great Abyss, from inside out, began to show crack after crack. The cracks spread and divided, growing rapidly. In an instant, they covered the whole gate. That's bad. Zhao Si's heartbeat nearly stopped. Before he could speak, the entrance gate to the Great Abyss burst open with a roar. Countless pieces of profound gold, like meteors, shot out in all directions. But nobody was paying attention to these fragments, their gazes were all fixed on the now empty entrance to the Great Abyss. Then came soft footsteps, slow and prolonged, from deep within the Great Abyss ground. Under the shocked gaze of the onlookers, a figure in tattered clothes slowly emerged. The figure initially raised a hand to shield his eyes, seemingly finding the light a bit too harsh. Freedom. The figure took a deep breath, and all the heavenly earth vital energy within a radius of tens of miles, willingly or not, was drawn into him. Chapter 147, 3 Shaking of the 5 Domains. Please subscribe. Finally out, Frobubble.cm. Lin Yuan's eyes slightly narrowed, savoring the breath of freedom. Even before his arrival, Xiahou Yuan had already been suppressed for 5 years. Lin Yuan himself had spent 20 years on the 18th layer underground. During those 20 years, the first 10 were the most torturous, constantly suppressed by 6 black chains. The next 10 years he escaped the clutches of the black chains, but still had to endure the omnipresent suppression deep within the Great Abyss. 20 long years without freedom, without entertainment, only endless darkness and cold. If replaced by the evolvers from the main world who were merely a couple hundred years old, their state of mind would probably have collapsed already. This had nothing to do with strength, it was purely a test of will and spirit. Fortunately, Lin Yuan had traversed it 3 times, his mental endurance sufficiently honed. Only then could he support himself and walk out in the most secure and safest way. 20 years ago, Lin Yuan thought of multiple ways to escape suppression, not just one. Besides operating on his own vital blood and energy to erode the black chains, there were several other shortcuts. Such as voluntarily activating the soul out-of-body parasitism skill, allowing his primordial spirit to escape and seek a new host. Tianjian had placed multiple seals on Xiahou Yuan's physical primordial spirit. Xiahou Yuan couldn't break through, but that didn't mean Lin Yuan couldn't. However, the escape of the primordial spirit carried great risks, and the new host might not be compatible with the primordial spirit. Thus, Lin Yuan eventually chose the most tormenting method. The most tormenting, but also the safest and most complication-free. Breathe a few more times. Lin Yuan sucked dry the heavenly earth vital energy within 100 miles, feeling his body moisturized as if drought-stricken land met sweet rain. On the 18th layer of the Great Abyss ground, Lin Yuan spent 10 years to recover to the peak of the 9th realm, which was Xiahou Yuan's full strength. However, breaking the gate of the 18th layer had exhausted some of his power. Now that he had the chance, he naturally continued to recover. After all, Xiahou Yuan's peak strength did not represent Lin Yuan's peak strength. But for Lin Yuan, the strength of the 9th realm peak already made him fearless. The same knife, in the hands of an ordinary person versus a master of the blade, the deterrence is naturally different. With Lin Yuan's mastery and control of power, alongside his numerous secret techniques. If Tianjian from 25 years ago dared to appear before him, he would be suppressed within dozens of moves. Compared to Lin Yuan's joy of escaping, the guardians led by Zhao Si were trembling and weak at the knees. My God! Who did they see? Xiahou Yuan from 25 years ago, the legendary demon who oppressed the people of the 5 domains. Could they face someone like that? Zhao Si's mind was a mess. These guardians couldn't even handle the remnants of the demonic Tao, let alone the legendary demon himself. It's over. Zhao Si sat down on the ground, without the thought of running away. Are you kidding? Even though he didn't know the current state of this legendary demon. Even if weak, facing them, small fries from the 3rd and 4th realm, a mere glance would suffice. If they turned to run now, it would only hasten their deaths. Zhao Si and the other guardians bowed their heads, not daring to even glance at Lin Yuan, afraid to catch the attention of this great demon. Miles away. The protector, Nuan, who was about to retreat with a group from the demon crowd, noticed the disturbance at the entrance of the abyss. She subconsciously looked back to investigate. My lord. Protector Nuan was instantly stunned. Even after 25 years of not seeing him, she recognized at first glance the towering figure standing at the entrance of the abyss. My lord. The other members of the demon crowd widened their eyes. Among them, many had never seen Xiahou Yuan, but since Protector Nuan was so sure, no one doubted it. Whoosh! Protector Nuan didn't think twice, she transformed into a ray of light, rushing towards the entrance of the abyss. In just a few breaths, Protector Nuan arrived in front of Lin Yuan. At that moment, she was absolutely certain the man before her was Xiahou Yuan, the once chieftain of the 5-domain demonic path, a legendary demon. Greetings, my lord. Protector Nuan, with surging emotions, didn't even think about how Lin Yuan came out. She kneeled down and excitedly spoke. Greetings, my lord. Seeing this, the other demons who had rushed over also knelt down in succession. Nuan Shua. Lin Yuan glanced at Protector Nuan and casually said. In Xiahou Yuan's memory, Nuan Shu was a child he had picked up, who had followed him since her youth. Because of this, when Xiahou Yuan was suppressed and the demon chief scattered, only Nuan Shu thought about how to rescue her lord. In terms of loyalty, Protector Nuan could be called the most dedicated among the demons. Though for demons, loyalty was the most meaningless thing. Initially, Xiahou Yuan was able to command the chiefs of the 5-domain demonic path not because of loyalty, but because of absolute power. And more so because of his invisible suppression over all the demons. Especially the latter. 100 miles away. A sword light rushed forward rapidly. These damned remnants of the demonic Tao, they come every so often. Jiang Jinke was filled with anger. As a superior being at the peak of the 8th realm, stationed in the cold, bitter land of the North Domain Abyss, he was already displeased. After all, the heavenly earth vital energy near the North Domain Abyss was sparse. Staying here too long, let alone advancing further, it was already not easy to maintain his current realm. And this was more acutely felt the higher one's realm was. Had it not been for Tianjian personally speaking out and promising those few rewards, Jiang Jinke would not have come here. Even so, Jiang Jinke would not foolishly stay at the entrance of the abyss, but distanced himself from the abyss, finding a secluded place 100 miles away for seclusion. Chapter 148, 3 Tremors of the 5 Domains, please subscribe, _2. At this distance, if anything happened at the Great Abyss, he could rush over in an instant. This time, I must teach those remnants of the demonic Tao a lesson, one that will leave them struggling to recover for years. Jiang Jinke already had a plan in mind. In the past, when Jiang Jinke arrived, those remnants of the demonic Tao had already run away. Jiang Jinke did not pursue them. After all, even if he killed the demon chiefs, there was no real benefit, and he might even get injured. But this time, Jiang Jinke changed his mind. If he didn't display his strength, those remnants of the demon chiefs would probably become even more brazen. Just as Jiang Jinke was rushing towards the Great Abyss at top speed, he suddenly froze. because he noticed that the heavenly earth vital energy from all directions was rapidly flowing towards the direction of the great abyss. Within the range Jiang Jianke had covered, for dozens of miles around, it was all the same. What on earth is happening? Jiang Jianke was startled. Being able to mobilize such a vast range of heavenly earth vital energy near the North Domain abyss was no easy feat. At least, he, Jiang Jianke, admitted it would be difficult to accomplish. He estimated that only a ninth realm powerhouse could be confident in doing this. But why the North Domain abyss? If it weren't necessary, which ninth realm powerhouse would come to such a forsaken place? Could it be that a few demon lords have come to rescue Xiahou Yuan? Jiang Jinke's eyebrows furrowed slightly. The demon chiefs in the 5 domains were always heartless, especially those of the ninth realm. If they didn't come to kick someone while they were down, that would be unexpected, but to rescue someone? Jiang Jianke thought the likelihood was slim. Without Xiahou Yuan, those demon lords were free as birds, and even Tianjianzi couldn't control them. Coming to rescue Xiahou Yuan would just be asking for trouble, wouldn't it? Moreover, the 18-layered gate at the entrance to the Great Abyss would take several ninth realm powerhouses working together half a year or more to break through, and Tianjianzi would never give them so much time. Perhaps it's a treasure. Jiang Jinke suddenly thought. Apart from a ninth realm powerhouse, certain treasures' emergence could also cause unusual phenomena in heaven and earth, but given the commotion at the moment, if it really was a treasure, it would certainly be no trivial item. It seems to be my, Jiang's, fortuitous opportunity. Jiang Jinke's eyes gleamed slightly as he continued to fly towards the location of the Great Abyss. He was ready to take just a glance from afar, and if it indeed was a treasure, he would claim it for his own. If it was a few ninth realm demon lords, he would turn around and leave. Although Jiang Jinke was no match for a ninth realm demon lord, he could still get away if he kept his distance. Whoosh! Very soon, Jiang Jinke arrived just a few miles from the entrance to the Great Abyss. Let me take a look. Jiang Jinke hovered in the air, his gaze scanning the area. But in the next moment, he froze. He saw a tall man in tattered clothes standing at the entrance to the Great Abyss. Nguyen and a group of other remnants of the demonic Tao were kneeling before the men, speaking in hushed tones. Xiahou Yuan. Jiang Jinke's scalp tingled. Without thinking, he started to flee in the opposite direction at breakneck speed. How could he not have thought that the one causing such a large commotion would be Xiahou Yuan himself? Wasn't he sealed by Tianjianzi, unable to move his body or primordial spirit? Wasn't he thrown into the 18th layer of the Great Abyss, suffering endless torment from the suppression? How did he escape? Jiang Jinke was in a complete turmoil, with only one thought on his mind. To run. Then to head to Tianjian sect, castigate Tianjianzi for being unreliable, for causing him such fright. An 8th realm. Lin Yuan was listening to Nguyen, the protector, reporting on the situation over the years. Suddenly sensing something, he looked up, his gaze following the frantically fleeing Jiang Jinke. Honored one, that is Jiang Jinke, responsible for overseeing. Nguyen also lifted his head to look and immediately recognized the familiar individual. Perfect. Lin Yuan raised his right hand and grasped into the void. Boom, boom, boom. A huge hand of heavenly earth vital energy formed, encompassing 10 miles to grip Jiang Jinke, who was like dust, in its palm. No. Jiang Jinke's soul trembled as he struggled with all his might. Unfortunately, under the overwhelming force of heaven and earth, Jiang Jinke, like true dust, sent up a few splashes before completely vanishing without a trace. Boom. The enormous hand slowly clenched. Jiang Jinke's body directly exploded, turning into a massive mist of blood. Immediately afterward, far away at the entrance of the Great Abyss, Lin Yuan once again took a gentle breath. All the blood mist and essence of the primordial spirit turned into a long dragon, being completely inhaled into Lin Yuan's belly. Compared to directly devouring heavenly earth vital energy, pillaging the lifeblood and primordial spirit of stronger individuals was naturally more efficient, a method almost all demon lords coveted. Master. Nguyen, standing beside him, swallowed hard. She wasn't surprised that Lin Yuan directly devoured Jiang Jinke as nourishment. But she was astounded at Lin Yuan's strength, considering that Jiang Jinke was a peak powerhouse of the 8th realm, capable of escaping even from the grasp of ordinary 9th realm individuals. Even more so since Jiang Jianke started fleeing from such a distance. Nguyen had originally thought that being suppressed 18 levels under the ground of the Great Abyss, Lin Yuan's strength would be greatly weakened. However, it now seemed to be sheer fiction. With the strength Lin Yuan had just displayed, he seemed no weaker than Xiahou Yuan at his zenith 25 years ago. Jiang Jianke is just gone like that. Zhao Si and the other guards were numb with shock, harboring in their hearts a last sliver of hope until now. That hope was Jiang Jianke. Before Nguyen and the other remnants of the demonic Tao arrived, Zhao Si had contacted Jiang Jianke. Although Zhao Si wasn't strong, he understood that even Xiahou Yuan, having forcefully made his way up from the 18th level under the Great Hall, must have paid a substantial price. Therefore, as long as Jiang Jianke, a peak powerhouse of the 8th realm, arrived in time, Xiahou Yuan might have been driven away. And thus, they might have been saved. However, things had gone contrary to their wishes. Not only had Jiang Jianke failed to drive away Xiahou Yuan, he was devoured by Xiahou Yuan instead. Upon swallowing the lifeblood and essence of Jiang Jianke's primordial spirit, Lin Yuan's eyebrows slightly furrowed. The lifeblood and primordial spirit of Jiang Jianke indeed greatly replenished Lin Yuan's exhaustion. But during the absorption, Lin Yuan faintly felt traces of Jiang Jianke's soul impurities beginning to affect himself. Of course, these soul impurities were easily erased by the current Lin Yuan. However, if Lin Yuan wished to continue using this method to recover his strength or break through to a higher realm, a small amount might be inconsequential, but a large quantity could affect the purity of his own soul. This swallowing sky, evolution path secret technique is indeed bizarre. Lin Yuan thought to himself. The technique he had used to devour Jiang Jianke was indeed a secret technique from the swallowing sky, evolution path. This evolution path enabled one to supplement oneself by consuming all things. Of course, the more one consumed, the more likely one's spiritual wisdom and consciousness could be impacted. Similar methods existed within the demonic Tao's secret techniques, but their efficiency in absorbing was far less than the secret techniques of the swallowing sky evolution path. This secret technique, once spread, would surely be revered as a sacred, divine technique amongst the demon lords of the world. Let's go. First, let's find a quiet place. Lin Yuan glanced at Nguyen, who was still in shock, and spoke indifferently. Yes. On hearing Lin Yuan's words, Nguyen promptly snapped to attention and led Lin Yuan to a nearby stronghold. It wasn't until Lin Yuan and his party completely left that Zhao Si and the other guards came to their senses. We survived. Many guards burst into tears of joy, knowing all too well that only moments ago, they had been preparing their last words. In the eyes of Xiahou Yuan, we probably don't even count as ants. Zhao Si exhaled sharply, thinking to himself. It wasn't that Xiahou Yuan was merciful, but rather he disdained to lay hands on the weak. Of course, his reluctance to act was under the condition that the weak made no other moves. If any of the guards had shown even the slightest anomaly, whether to rush forward or to flee, they would surely have been dead beyond doubt. With Xiahou Yuan emerging from the abyss, the five domains are about to change. Zhao Si steadied his spirit and looked towards the direction Lin Yuan had left, this thought springing up in his heart. Several days later, the news of the legendary demon, Xiahou Yuan, being released from the abyss after 25 years and returning to the world spread like a hurricane in all directions. For a time, the five domains were shaken. Chapter 149, For all the demons in the world, behold Xiahou, please subscribe. A dark underground palace. The Moyang demon lord looked at the intelligence before him, and his expression changed dramatically. Xiahou Yuan has left the great abyss. The face of the Moyang demon lord turned ugly. As one of the 9 great demon lords under Xiahou Yuan in years past, he was acutely aware of Xiahou Yuan's terror. He was a being that drove every demon chief to utter despair, such that even demon lords of the 9th realm would tremble in his presence and dare not defy him. This was not to say Xiahou Yuan's strength was far superior to that of a 9th realm demon lord. Rather, it was the person Xiahou Yuan, who was born with an ability to suppress all demons, as naturally as a mouse cowers before a cat. Even if the mouse were larger than the cat, it still wouldn't dare to resist upon seeing the cat. It was a fear etched deep within the soul. 25 years ago, the Moyang Demon Lord had personally witnessed Tianjianzi suppress and then cast Xiahou Yuan down into the 18th layer of the Great Abyss. He had breathed a sigh of relief, believing his days of good fortune were on the horizon, free from Xiahou Yuan's constraints. He could do whatever he wanted, whether it was the Tianjian sect or Tianjianzi himself. Even if he couldn't beat them, couldn't he still escape? The 5 domains were vast, the world was vast. What could those righteous forces do to him? Worthless. Tianjianzi, you worthless fool. I gave you an opportunity to be of use. The Moyang Demon Lord was plagued by frustration. It had been such a golden opportunity. But how did Xiahou Yuan escape from the 18th layer under the Great Abyss? Could it be that Girl Nguyen used some method? The Moyang Demon Lord forced himself to calm down. During the years immediately following Xiahou Yuan's suppression, he, the Moyang Demon Lord, had also secretly approached the vicinity of the Great Abyss to observe for some time. Only after he confirmed that the 18th layer's gates were like a true net of heaven and earth, and that Xiahou Yuan had no possibility of escape, did he feel at ease to leave. Never mind. Even if Xiahou Yuan has truly left the Great Abyss, the first ones he would find should be the Tianjian sect, Tianjianzi. The Moyang Demon Lord thought. To himself, after all, in terms of hatred, it was Tianjianzi, with a Bai Qing'er, who caused a rupture in Xiahou Yuan's mental state, leading to his suppression. The enmity was as deep as the sea. If Xiahou Yuan truly broke free, he would certainly go to the Tianjian sect for vengeance, sparing no expense. And they, the demon chiefs, could naturally sit back and watch the tigers fight, and perhaps take the opportunity to fish in troubled waters when necessary. The Central Region. The Tianjian sect. Lofty mountain peaks. Drifting clouds and mist. Rewebnol.c sigmam, just like a paradise. This is where the gate to the Tianjian sect resides. The place where the heavenly earth vital energy is richest in the Central Region. Practicing here, one could easily break through to the 3rd realm, the 4th realm, even without consuming elixirs, with just decent aptitude. Xiahou Yuan is out. In the grand hall at the mountain's summit, a white-haired man was slightly surprised. He was Tianjianzi, indeed. During the battle 25 years ago, he had resorted to a despicable tactic by using Bai Qing'er to disturb Xiahou Yuan's mental state. But without the strength to stand against Xiahou Yuan, whatever he did would have been in vain. Interesting. A smile spread across Tianjianzi's face. Ever since defeating Xiahou Yuan and suppressing him 25 years ago, he felt that destiny had favored him, and his cultivation had continually advanced. Now, he was just a half-step away from breaking through to the 9th realm and stepping into the 10th realm, which only a handful of people had entered in tens of thousands of years. Thus, Tianjianzi was not overly concerned with the news of Xiahou Yuan's escape. He was even somewhat pleased. He had indeed been somewhat unscrupulous when he defeated Xiahou Yuan 25 years ago. But now, Tianjianzi was confident that he could crush Xiahou Yuan fair and square. Deep within the Tianjian sect. An exceptionally beautiful valley. A woman wearing a flowing white dress, almost celestial in her bearing, sat within a pavilion. Brother Xiahou. Bai Qing'er appeared somewhat distracted. She too had learned of Xiahou Yuan's escape from the Great Abyss. Back then, I was the one who wronged you. Bai Qing'er's expression was complex. She had masqueraded as a descendant of the Bai family, gotten close to Xiahou Yuan, and successfully won his trust. At the crucial moment, she deeply betrayed him. Logically, regardless of the perspective, she, Bai Qing'er, hadn't done anything wrong, as everything she did was to eradicate the demonic Tao and provide a peaceful world for the common people. But with the passage of time, Bai Qing'er's guilt grew. Xiahou Yuan's boundless trust, bestowed upon her over the decades, weighed on Bai Qing'er's chest, making it difficult for her to breathe. I have no regrets. Even if it were to happen 10 times, 100 times, I would have no regrets. Bai Qing'er's gaze gradually firmed up. The northern region. Near the western side. Here, the temperature was higher, suitable for living beings to thrive. My lord, this stronghold is the last one I've arranged. You can rest here. Protector Nguyen led Lin Yuan to a house within the stronghold. What Protector Nguyen didn't say was that this stronghold was the last one over which she still had control. At the beginning of Xiahou Yuan's suppression 25 years ago, there were still many demon chiefs willing to follow her. However, after several failed attempts to rescue Xiahou Yuan, Protector Nuan's control over resources and power began to shrink. After all, Protector Nuan was not a ninth realm demon lord and, wanting to rescue Xiahou Yuan, she was constantly targeted and suppressed by all righteous forces. When it became apparent there was little hope of rescuing Xiahou Yuan, those selfish and self-interested demon chiefs naturally realized that following Nuan would lead them nowhere. In times of great peril, it is not unusual for each to escape on their own. Understood. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. He was very pleased with the environment around him. Mainly because, compared to the harsh environment of the Great Abyss, this place was brimming with primordial qi, like paradise to Lin Yuan. Chapter 150, For all the demons in the world, behold Xiahou, please subscribe, _2. I will enter seclusion for a period of time. Unless there is an urgent matter, do not disturb me. Lin Yuan instructed. This time in seclusion, Lin Yuan mainly prepared for his breakthrough to the 5th rank. Yes. Protector Nuan said earnestly. She thought Xiahou Yuan had sustained injuries and was now in seclusion to recuperate. After all, being suppressed in the 18th layer of the Great Abyss for 25 years, how could he not have paid any price? Lin Yuan, raising a hand to kill the peak of the 8th realm Jiang Jianke, was already incredibly inconceivable. His body must undoubtedly have many hidden issues. He walked into the room. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed. 5th rank. Lin Yuan wore a thoughtful expression. Spending 20 years on the 18th layer of the Great Abyss ground, Lin Yuan spent most of his time in enlightenment, contemplating the path of the 5th rank. The 18th layer of the Great Abyss ground, with its harsh environment and sparse heavenly earth vital energy, even if Lin Yuan could break through, he would not choose to do it there. There shouldn't be any problems. Half a day later, Lin Yuan exhaled lightly. However, this Xiahou Yuan indeed possesses extraordinary talent. Lin Yuan's thoughts shifted back to himself. Based on the memories he perused about Xiahou Yuan, this person possessed unimaginable talent in the demonic Tao. Not just that, Xiahou Yuan had an almost suppressive power over other demon lords. Continue to recover strength. Reach the peak of the 4th rank. Then break through to the 5th rank. Lin Yuan's thoughts moved, and he proceeded with his cultivation. Suddenly, the heavenly earth vital energy for dozens of miles around, like a funnel, converged towards the mountain village where Lin Yuan resided. The news of Xiahou Yuan emerging from the Great Abyss caused a huge uproar throughout the 5 domains. This matter couldn't be concealed, especially since the guardian of the Great Abyss hadn't died. Even if he had, there would still be inspections from time to time. The righteous forces naturally remembered the fear under Xiahou Yuan's domination. The veteran demon lords who had experienced the events 20 or 30 years prior immediately became panic-stricken. They were well aware of how terrible Xiahou Yuan was. But the demon lords born in the last 2 or 3 decades were somewhat dismissive. Demons, by nature, value freedom and independence. The newer demon lords thought, even if Xiahou Yuan was once an unrivaled demon in the demonic Tao, he had been suppressed for 2 or 3 decades. How much strength could he have left? 10%? 20%? Or 30%? Some even saw this as an opportunity. For most demon lords, Xiahou Yuan was like a demon obstacle. If they could kill him at this time, they would completely replace his status from 20 to 30 years ago. Become the leader of countless demon lords in the 5 domains. This idea spread rapidly among most demon lords, especially among the newer ones. Over the past 2 to 3 decades, they had heard too many legends about Xiahou Yuan. If they could shatter that legend, then they could become the new legend. Outside the mountain village where Lin Yuan resided, unknown when, one figure after another appeared. These figures had dark and oppressive auras, clearly experienced demon lords. There, was that the last known location of Xiahou Yuan. A sinister young man with his hands behind his back spoke faintly. This sinister young man, named Bian Mao, emerged as a prodigious talent in the demonic Tao almost 20 years ago, possessing peak 8th realm strength and known as the Minor Demon Lord. The title Demon Lord is generally used for 9th realm demons. That Bian Mao could be called a Minor Demon Lord. Obviously, there was a great possibility that he would step into the 9th realm. By then, the Minor Demon Lord would become a true demon monarch. Bien Mao, listen well, this hunt for Xiahou Yuan is a significant matter. This is a legendary grand demon from 25 years ago, nearly invincible in the world. A hoarse voice sounded, a figure emerged from a nearby shadow and spoke. If you, Yin Shirliu, dare to, why wouldn't I? Bien Mao, readnovel.com. The sinister young man Bien Mao let out a cold chuckle. Yin Shirliu was also a demon lord whose reputation was not much less than his. He was best at assassination, even having severely wounded a ninth realm powerhouse. Of course, that act of severely wounding a ninth realm powerhouse involved an ambush by Yin Shirliu when the opponent's mind was distracted, allowing him to strike fiercely. But regardless, being able to severely wound a ninth realm practitioner had indeed proved Yin Shirliu's strength. If Yin Shirliu ambushed a certain eighth realm practitioner, wouldn't the latter be doomed? All right. Stop arguing. Just then, a crisp female voice came. It rang like a bell in the breeze. A young girl in a light green skirt stretched and jumped down from a large rock. She had been sitting on the rock all this while, watching the movements at the distant mountain village. This joint hunt for Xiahou Yuan by the three of us is a significant event. If successful, we could become the next generation leaders of the demonic path in the 5 domains. The girl's expression became rarely solemn. If we fail. She stopped there. Not continuing further. Don't worry. With the strength of the 3 of us, plus hundreds of subordinates, Xiahou Yuan would definitely die unless he has regained his peak 9th realm strength. Even if he has returned to full strength, we could still abandon those subordinates, and the 3 of us might have a chance to escape. Yin Shirliu spoke indifferently. As his voice fell, figures stepped out from the shadows in all directions simultaneously. These figures revealed their auras, all 7th realm demon lords. Interspersed, they formed a formation capable of killing an 8th realm practitioner outright, and even a 9th realm practitioner would be immensely troubled. Chapter 151, 4, All the Demons in the World, see me Xiahou, seeking subscriptions, _3. Moreover, there were 3 masters at the peak of the 8th realm who could even wrestle with a demon lord of the 9th realm, such exceptional talents of the demonic Tao. It's about time. We can make a move now. The sinister youth, Bien Mao, glanced at the distant stronghold and spoke. The atmosphere feels off. Deep in the stronghold, in front of the house where Lin Yuan was in retreat. As a protector, Nuan naturally guarded him all the time, but at this moment, she faintly sensed danger. Could this place have been discovered? Nuan felt a shock in her heart. Indeed, that was a possibility. Ever since Xiahou Yuan was suppressed, the forces she could muster had grown weaker, and even the specially arranged strongholds were no longer flawless. No. I must see the master, I need to leave quickly. Nuan was highly vigilant, but just as she was about to knock on the door, she suddenly remembered that the master should be healing now. Disturbing him at this moment could potentially exacerbate his injuries. Would that not be a death-deserving crime? While Nuan hesitated. Swish, swish, swish. Several figures, clad in black, swiftly retreated back. They were precisely Nuan's few remaining subordinates. What's happening? Nuan sensed something was wrong. We are surrounded. One of the subordinates spoke in a deep voice. Surrounded. Nuan's expression darkened. This fast. Tap, tap, tap. Light footsteps began to sound. Unbeknownst to them, hundreds of figures had already appeared around the house within the stronghold. These hundreds of figures, with their auras faintly connected, clearly shared a common intent and had mastered some powerful joint attack skill. Come out. Seeing this, Nuan knew she couldn't escape unscathed. So you are one of the 36 protectors under Xiahou Yuan from years ago, Nuan Shu. A sinister youth stepped forward, looking at Nuan Shu with interest. He had not lived through Xiahou Yuan's era and thus had no fear of it. Indeed loyal. If I'm not mistaken, your master is in this house, right? How dare you? Nuan burst into rage. What status does the master hold, for a junior like this sinister youth to address him directly? Bien Mao, how dare you? Nuan stared intently at the sinister youth. She also recognized Bien Mao, the most promising to ascend to the 9th realm's little demon lord. Protector Nuan, times have changed. Upon hearing this, the sinister youth Bien Mao's expression turned cold. the era belonging to Xiahou Yuan has passed. The sinister youth Bian Mao said with a cold laugh. Stop talking. Attack directly. A girl in a light green skirt appeared simultaneously with Yin Shiliu. A profound aura suddenly spread, rapidly enveloping the entire stronghold. Just as the sinister youth Bian Mao, the girl in the light green skirt, Yin Shiliu, and the hundreds of demon crowd were about to attack. Crack! The wooden door behind Nguyen was pushed open. Such a lively scene. A gentle voice came from inside the house. Immediately, a foot stepped out. Under the gaze of the sinister youth, Yin Shiliu, and others, a tall man walked out from the cabin. Is that Xiahou Yuan? Even though they had anticipated this scene in their minds, the sinister youth and others still felt their heartbeats accelerate. This was a legend from 20 or 30 years ago. Kill. The sinister youth Bian Mao, Yin Shiliu, and the girl in the light green skirt were resolute. Even if it was truly Xiahou Yuan, how did it matter? It wasn't 30 years ago anymore, and even if he was once a legend, they dared to make a move to hunt him down. Lin Yuan stood at a distance, his lips curling into a smile. Boom. In an instant, within a 10 to several tens of kilometers radius, any demon practicing demonic Tao arts, be it from the 7th realm, 8th realm, or even 9th realm, couldn't help but prostrate themselves on the ground, trembling. All demons in the world, upon seeing Xiahou, must bow down. Chapter 152, 5, The 9 Demon Lords, subscribe please. Inside the stronghold, hundreds of demon chiefs had murderous intentions reaching for the skies. Yet, they found themselves involuntarily kneeling and kowtowing the instant they saw Lin Yuan. This was an incomparable suppression, emanating from the depths of the soul, as if all demon chiefs who practiced demonic cultivation in the world were under its jurisdiction. How is this possible? The sinister young man Bian Mao knelt on the ground, unable to move, waves of shock flooding his heart. With his strength, even if he encountered a peak existence of the 9th realm, he might not be able to fight or escape, but he wouldn't just kneel directly. Yet now, not only had he, Bian Mao, knelt down, but all the demonic arts and forbidden techniques inside him had fallen eerily silent. This was simply unthinkable. This Xiahou Yuan. A chill ran down the spine of the sinister young man Bian Mao. He finally understood why the seasoned demon chiefs, who had lived through the era 30 years ago, were panicked upon hearing that Xiahou Yuan had emerged from the great abyss. They were not considering hunting him down, not even entertaining a thought of hostility. At that time, he, Bian Mao, had been somewhat contemptuous, even mocking those seasoned demon chiefs for being so terrified by Xiahou Yuan that they hadn't emerged for decades. However, facing Xiahou Yuan directly, the sinister young man Bian Mao deeply realized just how terrifying Xiahou Yuan, who once dominated the demons of the 5 domains and was known as Demon Lord, truly was. His own grand ambitions to replace Xiahou Yuan and become the next legendary figure now seemed ludicrous. If Xiahou Yuan were so easy to deal with, then upon learning he had emerged from the great abyss, the 9 great demon lords of the 5 domains would have come to hunt him down already. freewebnovel.com. How could a lesser demon lord, like himself, possibly get a head start? It turns out, we were being used. Yin Shiliu, also kneeling on the ground, suddenly realized something. Their operation was not exactly clandestine, a few of the 9 great demon lords were aware of it. Yet from the beginning to the end, they had encountered no hindrances. Instead, everything went unusually smoothly, easily pinpointing Xiahou Yuan's location. Before this, Yin Shiliu had merely thought it was Providence aiding him. But now, they, the young generation, had clearly become the knife in the hands of those seasoned demon chiefs. Those seasoned demon chiefs, including the 9 great demon lords, having experienced the era of Xiahou Yuan, knew too well the terror he wielded. That's why, even upon learning that Xiahou Yuan had just stepped out of the great abyss and couldn't possibly be in peak condition, they still dared not make a move. To those seasoned demon chiefs, the rise of this younger generation was an unexpected delight. With the tacit agreement of several demon lords, they gathered together and discussed the hunting of the legendary demon chief, Xiahou Yuan. Little did they know, all of their actions were under the scrutiny of those seasoned demon chiefs. With great caution, they used them to test Xiahou Yuan. If they managed to kill Xiahou Yuan, it would be tantamount to helping those seasoned demon chiefs eliminate a major worry. If not, it had nothing to do with those seasoned demon chiefs. From beginning to end, this young generation of demon chiefs had never collaborated with them on anything. All actions were of their own volition. Master, why hasn't Master come? Xiahou Yuan is too terrifying, wah 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 wah. The girl in a light green dress crushed the jade amulet in her hand. According to the plan she had with her master, as soon as she crushed the amulet, her ninth realm master would come at the fastest speed and end everything. At that time, whether it was the lesser demon Lord Bian Mao or Yin Shiliu, both could only kneel under her skirt. But she had ground the jade amulet into dust, and her master still hadn't arrived. In front of the wooden hut, Lin Yuan looked at all the demon chiefs kneeling on the ground. His expression showed no surprise. As soon as he had arrived in this world, Lin Yuan knew that Xiahou Yuan had a near-terrifying suppressive power over all demon chiefs. Of course, this suppressive power was not without limit. It had to be within the same realm. For example, when Xiahou Yuan was in the 7th realm, all demon chiefs of the 7th realm and below would be suppressed in his presence. Even those at the peak of the 7th realm could not escape this suppression and would have no choice but to kneel and kowtow upon encountering Xiahou Yuan. If it were a demon chief of the 8th realm, they might mitigate the suppression, but they would only ensure they would not have to kneel and kowtow. Attacking Xiahou Yuan was something they would not dare to contemplate. Decades ago, how did Xiahou Yuan gain dominance over the demon chiefs of the 5 domains? Was it simply by force? By strength? The Tianjian sect and other righteous forces had not dominated the demonic Tao for so many years, so how could Xiahou Yuan have managed it? Even if one's strength were great, for those demon chiefs and demon lords, they could simply choose to stay far away. If they couldn't defeat him, couldn't they just hide? Even against the righteous forces, when faced with a 10th realm powerhouse of righteousness, demon chiefs could indeed hide. For tens of thousands of years, 3 10th realm powerhouses had emerged from the Tianjian sect. Even so, at most, they made the demon chiefs of the 5 domains fall silent and disappear for a few hundred years. Once the 10th realm powerhouse died, the demon chiefs would emerge again. But Xiahou Yuan managed to make all the demon chiefs of the 5 domains submit, and strength alone was definitely not enough to explain it. Lin Yuan, suppressed on the 18th layer beneath the great abyss ground, chose the most torturous method to recover his strength instead of simply letting his primordial spirit exit the body and seek a new vessel. He was concerned that if he changed bodies, he would lose this suppressive power. He knew that even without this natural means to suppress demons, Lin Yuan was destined to be invincible in the world. But having it in advance could definitely help him avoid some detours. Moreover, Lin Yuan was also quite curious, what was the principle behind this suppression? Chapter 153, 5 The 9 Demon Lords, please subscribe, _2. Stop squeezing, your master has long since run away. Lin Yuan looked at the many demon heads kneeling on the ground and glanced at the young girl dressed in a light green skirt, as he saw her attempting to crush a jade pendant that was nearly reduced to powder. As soon as the girl had appeared, Lin Yuan had sensed an aura on her that was connected to another aura 100 miles away. The aura 100 miles away originated from the same source as the girl's but was much stronger, likely belonging to a 9th realm demon head. However, at the moment the girl crushed the jade pendant, the aura 100 miles away, like a startled bird, rapidly fled far away, and by now, it had probably already escaped 1,000 miles away. This instantly made Lin Yuan lose the intention to pursue. It wasn't that he couldn't catch up, but that there was no need. What was most important for him now was to break through to the 5th rank as quickly as possible, and all other matters could be postponed. Actually, Lin Yuan speculated that if the girl had not crushed the jade pendant, the 9th realm demon head 100 miles away might have approached out of curiosity. But once the jade pendant was crushed, it indicated that something unpredictable had occurred, and the most likely cause of that variable would be Xiahou Yuan. How would the aura 100 miles away dare to come closer? Xiahou. Lord. My lord. The young girl in the light green skirt trembled as she stuttered. Decades earlier, Xiahou Yuan had unified the demonic path of the 5 domains and was known as Demon Lord, with his followers respectfully addressing him as my lord. Enough. Lin Yuan looked at the other demon heads, his gaze briefly resting on the eerie youth Bian Mao and Yin Shiliu. Do you want to die or live? Lin Yuan's voice was not loud, but it echoed in everyone's ears. To die or to live? Upon hearing this, the eerie youth Bian Mao was momentarily stunned. Then a look of wild joy appeared on his face. Initially, he thought he was certain to die, but now it seemed from Lin Yuan's intentions that there was a chance he could live. Want to live? Demon Lord, we want to live. Reporting to my lord, we want to live, ewenvel.com. The numerous demon heads quickly said. Since you want to live, don't resist. Lin Yuan raised his right hand, and hundreds of streams of light flew out, landing on the foreheads of each of the demon heads. Lin Yuan had just emerged from the great abyss, and the forces he had established in the past had long since disbanded. He was in need of a group of subordinates to serve him. Lin Yuan had no great demands on his subordinates, as long as they could help him find some heavenly earth spiritual medicine, to quickly cultivate at an accelerated pace. Yes. Bien Mao and the other demon heads felt a chill on their foreheads, as if something had penetrated their minds, and they didn't dare to examine it closely, quickly responding. Protector Nuan stood atop Lin Yuan, looking down at the eerie youth and other demon heads, with a hint of smugness on her face. Call it yelling and screaming, are you juniors even qualified to challenge my lord? Now, you've been implanted with a death mark, the control of your life and death is in my lord's hands. The death mark was a method Xiahou Yuan used to control the demon heads in the past. It could simulate Xiahou Yuan's aura, hovering in the minds of all the demon heads. Once this aura erupted, even a 9th realm peak demon lord would struggle to survive. Of course, the death marks implanted in their foreheads needed to be reinforced by Xiahou Yuan periodically. If not reinforced for a long period, they would dissipate quickly. Of course, no demon head dared to drag out the time, such as hiding in some place and waiting for the death mark to dissipate. Because before the death mark could fade away, Xiahou Yuan needed only a single thought to detonate it. Initially, when Xiahou Yuan was suppressed, the demon heads trembled with fear for a while. But later they realized that Xiahou Yuan, who was trapped on the 18th layer beneath the great abyss ground, had long since lost contact with the outside world, unable to even sense, let alone activate the death mark. Years passed, and as the death marks in the depths of all the demon heads' minds dissipated, the fearful hearts finally settled down. Thousands of miles from the stronghold, an escape light rushed forth, faintly exuding the scent of blood. Clearly, the master of the escape light had used some forbidden technique to greatly increase speed, pushing it to the limit. A moment later, the escape light stopped. A plump, middle-aged beautiful woman hovered in the air. Chainier. The middle-aged beautiful woman's breathing was a bit unsteady, yet her presence still caused the surrounding few miles to fall silent. The wild beasts, as if sensing the aura of a natural predator, curled up in place, not daring to move. Without a doubt, this middle-aged beautiful woman was a 9th realm powerhouse and a demon head of the 9th realm. Yet at this moment, this being capable of ranging freely across the 5 domains still had fear lingering on her face as if she had just escaped from some place of great terror. What exactly happened? Why would Chainier crush the jade pendant? This middle-aged beautiful woman was one of the demon heads who had intended to encircle and kill Lin Yuan. The girl in the light green skirt had a master. It wasn't entirely accurate to call her a master, though, as outsiders had no clue about their actual relationship. Originally, this middle-aged beauty was watching from 100 miles away. However, even as a demon from the 9th realm, it's quite difficult to detect anything across such a distance. Mainly because the middle-aged beauty dared not use any probing or perceptive secret techniques. If Xiahou Yuan discovered her, wouldn't it be like asking for trouble? Yet, when the middle-aged beauty sensed the girl in the light green skirt crushing the jade pendant, a feeling of fear instinctively arose within her heart. She didn't get any closer. Instead, she turned in the opposite direction and started to flee for her life, sparing no expense on various secret techniques. There was no helping it. That was Xiahou Yuan. No matter why the girl in the light green skirt crushed the jade pendant. If there was even the slightest possibility it involved Xiahou Yuan, she wouldn't dare to gamble. No, it won't do. I must go and join up with Moyang and the others. The middle-aged beauty steadied her nerves, feeling that it was somewhat unsafe to be alone. She wanted to find others who were also demons of the 9th realm, grouped together for warmth. Especially Moyang Demon Lord, who had reached the peak of the 9th realm 30 years ago. He was even poised to become the new leader of the demonic Tao after Xiahou Yuan's suppression. According to what the middle-aged beauty knew, since Xiahou Yuan emerged from the Great Abyss, Moyang Demon Lord had always been plotting something. If anyone else knew what the middle-aged beauty was thinking, they would be astounded. After all, as a demon lord of the ninth realm, what in the 5 domains and 4 seas could make you feel unsafe? But upon learning that this person was Xiahou Yuan, they would find it perfectly normal again. That was Xiahou Yuan. After subduing Bian Mao, Yin Shiliu, and many other demon heads, Lin Yuan returned to the wooden hut to continue his cultivation. As for the demon heads, they stayed nearby the stronghold, forbidding strangers from getting close. 5th rank. The more Lin Yuan cultivated, the deeper his understanding of the 5th rank became. Having spent 20 years on the 18th level of the Great Abyss ground, Lin Yuan had imagined breaking through to the 5th rank countless times. It's about time. Lin Yuan opened his eyes. He was now fully prepared to make his breakthrough to the 5th rank. All that was left was to start the breakthrough. However, it would be best to change locations before breaking through. Lin Yuan's expression shifted slightly as he scanned his surroundings. Firstly, breaking through to the 5th rank requires a high-quality environment. Well, it's not the environment per se. If Lin Yuan had a few jars of scarlet spirit liquid, he could break through anywhere. The heavenly earth vital energy around the stronghold was indeed much better than that in the Great Abyss. But it still didn't meet Lin Yuan's minimum standard for breaking through. Furthermore, in recent days Lin Yuan clearly sensed a faint feeling of being spied upon. Obviously, his presence here had been noticed by many. And since they didn't dare confront him directly, they kept observing from a distance. Not that Lin Yuan cared about being watched by others. But for the sake of an undisturbed breakthrough, he obviously needed to find a secure and secluded place. Nuan Shu. Lin Yuan called over his protector, Nuan, and expressed his requirements. Yes. Nuan promptly nodded. She had wanted to leave this place for some time. Not only had Lin Yuan sensed the spying, Nuan had also felt that more than one person was observing them from afar. Several days later, Nuan quickly came in front of the wooden hut and, upon being granted permission by Lin Yuan, excitedly said, "My lord, I have found a place that absolutely meets the requirements." Oh. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, his face showing surprise. His requirements for Nuanshu were not low. To meet them would be equivalent to the standards of the major powers' strongholds. Could such a place be found so easily? Chapter 154, 6 Majestic Magic. Please subscribe. What place? Lin Yuan asked directly. He believed in Nuanshu's ability and was certain that it would search according to his instructions, without any possibility of cutting corners. Respected master. Nuanshu immediately recounted all the information it had gathered. It turned out that ever since 25 years ago, when Lin Yuan was suppressed in the 18th layer beneath the Great Abyss, the Moyang Demon Lord, once a formidable subordinate of Xiahou Yuan at the peak of the 9th realm, began to secretly construct an underground palace. He intended to use this underground palace as a foundation to once again unite the demonic Tao forces of the 5 domains and establish his stronghold. This underground palace was built upon a natural primordial chi vortex. And this primordial chi vortex had reached the rank of sky grade. The so-called primordial chi vortex is a place where the heavenly earth vital energy gathers most densely. And those that reach the rank of sky grade are few and far between across the 5 domains and 4 seas. The Moyang Demon Lord discovered such a primordial chi vortex but never expanded it until Xiahou Yuan was suppressed and lost all hope of emerging, at which point he began to utilize it for his grand ambitions. Unfortunately, despite his lofty goals, the Moyang Demon Lord lacked Xiahou Yuan's nearly terrifying suppression over all other demon chiefs. As such, he was doomed to be unable to command all demon chiefs and could only establish a single demonic Tao force. The construction of the underground palace by the Moyang Demon Lord was exceedingly secretive. If it were not for the fact that Xiahou Yuan had not been suppressed for long when the construction began, and there were still a few demon chiefs with loyalty informing Nuanshu in secret, it's likely that Nuanshu would not have been able to find a suitable breakthrough location for Lin Yuan so quickly. It's just. Nuanshu's face showed some hesitation. The underground palace built by the Moyang Demon Lord is not only secret but also extremely dangerous. It is said that there is more than one sky-ranked demon formation set up. A sky-ranked demon formation is powerful enough to suppress and kill a powerhouse of the ninth realm. If the respected master intends to enter that underground palace, you must be extremely cautious, Yuan Shu said softly. No matter. Lin Yuan's expression remained calm. Several days later, Lin Yuan and Yuan Shu arrived in front of a hill. Bian Mao and many other demon chiefs followed closely behind them. This is the entrance to the underground palace built by the Moyang demon lord. Yuan Shu whispered. Heavenly earth vital energy. Lin Yuan faintly sensed a massive primordial qi vortex. However, this primordial qi vortex seemed to be under some sort of seal, not releasing even a trace of primordial qi. This was quite normal. Generally speaking, in the absence of external interference, a primordial qi vortex would slowly release heavenly earth vital energy in all directions. But by doing so, the concentration of vital energy at the vortex's core would decrease. Therefore, as long as the primordial qi vortex has a master, it would be isolated from the outside world to enhance the energy concentration within the area. As this underground palace was the stronghold of the Moyang demon lord, there would no doubt be no leakage of primordial qi. This will be sufficient for my breakthrough to the 5th rank. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, clearly satisfied in his heart. Respected master, I will lead the way. Yuan Shu took the initiative, triggered a nearby mechanism, and the hill in front of them suddenly revealed an entrance. Under the hills, within a spacious underground palace, 9 great demon lords gathered in a grand hall, engaged in fierce debate. In principle, as 9th realm demon lords, peak powerhouses of the 5 domains, it was unlikely for them to gather in one place. They were usually scattered across the 5 domains, each presiding over their own territories. Yet now, they were assembled in the palace, arguing with each other. The reason was the matter of Xiahou Yuan leaving the Great Abyss. The 9 demon lords were the capable subordinates of Xiahou Yuan back in his day. After Xiahou Yuan was suppressed, they simply divided up the territory of the former demonic Tao. And they had no intention of rescuing Xiahou Yuan. Rescue Xiahou Yuan. For what purpose? While Xiahou Yuan was in power, these demon lords, who roamed the 5 domains, all had their hands tied. Even the slaughtering of a village for practice was greatly restricted. On the surface, it seemed that Xiahou Yuan led the forces of the demonic Tao in the 5 domains to confront the righteous powers like the Tianjian sect. The influence of the demonic Tao was unprecedented. It was quite a spectacle. But the bitterness of that, only they knew. With Xiahou Yuan around, it was as if a sharp sword hung over the heads of all the demons in the world. They could no longer kill at will in their practice. If Xiahou Yuan hadn't been so terrifying, wielding an incomprehensible suppressing force over the demons, let alone facing the righteous forces like the Tianjian sect in battle, these 9 great demon lords would have rebelled long ago. Xiahou Yuan has emerged, what should we do? What the hell happened with Tianjian Z? Wasn't it said that escaping the 18 layers of the Great Abyss was as hard as adding wings to a tiger? Useless. First, we need to confirm whether Xiahou Yuan leaving the Great Abyss is true or false. The demon lords questioned each other, and no matter how much they suppressed it, the terrifying aura distinctive of a demon lord burst forth, making it impossible for average 7th realm or 8th realm powerhouses to even approach. Enough. Xiahou Yuan has indeed left the Great Abyss. One of the demon lords spoke up. His eyes were narrow, projecting a kind of soft yet sinister quality. Jiang Jianke, who was stationed outside the Great Abyss, is dead, and so are the guardians. Someone has already performed the soul search. The demon lord paused for a moment before saying again, Xiahou Yuan has indeed emerged. With this statement, the grand hall fell into silence. All the demon lords became silent. Xiahou Yuan had come out. So, what should they do now? Continue to watch and wait? Or take the initiative to admit their wrongs? If they continue to watch, what if they provoke Xiahou Yuan? But if they proactively admit fault, would Xiahou Yuan forgive them? The demon lords pondered over and felt that no matter what choice they made, the consequences would be difficult to handle. Not only has Xiahou Yuan come out, his strength has at least recovered to the 9th realm. At that moment, a plump and beautiful demon lordess spoke. The 9th realm. How is that possible? A hot-tempered demon lord could not hold back anymore. Not to mention that under suppression, Xiahou Yuan's physical body and primordial spirit had already been sealed by Tianjian-Zi and other ninth realm peak powerhouses, and his bones were penetrated with millennium deep-sea fine gold to lock his limbs. Chapter 155, 6, The Vast Magic Power, Subscription Request, _2. Being suppressed in the depths of the Great Abyss for 18 layers over 25 years, let alone a ninth realm powerhouse, even those rare 10th realm individuals seen once in tens of thousands of years would find it hard to bear, right? A while ago, I secretly pushed Bian Mao, Yin Shiliu, and other 8th realm pinnacle demons to make a move against Xiahou Yuan. The result? Bian Mao and the others have not contacted me to this day. The plump beautiful woman spoke. eBnovel.com, in fact, she had more information that she hadn't mentioned, such as not only Bian Mao and Yin Shiliu but also one of her disciples. Bian Mao, Yin Shiliu. Upon hearing this, the expression of the demon lords present darkened. They had also heard of these rising stars of the demonic Tao. Especially Yin Shiliu, whose assassination techniques were enough to make ninth realm powerhouses wary. It's impossible for ordinary ninth realm individuals to deal with these two quietly. The plump beautiful woman said that Xiahou Yuan had already recovered to ninth realm strength, and she meant no exaggeration. Moyang, why don't you say something? What should we do now? A demon lord frowned, looking towards Moyang demon lord, who was seated at the head. This gathering of demon lords was entirely due to the invitation of Moyang demon lord. When Xiahou Yuan was around, they served under the demon lord as led by Moyang demon lord. After Xiahou Yuan's suppression, the 9 demon lords scattered, but it was Moyang demon lord whose influence was greatest. What to do? Anyway, I don't want to go back to those old days. Moyang demon lord chuckled coldly. The other 8 demon lords, hearing Moyang demon lord's stance, immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't just Moyang demon lord, none of them wanted that. Moyang, please, share your thoughts. The demon lord who started speaking immediately asked. Knowing Moyang demon lord as they did, they were sure he wouldn't speak with such confidence without a solid plan. Xiahou Yuan, coming out from the Great Abyss, will definitely seek revenge against the Tianjian sect. 25 years ago, Tianjian-Zi personally sealed Xiahou Yuan. Do you think Xiahou Yuan could endure not avenging this? Moyang demon lord countered. Indeed. That Tianjian-Zi was no saint either, using Bai Qing'er, that vile woman, to break Xiahou Yuan's spirit. Now that Xiahou Yuan has emerged, he likely won't trouble us for the time being. But the Tianjian sect is not easy to provoke, and Tianjian-Zi is even recognized as the strongest in the world. As Xiahou Yuan seeks revenge against the Tianjian sect, we only need to watch. The demon lords thought along the lines Moyang demon lord suggested. They all exhaled in relief. But what if? What if Xiahou Yuan doesn't target the Tianjian sect but comes after us instead? The plump beautiful woman frowned and voiced the concern of many demon lords. Indeed. What if? Xiahou Yuan was a man who never conformed to normal reasoning. What if? Moyang demon lord chuckled coldly again. That's exactly why I called you all here. Although the likelihood is small, we still need to consider it. Moyang demon lord, having lived for hundreds of years, naturally thought everything through. This underground palace, which took me 20 years to construct, is equipped with 9 sky-ranked demon formations. We 9 demon lords, just by sitting within these 9 formations and utilizing the geographical advantage, can hold off even a 10th realm powerhouse for a while. That Xiahou Yuan will definitely be at a loss against us, and he naturally won't engage with us indefinitely. Even if he does persist, we can secretly contact Tianjian-Zi, who I'm certain is very interested in Xiahou Yuan. Moyang demon lord asserted with confidence. Being a demon lord, he did not mind cooperating with lawful forces. 9 sky-ranked demon formations. Moyang, you've really gone all out. No wonder I felt a bit oppressed when I entered this underground palace. It was the sky-ranked demon formations. The other demon lords were slightly shocked upon hearing this. They were well aware of the formidable nature of the sky-ranked demon formation. One such formation could potentially suppress a 9th realm powerhouse. What to speak of 9? All right. These are the vital points of the sky-ranked demon formations, familiarize yourselves with them. Moyang Demon Lord, with a thought, sent 8 jade stones to the 8 demon lords. Vital points. Brilliant, these 9 formations are not separate entities, but rather like a whole. As main formation demon lords, with just a thought, we can control the power of the great formation. The 8 demon lords quickly comprehended, overwhelmed with joy. No wonder Moyang Demon Lord was so calm, it turned out he had such a trump card. At this point, the faces of the 8 demon lords finally showed a relaxed smile, their spirits having not been at ease since they learned of Xiahou Yuan's emergence. Just at this moment, a man in black tight-fitting clothes, looking panicked, ran in. Demon Lord, there are people who have intruded. The man in tight clothes was trembling as he spoke, clearly still finding it hard to believe at this moment. Someone has intruded. Moyang Demon Lord's pupils tightened. As the master builder of this underground palace, he had arranged a large number of followers outside, with more than 10 demons from the 8th realm. In such a situation, how could outsiders possibly break in? The underground palace was crisscrossed, suppressed by a sky-ranked great formation, rendering ordinary exploration methods utterly ineffective. Even 9th realm powerhouses could be trapped for a while. What exactly is going on? Moyang Demon Lord was about to inquire. A series of light footsteps sounded. A few demon lords looked up to see a tall woman standing at the doorway. Upon seeing this woman, the 9 demon lords furrowed their brows tightly. Nuan Shu. How come you? Moyang Demon Lord was astonished in his heart. The other 8 demon lords were equally baffled. They naturally recognized Nuan Shu. Back when Xiahou Yuan was still around, Nuan Shu was one of the 36 protectors just below their rank as the 9 great demon lords. Just as Moyang Demon Lord was about to continue asking, next to Nuan Shu, a tall figure appeared at some unknown time. At the sight of the tall figure, the minds of the 9 great demon lords roared. Xiahou Yuan. The 9 great demon lords looked as if they had seen a ghost. They were just discussing how to face Xiahou Yuan. Unexpectedly, Xiahou Yuan appeared before them. My lord. Moyang Demon Lord immediately reacted. He bowed slightly to Xiahou Yuan and spoke in a low voice, "May I know what brings my lord to this underground palace?" Although he was sincerely unwilling to face Xiahou Yuan. Thinking back to the days when he was under Xiahou Yuan's rule, Moyang Demon Lord felt he could struggle a bit. After all, with the strategies Moyang Demon Lord had laid out over the years, including the 9 sky-ranked great formations and the 9 ninth realm demon lords, even facing the former Xiahou Yuan, Moyang Demon Lord was not entirely desperate. This place belongs to me, how about it? Lin Yuan glanced around, sensing the heavenly earth vital energy filling the air, and spoke. My lord, you must be jesting. Moyang Demon Lord's face stiffened. After 20 years of hardship and effort, he had built this underground palace, how could he possibly hand it over so easily? Not to mention, with 9 sky-ranked demon formations inside, Moyang Demon Lord believed himself to be fearless against anyone. If you won't give it, I will come and take it. Lin Yuan stepped forward directly and entered the palace. Attack. Moyang Demon Lord tensed up. And without a second word, communicated fully with the sky-ranked demon formation. The other 8 demon lords exchanged looks. At this moment, they all stood on the same side, none wanting to be ruled by Xiahou Yuan again. Boom. From every direction. All around. The air suddenly condensed. An invisible pressure emerged. Streams of demonic chi emanated from all around the Great Hall. 1 birthed 2, 2 birthed 4, 4 birthed 8. In an instant, an endless intertwining of demonic chi followed a specific trajectory, forming a killing formation. However, just as Lin Yuan's right foot stepped on the floor of the inner hall, the previously emerging infinite demonic chi suddenly solidified. Already formed and comprised entirely of demonic chi, the killing formation began to boil as if commanded, all revolving under Lin Yuan's feet, a force far surpassing the previous burst forth explosively. The demonic power was vast. Lin Yuan walked into the inner hall, and the 9th realm peak Moyang Demon Lord had already knelt down, unable to rise. Even without knowing why, Facing Lin Yuan at this moment, he couldn't help but continuously bow his head. Lin Yuan walked past one demon lord after another, all prostrated and trembling. He ascended the steps, turned around, and sat on the main seat in the great hall. Leaning slightly, he looked down at the people in the hall who were bowing their heads like pounding garlic. Chapter 156, 5th rank, please subscribe. Atop the grand hall, Lin Yuan sat in the place of honor, his gaze overlooking all, a deity amongst mortals. The 9 heavenly demon formations vibrated ceaselessly. As if they had encountered their master, they finally calmed down after a long while. Xiahou Yuan was extremely special. Among the myriad demons of the world, any who practiced the demonic Tao would have to kowtow upon seeing him, a suppression born of their life essence. Even those with greater strength than Xiahou Yuan would be affected, only the impact was less severe, they wouldn't have to prostrate themselves upon meeting. Of course, only Xiahou Yuan himself was clear on this matter. As for the devil lords and demon lords who had followed Xiahou Yuan, they were oblivious to the subtleties, only sensing an inability to harbor any thoughts of rebellion against him. Moyang Demon Lord and the other 8 great demon lords, believing that with the 9 heavenly demon formations, they could force Xiahou Yuan to retreat, or at the very least, hold him off. But alas! The 9th grade formations were powerful indeed, but they required the devils to control them. As long as it involved these devils, Xiahou Yuan would stand on unbeaten ground. This was also the confidence that underpinned Lin Yuan's decision to enter the underground palace alone. Outside the underground palace, Lin Yuan had long since sensed the auras of those 9 demon lords. Besides, the current Xiahou Yuan was no longer the Xiahou Yuan of the past. With the many methods at Lin Yuan's disposal, he would only be stronger than the original Xiahou Yuan, and certainly nothing untoward would happen. As Lin Yuan, seated in the main seat of the hall, retracted his aura, the 8 demon lords and Moyang demon lord all felt a sense of relief. It was as if they had put down a weight of 10,000 caddies and could at least regain some control over themselves. No longer compelled, as before, to kneel and knock their foreheads to the ground without restraint. Yet, even then, none of the 9 dared to rise on their own accord. Still kneeling with utmost respect and caution. The scene that had unfolded earlier would be hard to forget for the rest of their lives. Especially Moyang Demon Lord, who was acutely aware of that deep-rooted fear from his soul and spirit. Why, it's been 25 years. Moyang Demon Lord trembled in spirit. He had felt this way before Xiahou Yuan 25 years ago. He had thought that, after 25 years, with his strength advanced by half a step, reaching the pinnacle of the 9th realm. And with Xiahou Yuan being suppressed for 25 years, with his flesh bound by millennium deep seabed metal, even if he could emerge, his strength would not be at its peak. Given the change of both sides' circumstances, facing Xiahou Yuan again surely wouldn't be like 25 years ago, would it? But reality gave him a harsh slap in the face. No change. Not the slightest. Whether it was the 9 great demon lords, or initiating the 9 heavenly demon formations. No matter how strong they were, upon seeing Xiahou Yuan, they were like mice before a cat, trembling as they awaited judgment. We welcome your excellency, for breaking the great abyss seal. Moyang Demon Lord, steadying his spirit, immediately said respectfully to Lin Yuan sitting in the main seat. He understood that his life hung by a thread, if he did not continue to show his submission. With Xiahou Yuan's former temperament, he surely would not hesitate to kill him. What a joke! The former Xiahou Yuan was decisive in killing, cold and ruthless. Before that great battle of good and evil 25 years ago, nobody would have imagined Xiahou Yuan falling for a woman. Your Excellency. The other 8 demon lords took a deep breath and spoke in unison. We welcome your Excellency for breaking the great abyss seal. Lin Yuan, seated in the place of honor, wasn't particularly surprised. The devil lords wouldn't care much for face and dignity, the demon lords were not an exception. Under the pressure of life and death, resubmitting to Xiahou Yuan was only natural. Perhaps life under Xiahou Yuan's rule wouldn't be easy. But if they didn't submit, there wouldn't be any life to speak of thereafter. All of you rise. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment before speaking directly. For nearly 25 years, all information concerning the 5 domains, particularly that of the Tianjian sect, bring it all to me. Lin Yuan's visit to the underground palace was not only to find a suitable place for breakthrough but also to consolidate the scattered demonic Tao forces. In any world, even if one were unmatched, acting alone was always somewhat inconvenient. One can't be expected to do everything personally, can they? Lin Yuan's subjugation of the 9 great demon lords and the absorption of the remaining demonic Tao forces required no cost and didn't need to start from scratch. With Xiahou Yuan's deterrence, not a single devil dared to entertain any ulterior motives. 25 years ago, Xiahou Yuan's flesh and primordial spirit were sealed and suppressed in the 18th layer beneath the great abyss ground. Those devils didn't even dare to approach, let alone kick a man when he was down. Even the 9th grade demon lords would merely glance from afar, and after confirming that Xiahou Yuan couldn't get out, they would quickly leave. The universal fear of Xiahou Yuan among all devils was evident. Yes. Moyang demon lord slowly stood up, respectful, your subordinate will retrieve it for your excellency now. Shortly after, Moyang demon lord re-entered the grand hall. Following him were several subordinates, carrying a pile of jade stones. Your excellency, these jade stones contain all intelligence on the situation of the 5 domains. Intelligence on the righteous forces such as the Tianjian sect is right at the front, Moyang demon lord respectfully said. Even without Lin Yuan's asking, Moyang demon lord paid close attention to the movements of the righteous forces like the Tianjian sect. Good. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. He then picked up the jade stones and probed them with his mind, swiftly absorbing the information. After a short while, Lin Yuan put down the slabs, his brows slightly furrowed. Moyang demon lord presented hundreds of jade stones, meticulously containing intelligence from all quarters of the 5 domains. Among which, Lin Yuan found the information he was interested in. 20 years ago, a sign of good omen suddenly appeared at the mountain gate of Tianjian sect, with a massive convergence of heavenly earth vital energy. Chapter 157, 7 5th rank, please subscribe, _2. 15 years ago, the Tianjian sect's mountain once again gathered heavenly earth vital energy. For the following 2 years, primordial qi within 100 li of the Tianjian sect was scarce. 4 years ago, the Tianjian sect once again gathered heavenly earth vital energy, and all living beings nearby felt as if they were under the pressure of Mount Tai. Numerous pieces of information coalesced in Lin Yuan's mind. The Tianjian sect possessed a large heavenly grade energy vortex, with abundant primordial qi inside the sect, enough for 9th realm cultivators' daily consumption. Despite this, there had still been 5 occurrences when primordial qi within 100 or several hundred li converged towards the Tianjian sect. What did this indicate? It indicated that the primordial qi emitted by the energy vortex was no longer sufficient for the cultivation of a certain entity. 10th realm. Lin Yuan set down the jade stone and had a speculation in his heart. Only the legendary 10th realm could cause such a wide-ranging change in heavenly earth vital energy. Of course, this is not to say that Tianjian Zi had already broken through to the 10th realm. If that were the case, Xiahou Yuan wouldn't have survived past 25 years. A 10th realm powerhouse, even if Xiahou Yuan managed to escape with his primordial spirit, would hardly be able to flee. If Tianjian Zi had become a 10th realm powerhouse, he would have surely come to the Great Abyss in person at the very first opportunity to completely resolve the significant worry that Xiahou Yuan posed. It is only from the changes in heavenly earth vital energy that one can deduce that Tianjian Zi was already attempting to break through to the 10th realm. And he was about to succeed, for the range of the last heavenly earth vital energy's coverage had reached nearly 1,000 li. The cultivation speed is quite fast. Lin Yuan stroked his chin. In Xiahou Yuan's memories, 25 years ago, Tianjian Zi was indeed at the peak of the 9th realm, but he was quite far from the 10th realm. However, it's still not as fast as me. Lin Yuan was unconcerned. In the previous 3 worlds he had traversed, as well as in the vast main world, regarding pure cultivation speed, Lin Yuan had never seen anyone stronger than him. Perhaps some higher bloodline, peak bloodline special life forms have a starting point far beyond Lin Yuan, but their subsequent cultivation speed is definitely not as fast as Lin Yuan's. I will break through to the 5th rank first. Lin Yuan felt no pressure whatsoever. If it were the original Xiahou Yuan, the first thing he would do after escaping would probably be to head to the outside of Tianjian sect's mountain gate to seek vengeance on Tianjian Zi and to confront Bai Qing'er about her betrayal. However, Lin Yuan wasn't that foolish. With his current power and methods, even if he truly encountered a 10th realm powerhouse, he could still exchange a few moves or even have an equal battle. But there was no need for that. Lin Yuan most disliked evenly matched battles. With his against heaven's understanding, just a few decades of cultivation would be enough to completely surpass the opponent by one or even several great realms, sweeping through all with overwhelming force. Why rush at this moment? The vitality spring beneath this underground palace, where exactly is it? Lin Yuan, sitting in the main seat, suddenly spoke. Reporting to your eminence, subordinates are incompetent and have not found the true core of the energy vortex to this day. Moyang Demon Lord spoke with a tone of shame. The true core of the energy vortex, also known as the vitality spring, is the source of the vortex's energy. However, the vitality spring is concealed underground, surrounded by a vast abundance of heavenly earth vital energy, making it difficult to pinpoint its precise location. After Moyang Demon Lord discovered this energy vortex, he searched for it for decades without success. He then simply stopped searching, built the underground palace, and sealed the energy emitted by the vortex. After all, the vitality spring was beneath the ground and couldn't escape. He could search slowly in the future. Never mind. Today, I will find it for you. Lin Yuan stood up and walked towards the depths of the underground palace. Moyang Demon Lord and the other 8 demon lords immediately followed quickly. Your Eminence, wait for me. Nguan Shu immediately stuck close behind Lin Yuan. They walked for an indeterminate amount of time. Can your Eminence really find it? Moyang Demon Lord and the other demon lords looked at each other with some doubt. Even for a 10th realm powerhouse, it was very difficult to directly locate the position of the vitality spring. This had nothing to do with power. Around the vitality spring, the heavenly earth vital energy was dense and invisibly suppressed the cultivator's divine sense. Even a 10th realm powerhouse, without the use of divine sense, would be like a blind person searching for the vitality spring underground, no better than a 9th realm cultivator. Just then, Lin Yuan in front suddenly stopped. Your Eminence. Moyang Demon Lord was about to speak, but saw Lin Yuan raise his hand and gently press towards the front right. Boom. A large section of soil collapsed. A dark space was revealed. All could see a milky white spring gushing continuously. The spring was several meters across, it was bottomless, and the surging heavenly earth vital energy was pressurized within the spring water. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that all the water was composed of the highly concentrated heavenly earth vital energy. Moreover, around the spring, several peculiar flowers and herbs were blooming. A vitality spring. Moyang Demon Lord's eyes widened as he instinctively swallowed his saliva. Whether one is a cultivator of the righteous path or the demonic Tao, they can cultivate by absorbing heavenly earth vital energy. However, for practitioners of the demonic Tao, this method is too inefficient. Why bother when directly killing and plundering can achieve faster results? Yet the vitality spring before him was filled with a substantial amount of heavenly earth vital energy, making it a great supplement even for a 9th realm demon lord. This appears to be a mid-sized heavenly grade energy vortex, not bad at all. With this vitality spring, breaking through to the 5th rank shouldn't be a problem. A smile of joy emerged on Lin Yuan's face. The vitality spring of the Tianjian sect was at least large-sized, a level higher than the vitality spring before Lin Yuan. However, Tianjian Z, aiming for the 10th realm, would not dare to fully absorb the sect's vitality spring, as the future disciples of the Tianjian sect relied on it for cultivation. Therefore, over the past 20+ years, Tianjian Z's attempts at breaking through to the 10th realm involved absorbing the primordial qi within 100 miles or more. This method was slow to show results, but there was no other choice. However, Lin Yuan was different. He had no reservations about using this vitality spring. Moreover, the dozen or so spiritual medicines surrounding the vitality spring are treasures, comparable to 4-star or 5-star cosmic rare treasures. Lin Yuan's gaze grew fervent. I will make my breakthrough here. Lin Yuan made up his mind instantly. It would be a waste not to take advantage of such an excellent location for a breakthrough. As Lin Yuan secluded himself for a breakthrough to the 5th rank, the 5 domains mainland was increasingly affected by the emergence of demon venerable Xiahou Yuan. Xiahou Yuan has emerged, and the world is likely to be in turmoil next. Indeed, if I were Xiahou Yuan, after being suppressed for decades, I would definitely seek fierce revenge upon my release. Ah. I wonder when the conflicts of this world will cease. Cease. As long as there are people, it will never stop. 25 years ago, the righteous powers started a great war against the demonic forces under the banner of suppressing Xiahou Yuan to bring peace to the world. But what after that? Xiahou Yuan was indeed suppressed, but there was no peace. Those demon lords became like unshackled madmen. The forces and cultivators of the 5 domains quickly exchanged information. Especially the powers that had participated in the suppression of Xiahou Yuan, they suddenly became panicked, fearing that Xiahou Yuan might target them first after his escape as a way to collect some interest for past events. This won't do, I must go to the Tianjian sect to discuss what we should do next. Right, if it weren't for Tianjian Z, we wouldn't have offended Xiahou Yuan so grievously. Let's go and demand an explanation from Tianjian Z, freeobnovel.com. Cultivators from many different powers, including 9th realm powerhouses, all headed towards the Tianjian sect. Meanwhile, Tianjian sect. Mist swirling. Resembling an immortal realm. Suddenly. Rumbling sounds. A terrifying aura spread, under which even the lofty 9th realm practitioners felt uneasy. Sect leader. The sect leader has emerged. The elders of the Tianjian sect, seeing this, became excited and bowed towards the highest peak's palace. Half a month later. The terrifying aura that enveloped the entire palace gradually dissipated, and a man with white hair slowly walked out. Tianjian Z. Greetings, sect leader. Sect leader, you have finally emerged. The numerous disciples of Tianjian sect breathed a sigh of relief. During this time, strong cultivators from the 5 domains came every day, seeking an audience with Tianjian Z, asking how to deal with Xiahou Yuan. If it had just been 1 or 2 people, it wouldn't have mattered. The Tianjian sect, as the foremost power of the 5 domains, with Tianjian Z as the world's strongest, could surely hold its ground. But it wasn't just 1 or 2 people. It was hundreds, 200, several hundred, thousands. And they were all leaders of major forces, or even 9th realm powerhouses. Under such circumstances, the Tianjian sect felt overwhelmed. Especially since Tianjian Z, a core figure of the sect, was still in seclusion and could not make an appearance. One could only imagine how much pressure the Tianjian sect had been under during this time. But now. It was all over. Chapter 158, 8 The Demon and the Good Person, Subscription Request. Perhaps most disciples of the Tianjian sect don't realize what Tianjian Z's emergence from seclusion truly signifies. But the vice-sect leaders and elders of the Tianjian sect are well aware that Tianjian Z's emergence may very well be the step taken. Surpassing the 9th realm. Becoming one of the rare 10th realm powerhouses that only appear once every tens of thousands of years. Sect leader. Some elder of the Tianjian sect, looking at Tianjian Z's figure, had reddened eyes. In this generation of the Tianjian sect, at last, another 10th realm was born. With Tianjian Z's emergence from seclusion, strands of an aura superior to that of the 9th realm spread and permeated the area. Within the Tianjian sect, those powerhouses who came overdue to Xiahou Yuan's issue changed their expressions abruptly. More than 10 figures soared into the sky, looking incredulously at Tianjian Z with his hands behind his back. Tianjian Z, you. These more than 10 figures were naturally 9th realm powerhouses. They had gathered here precisely to wait for Tianjian Z's response. Tianjian Z, have you taken that step? An elderly 9th realm powerhouse's voice trembled, unable to refrain from asking. As a 9th realm powerhouse, he naturally could sense that Tianjian Z's aura had completely transcended the 9th realm. It wasn't just a half step out, and it wasn't just infinitely close. It was a full transcendence. If the 9th realm powerhouses were akin to the moon high up in the sky, looking down at the mortal world, then now Tianjian Z was like the vast starry heavens, where even the great moon was just a corner in the stars. Indeed. Tianjian Z nodded slightly, his expression arrogantly proud. We have seen the sect leader of the Tianjian sect. More than 10 9th realm powerhouses from various major forces took a deep breath and bowed in unison. Since ancient times, there have indeed been beings who surpassed the 9th realm and reached the 10th realm. But over tens of thousands of years, such characters can be counted with one hand, and each one is a legend that has dominated an era. And now, in their era, will another such heaven-defying existence appear? The more than 10 9th realm powerhouses looked at each other, with mixed feelings in their hearts. The good news was that since Tianjianzi had taken that step forward, Xiahou Yuan naturally posed no threat. The concern was that now that Tianjianzi's strength had truly reached the invincible stage, could the major forces of the 5 domains still maintain an equal status with the Tianjian sect? The more than 10 9th realm powerhouses, along with the cultivators gathered at the Tianjian sect, paid their respects to Tianjianzi, the newly advanced 10th realm powerhouse. Then they asked how to deal with Xiahou Yuan. Now that I have entered the 10th realm, Xiahou Yuan poses no threat. Tianjianzi said with a calm smile, and continued, however, Xiahou Yuan is cunning and insidious. If we actively search for him, we might startle the grass and scare the snake. With these words, everyone present nodded in agreement. Indeed. The guy is not a fool. If the forces of the righteous sects attack proactively, revealing their full confidence, it would undoubtedly scare Xiahou Yuan away. Then Xiahou Yuan might check the reason behind it and, upon learning that Tianjianzi had broken through to the 10th realm, it would be even less likely for him to present himself willingly. Therefore, in this breakthrough, I used a secret technique to meticulously conceal my aura and prevent the phenomenon of my breakthrough from spreading outside the Tianjian sect. This means that, as of now, only you here are aware that I have stepped into the 10th realm. Tianjianzi said this, paused for a moment, then continued, to ensure this matter remains a secret, everyone should stay here for the next period of time. In the past, I suppressed Xiahou Yuan, and we developed an enmity as deep as life and death. As soon as he recovers his strength, he will certainly rush over to take his revenge. We only need to wait for him to come to us. Tianjianzi's expression was one of assured victory. Masterful strategy, sect leader. The others present suddenly understood. With Xiahou Yuan's strength, if he truly wanted to hide, even a 10th realm powerhouse might not be able to find him. The 5 domains mainland is vast and boundless. If Xiahou Yuan were to nestle in some corner, how could a 10th realm powerhouse search for him? But leveraging the enmity between Xiahou Yuan and Tianjianzi, coupled with concealing the information, enticing Xiahou Yuan to come on his own was indeed the best strategy. By then, even if Xiahou Yuan recovers to his peak, he would still be just a 9th realm in the face of a 10th realm Tianjianzi, and he probably wouldn't have a chance to struggle. The so-called soul out-of-body parasitism skill, which poses a threat to 9th realm powerhouses, stands no chance before a 10th realm powerhouse. A single strike could shatter the physical body and primordial spirit to dust. Time passed. Years went by in the blink of an eye. In the underground palace, Moyang Demon Lord and the other 8 demon lords were guarding outside the Vitality Spring, to avoid any mishaps while Lin Yuan was in seclusion. I wonder how the revered one is doing in his seclusion. freeebnovel.com. Moyang Demon Lord was somewhat curious. Over these years, he had a clear sense that the concentration of heavenly earth vital energy around him was decreasing at a terrifying rate. The cause was obvious, it was Lin Yuan who was absorbing the Vitality Spring. But the more it was the case, the more unbelievable it was to Moyang Demon Lord because a medium-sized Vitality Spring isn't something common. The daily heavenly earth vital energy emitted by a medium-sized Vitality Spring alone would suffice the daily cultivation needs of several 9th realm experts, and the rapid decline of primordial chi concentration around them clearly indicated that the Vitality Spring was being voraciously depleted. If it were Moyang Demon Lord, attempting to absorb such a high degree of primordial chi from the Vitality Spring in such a short period would probably cause his body to burst from the massive primordial chi influx. There's definitely nothing wrong with the revered one. Nuanshu glanced at Moyang Demon Lord. She placed almost worshipful trust in Lin Yuan. Seeing Moyang Demon Lord mumbling like that, she thought he was harboring some ill intentions again. The heavens can bear witness that I, Moyang, have no second thoughts towards the revered one. Moyang Demon Lord quickly said, although Nuanshu's cultivation was not nearly as high as his. Chapter 159, 8 The Demon and the Good Person, subscription request, _2. But he could not withstand the other party's high standing in the Lord's heart, especially over the past 20+ years. While other demons hesitated, only Nuan and Situ wholeheartedly devoted themselves to the Lord. In comparison, setting aside demons like Moyang Demon Lord for a moment, the importance of Nuanshu must have grown significantly in the Lord's heart. If Nuanshu were to speak ill of him in the Lord's ear, Moyang Demon Lord would really struggle to bear it. At this moment, Moyang Demon Lord was feeling some regret. Had he known the Lord would emerge from the great abyss, he would definitely have been the first to rescue him. Hope so. Nuanshu coldly snorted again, not pursuing the matter further. Just then. Boom. A vast aura surged out from the space where the vitality spring was located, filling the entire underground palace. In front of this aura, even a strong 9th realm limit cultivator like Moyang Demon Lord had to keep retreating, somewhat unable to withstand it. Lord, has the Lord broken through to the 10th realm? Moyang Demon Lord was shocked. He had already suspected as much when the vitality spring was being heavily consumed. Other than striking at the legendary 10th realm, who else would consume the vitality spring like this? For a cultivator, heavenly earth vital energy is like food. And consuming too much food can burst one's stomach. Only breakthroughs in cultivation will consume massive amounts of heavenly earth vital energy to replenish oneself. The 10th realm. The other 8 demon lords exchanged looks. Since ancient times, the limit for demonic Tao practitioners has been the 9th realm. No demon had ever reached the 10th realm. 25 years ago, if Lin Yuan had broken through to the 10th realm, there would have been no business for Tianjian sect. The entire 5 domains mainland would have become the domain of the demonic Tao. While Moyang Demon Lord and the others were lost in thought, a tall figure emerged from the space where the vitality spring was located. Lin Yuan appeared, his expression calm, strolling out as if an ordinary person, devoid of any detectable aura. Yet Moyang Demon Lord and the other demons grew even more respectful, recognizing this as the realm of returning to the primordial state. Lord. Moyang Demon Lord followed behind Lin Yuan, towards the hall of the underground palace. Next. Moyang Demon Lord started reporting on recent events as expected. Once finished, Moyang Demon Lord could not help asking, Lord, have you stepped into the 10th realm? As soon as he said these words, everyone perked up their ears. This was about the 10th realm. A domain that all demons from ages past had never entered. Even in the 5 domains mainland, there have been very few 10th realm powerhouses for tens of thousands of years, not exceeding 5 individuals. The 10th realm. Lin Yuan looked down at everyone and shook his head slightly. I am not in the 10th realm. Lin Yuan was indeed not in the 10th realm. He was at the 5th rank. Known as a continent-sinking 5th rank evolver in the main world. As for this world's 10th realm, strictly speaking, it is merely comparable to the transition stage between the 4th and 5th rank. If there must be a comparison, then at least the 11th realm would be equivalent to the 5th rank. 5th rank. Lin Yuan felt the immense power within him. It was a terrifying force capable of breaking continental plates and bringing an apocalyptic end to life on a planet. In the main world, a 5th rank evolver is revered as the strongest being on the surface, and the battle between 2 5th rank evolvers could lead to billions of deaths on a planet. Some powerful 5th rank evolvers could even turn a life planet into a dead star, where life would no longer emerge for tens of thousands of years. Just this world. Lin Yuan fell into thought. The world he was in now was far vaster than a middle-grade life planet in the main world, almost comparable to a higher-grade life planet. Its continental framework was vast and robust, only at the 5th stage peak could one have the assurance to break through. Take it slow. It's only been 30 years. There's still 170 years left. Lin Yuan was not in a rush, he still had plenty of time before he would leave this world. Not the 10th realm. Moyang Demon Lord was somewhat baffled. Just by the immense aura Lin Yuan emitted during his cultivation, how could he still be in the 9th realm? It should be noted that Moyang Demon Lord himself was at the peak of the 9th realm, yet even so, he could not endure the aura that Lin Yuan had just released. How could this still be the 9th realm? Moyang could not understand. But Lin Yuan had no reason to deceive him. Since he said he was not in the 10th realm, then he certainly was not in the 10th realm. Could it be a half-step into the 10th realm? Moyang Demon Lord could only guess as much. Just a half-step into the 10th realm, at most stronger than him. It couldn't possibly reach the point of absolute suppression, could it? I don't care anymore. Whether the demon lord emerged at the 9th realm or the 10th realm, there's no difference to me. Moyang demon lord simply stopped overthinking it. Time passed. Half a year went by. One day, Lin Yuan was cultivating. Nuan Shu hurriedly walked in, stopped behind Lin Yuan, and whispered, "My lord, someone is looking for you." "Looking for me?" Lin Yuan opened his eyes. "It's..." Nuan Shu also seemed to find this person surprising, even inconceivable. "It's the Supreme Elder of Zhiga sect." Nuan Shu hesitated for a moment, then whispered, "Zhiga sect?" Lin Yuan fell into thought. Zhiga sect was a force in the eastern region, second only to Tianjian sect, a colossal figure renowned across the 5 domains. Each generation of Zhiga sect had 9th realm powerhouses in charge, with a profound foundation. 25 years ago, during the great battle between good and evil, Zhiga sect also contributed to the suppression of Xiahou Yuan. And the Supreme Elder of Zhiga sect, although only possessing 8th realm strength, held a high position within Zhiga sect, with even the contemporary 9th realm sect master being his disciple. What did he come for? Lin Yuan's expression grew contemplative. He claims to have crucial intelligence that he will share only with the demon lord. However, I think there's something off about this old man. It's very likely a ploy. My lord should not trust him. Nuan Shu spoke softly. "Let him in," Lin Yuan casually remarked. According to Nuan Shu, the Supreme Elder of Zhiga sect voluntarily blocked his own meridians to meet him. Otherwise, an 8th realm powerhouse wouldn't just see Lin Yuan, he wouldn't even have been able to come to the entrance of the underground palace. If Nuan Shu hadn't confirmed that the Supreme Elder of Zhiga sect posed no threat, she would not have brought him over. A moment later, an old man with white hair and beard entered the great hall. On either side, 9 demon lords cast sideways glances, while a towering figure above on the high podium looked down upon him. "I pay my respects to the demon lord." The old man's face remained calm as he slightly bowed to Lin Yuan. "Interesting." A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face, a righteous sect supreme elder coming to see a demon like me and even bowing. From a status perspective, the supreme elder of Zhiga sect, upon encountering Xiahou Yuan, wouldn't have restrained himself from attacking right there and then. Bowing. It was nothing short of fantastical. People are ignorant, only knowing that demons thrive in chaos, but you, demon lord, are different from the others. The white-haired supreme elder of Zhiga sect confidently began to speak. "Is that so?" Lin Yuan slightly shook his head. "I have lived for 400 to 500 years and have seen what the 5 domains were like before the demon lord's emergence." The white-haired supreme elder of Zhiga sect paused for effect, then added solemnly, 280 years ago, the demon lord appeared out of nowhere. And before the emergence of the demon lord, the demons of the world held no fear. "Old man, what nonsense are you spouting?" Moyang demon lord's eyelid twitched. What the supreme elder of Zhiga sect said was true. Before Xiahou Yuan's demonic power fully grew, demons rampaged across the 5 domains, often resulting in the slaughter of entire cities and villages. Freewebble.cm, what exactly are you trying to say? Sitting on the main seat, Lin Yuan asked calmly. "I want to tell the demon lord that the current Tianjian sect has become a battleground of dragons and tigers, and even if you desire revenge, you should not risk your life by going there," the supreme elder of Zhiga sect said gravely. Upon hearing this, the demon lords on both sides were instantly surprised. What had happened? Was this supreme elder from Zhiga sect here to deliver a message to the demon lord? Actually, 25 years ago, when Tianjian Zi wanted to battle the demon lord, I advised my disciple against it, but it was futile. And LT. Chapter 169, Radiant Yang Spirit and Wandering Yin Spirit, please subscribe. Good person. In both sides of the main hall, Moyang Demon Lord and a host of other demon lords couldn't help but look at each other in disbelief. For demon chiefs like them, Xiahou Yuan was certainly no good person. Before the great war between the righteous and the demonic Tao 30 years ago, why did countless demon chiefs obediently follow orders without revolting under Xiahou Yuan's rule over the 5-domain demonic path? Because those who did not obey were all killed by Xiahou Yuan. The supreme elder of Zhiga sect was right in saying one thing. Xiahou Yuan indeed had his hands stained with blood. But most of that blood belonged to these very demon chiefs. Only then did it belong to those powerful figures in the righteous factions. 3 years ago, my disciple went to the Tianjin sect with other sects' powerhouses and has not returned since, and the life fire left at our sect shows no signs of activity. The current Tianjin sect must have gathered more than 70% of the 5 domains powerhouses, and that Tianjin Z must already have at least half a foot into the 10th realm. If the demon lord is still planning to seek revenge against the Tianjin Z, think carefully. The supreme elder of Zhigu sect continued. He did not know that Tianjin Z had already become a strong figure of the 10th realm and was now in the Tianjin sect, waiting like a spider for its prey, waiting for Xiahou Yuan to come seeking revenge. It was only because of his sharp intuition and the lack of any news from his disciple for such a long time that he felt something was amiss. He speculated that Tianjin sect might have set a trap, waiting for Xiahou Yuan to arrive. 30 years ago, he did not stop his disciple, leading to the great war between righteous and demonic forces, with Xiahou Yuan being suppressed and the demon chiefs of the 5 domains losing their shackles, allowing the myriad demons in the world to act without inhibition once again. This time, the supreme elder of Zhigu sect felt he should do something. At the very least, Xiahou Yuan must not be suppressed again. The thoughts of the supreme elder of Zhigu sect towards Xiahou Yuan, the legendary demon chief, were exceedingly complex. Coming over alone to tell Xiahou Yuan these things was undoubtedly a betrayal of Zhigu sect and a betrayal of the righteous forces. But as long as the situation for the beings of the 5 domains improved slightly, bearing a bit of infamy didn't matter. Are you finished? Lin Yuan's expression was calm. I'm finished, the supreme elder of Zhigu sect said candidly. Take him away and keep him confined. Lin Yuan waved his hand, signaling to Nuan Shu. Yes. Nuan Shu nodded. Immediately, he led the supreme elder of Zhigu sect away. What do you all think? Lin Yuan looked around at the various demon lords. Lord, what this old man said makes some sense, Moyang demon lord said after pondering for a moment, aware from the intelligence he held that years ago, a large number of powerhouses from the 5 domains had indeed gone to Tianjin sect. As for their purpose, it could mostly be guessed that it was due to Xiahou Yuan breaking free from his shackles. Nevertheless, being merely a demon chief, Moyang demon lord certainly didn't understand the righteous forces like Tianjin sect better than the supreme elder of Zhigu sect. In that case, do not send anyone near Tianjin sect for the time being, Lin Yuan said. Actually, even if the supreme elder of Zhigu sect had not come to warn him, Lin Yuan would never foolishly rush to Tianjin sect seeking revenge. Xiahou Yuan might have done such a thing, but Lin Yuan was not Xiahou Yuan. Lin Yuan anticipated that Tianjin Z had already reached the 10th realm, and being in his own territory within the Tianjin mountain sect, he could manipulate the preparation left by ancestors, which fully qualified him to be regarded as a peak 10th realm or simply an 11th realm powerhouse. Lin Yuan wouldn't consider revenge until he cultivated to the 13th realm. And the 13th realm probably corresponds to the 5th rank, between the 4th and 6th stages. Underground Palace. In front of the Vitality Spring, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. Compared to years ago, when it was a medium-sized, premier Vitality Spring gushing out with a volume of several meters in diameter. The current Vitality Spring had shrunk several times and was merely half a meter in diameter. In truth, if the Vitality Spring were not connected to the Earth's veins and constantly drawing in primordial chi from hundreds of thousands of miles of Earth veins, it probably would have dried up. It's fine, Lin Yuan glanced at the Vitality Spring. After breaking through to the 5th rank, his need for heavenly earth vital energy had significantly decreased. Now, this evidently regressed small Vitality Spring was still sufficient for him. 5th rank. Lin Yuan's consciousness submerged into the Naiwan Palace at the center of his forehead. There he saw a phantom figure sitting cross-legged at the center of a galaxy made of vast amounts of power of Taiyin and Taiyang. This phantom figure, identical to Lin Yuan, sat in the center of the galaxy, resembling an ancient deity. Primordial Spirit. At that moment, the phantom figure suddenly opened its eyes, deep in thought. The phantom was Lin Yuan's primordial spirit, condensed from a tremendous amount of soul power. Of course, primordial spirit was the term used in this world. In the main world, they would call this phantom figure a spiritual body, soul body, and so on. The primordial spirit, being condensed from the essence and spirit of the soul, lacked material form, which is why it was terrifyingly fast when wandering outside the body. However, without the protection of the physical body, the primordial spirit was much more vulnerable. There are still flaws. Lin Yuan's primordial spirit carefully sensed its own condition. He had based his path on the way of Taiji, but at this point, the way of Taiji within his divine body was not very conspicuous. Or rather, the power of Taiyin and power of Taiyang had completely fused into one and could no longer be separated, which Lin Yuan found somewhat unsatisfactory. The martial path evolutionary path he pursued allowed control over gathering and dispersing at will, so how could there be a way that only allowed gathering and not dispersing? Continue to refine it, Lin Yuan was not discouraged and focused on cultivation. For pioneers like Lin Yuan, every step taken was into the unknown, requiring continual development and perfection. If he was not satisfied with the primordial spirit, then he would continue to focus on the primordial spirit. If not satisfied with the physical body, then focus on perfecting the physical body. Where there was dissatisfaction, there lay the focus of his attention. Chapter 161, 9, Radiant Yang Spirit and Wandering Yin Spirit, please subscribe, _2. Time passed. Another 5 years went by. With the way of Taiji as its foundation, the way of Xian Huang as its framework, and countless evolution paths as its flesh, Taiji primordial spirit, emerge. Within the Naiwan Palace at Lin Yuan's Glabella. An endless galaxy composed of Taiyin and Taiyang energies, the primordial spirit sat in the center, suddenly transforming into two distinct colors of yin and yang. Immediately after, the primordial spirit separated into two figures. One figure was shrouded in the yin energy of Taiyin, its face indistinct. The other figure was enveloped in the bright energy of Taiyang, its eyes radiant. This is the primordial spirit I desired. The two primordial spirits gazed at each other. In fact, these two figures, rather than being called primordial spirits, would be more appropriate to term as Yin God and Yang Spirit. To be precise, when divided, they are the Yin God and Yang Spirit, when combined, they are the Taiji primordial spirit. Yin God. Yang Spirit. In the outside world, Lin Yuan opened his eyes. With a mere thought, the Yin God and Yang Spirit separated from the body. They sat opposite Lin Yuan's original form. Does this count as triumph division of the one Qi? Lin Yuan's consciousness split into three, looking at the three versions of himself, a strange expression on his face. Since they all shared the same consciousness, Lin Yuan felt as though he'd opened three perspectives at this moment. No matter if it's the Yin God or the Yang Spirit, since they are made from the power of the soul, and aren't restricted by a physical body, they naturally can change their size at will. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Lin Yuan speculated, with the current strength of his Yin God and Yang Spirit. If he were to let go completely, they could probably reach a size of 10,000 zhang. Yin God of 10,000 zhang. Yang Spirit of 10,000 zhang. At the underground palace hall, Nuanshu sat at the position below the main seat, frowning in thought. During Lin Yuan's seclusion, the many affairs of the demonic Tao were all decided by Nuanshu. None of the 9 demon lords had any complaints, nor dared to have any. It's almost 10 years, why has there been no news from Situ the Protector? Nuanshu's expression showed a trace of worry. Situ the Protector, like Nuanshu in past years, was one of the 36 protectors under the Demon Lord. He was also just as loyal to the Demon Lord as Nuanshu. After Xiahou Yuan was suppressed at the 18th layer of the Great Abyss ground, Nuanshu convened the remaining demon followers loyal to the Demon Lord, thinking of ways to rescue the Demon Lord. Meanwhile, Situ the Protector infiltrated the Tianjian sect, providing support to Nuanshu by passing on intelligence from outside. In the era when the Demon Lord ruled over the demons of the 5 domains, Situ the Protector was renowned for his ability to transform and conceal his qi. With Situ's methods, if he fully exerted himself to conceal and transform his qi, even a 9th realm powerhouse would not detect him. Thanks to this skill, Situ the Protector did well inside the Tianjian sect and gained access to a lot of intelligence. Before Xiahou Yuan emerged from the Great Abyss, Nuanshu led the remaining demon followers in avoiding the encirclement and assassination attempts by the righteous forces several times, largely due to the information passed on by Situ the Protector. It was because of Situ the Protector's support within the Tianjian sect that Nuanshu and the other demons survived through that most difficult time. After Lin Yuan emerged from the Great Abyss and took over the underground palace, subduing the 9 demon lords once again, Nuanshu then sent word to Situ the Protector, telling him to return and that he no longer needed to hide in the Tianjian sect, fraught with danger. However, up to the present, Nuanshu had not received any response from Situ the Protector. Could he have been discovered by the Tianjian sect? Nuanshu speculated in her heart but then shook her head, dismissing the idea. She held Situ the Protector's life fire, which indicated his life and death. Given Situ the Protector's loyalty to the Demon Lord, if discovered by the Tianjian sect, he would definitely commit suicide without hesitation. Even if he didn't commit suicide, if captured alive by the Tianjian sect, they wouldn't leave him alive after a soul search. Either outcome would certainly extinguish Situ the Protector's life fire. Since the life fire was still burning, it indicated that Situ the Protector was safe for the time being, at least still alive. Hopefully nothing untoward happens. Nuanshu sighed. Over the years, Situ the Protector had risked his life hiding within the Tianjian sect to rescue the Demon Lord. Now that the Demon Lord had returned, if he could come back alive, his status would at least be no lower than hers. Tianjian sect. Freewebble.com. Mists drifted aimlessly. It was like an immortal realm. A middle-aged man with an honest face walked along the mountain path, his gaze betraying a hint of anxiousness. Tianjian Z has broken into the 10th realm, yet he deliberately seals off all information. Hiding within the gates of the mountain with other powerful figures from the 5 domains, he must be trying to lure the revered figure to come here on his own initiative. The man with the honest face thought to himself in silence. He was none other than Situ, the Protector, who had been hiding his true identity within the Tianjian sect for decades, treading on thin ice until today. Although he was but a disciple and had not taken part in Tianjian Z's secretive discussions with the powerful fighters of the 5 domains. He had guessed quite a bit from all the abnormalities revealed by the Tianjian sect over the years, and the terrifying aura that had pervaded a decade ago. No, this won't do. I must get out. And tell the revered figure not to come to Tianjian sect at all costs. Situ, the Protector, steadied his spirit and began to ponder carefully. Other than delivering the crucial information, Situ was even more aware that his identity could not be concealed for much longer. In recent years, Tianjian Z's dreadful sensory perception had enveloped the entire Tianjian sect multiple times, brushing past Situ on several occasions. Situ had a feeling that if this happened a few more times, Tianjian Z might very likely detect something unusual about him. Situ's skill at concealing his presence could fool someone of the 9th realm, but for someone like Tianjian Z who was of the 10th realm. If it weren't for his good performance in recent years and Tianjian Z not paying close attention to him, his identity would have likely been exposed several years earlier. Situ did not fear death, but what he feared was that upon his death, the revered figure would fall into the schemes of Tianjian sect. I'll have to try that secret passage. Situ made up his mind. Tianjian Z, in hopes of a successful ambush, had the whole Tianjian sect sealed off, forbidding anyone to enter or leave. Situ, like any other disciple, was no exception. It wasn't simply the blocking of all exits. But over the years, Situ had discovered a hidden path leading outside. It was just uncertain whether it could escape Tianjian Z's perception. However, Situ now had no choice. He could only take the risk and try. At the summit of Tianjian Peak, Tianjian Z and the other powerful beings all showed signs of impatience. 10 years had passed. A full decade they had been lying in wait here. Yet Xiahou Yuan just wouldn't take the bait and had not come to seek revenge. If it weren't for those present who had personally experienced the righteous demonic battle 3 or 4 decades earlier, and knew how Bai Qing'er had broken Xiahou Yuan's spirit, a feud that could only end with the death of one side, they would perhaps have suspected that Xiahou Yuan had already abandoned his vendetta. Sect leader, what exactly is going on with Xiahou Yuan? One of the 9th realm powerhouses asked in a low voice. Having come to the Tianjian sect and stayed for 10 years, his own forces must have been affected. Yes, sect leader, is Xiahou Yuan coming or not? If not, we're leaving. The other powerhouses in the area spoke out one after another. Although they hadn't been treated badly at the Tianjian sect, everyone had families and forces that needed managing and overseeing. Being absent for a whole decade was unacceptable to anyone. It was only because of Tianjian Z's high prestige as a once in tens of thousands of years 10th realm being that the others had not yet left. Everyone, please be patient. Tianjian opened his eyes, his expression calm as he said, the later he comes, the more it suggests that Xiahou Yuan has been seriously injured. If you cannot even wait for 10 years, how can we talk about dealing with Xiahou Yuan? At this, Tianjian paused for a moment, then continued, however, I believe that Xiahou Yuan should be arriving soon. Tianjian's words, like a calming anchor, gave the others a great deal of confidence. Well then. If the sect leader says so. We will wait a few more years. True, honestly, unless I see Xiahou Yuan's corpse, I won't dare leave. Ha ha ha, well said. The expressions of the many powerhouses relaxed, and on second thought, staying within the Tianjian sect was not too bad, especially since it supplied heavenly earth vital energy superior to that of their own forces. Tianjian glanced at the many powerhouses. He too was somewhat anxious, but letting go of this opportunity and allowing the powerhouses to leave would likely lead to the news of his breakthrough to the 10th realm being leaked. Then how could Xiahou Yuan possibly dare to come? Just as Tianjian was about to speak again. Suddenly, Tianjian's brows furrowed. He looked towards a certain area outside the mountain gate. Chapter 162, 10, Welcoming the Demon Lord Back to the 5 Domains, please subscribe. Compared to the champions of the 9th realm, the champions of the 10th realm had substantially heightened perception. Take Tianjian, for instance, should he choose, his divine sense could envelop the entire Tianjian sect. During the period when the mountains were sealed, Tianjian, to ensure absolutely no leakage of information, covered it constantly with his own divine sense. Under such a method, even if a mere fly were to leave the range of the Tianjian sect, Tianjian would be aware. And just moments ago, Tianjian keenly sensed a very weak presence, quickly leaving the Tianjian sect through a secret passageway. Seeking death. Tianjian sneered. Immediately, under the shocked gazes of the other strong ones, Tianjian raised his right hand and flicked his finger. Boom. A terrifying sword intent gathered, turning into a palm-sized little sword, which only appeared for a moment, then vanished from its original place. At the edge of the Tianjian sect's mountain gate, Situ, extremely cautious, desperately concealed his aura, walking quickly forward. Almost. Just a little more, and I'll have left the Tianjian sect. Situ's breathing was almost imperceptible. Suddenly, a terrifying sword intent locked onto him. Not good. Situ's expression drastically changed. His speed suddenly surged in an attempt to dodge the sword intent. But it was already too late. The strike of a 10th realm champion was not something easily avoided. Swoosh. A palm-sized little sword suddenly pierced through Situ's chest. Situ's eyes widened. He could feel his life force draining away at a terrifying rate. Tiny fragments of dreadful sword intent continuously stirred through his chest, shattering his limbs and primordial spirit. I can't die. Situ's eyes were bloodshot. In a daze, he seemed to see the tallman who picked him up from a city filled with corpses over 200 years ago. Back then, the demon lord was in his prime, snapping his fingers and annihilating many strong ones, while he himself was in rags, lowly as dust. If not for the demon lord, he would have died long ago. If not for the demon lord, he would not have his today. In the blink of an eye, more than 200 years had passed, and everything from the past seemed like a dream. Before I meet the Lord, I cannot die. Situ suddenly erupted with a fierce will to live and without hesitation triggered the forbidden demonic Tao technique, dismantling Burning God's skill. Once activated, the dismantling Burning God's skill would uncontrollably incinerate his physical body, primordial spirit, and everything else, freebnovel.cm. Until completely turning into nothingness. Meanwhile, the user would endure unimaginable pain. Of course, the effects were also very good, as during this forbidden technique, the user's speed would increase 10-fold or even 100-fold. And as time passed, the more the physical body and primordial spirit burned, the faster the speed would become. In fact, almost all demon lords, preferring to die by their own hands, would not activate this forbidden technique. After all, once the dismantling Burning God skill was activated, it could not be reversed, and the physical body, primordial spirit, and everything else would quickly dissolve into nothingness. That is to say, once this forbidden technique was activated, even if one escaped death initially, one was still destined to die. Before death, one would still have to endure the endless pain caused by the burning of one's own body. So, this forbidden technique was somewhat like a double-edged sword. Although widely known, it was rarely seen used by any demon lord. What's the point? At Tianjian main peak, Tianjian seemed to perceive something, a look of surprise crossing his face. The dismantling burning god's skill. Tianjian naturally sensed the aura of this forbidden technique. After a moment of thought, Tianjian decided to let Situ, the protector, leave. Firstly, once this forbidden technique had been deployed, death was inevitable, and Situ, the protector, had already sustained a strike from him earlier and could hardly last much longer. Secondly, even if Tianjian wanted to pursue, it wasn't certain he could catch up. In just these few moments, Situ, the protector, had already fled hundreds of miles away, his speed becoming faster and faster, nearly out of control. Even if Situ wanted to stop, he couldn't, and eventually, he would turn into nothingness at high speed. Therefore, there was no need to pursue. Merely an ant. No need to pay attention. Tianjian slightly shook his head, addressing the curiosities of other powerful figures on the scene. His sudden action naturally drew the gaze of these powerful figures, and now, an explanation was also appropriate. Deep inside the Tianjian sect. A beautiful valley. Bai Qing'er sat on a giant rock, her white and delicate legs gently swinging, causing ripples to spread. Big brother Xiao. Will you come to find me? Bai Qing'er's gaze was directed towards the Tianjian main peak. She naturally was aware of Tianjian's scheme, and at this moment, Bai Qing'er was extremely conflicted. She hoped for Xiao Yuan to come because it would mean that Xiao Yuan still had feelings for her, even if it was hatred, it was still an emotion. However, with Tianjian's scheme, if Xiao Yuan dared to come near, he was undoubtedly doomed to die. Bai Qing'er now hoped Xiao Yuan would not die. Big brother Xiao. If you do come, I will plead with the sect leader to leave your whole body. Then, you would always be with Qing'er. Bai Qing'er murmured to herself, a happy smile appearing on her face. Next to the palace of Earth Spirit Spring, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, still cultivating and pursuing enlightenment, nearly all his time in each traversed world devoted to cultivation. As for enjoyment, with his against heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan was always bursting with spiritual light, making progress every moment in his cultivation and understanding of the Tao and the world. For Lin Yuan, this was the greatest pleasure. Xian Huang. Lin Yuan delved into the Xian Huang evolutionary path. By now, he had reached the 5th stage section in this evolution path. However, just for that reason, the difficulty of further comprehension skyrocketed. After all, Lin Yuan was already at the 5th rank, and comprehending the 4th and 3rd ranks below, from a higher vantage point, even without against heaven's understanding, would still be somewhat effective. Chapter 163, 10, Welcoming the Demon Lord Back to the 5 Domains, please subscribe, _2. The Tao of Xian Huang is the Tao of heaven and earth. Lin Yuan contemplated carefully, often observing the natural world and integrating it with his own verification. The martial path evolutionary path could indeed be improved further, if Yin God, Yang spirit, and Taiji primordial spirit cannot be perfected, then perfect the physical body. As Lin Yuan cultivated, the aura emanating from him became obscure and complex, as if transforming into a black hole or resembling the black and white patterns of a Taiji symbol. Suddenly, the aura around Lin Yuan surged. As if he had transcended some kind of shackles, his physical vitality and his soul and spirit both rose. 5th rank, 3rd segment. Lin Yuan breathed out gently, a smile appearing on his face. Compared to the current world's cultivation system, 5th rank, 3rd segment, would roughly equate to the 12th realm peak, infinitely close to the 13th realm. 12th realm peak. Infinitely close to the 13th realm. Heaven would have pity. If the other cultivators of this world knew of this, they would probably feel ashamed enough to hit the wall. For tens of thousands of years, the strongest were merely at 10th realm, as for the 11th realm. Probably only in the ancient times did such a level appear. The 12th realm was even unheard of. But Lin Yuan was already starting to touch upon the 13th realm. Wait a few more years, until I fully step into the 13th realm, then I'll flatten Tianjian sect. Lin Yuan's thoughts were calm, thinking to himself. Although he wasn't Xiahou Yuan, since his consciousness had descended into this body, some cause and effect naturally needed to be resolved. Besides, even if Lin Yuan wanted to laugh off past grudges, it would depend on whether Tianjian sect was willing. According to the intentions of the Supreme Elder from Zhigu sect, Tianjian sect and many powerhouses from the 5 domains were secretly plotting against him, Xiahou Yuan. The rules of this world. Lin Yuan looked up, observing his surroundings. Although it was not as efficient as in the Divine Arms world, where one could directly observe the manifested fundamental rules of divine weapons. But comprehending the rules of this world at least proved to be much stronger than the main world. The origin source of the main world is powerful, its rules well established and operating to perfection, which makes it extraordinarily difficult for evolvers to comprehend the essence of these rules. Yet in worlds that he traversed with a weaker origin source, even though the rules were not substantial, Lin Yuan could comprehend them here and then go back to slowly make up for it in the main world. I've heard that within some cosmic secret realms, independent of the main world, the operation of rules is explicitly revealed, and comprehending the rules there is far more efficient than in the outside world. As the 13th disciple of Qikuan Star Lord, Lin Yuan already had access to high-end information from the main world. This included the cosmic secret realms. Cosmic secret realms, similar to minor worlds, come in many varieties, with some even inhabited by powerful beings. Each cosmic secret realm is a treasure of human civilization, especially those with explicitly revealed rules suitable for rule comprehension, which are rare treasures indeed. In the future, I can ask the teacher about the cosmic secret realms. Lin Yuan thought to himself. As long as Lin Yuan continues to reveal his talent and capabilities, there's no fear that human civilization will not pour resources his way, such as the treatment for geniuses. With 3 goddesses present, a genius at most would only hide their identity, never suffering any repression or targeting. The next day, Lin Yuan ended his cultivation. Sitting atop the main seat of the Great Hall, listening to the reports from Nuan Shu and 9 demon lords. Honored One, there has been no news from Tianjian sect so far. From the 5 domains, demon chiefs are continuously coming to submit, but so far, there are no demons of the 8th realm and above pledging allegiance. Nuan Shu spoke swiftly. Lin Yuan sat leisurely upon the primary seat, listening casually. As to why no demons of the 8th realm and above had come, Lin Yuan naturally understood. These demon chiefs dominated territories, claiming to be kings and warlords. Why would they come to serve under Lin Yuan? A few years ago, when Lin Yuan took over the underground palace, he subdued the Moyang demon lord and other 9 ninth realm demon lords with swift decisiveness, offering no chance for these 9 to escape. Naturally, this was also related to the fact that Lin Yuan had hardly shown himself in action in front of others since leaving the Great Abyss Ground. The only time was outside the Great Abyss Ground when he crushed Jiang Jianke, a peak 8th realm powerhouse, with one hand. But after that, whether it was subduing young generation demon chiefs like Bian Mao or the 9 demon lords like Moyang demon lord, the news did not spread out. This caused the outside world's demon chiefs to start hesitating. These wastes, the Honored One is already out, and yet they do not come to pay homage, they all deserve to die. Moyang demon lord and the other 9 demon lords felt somewhat bitter, then became furious. They had already submitted, so why were those weaker 8th realm demons still roaming free? Nuan Shu stood by the side, about to speak. Suddenly, Nuan Shu's expression subtly changed. Honored One, there is a change in the life fire. Nuan Shu looked immediately at Lin Yuan. Let's go take a look. Lin Yuan remained composed. Nuan Shu quickly left the hall. Before long, Nuan Shu held a candle in her hand. At this moment, the candle's flame was so weak, flickering slowly as if it might go out at any time. This is Situ's life fire. Nuan Shu's expression was grave. Situ, the protector. Moyang demon lord and a few other demon lords glanced at Lin Yuan from the corner of their eyes. It was well known that Nuan and Situ were the 2 most loyal to Xiahou Yuan. Even though Xiahou Yuan had been suppressed in the 18th layer of the Great Abyss Ground, these 2 had done everything possible to rescue him. Especially Situ, the protector, who had even ventured into the Tianjian sect to gather more information, perhaps. It's Situ. Lin Yuan's expression became slightly solemn as he looked towards the candle in Yuan Shu's hand, the one that could go out at any time. In Lin Yuan's sight, the aura of the candle started to spread, connecting with a certain location in the distance. Situ is now within 100 miles. Lin Yuan stood up. The candle in Yuan Shu's hand flew up into the air, landing in Lin Yuan's hand. The protector Situ has returned. Yuan Shu was slightly startled, not quite understanding. As far as she knew, wasn't Situ the protector at the Tianjian sect? If he had escaped from the Tianjian sect, he would have sent a message ahead of time. He has already arrived. Lin Yuan caught the life fire and vanished on the spot. Outside the underground palace, a meteor was speeding towards the spot. If one looked carefully, they would notice that the meteor had almost faded into nothingness, with just a bit of spiritual soul force still burning. Whoosh! Lin Yuan appeared before the meteor. If it were anyone else, even peak powerhouses of the 9th or 10th realm, they would have difficulty blocking this meteor. Because the speed of this meteor had reached an extreme, surpassing the full speed run of 10th realm powerhouses. Yet with a push of Lin Yuan's right hand, the meteor came to a halt in its place. Rise. Lin Yuan's brows were tightly knotted. This meteor was none other than Situ the protector. At this time, his physical body and flesh had long been burned to nothing, leaving only a sliver of primordial spirit force hanging on. Condense. Lin Yuan's thoughts moved ever so slightly. A vast amount of heavenly earth vital energy gathered. Continuously turning into a gentle breath, it was infused into the meager remnants of Situ's primordial spirit. Instantly. Around the center of this sliver of primordial spirit force, a phantom figure rapidly coalesced. However, one could see the phantom figure taking shape, only to continue burning away. Your Excellency. Situ, the protector, wore a pained expression, regaining a trace of consciousness as if he felt Lin Yuan's true strength, and his face showed a hint of relief. Suddenly, Situ's lips moved, and he spoke a few words. At this moment, Yuan Shu and Moyang Demon Lord arrived outside the underground palace and witnessed this scene. A moment later, Lin Yuan once again gathered heavenly earth vital energy. However, the burning speed of Situ, the protector, accelerated more and more rapidly. Ultimately, Situ's face displayed a look of resignation and relief, and he completely dissipated into nothingness under the endless burning. Lin Yuan stood in place, seemingly in thought, motionless. Gathering her courage, Yuan Shu stepped closer, cautiously asking, Your Excellency, what did Situ, the protector, say at the end? Naturally, Yuan Shu was aware that Situ, the protector's entire body burning was the signature of the dismantling burning god's skill. Wasn't it said that the use of this forbidden technique was excruciatingly painful? Why did Situ, the protector, end up smiling at the end? He said 2 sentences. Lin Yuan spoke in an even tone. The first sentence had 12 characters. In death, to have seen Your Excellency, I die without regrets. Lin Yuan floated in the air, his sleeves billowing, as he reviewed Xiahou Yuan's memories, revisiting every detail about Situ, the protector. So it was that little beggar. Lin Yuan's thoughts receded as he looked up towards the Tianjian sect, then turned and went back to the underground palace. The second sentence had 8 characters. Awaiting the demon lord's return to the 5 domains. Chapter 164, 11 The Great Movements of Heaven and Earth, the Child of Destiny. The dismantling burning god's skill is known as a forbidden technique. Once employed, it cannot be reversed. The physical body and primordial spirit will quickly burn out, turning into nothingness. Actually, this description isn't entirely accurate. Irreversible, that part is correct. Even Lin Yuan would find it difficult to forcibly stop it. Using heavenly earth vital energy to recreate the primordial spirit is merely a transient solution. Merely prolonging the endless suffering of the caster. Thus just now, Lin Yuan allowed Situ, the protector, to burn into oblivion. But the last statement, that every aspect of the physical body and primordial spirit would burn out, is not accurate. At least after Situ, the protector, turned to nothingness. Lin Yuan had already preemptively captured a strand of pure spiritual power. In the underground palace, beside the vitality spring, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. In front of him, a strand of pure spiritual power floated. Outside this spiritual power, Taiyin and Taiyang merged into Taiji, isolating heaven and earth, completely separating this strand of pure spiritual power from the outer macrocosm. Without such a method of isolating heaven and earth, this strand of pure spiritual power would have dissipated the moment it was exposed. The current cultivators believe that the dismantling burning God's skill burns everything of the physical body and primordial spirit. And that's also correct. Because apart from Lin Yuan, nobody could capture this strand of pure spiritual power, even if they were at the peak of the 12th realm, or were even unprecedented 13th realm powerhouses. They would almost certainly be unable to do it. This isn't a matter of strength. It's about how systems of cultivation and personal methods combine. Lin Yuan's martial path, evolutionary path, integrating myriad paths, is perfect in every aspect. As for other cultivators, they simply could not have the encounters and experiences of Lin Yuan, nor the against heaven's understanding to achieve integration, hence they remain at the 9th realm, 10th realm. This strand of pure spiritual power, could it be something essential like a true spirit? Lin Yuan thought to himself. For Lin Yuan, as long as the essence of the true spirit remains, he wouldn't consider it true death. How should I nurture it? Lin Yuan fell into thought. This essence of the true spirit is extremely fragile. If nurtured directly with heavenly earth vital energy, it would turn to ash in the next moment. Let's foster it in the 5-colored lotus for now. Lin Yuan's mind slightly moved, slowly integrating this essence of the true spirit into a nearby lotus displaying 5 colors. The 5-colored lotus, a rare spiritual plant of this realm. When Lin Yuan discovered this vitality spring, there were more than a dozen extraordinary flowers and herbs nearby, including the 5-colored lotus. When Lin Yuan advanced to the 5th rank, he consumed most of these extraordinary flowers and herbs, with only a few like the 5-colored lotus remaining. The 5-colored lotus has a mild nature and is miraculous in nurturing spirits. It is perfectly suitable for fostering the extremely fragile essence of the true spirit. Accompanied by the essence of the true spirit of Situ, the protector, merging into the 5-colored lotus, Lin Yuan distinctly felt the essence of the true spirit stabilized, and immediately began to slowly draw on the medicinal power of the 5-colored lotus, gradually growing stronger. Good. After nurturing it for a few years, this strand of true spirit essence should recover to the strength of a normal person. Lin Yuan slightly nodded. Once it reached that stage, the consciousness of Situ, the protector, would naturally revive. The rest was merely about finding a suitable body for him. Well. Lin Yuan looked at the 5-colored lotus in front of him. Indeed, no need to search for a body, isn't this 5-colored lotus the best carrier right now? Lin Yuan's face showed a hint of unusual color. With the vision of the main world universe starry sky, Lin Yuan understood that life is definitely not limited to the human race. In the vast, boundless main world universe starry skies, aside from the human race, many other powerful peak races exist. They might be plant life, elemental life, energy life, etc. Given that this 5-colored lotus, if Situ, the protector, could embrace all aspects of the 5-colored lotus, it would definitely be a great opportunity. Not to mention, life forms like these plants are famous for their longevity. Of course, even if Situ, the protector, couldn't accept it, it wouldn't be a problem with Lin Yuan around, it would merely be about finding another suitable body. Time slowly passed. Before long, several years had elapsed. Lin Yuan had hardly ever left the underground palace, always immersed in cultivation and enlightenment. Heaven and earth. Lin Yuan appeared. Thoughtful, feeling faintly that this realm's heaven and earth were extremely vast, seemingly not just limited to the 5 domains. Could it be, beyond the 5 domains, there are new great realms and continents? Lin Yuan pondered. Before his transition, he had split a thread of his consciousness to roughly observe the overall view of this realm, catching only a fleeting glimpse without paying much attention, only seeing the most conspicuous 5 continents. However, the fortunes of this heavenly and earthly realm are clearly beginning to burgeon. Is it due to my influence? Lin Yuan's thoughts shifted. The so-called fortunes of heaven and earth are profound and more profound. Lin Yuan had crossed 3 or 4 worlds before he somewhat understood this. To summarize, it can be said that when time and tide are right, all forces align. In a state where the fortunes of heaven and earth are burgeoning, the frequency of geniuses and powerhouses emerging would be much higher. Even the bottlenecks and constraints in cultivation would relax and loosen without a sound. Generally speaking, it's rare for a realm to be in such a state. It might not happen even once in tens of thousands of years. Lin Yuan seemed to have discovered something, looking up towards a not-too-distant place. There was a lotus displaying 5 colors, currently swaying gently. Is the consciousness reviving? Lin Yuan had an idea. Having nurtured it for several years, the essence of the true spirit of Situ, the protector, had grown rapidly and was now on the brink of consciousness revival. I'll have a look. Lin Yuan stood before the 5-colored lotus, observing carefully. I didn't die. Situ Ming was somewhat dazed, having prepared for death after deploying the dismantling burning god skill. Chapter 165:11 The Great Movements of Heaven and Earth, Child of Chi Luck _2. Situ Ming only hoped, before death, he could meet the esteemed one, and inform him of the Tianjian sect's plans. But unfortunately, with the continual use of the dismantling burning god skill, Situ Ming's speed became faster and faster, and in the end, he not only had to endure endless pain, but he couldn't even stop. However, just when Situ Ming was in utter despair, he saw the esteemed one appear before him, and even made an attempt to save him. It was at that moment, Situ Ming vaguely perceived the esteemed one's terrifying strength, an aura so vast that even Tianjian Zi, who had already stepped into the 10th realm, was far inferior. Situ Ming died with no regrets. But now, Situ Ming attempted to perceive his surroundings. To his surprise, he found that he was now a lotus. A lotus that displayed 5 colors. Esteemed one. Situ Ming's perception continued to spread out. He discovered a tall man appearing before him. And this tall man was none other than his esteemed one. There's no need to worry. Right now, your soul and primordial spirit are nourished within the 5-colored lotus. Try your best to merge with the 5-colored lotus and take control of everything about it. Lin Yuan spoke, his voice gentle. Becoming the main consciousness of the 5-colored lotus was not an easy task. Even if a strong person from this world were to escape with their primordial spirit and seek a new host, they usually chose another member of the human race. As for using a certain plant as a host, not to mention whether it was possible, even if it succeeded, what would one do afterward? Simply become a plant. Yet Lin Yuan was different. In the main world, he had a complete series of secret techniques, namely the seizure secret technique. The Qikuan Star Lord of the past had seized a juvenile starry sky wanderer Kuan, which led to his later valiant achievements. Yes. Situ Ming had a natural submission to Lin Yuan and immediately began trying to merge with the 5-colored lotus, replacing its main consciousness. Good. Seeing this, Lin Yuan nodded slightly. His aid to Situ Ming was actually a kind of test. Moreover, if Situ Ming truly could become the master of the 5-colored lotus, his lifespan would at least explode to several thousand or even tens of thousands of years. It would also count as Lin Yuan's contingency in this world. Tianjian Mountain. Tianjian Zi and many strong ones were becoming increasingly irritable. What's going on with Xiahou Yuan? Is he coming for revenge or not? Why has there been no movement for so many years? Even if he was seriously injured from being suppressed in the 18th layer of the Great Abyss ground. But it's been more than a decade, hasn't he recovered? Aren't demonic practitioners best at healing injuries? Can't they just kill some people, extract their essence and origin source, and be done with it? What exactly is going on? Could it be that Xiahou Yuan knows I've had a breakthrough, so he dares not come? Tianjian Zi was reflecting. He realized that for all these years, he had been sitting on Tianjian Mountain, like a fool. It wasn't just him, even the others of the 5 domains were also waiting together. That shouldn't be it. For over a decade, I have blockaded the Tianjian sect. It was only a few years ago that the little demon went out. But after getting hit by my attack, plus activating the dismantling burning god skill, he could only keep flying, getting faster and faster, until he eventually dissipated into nothing, unable to stop at all. How could he have passed on any messages? Tianjian Zi was puzzled. But at this point, all he could do was to continue waiting. After waiting for more than a decade, if he stopped now, wouldn't it mean that they were mistaken all these years? How could that be? Do not panic, everyone. I believe Xiahou Yuan will come soon. We just need to endure a little longer. Tianjian spoke, encouraging the many impatient strong ones present. Meanwhile, as the majority of the strong ones in the 5 domains were still stuck on Tianjian Mountain, hoping to catch their prey and waiting for Xiao Yuan to come for revenge, they were unaware that subtle changes were starting to occur in the world. Within a bustling city, a small beggar looked at a middle-aged man selling books, eagerly staring at a tattered booklet on the shelf. Scram, 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 where did this little beggar come from? The book-selling middle-aged man waved his hand, his face full of disgust. I want that book. The small beggar mustered the courage to approach, pointing at the tattered book on the shelf. 10 copper coins, do you have it? The middle-aged man said, annoyed. 10 copper coins. I don't have. The small beggar shrunk back a little, but I have 2 copper coins. The small beggar's right hand fumbled in his pocket and brought out 2 copper coins. You actually have money. The middle-aged man was taken aback slightly. He immediately picked up the worn-out booklet and tossed it to the little beggar. I'm in a good mood today, so I'm selling it to you at a discount. In fact, he had fished out these booklets from a bookstore that was about to close, for just a few pennies each. The little beggar couldn't produce 2 pennies, let alone 1, but he would have sold it to him anyway. Thank you. The little beggar hugged the tattered booklet to his chest, placed the 2 pennies on the bookshelf, and hopped away. Idiot. The middle-aged man watched the little beggar's retreating figure with a hint of mockery. An old temple. The little beggar studied the booklet intently. Refining spirit decree. The little beggar mimicked the movements of the little figures illustrated in the booklet. Unbeknownst to him, heavenly earth vital energy slowly began to converge. It slowly merged into the little beggar's body. In just one day, the little beggar had stepped into the first realm. At a cliff's edge, a young man was being chased by dozens of men in black. Even if I die, I will become a ghost and come back for revenge. Filled with deep resentment, the young man leaped off the cliff. He didn't know how much time had passed. Fiebnovel.com. The young man woke from unconsciousness. Where is this? The young man found himself stopped by a tree trunk growing at the edge of the precipice. Not far away, on the nearly smooth cliff face, there appeared a pitch-dark hole that was clearly man-made. Assessing his situation, the young man realized that his only hope of survival was to enter that hole. So, he struggled toward the cave entrance. Good for nothing. Where is the talent you showed 3 years ago? For 3 whole years, not being able to sense the heavenly earth vital energy to form a primordial chi vortex inside your body, do you still have the face to continue using the clan's cultivation resources? An old man with a white beard was scolding a young boy. The boy hung his head, grinding his teeth, unnoticed by others. A faint glimmer suddenly flashed across the black ring on his right hand. As the great tides of heaven and earth surge forth, countless opportunities will arise, and many talents will emerge. Among them, the strongest talents can be called children of fate. Within the underground palace, though Lin Yuan had not gone out, he vaguely sensed the changes in the world. Such changes were profound, and even Lin Yuan felt shocked and amazed. Just then, not far away, the 5-colored lotus suddenly withered. Underground, the lotus root of the 5-colored lotus was taking shape indistinctly. A humanoid figure emerged from the ground. Composed entirely of lotus root, the figure came out and immediately knelt down, saying reverently to Lin Yuan, "Situ Ming pays respects to my lord." Get up. Lin Yuan thought for a moment. He lifted his right hand, and a slight wound appeared. Then, a drop of blood that looked like mercury, vibrant red, fell onto Situ Ming's lotus root body. Suddenly, the blood dispersed and dissolved. Situ Ming's lotus root form began to change rapidly. Flesh, skin, limbs, and facial features grew. Not long after, a child of about 10 years old appeared. This. Situ Ming's eyes widened. Just the ability to escape from the 5-colored lotus and crawl from underground had already made him overjoyed. But now, with just a drop of blood bestowed casually by his lord, he had transformed into a real human being. Such means. Were they any different from the divine powers in the myths of gods creating humans? Thank you, my lord. Situ Ming knelt once again, expressing his gratitude. It's nothing. Lin Yuan waved his hand and observed the changes in Situ Ming. He then continued, "You may enter the world now. With the great movements of heaven and earth, opportunities are countless, go and find one that belongs to you." "Understood, my lord." Situ Ming promptly responded. He always executed his lord's suggestions to the letter. Before leaving, Situ Ming seemed to remember something and asked hesitantly, "Should I bring back those opportunities, my lord?" "No need." Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. With a profound look, he said, "I no longer need those opportunities." Chapter 166, 12 Go, Flatten Tianjian Mountain. Lin Yuan watched as Situ Ming left. He had reshaped Situ Ming's body with his own essence blood. There was another effect, too. That was to inscribe his own brand. The hearts of men are fickle. Even the most loyal of subordinates. 100 years, 200 years, their loyalty can be ensured. 300 years, 500 years, loyalty can still be ensured. But what about 800 years, 1,000 years? What about when Lin Yuan's time is up and he has to leave this world? Will Situ Ming still be able to maintain his absolute loyalty to him? Situ Ming, now formed after the 5-color lotus transformation, could easily live for thousands and tens of thousands of years. Over the long years, anything can change. But by inscribing his brand with his essence blood, Lin Yuan eliminated any other possibility. Situ Ming's primordial spirit and body, having been fashioned by Lin Yuan, no longer have the capability to harbor any other thoughts. Continue cultivating. Lin Yuan closed his eyes and resumed his Tao enlightenment. Time slowly passed. 20 years later. In these 20 years, the world had changed more than it had in the previous 200 years, or even 2,000 years. One genius after another emerged, and heritages that had disappeared from history resurfaced. The great powers of the 5 domains underwent several major reshuffles. Of course, the Tianjian sect, with Tianjian Z from the 10th realm as its pillar, still overlooked the world from above, its status unshaken. However, more than 10 years ago, after the forces of the 5 domains, including Tianjian Z, realized they couldn't anticipate Xiahou Yuan's return. They could only go back to their respective homes and no longer wait in vain on Tianjian Mountain. There was no other way. If it were another time, they might have persevered a little longer. But now, with the world growing more volatile by the day, with powerful figures continuously emerging, these old-timers, would probably have their foundations uprooted if they did not make a comeback soon. Tianjian Z had no solution to this. He could only speculate that something unpredictable had happened to Xiahou Yuan. Perhaps Xiahou Yuan had realized that he had entered the 10th realm and defiantly refused to come over at all. Underneath the underground palace, next to a vein of fire, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, his body radiating intense heat. 20 years of cultivation had naturally brought him to an entirely new level. Lin Yuan's strength now could be described as approximately comparable to the 14th realm of this world. He was indeed unprecedented and unrepeatable. Even the concept of the 14th realm was created by Lin Yuan because, before him, no being had ever ventured into this domain. For tens of thousands of years, the mightiest being in this realm had been of the 10th realm. Maybe 50,000 years ago or 100,000 years ago, there were beings beyond the 10th realm, but at most they reached only the 11th realm. As for the 14th realm, what a joke. It's almost time. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, his resounding breath causing even the nearby vein of fire to tremble. Huff. Lin Yuan exhaled, the scorching breath breaking through layers of soil, traveling dozens of miles, and striking an underground stratum. The layer burst into dust with a bang, and the terrifying fluctuations spread in all directions, causing tremors on the surface above. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, his emanating aura swiftly retracting, and within a few breaths, he seemed no different from an ordinary person. Tianjian sect. Lin Yuan slightly raised his head, looking in the direction of the Tianjian sect. Go, and extinguish the Tianjian sect. Lin Yuan's thoughts slightly stirred. An indistinct figure, emanating with the power of Taiying, emerged from within the sea of consciousness at his brow. The figure bowed slightly toward Lin Yuan and then stepped out, effortlessly passing through the thick soil to the surface above and immediately vanished. This figure was none other than Lin Yuan's Yin god, also known as the Taiyin primordial spirit. Actually, had it not been for Lin Yuan's discovery that the vast current of heaven and earth had surged forth 20 years ago, he probably would have already flattened the Tianjian sect right after stepping into the 13th realm 18 years prior. But now was not too late. No matter how vigorously the vast current of heaven and earth surged, it had its limits. The ceiling of this realm remained fixed, and no matter how much nurturing occurred, it couldn't produce supreme powerhouses like those from the main world. With Lin Yuan's current 14th realm strength, he was more than capable of sweeping through everything, even if it was only a Yin god. More than 20 years ago, Lin Yuan's own Taiji primordial spirit had divided into the Yin and Yang spirits. At that time, if the Yin and Yang spirits exerted their full power, they could grow to hundreds of feet tall. Now, after more than 20 years, the Yin and Yang spirits had grown more than 10 times stronger than before. Tianjian Mountain. On this day, the Tianjian sect was in celebration, bustling with activity. Guests came and went without end. Because today was the 800th birthday of Tianjian Zi. As the strongest of his time, and the only one from the 10th realm, Tianjian Zi's birthday was naturally a grand affair. Many forces from the 5 domains and numerous powerful individuals wouldn't dare miss it. Even those unruly, adventure-laden younger generations mostly came in a subdued manner. In front of this senior 10th realm powerhouse, no one dared to act recklessly. At the top of Tianjian Mountain, Tianjian Zi sat high in the principal seat. Looking at the many guests below, he was in high spirits. For a 10th realm powerhouse, 800 years was just a minor part of life, a 10th realm being had a lifespan of 2,000 years. Congratulations to Tianjian Zi, Senior, for a life as vast as the East Sea. A middle-aged man strode forward, bowing slightly to Tianjian Zi. This middle-aged man was a 9th realm powerhouse, yet he remained slightly respectful in the presence of Tianjian Zi, who had reached the 10th realm. Tianjian Zi nodded slightly, indicating he had acknowledged the gesture. He would react only when powerhouses of the 9th realm rose to congratulate him. As for those below the 9th realm, he would merely acknowledge them with a glance. These few decades have seen the number of 9th realm individuals skyrocket several times over. Tianjian Zi looked around, silently reflecting. As the sect leader of the world's most powerful sect, Tianjian Zi was naturally aware of the changes within the 5 domains. But to cultivate a 10th realm, it will still take tens or 100 years. Chapter 167, 12 Go, Flatten Tianjian Mountain _2. At that time, perhaps a hint of longing flickered across Tianjian Zi's expression. In another 100 or 200 years, he hoped to cultivate to the peak of the 10th realm. By then, he might even be able to attempt reaching the 11th realm, something that had only been achieved 50,000 years ago. Of course, thinking about this now was still premature. At present, Tianjian Zi was far from reaching the perfection of the 10th realm, let alone the 11th realm. As Tianjian Zi pondered, a veteran powerhouse below spoke out loudly, "Sect leader Tianjian Zi's divine might is unparalleled. 20 years ago, Xiahou Yuan was so terrified that he didn't dare to seek revenge and would rather die than come here." As soon as this was said, it immediately sparked a chorus of agreement. Although only 20 years had passed. With the explosive increase of powerhouses from the 9th realm, everyone's fear of Xiahou Yuan had also invisibly diminished a lot. After all, in this era, strong warriors emerge in large numbers, especially those most dazzling ones who have nearly reached the peak of the 9th realm, hardly weaker than Xiahou Yuan back then. If Xiahou Yuan dared to appear again now, it's estimated that he would be swept away by the younger generation of warriors. In today's 5 domains mainland, a new era had arrived, and except for the Tianjian sect, which could maintain its status, all other forces were trembling with fear, dreading that they might be eliminated one day. Xiahou Yuan. Tianjian Zi was slightly startled. Had no one mentioned that name, he would have almost forgotten it. A miserable dog, better left unmentioned. Tianjian Zi shook his head slightly. The young generation of powerhouses were now his focus. As for Xiahou Yuan, he wasn't even worth another glance now. Exactly. What is Xiahou Yuan anyway? Does he even deserve a mention at sect leader Tianjian Zi's birthday feast? I heard that one of the younger generation outside has a close relationship with Xiahou Yuan. So what if they are close? Even Xiahou Yuan was defeated by sect leader Tianjian Zi, what waves can they possibly make? Many guests discussed noisily, expressing their deep scorn for Xiahou Yuan. Beside Tianjian Zi, big brother Xiahou Bai Qing'er, wearing a white dress, her delicate wrist supporting her chin. After all these years, won't you even look at Qing'er? Hundreds of miles away from Tianjian Mountain, within a secluded forest, Situ Ming gazed distantly at Tianjian Mountain, his expression tinged with gloom. Tianjian Zi, if it weren't for the Prime God's reluctance to bother, would you still be alive? Situ Ming thought to himself. 20 years ago, Lin Yuan allowed him to enter the world. With the terrifying talent of the five-colored lotus, Situ Ming broke through to the ninth realm in just over a decade, becoming one of the most dazzling figures among the young generation. Of course, the reason Situ Ming had ascended to the ninth realm so swiftly was entirely because he had been an eighth realm powerhouse before becoming the five-colored lotus. Even though he had to start over with his physical and primordial spirit after becoming the five-colored lotus, his foundational depth was still there, quickly restoring him to the power of the eighth realm, and a subsequent ascent to the ninth realm was only natural. One day, even if the Prime God does not take action, I will also trample you, Tianjian Zi, underfoot. Situ Ming took a deep look at Tianjian Mountain miles away, intending to leave. As of now, he was still far from being a match for Tianjian Zi of the 10th realm. Suddenly, at that moment, Situ Ming's expression subtly changed. He looked in a certain direction. He saw a person strolling leisurely from afar. Although described as leisurely, his pace was extremely fast, covering hundreds of yards in just a few steps. This man had ordinary features, but each of his movements exuded an unusual charisma. Especially his fiery red eyes, which emitted a scorching sensation. Xiaohua. Upon seeing this man, Situ Ming's mind immediately made a connection to someone. Xiaohua. Currently a leader among the young generation of the five domains mainland, with the strength at the peak of the ninth realm. It was said that Xiaohua showed extraordinary talent in his early teens, but later, over 3 years, his abilities all seemed to vanish, leading to his suppression by his family, eventually leaving the family in indignation. In the following 20 years, like having a breakthrough boost, Xiaohua rapidly grew stronger, breaking through the 9 realms, ultimately standing at the peak of the 9th realm. Situ Ming. Xiaohua looked calm, smiling at Situ Ming. I heard you have quite a substantial connection with the formidable villain Xiahou Yuan from decades ago. Seeing Situ Ming show a wary expression, Xiaohua shook his head slightly. Don't worry, I have no interest and no hostility towards Xiahou Yuan. There was something Xiaohua left unsaid. And that was he had never regarded Xiahou Yuan highly. In Xiaohua's eyes, his opponent had always been just one person. That was Tianjian Zi, of the 10th realm. Xiahou Yuan has a great feud with Tianjian Zi, and coincidentally, our visit this time is also to deal with Tianjian Zi. In a sense, you are still our friend. Xiaohua said with a smile. We. Situ Ming's gaze slightly condensed. Exactly. Xiaohua paused for a moment, then raised his voice. You too, won't you show yourselves? As soon as he finished speaking, 2 profound auras silently appeared within Situ Ming's sensory range. Situ Ming looked up. To his left was a female figure, her physique robust, wonderful mental fluctuations almost led Situ Ming to be entranced. Yang Bixin. A shock crossed Situ Ming's mind. Yang Bixin, also a young generation leader, with peak 9th realm capabilities. Yang Bixin had a pitiful background, a beggar in her youth, but somehow, she obtained a refining spirit decree, which was perfectly suited for her training. Afterward, Yang Bixin soared, ascending directly to the peak of the 9th realm. Ha ha ha. Since Brother Xiao has spoken, how could I, Shen Lang, stay hidden? A loud laugh came, and a figure strode forward, his hair wildly dancing, like a majestic lion. Shen Lang. Situ Ming was already prepared in his heart. Shen Lang. Also a name among the young generation leaders, alongside Xiaohua and Yang Bixin. Unlike the previous 2, Shen Lang had a distinguished family background, but at the age of 20, his enemies had come to kill him. In a desperate situation, Shen Lang had no choice but to leap off a cliff. However, Shen Lang did not die from the fall but rather received a heritage from a suspected 11th realm powerhouse from 50,000 years ago. U3. Situ Ming looked at the trio. Xiaohua, Yang Bixin, Shen Lang. The most dazzling trio of the young generation on the 5 domains mainland. They could even suppress the vast majority of the older generation at the 9th realm. We are here to challenge Tianjian to step into the 10th realm. Xiaohua spoke gently, yet emitted a strong intent to fight. With the capabilities of the three, only the high and mighty 10th realm could exert pressure on them, and with this pressure, they hoped to advance further, stepping into the 10th realm. Situ Ming, do you wish to join us? Xiaohua extended the invitation. Xiahou Yuan was once suppressed by Tianjian. Such humiliation, let us avenge it for him, Shen Lang said slowly next to him. His gaze was fixed on Tianjian Mountain hundreds of miles away, unwavering. It is said that Bai Qing'er of the Tianjian sect is the most beautiful woman under heaven, who once dazzled Xiahou Yuan so much that he lost his senses. I'm quite curious to see what kind of beauty she is. Yang Bixin touched her hair, speaking softly. You. Situ Ming took a deep breath. He realized that these three had never taken him, nor his master, seriously. The so-called revenge was just casual talk. Even without the master, these three would still challenge Tianjian. The master's vengeance should naturally be avenged by me. Situ Ming said in a cold tone. Hee hee. Xiaohua was about to speak. Just at that moment, Shen Lang, who had been standing beside them, his gaze fixed on Tianjian Mountain without a flicker, suddenly stiffened. His body's aura began to uncontrollably surge. What's happening? Xiaohua furrowed his brows, and alongside Yang Bixin, followed Shen Lang's gaze. But with just one look, they witnessed a scene they would never forget. In the high skies above Tianjian Mountain, a sea of clouds tens of thousands of miles wide churned and hung low. A towering figure, over 100,000 feet tall, stood silently in front of Tianjian Mountain. Tianjian Mountain, a famed peak in the central region, also spanned dozens of miles high, usually shrouded in mist, resembling an immortal realm. However, at that moment, before the towering figure, even the lofty Tianjian Mountain merely reached his ankles. The next moment, under the shocked gazes of Xiaohua, Yang Bixin, and Shen Lang, the towering figure slowly lifted his right foot towards Tianjian Mountain. Then, he stepped down. Chapter 168, 13, The 100,000 Zhang-Yin God, please subscribe. Tianjian Mountain Peak. Seated high above, Tianjian overlooked the many guests with an indifferent expression. As the protagonist of the birthday banquet, Tianjian was undoubtedly the most watched person there. Those three little ones, they should be arriving soon, right? A hint of coldness flickered across Tianjian's face. As the master of the world's foremost power, how could Tianjian not know that the three most dazzling youths of the 5 domains were sharpening their claws, eager to step over him and ascend to the divine throne? This was not because Tianjian bore a grudge against them. For decades, Tianjian sect had not oppressed the younger generation. In fact, they couldn't even if they wanted to. It's just that Tianjian had been oppressing the strong of the 5 domains for too long, and the three leaders of the younger generation wanted to break his myth. By harnessing the pressure from Tianjian, they aimed to carve their own paths. Foolish. Today, I shall let you understand what the 10th realm is. Tianjian thought to himself. If given enough time, Tianjian did not deny that the three had the potential to step into the 10th realm. But now, mere 9th realm practitioners, how could they challenge Tianjian? This time, I must not hold back. Once these three are dealt with, the younger generation of the 5 domains will be greatly weakened, and they won't threaten Tianjian sect for the next 100 or even hundreds of years. With that, I can also set out to that place with peace of mind. Tianjian's thoughts surged as his gaze faintly turned in a certain direction. That was the north. FreeWebNovel.com, north of the northern region, north of the Endless Sea domain. After stepping into the 10th realm, Tianjian vaguely sensed a calling. A summons from the heavens and earth, constantly drawing him northward. The two predecessors from Tianjian sect who were in the 10th realm had also experienced this. After those two 10th realm predecessors from Tianjian sect heeded the call and headed north of the Endless Sea domain, they never returned. Thus, after entering the 10th realm, Tianjian Z had been suppressing this call. Only in recent years had the summons grown stronger, and Tianjian Z was vaguely aware that if he continued to delay, a great terror might ensue. Luan Yi, when will you reach the peak of the 9th realm? Tianjian Z's gaze shifted slightly, landing on Bai Qing'er. Bai Qing'er, originally named Luan Yi, was rumored to be Tianjian Z's childhood sweetheart. In truth, Luan Yi was just Tianjian Z's sister. However, ever since the incident with Xiahou Yuan, Luan Yi had taken Bai Qing'er as her actual name. Soon. Luan Yi answered nonchalantly. Once you reach the peak of the 9th realm, I will help you step into the 10th realm with all my strength, said Tianjian Z. When will the sect leader come out of seclusion and capture Xiahou Yuan for me? Luan Yi suddenly asked. Xiahou Yuan. Tianjian Z's brow furrowed. He had long since stopped concerning himself with Xiahou Yuan. However, seeing Luan Yi like this, it was clear she had been left with a heart demon because of that incident. Enough. Tianjian Z sighed inwardly. Even as a 10th realm practitioner, if Xiahou Yuan was determined to hide somewhere, there was not much he could do. But after decades of cultivation, Tianjian Z had delved deep into the 10th realm and had even comprehended several secret techniques left by his 10th realm predecessors. If he paid a certain price, it was still possible to locate Xiahou Yuan. After the birthday banquet, I will bring back Xiahou Yuan. However, you must promise me the thing you promised. Tianjian Z spoke in a calm tone, as if he were retrieving not the legendary fiend who once oppressed the 5 domains but rather a stray cat or dog. Thank you, sect leader, Bai Qing'er said, immediately smiling with joy at the words. At that moment, she had already begun to envision the various scenes that would unfold once Xiahou Yuan fell into her hands. Suddenly. At that moment. The numerous strong practitioners gathered at the peak of Tianjian Mountain, celebrating for Tianjian Z, suddenly realized that the sky seemed to darken. The originally sunny and mist-enshrouded peak of Tianjian Mountain became gloomy all at once. What is that? A strong practitioner looked up at the sky. They saw a continent-sized massive shadow falling rapidly toward Tianjian Mountain. Not good. Run quickly. What is this thing? Even though the strong practitioners did not know why the continent shadow had appeared here, they realized that staying would definitely not bode well. So they frantically fled in all directions. As long as they could escape the coverage range of the continent shadow, they should be safe. Unfortunately, it was too late. The continent shadow descended too quickly. And the boundless power of Taiyin spread, turning into a terrifying pressure, restricting all the strong practitioners' speeds. Boom. Tianjian Z soared into the sky. The breath of a 10th realm practitioner burst forth unrestrained, shaking the heavens and the earth. Others could run, but Tianjian Z could not, for beneath his feet lay Tianjian Mountain, the core land of Tianjian sect. If he were to flee and cause any accident to Tianjian Mountain, wouldn't he be the sinner of Tianjian sect for tens of thousands of years? Most importantly, Tianjian Z had a vague feeling that even if he wanted to run, he could not. Surrounded by the formless and profound power of Taiyin, even though Tianjian Z was a 10th realm practitioner, his speed was greatly reduced, and there was no hope of escaping before the continent shadow descended. Stop. Tianjian Z's eyes turned blood red, and his aura surged once more, towering like a divine being, attempting to hold back the descending continent shadow. However. Bang. Tianjian Z exploded abruptly. The continent shadow did not stop even for a moment, continuing to press down on Tianjian Mountain. Rumble, rumble. With the continent shadow's relentless descent, Tianjian Mountain began to collapse. One after another, the strong practitioners burst apart, their flesh and primordial spirits shattering into fragments that fell. Chapter 169, 13, The 100,000 Zhang-Yin God, please subscribe, _2. During this time, there were strong beings who realized they couldn't escape and chose instead to stand their ground and resist furiously. However, it was meaningless. They were continuously blasted apart. In just a few breaths' time, the towering Tianjian Mountain had been flattened. All that was left in its place was a giant pit reaching dozens of miles deep. If one were to look from thousands of miles away, they would find that this massive pit resembled a footprint, but magnified by billions of times. The auras of countless primordial spirits turned into streaks of light, racing in all directions. The thick scent of blood spread. That single step had shattered the physical bodies of countless strong beings. Having lost their physical forms, the primordial spirits were still there, even though they were severely damaged. Many of the strong beings' primordial spirits had not completely collapsed. Now grasping the opportunity, they naturally fled as if mad. It was at this moment. Above the sea, miles away, another vast shadow reached down. If one observed carefully, they would discover that this huge shadow resembled a human face with blurred features, impossible to make out in detail. One could see this face turning towards the direction of the huge footprint, opening its massive mouth, and taking a deep inhale. Boom. In the face of the terrifying suction. Be it primordial spirits or the dispersing blood and energy. All of it turned into long dragons, flowing into the mouth of that immense face. Hundreds of miles away. In a dense forest. Xiaohua, Shenlang, and Yang Bixin, three widely admired young leaders full of hope, were now pale and stiff. Fiebnovel.com. Gazing up at Tianjian Mountain, it had been flattened under the step of that towering figure, and the countless strong beings on the mountain, including Tianjian Zi of the 10th realm, had their physical bodies and primordial spirits crushed, only to be swallowed by that towering figure in one gulp. This. The minds of Xiaohua and the others turned to mush. Especially Shenlang, who had received the heritage of an 11th realm powerhouse from 50,000 years ago. But even 50,000 years ago, 100,000 years ago, or even more distant times, there had never been such a horrifying scene, had there? This is a primordial spirit. Xiaohua touched the ring on his right hand, barely suppressing the shock in his heart, and said in a low voice. Primordial spirit. That towering figure is a primordial spirit. Shenlang and Yang Bixin took deep breaths once more. Even the primordial spirit of a 5th-rank peak powerhouse of the 9th realm, when exerting all its might, would at most be 100 zhang tall. The primordial spirit of a 10th realm powerhouse might possibly reach several hundred zhang. But just now, that towering figure was at least 100,000 zhang tall. If such a massive primordial spirit existed, how powerful must its owner be? The 12th realm. The 13th realm. Xiaohua and the others couldn't believe it. Even with countless fortuitous encounters, they only ever thought they could step into the 10th realm. Shenlang, with the heritage of someone from the 11th realm, might have a slim hope of reaching the 11th realm. As for higher, they dared not think of it. They wouldn't think of it. Because that was completely beyond reality. This is the Venerable One, this is the Venerable One's Taiyin primordial spirit, said Situming. Compared to the shock and terror of Xiaohua and the others, Situming, who had been the 5-colored lotus, had spent a long time with Lin Yuan and was quite familiar with his aura. The current towering figure might reach from heaven to earth, flattening Tianjian Mountain with a single step, its divine might dominating the world, but the faint aura it emitted was similar to that which Situming had sensed from the Venerable One. The Venerable One. You're saying that this primordial spirit belongs to Demon Venerable Xiahou Yuan. Xiaohua and the others exchanged glances, unable to imagine that Xiahou Yuan, who had long withdrawn from the stage of the 5 domains, had cultivated to such a realm where just one primordial spirit could sustain heaven and earth. It was simply inconceivable. Of course, said Situming. I can still recognize the Venerable One's aura. In his heart, Situming was equally shocked. He had thought Lin Yuan was very powerful. When he had used the dismantling burning god skill in the past, certain death was inevitable, but he was forcefully saved. And during that time, Situming vaguely sensed the vast aura from Lin Yuan. But Situming never thought that Lin Yuan could be so powerful, deploying just one primordial spirit to annihilate Tianjian Mountain. Here, annihilate didn't mean in a symbolic sense, like sweeping through the many strong beings of the Tianjian sect and crushing Tianjian Zi. It meant physically annihilating it. The entire Tianjian Mountain had been leveled to the ground. Xiahou Yuan. Xiaohua and the other two carefully pondered. They realized that throughout the 5 domains mainland, to bear such deep hatred for the Tianjian sect as to directly trample its gates. Xiahou Yuan was definitely one of them. Moreover, Xiao Hua and the others didn't believe that Sitaming had the courage to let his respected superior impersonate such a powerhouse. Should it be discovered by him, the entire demonic Tao would be trampled flat just like Tianjian Mountain. As Xiao Hua and the other two whispered among themselves. Far away, hundreds of miles distant, that towering figure over 100,000 zhang tall, after swallowing the essence and blood of numerous powerhouses' primordial spirits, slightly turned its massive head, casting a gaze towards the dense forest here. Boom. It was merely a glance. Yet it brought Xiao Hua and the other two an unprecedented pressure. It felt as if the heavens and earth were collapsing, as if all things were being annihilated. No. Xiao Hua, Shen Lang, and Yang Bixin instinctively knelt on the ground, not daring to continue gazing at that towering figure. Although they were separated by hundreds of miles, Xiao Hua and the others knew that to that towering figure, a few hundred miles was merely a few steps. Interesting. The Taiyin primordial spirit seemed to have discovered something. Its form suddenly dispersed, turning into countless particles of Taiyin power, disappearing from the spot. It wasn't until half an hour after the Taiyin primordial spirit had left that Xiao Hua, Shen Lang, and Yang Bixin dared to lift their heads. Only after confirming that the towering figure had disappeared did the three of them breathe a heavy sigh of relief. What? What should we do now? After a long while, the softly spoken Yang Bixin asked in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hua and Shen Lang immediately fell into silence. Originally, according to their plan, they were to challenge powerhouses everywhere to pave their own road to the 10th realm. As the number one powerhouse in the 5 domains, Tianjian was naturally their target. But now that Tianjian was dead, a challenge was no longer possible. In fact, although Tianjian had died, a far more formidable existence than Tianjian had appeared. That was the Demon Lord Xiahou Yuan mentioned by Sitaming. And challenging the Demon Lord Xiahou Yuan. Challenge my ass. Forget about the Demon Lord Xiahou Yuan himself, even one of his primordial spirits, to be precise, a glance from one of his primordial spirits. The three of them felt as if the world was collapsing, unbearable. A challenge. Xiao Hua and the others may have grand ambitions, but they were not fools. They knew better than to leap forward into certain death. The reason they had dared to challenge Tianjian earlier was that they had the assurance they could save their own lives. Even if they failed, they could withdraw in one piece. But facing the Demon Lord Xiahou Yuan, Xiao Hua, Shen Lang, and Yang Bixin looked at each other. Suddenly, everything seemed tasteless. They had been full of confidence in their cultivation, believing that with their own efforts, they could surpass anyone. Yet, after merely witnessing that towering figure before, their state of mind began to crumble subtly. What was the use of further cultivation? Wouldn't it be trivial for that towering figure, with just a step? Even a step wouldn't be necessary. A mere glance, or perhaps a sliver of killing intent. Below the underground palace, Lin Yuan was sitting cross-legged. Streams of Taiyin power converged. The Taiyin primordial spirit appeared before Lin Yuan. Finished? Lin Yuan casually asked. In fact, as the main body, he shared a viewpoint with the Yin spirit and Yang spirit. To be precise, one consciousness divided into 3, the Taiyin primordial spirit trampling down Tianjian mountains each and every detail, as clear as the pattern on one's palm if Lin Yuan wished to see it. The question, finished, he just asked was nothing more than a casual inquiry. The 100,000 zhang Yin god. Lin Yuan's gaze was serene. No matter which world it was in, 100,000 zhang was considered a colossal size. If converted to another unit, with 1 zhang equaling 3.3 meters, 100,000 zhang would be 330,000 meters. That is, 600 miles. Even in the main world, such a massive body would be considered a 5th-rank life form, one of the strongest beings on the planet. Of course, the primordial spirit is not the same as the physical body. Without the restrictions of flesh and blood, as long as the realm is reached, it can almost grow infinitely. Chapter 170, 14, The Dispute Over Spreading the Tao and the Great Fate, 100 Years in Balance. Please subscribe. Those 3 children of destiny. Lin Yuan's expression fell into brief contemplation. What are children of destiny? Favored by the world, even drinking water could lead to serendipity. In summary, having extremely good luck, often turning misfortune into fortune and continuously growing stronger. And these points were what Lin Yuan had finally witnessed today. Under normal circumstances, Xiaohua, Yang Bixin, and Shen Lang were supposed to go to Tianjian Mountain to challenge Tianjian Zi and pave their own paths toward the 10th realm. If everything went smoothly, when the three of them reached Tianjian Mountain, Lin Yuan's Taiyin primordial spirit would descend and flatten Tianjian Mountain with a single footstep. With the strength of the Taiyin primordial spirit, regardless of what methods those three children of destiny had, they were destined to die. However, under such circumstances, for some unknown reason, those three children of destiny suddenly stopped midway, had a few words with Sitaming, and even invited Sitaming to go with them. It was just this slight delay that saved the three children of destiny from a massive disaster. One could only say that the luck of these three children of destiny was too good, you must know. Compared with the three of them, Sitaming, although also part of the younger generation, was far from their equal. Usually, Xiaohua and the others wouldn't even stop to talk to Sitaming, let alone have such a prolonged conversation today. Is it really luck? Or some kind of hint? Lin Yuan looked thoughtful. Actually, with Lin Yuan's strength, if he really wanted to kill those three children of destiny, no matter how much the world favored them, no matter how good their luck was, it wouldn't matter. The three of them were still destined to die. There was no chance for luck. In the face of absolute strength, only equal strength can contend. As for the rest, all illusions. However, Lin Yuan had insights into the cosmos. He faintly felt that even if he killed those three children of destiny, it wouldn't mean anything. As long as this world existed, in several years or decades, there would still be a fourth, a fifth, a sixth child of destiny born. That's why just now, the Taiyin primordial spirit looked at those three children of destiny and said the word interesting. Pitiable. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. Children of destiny are favored by the world. But success by destiny, and failure by destiny. The next line to, when the time comes, the world exerts the same force. Is, when luck departs, the hero is no longer free. What does not free mean? The children of destiny can be seen as the children of the cosmos. Or, perhaps, incarnations of it. Their limit is the limit of the world. And they can never escape the shackles of the world. Of course, there is also the possibility that a child of destiny eventually overcomes the consciousness of the world and turns defeat into victory. But the likelihood is too low. Everything you have, all your methods, are conferred by the world, are bestowed by the cosmos. With what will you win? Speaking of which, in recent decades, the great forces of the world have surged, and three children of destiny have been born in succession, also influenced by me. Lin Yuan's thoughts started to spin, suddenly realizing. Over the years, Lin Yuan's strength had constantly grown, breaking free from past constraints time after time. Others might not be aware, like Sitaming, Nguan Shu, Moyang Demon Lord and his other subordinates, at most they just realized that Lin Yuan was very strong. But how strong he actually was, they had no concept. Or rather, they couldn't even imagine. However, this world, this cosmos, could feel the changes in Lin Yuan's strength. Excessively powerful individuals bring a sense of crisis to the world, and lead to the rise and fall of great fortunes, the emergence of children of destiny. In a way, the birth of these children of destiny is for the purpose of subduing demons. To bring down Lin Yuan, the startlingly powerful demon. But birth of children of destiny also requires time. Even investing the power of an entire world to nurture three children of destiny, and reaching the peak of the 9th realm in just over 20 years, is considered incredible. But Lin Yuan's growth rate is even more astonishing, so fast that even the children of destiny cannot compare. This has led to a rather awkward situation. Facing Lin Yuan, the children of destiny would have their spirits crushed, not to speak of subduing, they wouldn't even dare to harbor such thoughts. Sigh. As Lin Yuan was contemplating, the Taiyin primordial spirit before him opened his mouth slightly and released two streams of primordial spirit force. These two streams of primordial spirit force began to condense upon coming out, turning into two thumb-sized figures. It was Tianjian Zi and Bai Qing'er. The primordial spirits of other powerful beings were swallowed by the Taiyin primordial spirit to nourish itself without any hesitation. But these two were held in a special position in Xiahou Yuan's heart. Of course, it wasn't any kind of good position. Swallow them as well, Lin Yuan said as he looked down at the two tiny figures of Tianjian and Bai Qing'er. He felt a sense of dullness for a moment. He didn't wait for the two to awaken. Nor did he wait for them to show shocked and fearful expressions when they awoke and saw Lin Yuan. He directly summoned the Taiyang divine spirit and swallowed the two primordial spirits as well. Devouring the primordial spirits of living beings can pollute one's own soul's purity, but occasionally swallowing a few isn't a problem. From Lin Yuan's current heights, unless he devoured billions or quadrillions of living beings in a short period of time, there would be no problem or hidden danger. Having settled the grudges of his original self, Lin Yuan began contemplating the next matter, which was spreading the Tao. Along with his rising status in the main world, Lin Yuan discovered that the main world's superpowerful beings would spread paths of evolution related to themselves or their kin. For instance, the innate ancient gods in the depths of the cosmic starry skies, with their might, if they weren't willing, there wouldn't exist the ancient god evolution path. In fact, the ancient gods were very eager for the ancient god evolution path related to themselves to spread among humans. Part 3 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.